In the 13th year of the Republic, the deep autumn sunset resembled a rapidly expanding, salted egg, painting half the sky crimson. The evening glow, as picturesque as a painting, reflected upon the banks of the Orange Isle. Boats came and went, accompanied by the resonant calls of the boatmen, their voices drifting languidly in the air. A cicada emerged from the earth, its wings vibrating and transforming into shimmering specks of white light that soon coalesced into a human silhouette. This figure was a young man, perhaps in his 20s, bearing a pallid complexion that hinted at frailty. Clad in a long, azure garment, he exuded an aura of scholarly elegance. His eyes sparkled with an extraordinary brightness, as though they contained the brilliance of countless stars. His name was Chen Xuan, an unremarkable immortal. Stretching languorously, Chen Xuan's gaze swept over the Orange Isle, and he murmured to himself, 60 years have passed. Although he was immortal, every time he awakened, he would fall into a deep slumber for 3 years. He would transform into a cicada buried beneath the earth, sleeping for 60 years at a time. He could no longer recall how many cycles he had undergone or how many rises and falls he had witnessed. The only memory that lingered was of his last awakening, during the Xianfeng era, when a Miss Hua from Changsha inadvertently witnessed his transformation from cicada to man. While an ordinary person would likely have fainted at the sight, Miss Hua was different. Chen Xuan remembered her first words, expressing a desire to become his apprentice. 60 years have gone by. I wonder if that girl Shang Yun is still around. Chen Xuan sighed softly, his gaze drifting past the Orange Isle towards the city of Changsha. A span of 60 years may not constitute a great upheaval, yet it can alter many lives and events. For him, this uncontrollable cycle of awakening and slumber felt less like the coveted gift of immortality and more like an endless torment. Having finally awakened, it is time for a change in my way of living. With that thought, Chen Xuan stepped towards the city of Changsha. Beneath the towering city walls, the populace bustled in and out, brushing against one another. Before his eyes, vendors sold vegetables at the city gate, while women carrying fragrant night blooms passed by with their burdens, and the occasional carriage rumbled over the cobblestone street. Everything was so vibrant that Chen Xuan could not help but stop, greedily absorbing the scene before him. After such a long slumber, he was unwilling to overlook even the smallest detail. To an ordinary observer, these mundane scenes of daily life were nothing special, but for Chen Xuan, they were a reunion after 60 years. Parting is merely a prelude to a more splendid reunion. A warm smile graced Chen Xuan's face as he once again stepped into the throng of humanity, merging seamlessly like a drop of ink dissolving in water, creating no ripples. Sweet sugar paintings, delightful sugar paintings, buns, steaming hot buns, sharpening scissors, sharpening kitchen knives. The streets were alive with the cacophony of vendors, mingling with the various sounds to compose a vivid tableau of urban life. Chen Xuan walked among them, pausing occasionally at different stalls, not due to hunger, but rather a desire to immerse himself in the essence of life. In truth, he possessed an immortal body, rendering hunger a foreign concept. Even if he refrained from eating, drinking, or even breathing for an entire year, he would still not perish. In the hazy recesses of his memory, perhaps a millennium ago or two, he had once been discovered by those in power, who learned of his secret to immortality and subjected him to brutal torture. Yet, no matter what they did, Chen Xuan could not die. When the time came, he would transform into a cicada and sleep beneath the earth, only to awaken when those in power had turned to dust. Upon seeing Chen Xuan, the vendor of sugar paintings beamed. "Sir, would you care for a sugar painting? It's made from our own syrup." Chen Xuan waved his hand, revealing his empty pockets. And oh, I have no money on me. It was rather pitiful. He had lived for countless years, yet each awakening found him destitute. The vendor, unfazed, picked up a rabbit-shaped sugar painting and handed it to Chen Xuan. "No matter, sir. Take it and enjoy. You can pay me back next time." You don't even know me, yet you trust me?" Chen Xuan asked, slightly surprised, looking up at the vendor. The vendor's weathered face bore the marks of hard labor, his hands calloused from days spent making sugar. He rubbed his hands together and said, "A single sugar painting isn't worth much. Besides, you look like a learned scholar. Chen Xuan chuckled and shook his head that I have indeed read many books, but I wouldn't dare claim to be learned. Over the years of his long life, many had benefited from Chen Xian's kindness, yet he had never accepted favors from others. For the debts of human kindness are the hardest to repay. After a moment's reflection, Chen Xian's gaze fell upon a nearby stall that offered letter-writing services. "Kind sir, please wait a moment," he approached the letter-writing stall, conversing briefly with the vendor before picking up a pen and inscribing words upon a sheet of paper. The letter-writing vendor was a disheveled scholar, or had once been one. In this Republic era, the title of scholar no longer held weight. When the old scholar saw the few strokes that Chen Xian had penned, he was utterly astonished. Chen Xian dried the ink on the paper and looked at the newly written words letter writing with satisfaction. "May I exchange these 4 characters for some ink?" The old scholar's gaze lingered on Chen Xian's writing, as if he could scarcely believe his eyes. He marveled, recognizing the essence of the great calligraphers in that moment. After a long pause, still incredulous and with a hint of tremor in his voice, he asked, "You truly wish to trade this for?" To those who understood, those 4 characters embodied a spirit that rivaled the likes of Yin, Lu, O, and Zhao. To call it priceless would not be an exaggeration. The old scholar had written for many years and believed he had grasped the fundamentals of calligraphy. But only today did he comprehend what it meant for a mere mayfly to glimpse the vast sky. With a smile on his face, Chen Xian nodded toward the vendor. "Is this agreeable?" Before the words had fully left his mouth, the old scholar, ecstatic, hurriedly piled a stack of white paper into Chen Xian's hands, swiftly taking the treasured calligraphy and cradling it protectively. Take it, take it. Once exchanged, there can be no turning back. I shall not regret it." The old scholar, curious about what Chen Xian intended to write, did not wish to miss the opportunity to witness the masterful strokes of a calligraphy virtuoso and leaned in to observe closely. Chen Xian took a sheet of white paper, carefully spreading it out upon the table. He pondered for a moment, then began to write that he wrote slowly, painstakingly, as if each stroke demanded immense effort. However, to the old scholar's astonishment, the character was exceedingly simple, consisting of just a single stroke and a dot, forming the character for person. Person? The old scholar looked at Chen Xian in surprise, unable to grasp the significance of this character. "It has been a while since I last wrote, and my hand has grown unsteady, but this will suffice." Chen Xian did not elaborate, merely thinking to himself. At the sugar painting stall, Chen Xian folded the written paper into a small square and handed it to the vendor. "Sir, in exchange for your sugar painting, I offer this." "What is this?" The vendor furrowed his brow, perplexed as he looked at the white paper in his hand. Chen Xian explained, "Just carry it with you, it will surely prove useful." "Well, if you say so. But honestly, sir, as a scholar, you needn't trade at IT is different." Chen Xian shook his head, took the rabbit-shaped sugar painting, and stepped back into the throng of people. The incessant flow of passers-by quickly enveloped him. The vendor, coming back to his senses, muttered to himself, "An odd fellow." Yet, after much hesitation, he refrained from discarding the paper in his hand. Within Changsha, a few prominent families controlled the trade of antiques and artifacts. In addition to ordinary relics, this included the underground Ming wares. Among them, the Hua family operated the largest business. Spanning several provinces in the south, the Hua family was a century-old aristocracy that had been passed down since the Qing dynasty. However, today a peculiar man stood before the Hua family's gates. Clad in an azure long robe, he held a string of rabbit-shaped sugar paintings. He stood there, quietly admiring the 2 stone lions that flanked the entrance, occasionally licking the sugar painting in his hand. In front of the grand residence, common folk would slow their pace, fearing to offend the esteemed family. Yet this man in blue seemed as comfortable as if he were at home, which truly astonished onlookers. Before long, the gatekeeper of the Hua family stepped out to shoo him away. Chen Xian maintained a calm demeanor, speaking softly. "Might you please announce my arrival? I'm an old friend, Chen Xian, here to visit Miss Huashangyun." The gatekeeper paused, taken aback by Chen Xian's distinguished bearing, and pondered for a moment. However, no matter how hard he tried, he could not recall any Miss Shangyun in the Hua family. The gatekeeper's expression grew impatient as he scolded, "Be off with you. Go cause trouble elsewhere. There is no Miss Huashangyun here." "None?" Chen Xuan was momentarily taken aback, then recalled that 60 years had passed. The young girl of yesteryear would now be a woman in her 70s or 80s, if she were still alive. With this thought, Chen Xuan altered his approach. May I inquire as to who currently heads the Hua family? Huh, you must be from out of town. Who in Changsha does not know that the Hua family is now run by the third mistress, Hua Sanyang? Chen Xuan pondered for a moment before speaking again. Please convey my regards. An old friend, Chen Xuan, has come to pay his respects to the head of the Hua family. The doorman, upon hearing this, grew increasingly impatient. Hurry along, for the gates of the Hua family are not meant for just anyone to enter. With that, the doorman disregarded Chen Xuan and turned back towards the Hua residence. Chen Xuan stood before the tightly shut gates, feeling a touch awkward as he scratched his head. This grand mansion was the very place he had chosen years ago, with Hua Shangyun overseeing its construction. In a sense, it could be considered half his home. Who would have thought that upon returning home, he would be barred from entry? After a moment of silence, Chen Xuan contemplated and wandered to a narrow alley opposite the Hua family gate, where he picked up 6 small pebbles from the ground. He held the pebbles in his palm before letting them fall. Observing the configuration and shape formed by the falling stones, he muttered 6 run divination in a place of rich earth. At the end of you, it is favorable to the southwest. If one lives long enough, they inevitably learn a few tricks. Reading faces, discerning feng shui, and even the principles of yin and yang, the 5 elements and the 8 trigrams were all art Chen Xuan had once mastered. His method of tossing the stones was indeed a form of 6 run divination. 6 run, along with Qi Min Dun Jia and Tai numerology, are regarded as the 3 orthodox methods for inquiring about fortune and misfortune. Chen Xuan glanced up at the sky. The sun was nearly sinking below the horizon, casting an increasingly dim light. It must be approaching the end of you, he murmured to himself before turning to walk towards the southwest. After approximately 50 steps, a rickshaw brushed past him. Seated in the rickshaw was none other than the current head of the Hua family, Hua Sanyang. Hua Sanyang caught a glimpse from the corner of her eye, and a sudden realization struck her, as if she recalled something. Stop, she called out hurriedly, then alighted from the rickshaw, beckoning to the figure in the green robe not far away. Chen Xuan halted, turning to meet Hua Sanyang's gaze. You are calling for me? Hua Sanyang regarded him, an indescribable excitement swelling within her. Once upon a time, she had fantasized about how she would exact revenge on the heartless man if she were to encounter him. Yet now, faced with the descendant of that very man, she found herself somewhat disenchanted. After a long silence, Hua Sanyang took a deep breath and approached. Is your surname Chen? Indeed. You seek the Hua family? Correct. For the sake of a last will. What last will? Chen Xuan was taken aback. He indeed had left some belongings with Hua Shangyun and had candidly informed her that he would return to retrieve them in 60 years. But the phrase last will. Hua Sanyang snorted coldly and remarked, no need for pretense. Your ancestor wronged my Hua family's aunt, leaving her unmarried for life, and she passed away with regrets. Do you dare claim ignorance? Upon hearing the word passed away, Chen Xuan froze momentarily. In his memories, Hua Shangyun was a woman of passionate love and hate. She had once pursued him for 3 months just to become his disciple. She had declared beneath the big locust tree in Bailey Alley that she would marry no one but him. Yet for Chen Xuan, all of it was but a fleeting memory, destined to become nothing more than recollections. He could not retain the sentiments of love, just as he could not hold onto the time of awakening. Even after countless farewells, he still felt a twinge of bitterness. After a long while, he managed to speak. May I see her? If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have taken you myself. I want my aunt to see just how heartless the man she cherished truly is. She suffered from longing and departed this world over a decade ago, while that heartless man continues to live merrily, marrying and having children elsewhere. You must be his descendant, correct? Chen Xuan opened his mouth but ultimately fell silent. The person was gone. The truth no longer mattered. Soon enough, Chen Xuan and Hua Sanyang entered the gates of the Hua residence. The doorman looked on in astonishment, yet Chen Xuan, consumed by sorrow, paid him no heed. In the back garden stood a small shrine, housing the portrait of Hua Shangyun, the aunt who had never married, as Hua Sanyang had mentioned. Upon entering the shrine, Chen Xuan's eyes were immediately drawn to the photograph of a youthful girl in a lake green dress, displayed above the incense table. The black and white photograph could not convey colors, yet the image of Hua Shangyun's every smile and frown vividly resurfaced in Chen Xuan's mind. The photographs of my aunt in her lifetime were all burned, leaving only this one from her youth. She expressed a desire not to let the heartless man witness her aging visage, Hua Sanyang said with a frosty demeanor, approaching the incense table to retrieve a painting and a purple sandalwood box from the innermost part. Moreover, this painting was created by my aunt. Throughout her life, she spent most of her time gazing at this portrait in a daze. Chen Xuan accepted the scroll and, upon unrolling it, discovered that the figure depicted was none other than himself. The green robe exuded an indescribable sense of solitude. Did your aunt leave any messages? Hua Sanyang's fury stemmed from the fact that she had raised Hua Shangyun herself. Their bond was not that of mere kin, but one that transcended generations. If possible, she would have issued a decree to hunt down the heartless man who had wronged her aunt. Yet regrettably, the last words spoken by Hua Shangyun before her passing were to instruct her to respect the descendant of that heartless man. As long as the figure from the painting appeared, she was obliged to unconditionally hand over the purple sandalwood box to him. Furthermore, if he had any requests, she was to assist him with all her might. With this in mind, Hua Sanyang pushed the purple sandalwood box towards Chen Xuan, gritting her teeth as she said, "There is nothing else." Chapter 3. Bailey Alley. Chen Xuan nodded slightly. Casting a final glance at the portrait of Hua Shangyun, it was not that he lacked emotion. Rather, after years of witnessing the parting of life and death, he had grown accustomed to it. He had even contemplated altering the course of fate to extend the lives of his former friends and beloved ones. However, each time he awakened, he was granted but a mere 3 years. In such a fleeting span, there was little that could be accomplished. Cradling the purple sandalwood box, Chen Xuan inclined his head in gratitude towards Madame Hua. "Thank you, Madame Hua. I shall take my leave now." "Wait," Madame Hua, without lifting her gaze, busied herself with 3 incense sticks, igniting them before placing them in the incense burner. The smoke curled delicately, enveloping the temple in a tranquil stillness. After a brief pause, Madame Hua turned to him, her tone imbued with gravity. "Is your grandfather still alive?" Chen Xuan's expression faltered momentarily before he replied, "Most likely, he has passed on." This response, Madame Hua appeared unfazed. Even if he were alive, he would be in his 80s or 90s. His days would be numbered. The sole regret lingered in the fact that he had not been able to personally seek forgiveness before the portrait of his aunt. Madame Hua waved her hand dismissively, her gaze returning to the likeness of Hua Shangyun. Perhaps her long-standing resentment towards the so-called heartless men had colored her attitude towards Chen Xuan as well. Fortunately, Chen Xuan was indifferent to it. With a courteous bow, he embraced the purple sandalwood box and slowly exited the temple. As he had previously remarked, the debt of human kindness is the most arduous to repay. Chen Xuan had never been one to owe favors, nor would he ever be a heartless man. 60 years prior, when the Hua family faced dire straits, it was Chen Xuan who intervened, revitalizing their fortunes. Even when Hua Shangyun, beneath the great locust tree in Bailey Alley, professed her feelings, declaring she would marry none but him, Chen Xuan had merely stated the truth of his limited lifespan and declined the young maiden's affections. Yet, though Chen Xuan possessed the ability to read the winds and discern the yin and yang, he was powerless to grasp the intricacies of the human heart. He had never anticipated that Hua Shangyun would remain unmarried for life. Simply to await his return, departing from the Hua residence, Chen Xuan meandered towards Bailey Alley. Located in the northern part of the city, Bailey Alley had been nothing but barren land 60 years ago. He was the first to erect a foreign-style building there, which gradually attracted more inhabitants. He recalled sitting beneath the large locust tree at the alley's entrance, absorbed in his books, while Hua Shangyun would mischievously tease him from the treetop. The past, like smoke, had whisked away the little girl from the Hua family, along with the Bailey Alley of his memories. Upon reaching the mouth of Bailey Alley, Chen Xuan was struck by the transformation. What once seemed desolate was now adorned with numerous mansions and villas. The only constant was the grand locust tree at the entrance. This magnificent tree, a rare specimen over 300 years old, could not be embraced by even a handful of adults. Its canopy extended like a cloud, casting shade over all. The sky had darkened completely now, and a profound silence enveloped the surroundings, save for the glow of lights from the homes within the alley. Chen Xuan approached, placing his hand against the tree, feeling the weathered texture of its trunk, and softly murmured, "Old friend, I have come to see you today." As his words faded, the branches rustled, producing a soft clamor as if in response. Chen Xuan paused, not out of surprise at the tree's reaction, but because he sensed a lingering spirit entwined within its boughs. He fell silent, his lips pressing together in contemplation. After much hesitation, he released his hand, cradling the purple sandalwood box, and ambled toward the Bailey Villa nearby. This villa had been established 62 years ago. The younger generation of Bailey Alley was largely unfamiliar with it, knowing only that it belonged to the Hua family and was perpetually locked, with only occasional visits for cleaning. Yet, the elderly knew well that a distinguished gentleman once resided within its walls, a man who could make the powerful of Changsha tremble with apprehension. "Young man, you look unfamiliar. Are you here to see someone?" In the narrow alley, an elderly man, seeking respite from the heat, noticed Chen Xuan lingering before the Bailey Villa and could not help but inquire. Chen Xuan turned to face the old man, momentarily taken aback by his features. He recognized him. The old man's childhood nickname was Hui, and his family owned a noodle shop. The family tradition had reached its 5th generation under his father. Chen Xuan had often visited the noodle shop and had become acquainted with his father. However, the last time he had seen Hui, he had been a child of less than 10, and now he appeared frail and nearing the end of his days. After a moment of reflection, Chen Xuan shook his head, saying, "I'm not here to find anyone. My family resides in this area." The old man blinked in surprise, instinctively squinting to scrutinize Chen Xuan's face. Under the dim glow of the street lamp, he could barely discern half of it. After several breaths, the old man suddenly exclaimed, "Mr. Chen." Before Chen Xuan could respond, the old man shook his head. No, Mr. Chen is much older than I. If he were alive, he would not appear so youthful." As he spoke, the old man hurriedly approached Chen Xuan, curiosity etched upon his face. "Are you not Mr. Chen's grandson?" Chen Xuan smiled faintly, offering no reply. The old man studied him for a moment and then confidently asserted, "Undoubtedly, you and Mr. Chen are remarkably alike, as if cast from the same mold." With that, the old man turned his gaze towards the Bailey Villa. Though it had been constructed by Mr. Chen, it had since belonged to the Hua family. "I have already retrieved the land deed from the Hua family." Chen Xuan shook his head and opened the purple sandalwood box, revealing a stack of yellow deeds within. "That should pose no problem." The old man remarked, "Young man, you are Mr. Chen's descendant." Mr. Chen adored the noodles from my shop. Do visit when you have the time. Certainly, I shall drop by when I can." The old man departed, satisfied, as he ambled back home, which was located not far from the Bailey Villa. As the old man walked away, Chen Xuan smiled softly, redirecting his attention to the small villa before him, the Bailey Villa, a place he had once called home in a previous cycle. Just as the old man had said, the Hua family had maintained the villa remarkably well over the past 60 years. Everything appeared much as it had before his departure, including the 2 pear trees in the courtyard and the grapevine trellis in the left corner. Aside from the villa's exterior, which bore the marks of time, everything else remained largely unchanged. "How wonderful!" Chen Xuan sighed gently, retrieving the villa's brass key from the purple sandalwood box. He unlocked the heavy iron gate, and a refreshing breeze greeted him, the crisp air of late autumn enveloping him pleasantly. Stepping inside, he soon arrived before the small villa. This structure, considered a novelty during the Xianfeng era, had lost some of its allure following the opening of the country to foreign powers after the Eight-Nation Alliance's invasion, which ushered in an influx of foreign businesses. Such villas have become commonplace, losing the charm they once held, not to mention the newly constructed mansions in Bailey Alley, some of which were headquarters for foreign firms. These structures not only surpassed Chen Xuan's villa in height, but also boasted larger footprints. Within the Hua family's grand residence, 2 even more impressive villas had been erected. Inside the villa, the furniture was draped in white cloth. With a click, Chen Xuan turned on the switch, and the warm glow of incandescent bulbs illuminated the entire villa. Yes, 60 years had passed, ushering in the electrical age. Chapter 4. The Tianshi Seal. Chen Xuan gazed up at the incandescent light on the ceiling, a wry smile creeping across his face. Indeed, throughout his cycles of reincarnation, he had often contemplated introducing modern technology to the world ahead of time. Yet he was limited to but 3 years each time he made progress. Time would erode it, whether hidden away as a treasured heirloom or dismissed as mere curiosities by the court due to his absence. He ultimately had to relinquish this ambition. After several reincarnations, Chen Xuan realized that 60 years was far too long, capable of burying all his ideas. Shaking his head, he continued onward, ascending the staircase to the study on the second floor. This room had been where he spent the most time 60 years ago. The furnishings remained as they had been, and it was the only space not draped in white cloth. Each item meticulously maintained and polished. It was evident that someone had frequently come to clean. Presumably, it had been left as per Hua Shangyun's last wishes. The most prominent feature in the study was a grand bookshelf, laden with tomes covering everything from the Yin-Yang and Five Elements to Buddhist scriptures and even Western philosophy. On the wall beside the shelf hung a prominent character, simply inscribed as Kong. The brushwork was vigorous and powerful, rivaling that of Yinli, unmistakably pinned by Chen Xuan himself. Further left, a glass window offered a clear view of the great locust tree at the alley's entrance. With a gentle touch, Chen Xuan caressed every inch of the bookshelf and each book before finally settling at the writing desk. He exhaled softly, opening the purple sandalwood box. Inside, alongside the stack of yellowed land deeds, lay 3 significant items. The first was a white jade ring, delicately carved with the character Xian, which could serve as a seal. The second item was unique, a palm-sized, circular compass intricately inscribed with heavenly stems, earthly branches, 5 elements, and trigrams. Despite its small size, it was exquisitely crafted and functional. This compass had accompanied Chen Xuan through 10 cycles of reincarnation, crafted by the renowned Ming Dynasty artisan, Wang Songhai at for the third item. It was a seal, its base engraved with Yangping Jidu Gong Yin, adorned with a square knob. While few recognized the name of the seal itself, the alternative name associated with it was known to all. This Yangping Jidu Gong seal, also known as the Tianshi seal, is the official stamp of the orthodox Tianshi of various dynasties, during the era when the Tianshi governed Taoism throughout the realm. All Taoist masters were required to be conferred with this seal, regardless of whether they were from the Shangqing, Jingyi, or Chuanjin schools. All acknowledged the authority of the Dugong seal. However, the Dugong seal possessed by Chen Xuan is not inherited from the Tianshi, but rather passed down from himself. He can no longer recall how many reincarnations have transpired. He only remembers that during the early Western Han period, Emperor Gaozu Liu Bang once sought divination from him. After receiving the answer, he personally ordered an artisan to carve this Yangping Jidu Gong seal. Later, Chen Xuan took Zhang Daoling as his disciple and bequeathed the Dugong seal. Yet, after countless reincarnations, this Dugong seal has returned to Chen Xuan's possession, continuing its legacy to this day. As Chen Xuan gazed at the 3 items within the ornate box, he hesitated for a moment before closing the lid. Just then, he suddenly felt a stirring sensation and lifted his gaze towards the east of the city. In the eastern part of the city, it was already midnight, and the streets of Changsha were eerily quiet. Zhao Sanxue strolled along the street, a smile gracing his face. This joy stemmed from the fact that his nephew was marrying tonight, and he was on his way to celebrate at the wedding feast. By trade, he made a living crafting sugar paintings and had set up a small stall on the street, though it did not make him immensely wealthy. Over the decades, having remained unmarried and childless, he had managed to save a considerable sum. Zhao Sanxue mused that if his nephew could turn over a new leaf and stop living recklessly, he would give him some money to help him set up a shop and start a small business. This way, he could also honor his deceased sister and brother-in-law soon. Zhao Sanxue arrived at his nephew's home. His nephew, whose surname was Hu, originally came from a decent background. However, ever since the deaths of Zhao Sanxue's sister and brother-in-law, the nephew had been left without parental guidance and had fallen into a life of debauchery. The family estate had suffered greatly, leaving only this old residence, standing before the door of the Hu family. Zhao Sanxue straightened his clothes. He then took out a cloth bag containing a banknote worth approximately 40 yuan, intending it as a wedding gift for his nephew and to help the newlyweds start a small business to sustain their lives. However, as Zhao Sanxue reached for the money, a folded piece of white paper tumbled out of the cloth bag. This was that he paused, suddenly recalling that the white paper had been given to him by a customer during the day, who had earnestly urged him to keep it on his person. Zhao Sanxue hesitated for a moment, but ultimately picked up the white paper and placed it back in the cloth bag. Having received little formal education in his youth, he held great admiration for scholars. He then stored the bag away and knocked on the door. Moments later, his nephew opened the door, noticing his nephew's disheveled appearance and vacant eyes. Zhao Sanxue frowned and instinctively scolded, "Have you been to the gambling den again? How many times must I tell you not to go there? Are you determined to squander your parents' legacy?" Who? The nephew, shrank his neck and pleaded, "Uncle, I haven't been. I've just been busy with the wedding and haven't slept well." "Humph, you better be telling the truth. Where's your new bride? Let her come out and say hello. If you and your wife are well, the money I've saved will all be for you." "Yes, yes," that whose eyes lit up, and he quickly ushered Chen Xuan into the house. "Uncle, come, come. My wife is truly virtuous. Upon hearing you were coming, she prepared a grand feast for you." As he spoke, who guided Chen Xuan to the table, where indeed a lavish spread awaited them at tea that moment. A slender bride dressed in vibrant red gracefully entered, carrying freshly prepared dishes to set on the table. Chen Xuan looked up and was taken aback by the bride's extraordinary beauty, which left him perplexed. How could his seemingly aimless nephew attract such a stunning woman? Nevertheless, regardless of whether who had resorted to deceit or other means, the fact that he had secured a wife and avoided the fate of being a bachelor was a tremendous blessing in Chen Xuan's eyes. Pleased with this turn of events, Chen Xuan nodded approvingly and placed the cloth bag on the table. "Dear niece-in-law, this is a wedding gift from your uncle. If you lead a good life together, I can at least feel I've honored my sister and brother Law." As whose bride was about to accept the cloth bag with a graceful bow, it suddenly burst forth with a blinding white light. In an instant, a piece of white paper flew out from the bag towards whose bride Dada. She screamed, her face contorted in shock. Attempting to flee, she found herself unable to escape the radiant light. And in a matter of moments, she rapidly withered away, transforming into a paper figure. The paper figure. Chen Xuan was rendered speechless, collapsing in fright onto the ground. After a long pause, he regained his composure and glanced at his trembling nephew. "This is your bride?" Seeing the situation unravel, who had no choice but to kneel and confess everything that turned out he had recently lost a substantial amount of money at a gambling house. In desperation, he contemplated the idea of borrowing from Chen Xuan's savings. However, Chen Xuan firmly refused to lend him money until he married. Thus, who devised a scheme to purchase a paper bride. Intending to deceive Chen Xuan into believing he had found a wife, little did he know, the paper figure had come to life upon entering the house and coerced him into bringing Chen Xuan over. With no other option, who complied. Furious after hearing his nephew's account, Chen Xuan raised his hand and struck Hu across the face twice. "You wastrel! Gambling was bad enough, but now you've been bewitched by a ghost. Uncle, you might as well kill me. I no longer wish to live." "Humph!" Chen Xuan's chest heaved with rage, yet his gaze fell upon the white paper that lay at the feet of the paper figure. Taking a deep breath, he mustered the courage to pick up the paper from the ground. Upon unfolding it, he noticed the ink had faded significantly, but it was still legible, with a simple character inscribed upon it. Hu, feeling anxious, timidly asked, "Uncle, what is this?" Chen Xuan shot him a glare before replying in a low voice, "We narrowly escaped a disaster thanks to a wise person. Otherwise, we would have been doomed by this female ghost." Realizing this, Chen Xuan decisively picked up the paper figure and carried it to the courtyard, where he set it ablaze until nothing remained. The next day, Chen Xuan rose early. In truth, he could forego sleep entirely. Even a year without slumber would not affect him. However, with each reincarnation, he endeavored to live as an ordinary person, as this allowed him to feel human rather than a mere specter. The morning mist enveloped Bailey Alley, and the air was crisp. Dressed in his customary blue robe, Chen Xuan appeared unchanged from the previous day. He pushed the door open and stepped out of the Bailey courtyard. The streets were already bustling with individuals heading to work or school. On the right side of Bailey Alley, numerous vendors had set up stalls to sell breakfast. Chen Xuan walked leisurely, each step measured with precision. He passed through the alley and walked beneath the great locust tree. The leaves rustled, as if welcoming him. Chen Xuan nodded slightly in acknowledgement towards the tree before continuing on his way. After traversing another street, he finally halted in front of a noodle shop named Yangqi. The establishment was modest, with only 7 or 8 tables visible through the wooden door. Upon entering, the tinkling of a bell echoed above. "Welcome. What would you like to eat?" Soon, a middle-aged woman approached him. "Fried pig liver with noodles, light on the seasoning, no green onions, no peppers." The woman quickly noted his order and relayed it to the kitchen. Though referred to as a kitchen, this was a family-run business. The chef was her husband, a composed man in his 40s, while his wife managed the front, taking orders and handling payments. Upon hearing the request, the husband chuckled. "Ah, we have a regular here." His wife paused for a moment. shaking her head. He doesn't look familiar. You don't understand. My grandfather's fried pig liver with noodles was legendary. Even the scholars from Bailey Courtyard adored it. My father often reminisced about it. The wife remarked. I've heard plenty about the scholars from Bailey Courtyard, but I've never seen them. That was 60 years ago. Not even you were born then. As they conversed, the husband continued his work. Before long, a steaming bowl of noodles topped with fried pig liver was placed before Chen Xuan. The aroma triggered long-buried memories, evoking a sense of nostalgia. It had been 60 years since he last tasted this dish. However, as he picked up his chopsticks and took a bite, he couldn't help but frown. After much contemplation, Chen Xuan set his chopsticks down. He retrieved 3 copper coins from his pocket and placed them on the table. Madam, the bill, please. The middle-aged woman approached from behind the counter, surprised to see the barely touched noodles. Sir, is there something wrong with the noodles? Chen Xuan shook his head gently and replied, It's not the noodles, it's my issue. With that, he turned to leave. Just then, the wooden door of the noodle shop swung open again. The bell chiming once more, in walked Yang Hua, hands clasped behind his back. Upon spotting Chen Xuan, his face broke into a joyful smile. I knew young Mr. Chen would come to our noodle shop. Yen Zi, go ask Shui to prepare a bowl of fried pig liver noodles for young Mr. Chen to try. Father, the middle-aged woman's expression faltered, her gaze fixated on the bowl of noodles upon the table. At that moment, Yang Hua also noticed the bowl and, with a hint of surprise, inquired, Mr. Xiao Chun, does the noodle not suit your palate? Chen Xuan pondered for a moment before responding, the noodles are not right. They lack 3 parts water and have not been pressed a full 3,300 times. Upon hearing this, Yang Hua's expression shifted dramatically. He hurried into the kitchen and retrieved a bowl of freshly made noodles. Without concern for the heat, he scooped up a portion to taste, and his face immediately fell. He then proceeded to chastise his son. You little rascal, I instructed you to press it a full 3,300 times. Yet you chose to be lazy. Yang Shui quickly dodged about, feeling aggrieved. Father, I only fell short by a little over 100 presses. What difference does that make? The reason Yang Ji's noodles garnered Chen Xuan's favor was due to their unique preparation method, which involved combining flour with eggs to form a dough, then placing it beneath a bamboo pole to be pressed a precise 3,300 times. Only then could the noodles be properly crafted. Yang Hua retorted coldly, who says there is no difference? Mr. Chen could discern it back in the day. Mr. Chen possesses a golden palate. Among the culinary delights of the city, only those that receive his approval can be deemed truly delicious. With that, he took the dough from the shop and unceremoniously tossed it into the slop bucket. Redo it for me. Remember, it must be pressed 3,300 times with the bamboo pole. Not a single press less. Yang Shui's wife was at a loss for words. Seeing her father-in-law still brimming with anger, she could only softly console him. Father, please do not be upset. We will redo it right away. Yang Hua disregarded his daughter-in-law and turned to Chen Xuan with a slight bow. Mr. Xiaochen, I apologize for the inconvenience. As he spoke, he noticed the 3 copper coins on the table and quickly added, As for the cost of the noodles, you need not worry. From now on, whenever Mr. Xiaochen visits, it shall be entirely free. Chen Xuan waved his hand, insisting that he would still pay for the noodles upon hearing this. Yang Hua appeared taken aback, a nostalgic look gleaming in his eyes. After a moment's reflection, he sighed. Mr. Xiaochen, you are indeed just like your grandfather, never willing to accept favors. Even a single coin must be accounted for meticulously. Yang Hua wished to say more, but upon raising his head, he found Chen Xuan had already walked away. He gazed at Chen Xuan's retreating figure, murmuring to himself, so similar, truly similar. Chapter 6. Memories of Changsha Father. Do you know this Mr. Xiaochen? Yang Shui curiously asked, observing Chen Xuan's departing silhouette. Humph. Yang Hua shot his son a glare before slowly responding. Do you remember the Mr. Chen I mentioned, who resided in Bailey Biyuan? I recall. You said Mr. Chen was a prominent figure in Changsha during the days of the Qing dynasty, whose words even the city governor would heed mentioning Bailey Biyuan. Yang Hua's gaze inevitably turned nostalgic. That was a tumultuous era, a chapter of his life he could never forget. In fact, there is something I have not shared with you. During the Taiping Rebellion, they besieged Changsha several times, and I was captured. Thrown into the prison camp of the Taiping Army. In ancient military practices, those in prison camps often served as cannon fodder, with few surviving the ordeal. At that time, I was merely a boy of 10. Still a child, just when I thought I would perish on the battlefield, a man emerged from Changsha, bravely entering the Taiping camp alone. No one knows what transpired, only that this man brought me out from the prison camp. The next day, the Taiping army retreated and never besieged Changsha again. Father, is this person you speak of Mr. Chen? Yang Huan nodded, sighing. Had it not been for Mr. Chen, I fear I would not have returned alive. My father, your grandfather, offered all his savings to thank Mr. Chen, but Mr. Chen refused to take even a single cent, insisting even on paying for a bowl of noodles. Recalling this, Yang Huwa could not help but think of Chen Xuan once more. This young Mr. Xiao Chun was remarkably similar to the Mr. Chun of yore, sharing the same discerning taste and an unwillingness to owe anyone a favor. Remember this, my son. Mr. Xiao Chun does not seek acknowledgement for his kindness. Yet we must not forget. Remember, he is the grandson of our benefactor. We must show him respect. If he has any requests, we shall do everything in our power to fulfill them. Father, rest assured, I will remember. Taiping Rebellion. Chen Xuan wandered through the streets, murmuring these 4 words. During the Xianfeng era, the Taiping Rebellion swept through the south, leading to widespread suffering and countless corpses. He felt a pang of compassion, which compelled him to enter the military camp, persuading the then king to spare Changsha. However, that was 60 years ago, and the Taiping Rebellion has long faded into the annals of history. Certainly, the tales of solitary heroism are but remnants of the past. Currently, the most pressing matter for Chen Xuan was his meager finances. The morning's noodle payment had been sourced from the scant few coins he scavenged from the corner of Bailey Bua. If the influential clan heads, who once trembled before him 60 years ago, were to discover that the mighty Mr. Chun could not even muster a few coins, they would surely be left astounded. Yet, Chen Xuan remained unfazed. Wealth may come and go, and if need be, he could survive without meals. He strolled down the street he had explored the previous evening, observing the vendors with satisfied nods. Subsequently, he sought refuge beneath a tree that offered shade, retrieving a piece of white cloth from his pocket, and on the cloth were the words fortune-telling, 3 divinations per day, written in a vigorous script that betrayed its quality. Chen Xuan set up his stall, moving a large stone from the roadside to sit in front of the white cloth, closing his eyes in feigned slumber. Before long, passers-by began to glance curiously at the writing on the cloth. Unfortunately, most merely observed without inquiring. After a considerable time, an elderly scholar hurriedly approached. Sir. Chen Xuan opened his eyes and smiled upon recognizing the visitor. Old sir, would you like to have your fortune told? The visitor was none other than the vendor from whom Chen Xuan had borrowed money the previous day. The old scholar shook his head, perplexed, and asked, Your handwriting is indeed exceptional, worthy of a master. Why indulge in these trivial pursuits? Chen Xuan smiled without replying, simply closing his eyes once more. The old scholar, unwilling to give up, bowed again and said, Sir, I had your writing examined by Principal Lu of the local high school. He greatly admired it and wishes to hire you as a teacher for the calligraphy class. A teacher? Throughout history, teachers have always held a respected position in society, far superior to that of a fortune teller. Nevertheless, Chen Xuan shook his head and firmly stated, No need. Please convey my refusal to Principal Lu. I have been a teacher for many years and have no desire to continue in that role. Oh, the old scholar was momentarily taken aback, instinctively asking, Sir, have you ever been a teacher? Indeed, I have taught many students. What a pity. The old scholar did not press further but, feeling somewhat awkward, inquired, May I request another piece of your writing? I will offer 10 silver dollars as a fee. No need. I do not sell my writings. Upon hearing this, the old scholar appeared disappointed but did not insist. Obtaining those 4 characters was already a great fortune for him. Principal Lu of Changsha Middle School had been equally astounded by those 4 characters. He was a member of the Provincial Calligraphy Association and had a deeper understanding of the art than the old scholar. In fact, Principal Lu had even offered 100 silver dollars for those 4 characters, yet the old scholar could not bear to part with them to owe him. Those 4 characters were a treasured heirloom. The old scholar adjusted his green gown, bowed to Chen Xuan, and slowly departed from the stall. Once he left, Chen Xuan resumed his lazy pose, closing his eyes once more. For him, whether business succeeded or failed was of little concern. He merely sought to pass the time. After countless cycles in the past, he had grown weary of it all. This time, he preferred to be an ordinary person, avoiding entanglements. After a while, another person approached the stall. This individual wore round-framed glasses and a long jacket. Appearing to be in his late 20s, he held a sign that read Iron Mouth Divine Calculation. casting a sidelong glance at the white cloth before Chen Xuan. He said leisurely, "A new face has arrived in Changsha, sir. May I trouble you for a divination?" The speaker was none other than the current head of the Qi family, one of the prominent families in Changsha. Qi Tizui. Qi Tizui was indeed a peculiar character. Although he practiced fortune-telling, he himself did not believe in fate. However, he had traveled extensively, acquiring profound knowledge, and shared a close friendship with Zhang Qishan, the current defense official of Changsha. Chapter 7. A fortune worth 1,000 gold. Chen Xuan opened his eyes and regarded Qi Tizui before him. After a brief pause, he replied with a nonchalant expression, "I can tell fortunes. But it won't be cheap." Qi Tizui chuckled at this. "Oh, you see my sign. A century-old brand, with a solid reputation in Changsha. Just tell me the fortune. If it's accurate, no matter the cost, I, Qi, shall pay. But if it proves inaccurate, I must kindly ask you to leave Changsha." Chen Xuan maintained his calm demeanor, merely extending a finger. "For one divination, it will cost 1,000 gold dollars. 1,000? Qi Tizui initially believed that Chen Xuan's expensive fee was merely a matter of a few dozen dollars. Perhaps 100 at most. To his astonishment, however, the cost escalated to such an exorbitant degree that a fortune for a single divination. This revelation only intensified Qi Tizui's desire to expose the other party, to reveal to the world that fortune-telling is merely a ruse. Indeed, although Qi Tizui himself practiced fortune-telling, he did not believe in fate, let alone in the art of divination. In his view, anyone who claimed to be a fortune-teller, himself included, was simply deceiving the masses. However, he targeted the wealthy, those who looked down upon other fortune-tellers, swindling the common folk of their hard-earned money. Is your divination made of gold? $1,000 for a single reading? Chen Xuan smiled nonchalantly and replied, "No, it's now 2,000. You point 3,000. Wait. Qi Tizui hurriedly waved his hands, fearing that with another word, the price would increase by another 1,000. Yet, he was unfazed. Once he exposed this man's deception, he could give him a beating and throw him out of Changsha City, thereby doing a service to the townsfolk. With that thought, Qi Tizui promptly declared, "Fine, 3,000 it is." As he spoke, he rummaged through his pockets and produced 3 banknotes. $3,000 was nearly half of his savings. Qi Tizui felt a pang of regret as he handed the notes to Chen Xuan. He then spoke in a stiff tone, "You better get it right. If not, I will smash your signboard, and you will have to return my money." Chen Xuan seemed unconcerned. After accepting the money, he tucked it into his pocket. "I can answer 3 questions for you: love, destiny, and career. I will speak without reservation." Upon hearing this, Qi Tizui pondered for a moment before asking, "Then let's discuss love. You are a star of misfortune." This caught Qi Tizui off guard because the last words his father uttered before passing were also star of misfortune. In reality, anyone involved in feng shui would inevitably encounter a fate of solitude. The term star of misfortune implies a life marked by loneliness and despair. Qi Tizui's fate was even more tragic than mere solitude. He was destined to be a true star of misfortune, with no wife or children in this life. After a moment of shock, Qi Tizui quickly waved his hands. Forget it. The star of misfortune is well known in the city. You must have heard it from somewhere. Tell me about my destiny. How is my fortune lately?" Chen Xuan scrutinized Qi Tizui and replied solemnly, "You will encounter bloodshed within 3 days." The phrase bloodshed rang familiar in Qi Tizui's ears, as he often used it to frighten the wealthy in the city. Upon realizing this, Qi Tizui burst into laughter. "Ha! This time, you must be mistaken." Chen Xuan merely smiled, saying, "Originally, you were to head west to assist a wealthy client with feng shui for a grave relocation. However, upon seeing my stall, you felt competitive and decided to cause trouble. Little did you know that this delay would lead the wealthy client to seek another fortune teller. Soon, someone familiar will come looking for your assistance. You won't be able to refuse, and that bloodshed will indeed occur in 3 days." With that, Chen Xuan stood up and began to pack away the white cloth. He cast one last glance at the stupefied Qi Tizui and added, "One last piece of advice. This venture is fraught with peril. If you wish to avoid death, it would be wise to advise your friends against going. Otherwise, it will be too late for regrets." Qi Tizui remained frozen in place until Chen Xuan departed. After a long moment, he finally regained his senses and turned to watch Chen Xuan's retreating figure. He was taken aback because Chen Xuan had accurately predicted his plans to help the wealthy Ren family with their grave relocation. Just then, a young boy, around 13 or 14, hurriedly approached him. Eighth Master, Mr. Rin said he has hired another fortune teller. Also, Fifth Master is looking for you. He is waiting for you at home. Fifth Master? The Fifth Master was the head of the Wu family in Changsha. Known as the Old Smoky, he was once recognized as the leader of the Southern Soil Masters, gaining considerable notoriety in Changsha. His family ranked alongside the He family and the Xie family as one of the prominent clans. Moreover, due to the Wu family's long-standing underground dealings, their associates were known to be formidable fighters. After a moment's hesitation, Qi Tizui instructed his aide, follow that person and find out where he resides. Gather intel and report back to me. After giving his orders, Qi Tizui cast one last glance in the direction Chen Xuan had gone before returning home. $3,000 was a significant amount. But in comparison, the matters concerning the Fifth Master took precedence. Besides, as long as the individual was within Changsha, they could not escape the reach of their 9 gates. Before long, Qi Tizui arrived home, where he indeed found Old Smoky accompanied by his son and grandson, waiting in the living room. Old Smoky, in his 60s, was lined with wrinkles and held a long smoking pipe, appearing more like a rural farmer than the head of the 9 gates. However, anyone who underestimated this old man would be gravely mistaken. In his youth, Old Smoky had been a fierce figure within the Unloading Ridge gang, although he had since distanced himself from that life. The Wu family remained the 6th-ranked clan among the 9 gates, commanding the respect of countless soil masters. With a single command, over 1,000 soil masters and associates would heed his call. Spotting Old Smoky from a distance, Qi Tizui clasped his hands and smiled. Fifth Master, what brings you here? Please, have a seat. After they settled in, Old Smoky explained the situation. It turned out that the Wu family had discovered a grand tomb from the Warring States period at Biaozi Ridge. But 2 groups of their men had gone missing after being sent there. Old Smoky decided to take matters into his own hands. However, while he was experienced, he lacked Qi Tizui's expertise in traps and mechanisms, which was why he sought Qi Tizui's assistance in excavating the tomb. Upon hearing Old Smoky's words, Qi Tizui felt a sudden chill, instinctively recalling what he had heard earlier. You will encounter bloodshed within 3 days. Chapter 8, Biaozi Ridge. Impossible. Qi Tizui instinctively shook his head. Although he prided himself on his accurate predictions, he did not believe in fate. Perhaps it was merely a coincidence that Qi Tizui suppressed his thoughts and looked up at the 3 generations of the Wu family. Old Master, when do we leave? Old Smoky's son replied with a smile. We were thinking of heading out today if you were available. Though Qi Tizui had initially had plans, since the Rin family had sought another fortune teller for the grave relocation, he found himself free. With that in mind, Qi Tizui nodded in agreement. The prominent families in Changsha, including the Wu, He, Xie, Qi, and Hong families, had been around for centuries, intermarrying and supporting one another. For instance, the grandson of the Wu family, who would later be known as Old Dog, married a cousin from the He family. Additionally, the Xie family descendant Xie Yuchen had been sent to learn the Changsha flower drum opera from Wei Hong since childhood. The other 4 families, Zhang Dafa, Chun Pius Si, Ban Jieli, and He Bei Lao Lu, were either lone wolves, latecomers, or newly risen powers. They appeared formidable but lacked deep roots in Changsha. Soon, Qi Tizui gave his household staff some instructions before leaving the city with the Wu family. Old Smoky hired a bullock cart to take them north of Changsha. Biaozi Ridge lay over 100 miles north of Changsha, in a remote forested area. It was said that even local hunters would not venture deep into Biaozi Ridge. Just as the cart exited the city gates, a member of Qi's household unexpectedly rushed up. This was the aide Qi Tizui had instructed to follow Chen Xuan. Breathless, the aide reported, 8th Master, that man resides in Bailey Garden. Bailey Garden? Upon hearing this name, Qi Tizui furrowed his brow, a look of surprise crossing his face. Although decades had passed, and he hadn't even been born when Bailey Garden was at its peak, he had still heard the elders in his family speak of it. During the Xianfeng era, a Mr. Chen from Changsha had gained such prominence that the city's dignitaries were honored to meet him. At that time, the He family was not as wealthy and faced extinction, nearly being expelled from the prominent families. However, due to Mr. Chen's intervention, the He family not only survived, but became the largest family in Changsha, with even the governor at the time having to bow to them. Today, the He family's business spans across 8 provinces in the south, a foundation laid during those early days. Yet, that was all 60 years ago. Mr. Chen shone like a comet, bright yet fleeting. Merely a year later, This omnipotent and enigmatic figure vanished from the public eye, leaving no trace behind. The only remnant was Bailey Garden, which the He family continued to maintain and repair. In his youth, Chi Tizui had snuck in to admire it. The fact that someone resided in Bailey Garden was indeed peculiar. Chi Tizui pursed his lips, pondering that even if this individual had no ties to Mr. Chen, they were undoubtedly connected to the He family. After all, the deed to Bailey Garden still lay in the He family's hands. Without their permission, no one could enter. Hearing Chi Tizui mutter to himself, the young Wu old dog asked with curiosity, "Eighth Master, what's the matter?" Chi Tizui shook his head and decided to treat it as an intriguing tale, recounting his encounter with Chen Xuan. When he mentioned that the man resided in Bailey Garden, Old Smoky was momentarily taken aback, a look of surprise crossing his face. Upon witnessing the scene, Chi Tizui hurriedly inquired, "Elder, as a longtime resident of Changsha City, you must have encountered Mr. Chen in the past, correct?" The old smoker, nearing 70 this year, was indeed a member of one of the prominent families in Changsha 6 decades ago, even if he had not yet taken on a leadership role. He undoubtedly possessed a wealth of knowledge regarding those bygone days, far surpassing that of Chi Tizui. However, the old smoker hesitated to respond immediately. Instead, he picked up his smoking pipe and took several deep puffs, exhaling wisps of smoke. Only after savoring the moment did he begin to recount the tale, his expression tinged with sorrow. Indeed, he had the fortune of meeting Mr. Chen once, an encounter that transpired 60 years prior. Back then, Changsha City was far from the harmonious place it is today. The major families were embroiled in fierce disputes over territory, resulting in violent confrontations. Ultimately, it was Mr. Chen who intervened, facilitating the delineation of boundaries among the families. Upon hearing this, Chi Tizui was taken aback, exclaiming, "So this is how the territories of the great families were established." In Changsha, each prominent family controlled their own domain. For instance, to the north of Changsha, an expanse of 300 to 400 miles belonged to the Wu family, while the area towards the western mines was under the jurisdiction of the He family. Moreover, when faced with formidable tombs, families would often band together to tackle the challenges that as for territories in other provinces. They were claimed by whichever family secured them. The young Wu Laogo, filled with curiosity, asked, "Grandfather, given that each family is competitive by nature, would they heed the instructions of an outsider?" In truth, it wasn't just Wu Laogo who harbored such doubts. His brother, father, and uncle were equally perplexed. All of them were engaged in a life of labor in the fields, where disputes over territory and the pilfering of valuables were commonplace. Among those present, only Chi Tizui had limited involvement, with less blood on his hands. The others, including the hired hands, were all hardened individuals who had witnessed their share of bloodshed. How could such families heed the counsel of an outsider? The old smoker let out a light scoff and replied solemnly, "You fail to comprehend the gravity of Mr. Chen's influence. Those who dared to oppose him all met their end at the hands of the King of Hell." Without exception, in those days, there was also the Qian family in Changsha, whose power eclipsed even that of the Zhang family today. The magistrate at the time bore the surname Qian. Their family opposed the division of territories. And what transpired next was nothing short of catastrophic. That very night, the Qian family, along with dozens of their kin, vanished without a trace, leaving no survivors, including the magistrate himself. In the aftermath, the court did not pursue the matter. The newly appointed magistrate, upon entering the city, bypassed the official residence and went directly to visit Mr. Chen at the North Courtyard. As the old smoker recounted this tale, the listeners on the bullock cart were all entranced. As if transported back to that fervent era, Chi Tizui, however, furrowed his brow, pondering whether his 3,000 taels of silver would indeed vanish without a trace. Regardless, Chi Tizui and his companions departed from Changsha City, embarking on a bullock cart towards the distant Biaozi Ridge. Meanwhile, in the afternoon, Chen Xuan visited the yellow paper shop to procure yellow talisman paper, and subsequently acquired vermilion and a wolf hair brush. Finally, he stopped by the market to buy a large rooster before returning to the North Courtyard. He first bled the rooster, collecting a bowl of blood, then mixed the vermilion ink with the chicken's blood to create a vial of vermilion chicken blood ink. Following this, he inscribed several talismans on the yellow paper, applying his own seal to finalize the process. These talismans were authentic Tianshi talismans, each with distinct functions, some for exorcising evil and others for gathering souls. Satisfied with the flawless talismans in his hands, Chen Xuan allowed the ink to dry before collecting them. He then gazed through the study window, noting the encroaching darkness. That Qi lad was indeed stubborn. Despite being warned of impending calamity, he still dared to court danger. 2 days later, in the stillness of night, Chen Xuan stepped out of the north courtyard, his gaze fixed on the ancient locust tree at the alley's entrance. This tree, with a century of history, cast a wide canopy that shielded the sunas. Chen Xuan emerged. The branches swayed as if greeting him. He smiled faintly, approached the tree, and gently placed his hand against its rough bark, murmuring, "Do not rush. I still require some medicinal ingredients to restore you." Perched within the locust tree was a lingering remnant of soul, that of the late Hua family daughter, Hui Shangyun. 60 years ago. In her youth, she was spirited and playful, often hiding in the tree's branches to play hide-and-seek with Chen Xuan. Perhaps it was her attachment to the mortal realm that kept her spirit anchored to this tree. As if comprehending Chen Xuan's words, the branches rustled once more, producing a soft sound. Chen Xuan smiled again, nodded at the tree, and then strode away from the north alley. Upon leaving, he oriented himself and embarked on a purposeful journey towards the outskirts of the city. The night was ink-black, rendering visibility nearly impossible. Yet, Chen Xuan possessed the ability to see clearly in the dark, traversing the mountainous terrain with ease. His pace quickened, each stride covering several paces. The journey of dozens of miles was completed in less than an hour. Before him lay a range of mountains, where the ridges appeared as a colossal dragon lying sideways under the night sky. This was Biaozi Ridge, the very place Chen Xuan sought for medicinal ingredients. Additionally, he could ascertain whether Qi Tiezu had met his demise. Pausing, Chen Xuan retrieved a compact compass from his pocket. The needle whirled before settling on true north, indicating that the corpse frog king lay in that direction. Indeed, to restore Hua Shangyun's lingering soul, the corpse frog king was essential. Through his calculations, he had discerned that the nearest corpse frog king was located at Biaozi Ridge, precisely where Qi Tiezu and his companions were digging for sand. However, the tomb they were excavating was fraught with peril. Inside, alongside the corpse frog king, lurked a millennia-old blood corpse. Chen Xuan stowed the compass and continued onward towards the north. After traversing several more miles through the mountainous terrain, he spotted a flicker of light in a valley. As he drew nearer, the source of light revealed itself to be a campsite. The fire, once ablaze, had now dwindled to smoldering embers, the remnants of charcoal faintly glowing. At that moment, a distant scream pierced the air, followed by the sight of Qi Tiezu tumbling down a slope, dragging a young boy with him. The pair landed unceremoniously near Chen Xuan, struggling to regain their footing. Today, Qi Tiezu had encountered the most bizarre experience of his life. Initially, he had assumed it would be an ordinary tomb exploration, but several members of the Wu family had perished, and he himself had narrowly escaped being bitten by the blood corpse. Had it not been for the selfless sacrifice of the Wu family's elder, he might well have met his end within that perilous tomb. Without a moment to spare, Qi Tiezu scrambled to his feet, grasping the terrified Wu descendant, eager to flee. Yet, as he stood, he spotted a figure in a green robe not far away. Startled, Qi Tiezu quickly illuminated the figure with his flashlight, realizing with astonishment that it was none other than the fortune teller he had encountered days prior. "You are not the fortune teller from Changsha City," Chen Xuan responded with a faint smile. "Mr. Qi, I trust you have been well." Qi Tiezu's face paled, memories of Chen Xuan's previous warnings flooding his mind. Regret gnawed at him for not heeding Chen Xuan's counsel, nor dissuading the Wu family from entering the tomb. "Sir, now is not the time for such discussions. We must flee. The blood corpse is about to emerge." With that, Qi Tiezu pulled the now speechless Wu Xiaogo behind him, intent on escape, only to hear Chen Xuan calmly declare, "It has already emerged." Qi Tiezu froze, turning to gaze behind him. There, emerging from the slope, was a towering figure. The blood corpse was even more massive than an ordinary person. Standing over 10 feet tall, its skin appeared flayed, drenched in crimson blood. Its face drooped, obscuring its features, and its hands were unnaturally elongated, far exceeding those of an adult male. Panic surged within Qi Tiezu, and he instinctively shielded Wu Xiaogo behind him. "It's over. We are doomed," he lamented, despair washing over him. However, as he glanced back at the last surviving member of the Wu lineage, he felt a pang of regret. The Qi family had other branches to carry on their bloodline, but the Wu family faced annihilation. This sand excavation had nearly wiped out 3 generations, leaving only Wu Xiaogo as the sole survivor. After a moment of hesitation, perhaps recalling how the Wu elder had saved his life, Qi Tiezu took a deep breath and instructed Wu Xiaogo, "Run. Don't look back. Keep running until dawn, then return to the city and seek out the Zhang family to have them retrieve my body." In that instant, Qi Tiezu resolved to sacrifice himself to ensure Wu Xiaogo's survival. After speaking, he cast a meaningful glance at Chen Xuan and bowed slightly, saying, "Sir, I previously failed to recognize your greatness. However, it's too late for words now. You should flee as well. The blood corpse is far too formidable for us to contend with. Losing one life is better than all of us perishing here." With that, Qi Tiezu charged towards the blood corpse without hesitation. However, just a few strides into his charge, he felt a hand on his shoulder. "Sir Deku." Taken aback, Qi Tiezu turned to face Chen Xuan. Chen Xuan shook his head, responding calmly, "No need to worry. Just leave it to me." With that, Chen Xuan stepped forward to confront the blood corpse. The creature, devoid of reason, let out a primal roar and lunged towards Chen Xuan. Its arms swinging wildly in a frenzied attack. At an indeterminate moment, a piece of yellow talisman paper mysteriously appeared in Chen Xuan's hand. With a deft motion of his fingers, he executed a spell, causing the talisman to gracefully swirl around the blood corpse. After a brief interval, the blood corpse quieted, the yellow talisman settling perfectly upon its forehead, inducing a state of calm. Witnessing this spectacle, Qi Tiezu's jaw dropped in astonishment, his heart brimming with shock. Could it be that the blood corpse has been subdued? If one were to inquire what the sand diggers most dread encountering, it would undoubtedly be the blood corpse tomb and the whistle coffin. The blood corpse tomb harbors terrifying blood corpses, entities far more fearsome than Zhongzi, impervious to the likes of black donkey hooves. The peril posed by the whistle coffin is equally formidable, indicating the presence of demon corpses within the tomb. Any entity deemed a demon corpse is inherently dangerous. Even the most elite members of the Zhang family would not dare to claim they could emerge unscathed from an encounter with a whistle coffin. Yet now, this formidable blood corpse has been effortlessly dealt with by a mere piece of yellow talisman. Qi Tiezu stood frozen, unable to suppress his curiosity about Chen Xuan's true identity. Meanwhile, after immobilizing the blood corpse, Chen Xuan exhibited no additional expression. However, as he approached the blood corpse, sensing the remnants of its spirit, he couldn't help but emit a soft exclamation. Remarkably, it turned out to be an acquaintance. Chapter 10. The eerie doctor casting a glance at the blood corpse. Chen Xuan shook his head in resignation. The downside of longevity is the frequent encounters with familiar faces, whether among the living or the dead. Nevertheless, he paid it little heed, merely turning to instruct Qi Tiezu and the younger members of the Wu family. "You two wait here. I shall descend into the tomb to investigate." Qi Tiezu was taken aback, instinctively responding, "Sir, there are blood corpses inside the tomb. It is far too dangerous." Mid-sentence, he recalled Chen Xuan's remarkable display of controlling the blood corpse with a single yellow talisman and promptly fell silent. At this moment, Qi Tiezu began to grasp that this fortune-teller was not merely a diviner. He was a Taoist adept, capable of crafting talismans and performing spells, defying conventional reasoning. With this realization, Qi Tiezu hastily corrected himself. "Very well, the thief's tunnel lies just behind the earthen mound. However, there should be several more blood corpses within the tomb, and the elder members of the Wu family have likely succumbed to blood corpse transformation as well." When Qi Tiezu escaped the tomb, Wu Xiaogo's father and his second uncle had already been bitten by the corpse king, their skin rotting and gradually becoming blood corpses. Had it not been for Qi Tiezu's vigilance in retreating at the first sign of danger, he too would have met the same fate. Chen Xuan nodded, then, with hands clasped behind his back, strolled towards the earthen mound as Qi Tiezu had mentioned. Indeed, a thief's tunnel had been excavated behind the mound. The tunnel was quite deep, approximately several meters in depth. Even from a distance, a strong scent of blood wafted forth. Unperturbed, Chen Xuan leaped down into the abyss. The wind whistled past his ears, and in the blink of an eye, he reached the tomb chamber. This was a grand tomb from the Warring States period, remarkably well preserved. Niches, the main coffin, everlasting lamps that along with scattered iron picks, shovels, and several backpacks. The latter must have belonged to the Wu family. Chen Xuan surveyed the scene, noting that the coffin lid had been opened. Inside the coffin lay not a human, but a wooden statue of a goddess. Strikingly, the statue's eyes were two amber gems. One had shattered, while the other remained intact, housing a wriggling insect egg. With a mere glance, Chen Xuan surmised the process through which Qi Tizui and his companions had unearthed this tomb. Upon opening the coffin, they must have believed the goddess statue's eyes to be two priceless gems, unaware that these were not gems at all, but the insect eggs of the corpse king, which would hatch instantaneously upon contact. When the gem shattered, the egg hatched, awakening the blood corpses within the tomb, leading to calamity for the Wu family. As Chen Xuan pondered this, from the dim corners of the tomb chamber, for blood corpses, barely retaining their human forms, howled as they closed in from all directions. These 4 blood corpses were the members of the Wu family, including the current head of the Wu family, Old Smoker. Upon seeing this, Chen Xuan remained unperturbed, retrieving 4 yellow talismans from his pocket and casting them one by one. Soon, the 4 blood corpses were immobilized. Having accomplished this, he finally turned his gaze to the well-preserved corpse king's insect egg. Taking a deep breath, Chen Xuan extended 2 fingers and deftly pinched the insect egg from the wooden statue's eye socket, applying just the right amount of force to pry it free. Once the egg was safely extracted, a satisfied smile graced Chen Xuan's face. While he possessed the capability to deal with the hatching egg, an unhatched egg served as a far superior medicinal catalyst. Subsequently, he searched the tomb chamber thoroughly but found no trace of another already hatched corpse king, concluding that it had likely fled, and thus paid it no further mind. Using a gathering talisman, he completely enveloped the corpse king's insect egg and stowed it in his pocket. Having completed these tasks, he glanced at the 4 immobilized Wu family members before approaching the thief's tunnel. Ascending to the surface in a few swift strides, upon returning to the surface, Chen Xuan observed Qi Tizui gathering his courage, cautiously inching closer to the blood corpse to scrutinize it. Chen Xuan offered a faint smile and called out, "Mr. De Qi." Startled, Qi Tizui focused, and, upon realizing it was Chen Xuan who had emerged, let out a sigh of relief. He hurriedly inquired, "Sir, inside the tomb there are indeed several blood corpses, all presumably Wu family members. I have immobilized them. You may now retrieve them." Ami? Qi Tizui gasped, his complexion paling. Otherwise, Chen Xuan shrugged nonchalantly. Being bitten by the corpse king is not an incurable fate that if you act swiftly, perhaps I can still save them. Upon hearing this, Qi Tizui's eyes widened in disbelief. "Sir, can you truly heal them?" Chen Xuan offered no reply, merely directing his gaze back to the blood corpse before him. Observing this millennium-old blood corpse, he contemplated for a moment before retrieving a gathering soul talisman from his robe. The blood corpse had undergone the process of corpse transformation for far too long, its spirit thoroughly fragmented. To awaken its consciousness, he must first locate its soul. Chen Xuan took several gathering soul talismans and arranged them in a circle around the blood corpse. Then, he began to chant a Taoist incantation. This incantation was one he had created himself, an enhancement of one of the 3 great incantations inspired by the celestial master Zhang Daoling, known as the soul-binding spell. The spells include binding the soul, refining the soul, and the needle spell for the netherworld. Their effects align with their literal meanings, to bind, refine, and heal the soul. However, the intricacies of soul-related spells are exceedingly profound. Chen Xuan had spent over a millennium studying them and had only perfected these 3 incantations. As for communicating with the netherworld and developing higher-level spells, he remained at a loss. After a brief interval, Chen Xuan concluded his chanting. Suddenly, the gathering soul talismans encircling the blood corpse ignited spontaneously. Almost immediately, a gust of cold wind began to swirl around the blood corpse, and after a moment, it dissipated into the blood corpse's body. In the next instant, the blood corpse abruptly opened its eyes. They were devoid of whites, entirely black pupils, bearing no hint of humanity, resembling a malevolent spirit that had escaped from the netherworld. Not far off, Wushago, witnessing the blood corpse's awakening, let out a terrified scream and soon fainted from fright. Chen Xuan, however, remained calm, stepping forward to gently pat the blood corpse's forehead. "Awaken." As his voice fell, a flicker of human-like confusion crossed the blood corpse's face. Moments later, it turned its gaze toward Chen Xuan. Seemingly recognizing the figure before it, without hesitation, the blood corpse knelt, its voice low and gravelly. "This subordinate, Bai Ji, greets the general." "General." Upon hearing these words, a hint of nostalgia flickered in Chen Xuan's expression. After a lengthy silence, he shook his head with a sigh. "Times have changed. Millennia have passed. From now on, simply refer to me as Sir. The general shall forever remain my master in my heart." Chen Xuan shook his head and countered. "Bai Ji, why have you transformed into a blood corpse? And what is your purpose in guarding the Corpse King's insect egg? Bai Ji, the main general of the Leopard Battalion of the Chu State, was also one of Chen Xuan's commanders during the Warring States period. In his prime, Chen Xuan led the Chu army, sweeping across the land, unifying the entire Chu state in merely 3 months. He was hailed as the god of death of Chu, with countless armies avoiding his azure attire. However, as time wore on, he became a silent cicada, resting beneath the earth. Chen Xuan possessed little knowledge of the subsequent history of the Chu state or the fates of his former generals. When he awakened again, it was long after the Qin dynasty had risen. In that life, he opened a private school in Peixian, taking on several disciples. Bai Ji's face displayed a contemplative expression, yet after a prolonged pause, he could only shake his head in bewilderment. That I do not remember. Seeing this, Chen Xuan refrained from pressing further, merely letting out a sigh. Your corpse transformation has persisted for too long. Restoration will require time. Remain in the mountains for a few days. The subordinate obeys. Chapter 11. The prescription. As soon as the words left his lips, Qi Tizui, diligently laboring, finally managed to transport the 4 immobilized Wu family blood corpses from the tomb chamber. Exhausted, Qi Tizui collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily. At that moment, he sought nothing more than a moment's respite. After a brief interval, a gust of cold wind swept through, jolting Qi Tizui back to awareness. Upon opening his eyes, he was confronted with a grotesque visage, its skin hanging loosely, looming before him. My heavens! Qi Tizui was taken aback. Leaping to his feet, he stared in terror at the blood corpse before him, his voice trembling as he shouted, "Sir!" Yet, what left Qi Tizui utterly speechless was the sight that lurked behind it. Before them stood a blood corpse, which respectfully bowed to Chen Xuan, uttering human words. "My lord, I shall take my leave now." With that, the blood corpse made its way to the thieving hole and leapt down without hesitation. This spectacle utterly shattered Qi Tizu's worldview, leaving him feeling quite unwell. Had I just imagined that? Chen Xuan smiled faintly and replied, "Young man from the Qi family, remember not to speak of this upon your return to Qi Tizu." Coming to his senses, nodded vigorously like a garlic chopper. At this moment, he began to grasp the gravity of the situation. This fortune-teller before him was not merely a diviner, but a veritable celestial being. The ability to subdue even a blood corpse and command it to obey was nothing short of miraculous. With this thought, Qi Tizu hastily turned his gaze to the 4 members of the Wu family, his face alight with anticipation as he inquired, "Sir, you mentioned you could heal the Wu family members?" "Indeed, I can," Chen Xuan replied succinctly, explaining, "It is akin to being bitten by a zongzi. Both cases involve the affliction of corpse poison. Once the poison is extracted, recovery is possible. However, due to the severe necrosis of their skin, even if healed, their appearance may not be pleasing. To reclaim even a fragment of life would be a stroke of fortune. Who would concern themselves with aesthetics at such a juncture?" With this in mind, Qi Tizu pondered momentarily before summoning Wu Xiaogo, who had just regained consciousness. Sanner quickly bowed to the Sir. Wu Xiaogo, grasping the situation, recognized that the man clad in a green robe could indeed save his grandfather, uncle, and father. Without a moment's hesitation, he knelt and prostrated himself repeatedly, finally pleading, "Sir, I beseech you to save my grandfather and the others." Qi Tizu chimed in eagerly, "Sir, the Wu family, Qi family, and the Hua family, as well as the Jie family, are all kin. Should you be willing to lend your hand, we shall offer a generous consultation fee, and you shall henceforth be a revered guest of our families." Chen Xuan waved his hand dismissively, saying, "No need for such formalities. It's merely a matter of convenience." His intent was to treat Bai Ji, and as for the Wu family, it was simply a secondary concern. With that, Chen Xuan gestured towards the 4 members of the Wu family, instructing, "Have someone transport them back to the city." Qi Tizu, gazing at the half-human, half-corpse state of the Wu family members, found himself at a loss for a better plan. And thus he adhered to Chen Xuan's suggestion, sending Wu Xiaogo to Changsha to summon some laborers to carry the injured back to the city overnight. The following day, Qi Tizu promptly arrived at the Bailey Biu Inn with an assortment of gifts. After tidying his attire, he respectfully knocked on the door. Upon seeing Chen Xuan emerge, he shook his head and said, "The door is not locked. Please come in." Entering, Qi Tizu found Bailey Biu Inn unchanged from years past. He mused that this gentleman before him was likely a descendant of the illustrious Mr. Chen from Changsha, for who else could possess such extraordinary abilities? With this thought, Chi Tiezu's face broke into a smile as he directed his attendants to bring in the gifts. The sir has saved my life. I am at a loss for how to repay this. The humble token of gratitude shall have to suffice. After expressing his thanks, Chi Tiezu broached a more serious topic. By the way, may I ask your name, sir? And if you require any medicinal herbs, do not hesitate to ask. If my Qi family lacks them, the Hua and Jie families surely possess them. Chen Xuan nodded and casually replied. My surname is Chun, with the given name Xian. For the extraction of corpse poison, the necessary herbs were not difficult to procure, though a few key ingredients would require some effort. Upon hearing Chen Xian's surname, Chi Tiezu inwardly exclaimed, as expected. He was indeed the descendant of the renowned Mr. Chen. Otherwise, the Hua family would not have returned Bailey Yuan to him. With this realization, Chi Tiezu felt bolstered in his confidence regarding the healing of the Wu family and promptly stated, Sir Chun, please do not hold back. The first essential ingredient is coffin dew. Coffin dew is, in essence, a toxic substance formed from a mixture of corpse fluids and various bacteria. That a single drop of coffin dew is sufficient to kill an adult elephant. Being well-versed in matters of the trade, Chi Tiezu was no stranger to coffin dew. That is easily arranged. I know of an ancient tomb group located 100 miles north of the city, which contains coffin dew. I shall send my men to retrieve it. With that, Chi Tiezu nodded to a nearby attendant, who immediately began to gather a team to head to the tombs. The second essential ingredient is the Yuten flower. Yuten flower? What is that? The world is familiar with the ephemerality of the night-blooming cereus, which blooms only at night. The Yuten flower, however, is a flower from the underworld, growing in the realm of the dead. Its exact location requires a search. Before Chi Tiezu could interject, Chen Xuan continued with the third essential ingredient. The final ingredient is the powdered fangs of 1,000-year zongzi. You earth diggers must know where to find 1,000-year zongzi. Hearing this, Chi Tiezu nodded. The 1,000-year zongzi is not something to be trifled with. Typically, members of their families would avoid encounters at all costs. However, in light of the Wu family's plight, they had no choice but to confront the 1,000-year zongzi. With this thought, Chi Tiezu clasped his hands together and promptly departed from Bailey Yuan with his attendants. Upon returning, he swiftly convened the heads of the Hua, Jie, and Hong families. By noon, the four family heads gathered at a restaurant operated by the Hua family. Chi Tiezu rose to greet them, and once everyone was seated, he got straight to the point, discussing the transformation of the Wu family members into blood corpses. Hua Sanyang, the head of the Hua family, sighed and said, Eighth Master, we have all heard of the Wu family's misfortune. Old Master Wu is our elder. I have greatly benefited from his kindness in the past, and such an occurrence is disheartening for all. However, blood corpses are a menace. Before she could finish, Jie Wenlong, the head of the Jie family, interjected, Blood corpses are a scourge. If we do not burn them, calamity will surely follow. Eighth Master, what are your thoughts? Yuehong remained silent. He had been managing a flower drum opera troupe for years and had seldom engaged in the affairs of digging for sand. Nevertheless, he held the late old smoker, the head of the Wu family, in high regard. Hearing of such an elder's misfortune stirred feelings of empathy within him, reinforcing his resolve to transition his family away from such perilous endeavors. After the discussion had reached a cacophony of opinions, Chi Tiezu finally spoke up. The reason I have gathered you all is that I have encountered a remarkable individual who possesses a method to cure blood corpses. The declaration sent a ripple of astonishment through the private dining room. What? Eighth Master, you must be jesting. There is a cure for blood corpses. Indeed, over 20 years ago, our families, the Hua, Jie, and Wu, united to dig for sand in Xiangxi, only to encounter blood corpses, resulting in significant losses for all three families. If there were a cure, we would not have suffered so many casualties. Once bitten by a blood corpse, one would become a corpse themselves. Aside from incineration, there was no alternative treatment. This had long been the consensus among their families. They could scarcely believe that a remedy for corpse transformation truly existed. Do not think me disbelieving. Had I not witnessed it with my own eyes, I too would find it hard to accept. Chi Tiezu understood that mere words were insufficient, so he led the group to the Wu family residence. Including Old Smoker, all four members of the Wu family who had undergone transformation into blood corpses were confined in a cellar, secured behind a heavy iron door, fearful that they might awaken and wreak havoc. However, once the family heads entered the cellar, they discovered that yellow talismans were affixed to the foreheads of the Wu family members, who remained motionless as if they were sculptures. Seeing this, Jie Yuanlong, the head of the Jia family, exclaimed, "Is this a talisman?" "Indeed. This is the talisman crafted by that remarkable individual to subdue the blood corpse. He also possesses the means to extract the corpse poison and restore the elder's consciousness. However, we require several key ingredients, and we must pool our efforts to procure them." The family heads hesitated for a moment, but it was Wehong who finally spoke first. "We are all old families of Changsha City, with decades or even a century of camaraderie among us. Eighth Master, you need not be coy. Simply state what main herbs are required, and anything my Hong family has shall be offered to aid in saving old Master Wu and the others. My Hua family shall contribute as well, and I, too, will do my part for the Jia family." Chapter 12. Chen Xuan's identity. Qi Tiezu, seeing that everyone was willing to assist, felt a surge of joy and promptly listed the 3 essential herbs needed. Upon hearing the names of these herbs, the family heads, including Wehong, wore expressions of astonishment. Coffin dew, Yutan flower, and the powdered fangs of 1,000-year zongzi. What sort of herbs are these? Can they truly heal? Jia Yunlong's face bore skepticism, clearly doubting the efficacy of such substances. Qi Tiezu, feeling helpless, remarked, "Do not say you do not believe. I too find it hard to believe. Yet now, the only option left is to try anything. We cannot simply watch old Master Wu and the others transform into corpses, can we?" At that moment, Hua Sanyang, the head of the Hua family, interjected, "Fortune teller, you have spoken at length. But who is this remarkable individual capable of curing corpse transformation? Perhaps we should meet them first before making any plans. Indeed, if he is truly remarkable, we shall follow his instructions. If he is a charlatan." Jia Yuanlong's words trailed off, but the implication was clear. Should he turn out to be a fraud, they would not hesitate to send him to his demise. For the prominent families of Changsha to be deceived by a charlatan would be a matter of disgrace. However, upon hearing the family head's remarks, Qi Tiezu was somewhat surprised and turned to Hua Sanyang, asking, "Sanyang, do you not know?" Hua Sanyang was taken aback and instinctively replied, "Know what? That remarkable individual resides in Bailey Biyuan. He is a descendant of the esteemed Mr. Chen from years past. Are you not aware of his capabilities?" Upon hearing the name Mr. Chen, the faces of the family heads shifted dramatically, especially Hua Sanyang, whose expression morphed through various shades of emotion. After a considerable pause, she finally spoke. "The esteemed individual you mentioned, is it Chen Xuan?" "Indeed, young Mr. Chen possesses unfathomable skills. Last night at Biaozi Ridge, I witnessed him subdue a blood corpse with my own eyes." At this, Hua Sanyang fell silent, clearly unaware of Chen Xuan's capabilities. When she first encountered him, her sole intention was to fulfill her aunt Hua Shangyun's dying wish, without contemplating further. However, upon reflection, it is not surprising that a descendant of the Chen family would possess some abilities. After all, the Chen gentleman of yore was revered as a figure akin to a demigod. Moreover, compared to other factions, the Hua family had a notably close relationship with Mr. Chen, granting them insight into various secrets. For instance, Hua Sanyang's aunt Hua Shangyun had once informed her that Mr. Chen was exceptionally skilled in medicine, capable of reviving the dead and restoring flesh to bones. It was thus not astonishing that Chen Xuan, as a descendant of the Chen family, could treat corpse poison. Jia Yuanlong, overhearing the conversation between Hua Sanyang and Qi Tiezu, quickly interjected, "Bailey Biyuan, are you referring to the Chen gentleman from 60 years ago?" Not only Jia Yuanlong, but Wehong, standing nearby, also raised an eyebrow in surprise. "If it is indeed Mr. Chen, it is certainly worth a try." Wehong recalled that his elders had once told him about the arrival of Chun Banzian in Changsha City 60 years prior. A man whose predictions were invariably accurate and whose skills were unparalleled, earning the admiration of the prominent families in the city. It was said that the head of the Qi family had even knelt for 7 days and nights at Bailey Biyuan, desperately seeking to become his disciple, only to be turned away. Qi Tiezu nodded and then shifted the discussion back to business. "I have already dispatched someone to retrieve the coffin dew, and I have leads on the millennial-old zongzi tooth powder. However, I have scoured ancient texts and found no trace of the Yutan flower. Wehong pondered for a moment before responding. "I know where to find the powder from the millennial-old zongzi tooth. I will personally go and retrieve it within 3 days." Jia Yuanlong added, "I have seen a record of the Yutan flower in an ancient tome, but locating it will require a journey into the mountains of Shaanxi, which may take additional time. That is of no concern. Having leads is better than having none. Let us all act separately over the next few days, and once we have gathered the main ingredients required by young Mr. Chen, We shall proceed together to Bailey Buin. With the discussion concluded, the heads of the various families set off. Some sought medicine, while others delved into tombs. In an instant, the entirety of Changsha City was abuzz with activity, drawing the attention of several remaining families, notably the Zhang family, which had recently risen to prominence in Changsha, and the notorious Ban Jiali, were particularly intrigued. Zhang family. Zhang Defoy furrowed his brow as he listened to his subordinate's report. Are you suggesting that the second master has emerged from seclusion? Indeed, our people witnessed the second master leading a team out of the city, and those fellows were armed. They must be out panning for gold. At this, the deputy, Zhang Rishan, chuckled, saying, Master, it seems to me that the second master's claim of retiring from this business is merely for show. Those in this line of work seldom escape unscathed. The Hong family, to which Yue Hong belonged, had always posed as a theater troupe, performing by day and secretly panning for gold by night. Over the years, Yue Hong had grown increasingly weary of the underworld and had seldom taken the lead in panning, even hinting at his desire to retire. However, upon hearing his deputy's words, Zhang Qishan shook his head in rebuttal. No, I know the second master well. If he claims he wishes to retire, he genuinely intends to do so. You must investigate what has transpired in the city recently. As you command, master. After Zhang Rishan departed, Zhang Qishan rubbed his temples, contemplating the establishment of the 9 gates. Changsha had always been dominated by several prominent families controlling the underground trade of gold panning and antiques. However, these factions resembled a scattered collection of sand, lacking cohesion. Zhang Qishan, possessing both ambition and cunning, with the support of official power, intended to consolidate these factions into the 9 Gates organization to prepare for the impending chaos of a tumultuous era. Meanwhile, Ban Jieli, Hebei Lao Lu, and other factions had also learned of the recent disturbances in the city. Yet, they remained watchful, refraining from direct action. The following morning, Chen Xuan opened the door to Bailey Buin and found 2 individuals standing at the entrance. It was now late autumn, with heavy dew settling, and both figures were drenched in moisture. Yet they stood upright, showing no signs of laxity. As Chen Xuan approached, the older man among them quickly smiled and bowed deeply. Mr. Chen, we have finally awaited your arrival. You are the owner of the sugar painting stall? Chen Xuan observed the honest and earnest middle-aged man before him, not overly surprised. The last time they met, he had sensed the man's darkened countenance, foreseeing an impending calamity, and thus had given him a talisman. It was clear that he would eventually seek Chen Xuan's assistance. However, Chen Xuan was taken aback by the speed at which the sugar painting stall owner had come to find him. Zhao Sanxue nodded vigorously, then nudged his nephew Hu Guohua, whispering, Hurry and bow to our benefactor. Startled, Hu Guohua immediately knelt down, repeatedly bowing at that moment. Zhao Sanxue solemnly produced a cloth bag from his bosom, cautiously stating, Sir, the amount is modest, but please accept it as a token of appreciation. Seeing this, Chen Xuan quickly waved his hand. No need for such formalities. We agreed previously that the talisman would cover the cost of the sugar paintings. Sir, if you refuse to accept it, my conscience will be troubled, Zhao Sanxue replied. Indeed, compared to the lives of himself and his nephew, those few dozen silver dollars were insignificant. Had Zhao Sanxue possessed more funds, he would have offered a greater token of gratitude. Chapter 13. The Grey Immortal within Bailey Buin. Hu Guohua recounted the entire matter in detail. It turned out that he had been haunted by the paper doll ghost due to an underlying issue. Half a month prior, he had lost money at a gambling den and, being entirely broke, conceived a nefarious idea to impersonate a grave robber and dig up some offerings from the ancestral tomb of a wealthy family outside the city. However, upon excavating the grave, he found no offerings but unearthed a large gray rat instead. To his astonishment, the rat could speak human language. Initially terrified, Hu Guohua abandoned his tools and fled home in panic. Yet, the large gray rat followed him, assuring him it meant no harm, and pointed out that beneath the willow tree at Shirley outside the city lay several silver dollars. Skeptical, Hu Guohua ventured out the next day and indeed unearthed a jar of silver dollars. However, the amount was insufficient to repay his debts. Thus, he inquired of the rat for additional means to acquire money. The rat suggested purchasing a paper doll from the shop and returning to the grave he had previously dug. Following the rat's advice, he returned home with the paper doll, which then came to life. Subsequently, he was coerced into inviting his uncle, intending to deceive him out of his funeral expenses. Upon hearing this, Chen Xuan expressed mild surprise. Are you implying that all of this was orchestrated by that large gray rat? Hu Guohua nodded, somewhat timid. Yet his uncle, the owner of the sugar painting stall, had not given up on his nephew at this point, bowing and pleading, "Sir, I know your skills are great. I implore you to save my nephew. He is the last scion of the Hu family." After a moment's hesitation, Chen Xuan clarified, "Your nephew has likely encountered a gray immortal. The so-called gray immortal refers to the 5 immortals commonly spoken of in the north: gray, white, willow, yellow, and fox, among them. The gray immortal signifies the large gray rat. It is worth noting that the 5 immortals are generally more prevalent in the north and are less commonly found in the south. Furthermore, the 5 immortals are not inherently good or bad. Treating them kindly will yield rewards, and the opposite is also true. The gray immortal encountered by Hu Guohua is indeed quite intriguing. What should we do? The large gray rat will come again tonight." Chen Xuan pondered for a moment and reassured, "Fear not. I shall personally visit tonight." Upon hearing this, the owner of the sugar painting stall was filled with joy. Hastily expressing his gratitude and urging his nephew to bow in thanks, after their heartfelt farewells, Chen Xuan turned his attention to the white paper left behind by the stall owner. This paper was the talisman he had originally inscribed to shield the man from disaster. Now, the ink on the paper had faded to the point of being nearly illegible. Chen Xuan examined the white paper, sensing its chilling aura, and shook his head slightly. It appeared that the paper doll ghost had not yet fully dissipated. Time flew by, and soon evening descended. Around 7 or 8 o'clock, Chen Xuan arrived as promised at Hu Guohua's home. Hu Guohua and his uncle had been waiting at the door for quite some time. Upon seeing Chen Xuan approach, they hurriedly welcomed him. Chen Hu Guohua respectfully performed his greetings while leading Chen Xuan inside. Discussing the situation at home, the large gray rat visited every 3 or 4 days. And during the last encounter, it had mentioned it would return tonight. Upon entering Hu Guohua's home, Chen Xuan was immediately struck by a wave of chilling energy. Clearly, the visits from both the gray immortal and the paper doll ghost had infused the house with an overwhelming aura of darkness. Chen Xuan glanced at the 2 withered pear trees in the yard and turned to give instructions. "Tomorrow, transplant some camphor or phoenix trees here." Camphor trees. Hu Guohua and his uncle were momentarily taken aback. Unsure of Chen Xuan's reasoning behind this suggestion, Chen Xuan patiently explained, "Camphor trees repel insects and will add vitality to your home. Your yard appears too desolate, naturally attracting snakes, insects, and rodents, as well as other unclean things." The 2 finally understood and promptly promised to transplant some camphor trees the following day. Crossing the courtyard and stepping into the main house, Chen Xuan was struck by the stark emptiness of the room. Aptly described as bare 4 walls, devoid even of a single chair, the owner of the sugar painting stall, somewhat embarrassed, confessed that his nephew had squandered away the family possessions over the years through gambling. Chen Xuan remained noncommittal. Were it not for the owner's regard, he would certainly not concern himself with the fate of a gambler. Nevertheless, given these circumstances, whose nephew seemed to be on the path of redemption, perhaps a genuine change awaited him in the future. As they conversed, whose nephew returned from the bedroom with 2 chairs, offering a seat to his uncle and Chen Xuan. Noticing that the gray spirit had yet to arrive, Chen Xuan inquired about the paper doll ghost. "Nephew Hu, do you recall which tomb we visited last time?" Upon hearing this, whose nephew quickly responded, "I remember. It was the tomb of the wealthy Liu family. Miss Liu passed away a few years ago, and it is said that many valuable items were buried with her. A friend from a gambling den had mentioned this to me multiple times, and even invited me to dig up the grave." Hearing this, Chen Xuan keenly sensed something amiss and promptly asked, "Are you saying someone informed you that there were offerings in Miss Liu's tomb?" "Indeed, it was the rogue Zhao who told me. He even mentioned that the tomb contained a pair of exquisite pearl necklaces, which could fetch at least 1,000 silver dollars if unearthed. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been foolish enough to dig up a grave." The owner of the sugar painting stall's expression shifted, and he quickly asked, "Mr. Chen, is there something wrong with this?" Chen Xuan shook his head, replying calmly, "It is still uncertain. We shall wait until the gray spirit arrives to inquire further." No sooner had he spoken than a series of knocks echoed from outside. Knock, knock, knock. Startled, whose nephew turned to Chen Xuan. Chen Xuan gestured subtly, prompting him to muster his courage and call out, "Who is it?" A raspy voice responded from outside, sounding like that of an elderly man in his 50s or 60s. "It is I. Whose boy? Have you married the paper doll yet?" Caught off guard, whose nephew turned to Chen Xuan for guidance. "Let him in," Chen Xuan instructed in a hushed tone. Upon hearing this, whose nephew steeled himself and declared, "Grandfather Mouse Spirit, yes, we are married." please come in and see." The gray spirit outside, upon hearing this, burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Good, good. As long as you're married, fear not, young lad. I know of many places where money is buried. As long as you stay with Miss Lu, you shall surely enjoy wealth and glory." As he spoke, the door swung open, and a gray mouse, slightly larger than an ordinary cat, scurried in. However, upon entering, the mouse paused at the sight of the sugar painting stall owner and Chen Xuan, looking momentarily taken aback. Yet, it did not panic. Instead, it glanced around suspiciously and inquired, "Boy, where is Miss Lu?" Chapter 14. Miss Lu, whose nephew dared not meet the gaze of the gray mouse, stammering in silence. Chen Xuan, observing the large gray mouse, extracted a yellow talisman from his sleeve. With a gentle wave of his hand, the talisman soared toward the gray mouse. Startled, the gray mouse let out a shriek and attempted to flee. However, while it was swift, Chen Xuan's talisman was swifter. In the blink of an eye, the talisman caught up with the gray mouse, landing squarely upon its head. Instantly, the gray mouse froze in place as if ensnared by a binding spell. Having completed this, Chen Xuan leisurely approached the gray mouse, surveying it before commenting, "TSK, still a domesticated gray spirit." The gray mouse's eyes widened in astonishment, displaying a hint of human-like surprise. It croaked, "I did not expect to encounter a master. But I advise you to release me quickly. My master is not to be trifled with. Your master is Lu Laoi, correct?" "You." Upon hearing Lu Laoi's name, the gray mouse hesitated for a moment before reacting. Snorting, "Since you know, why not release this esteemed spirit at once?" Without waiting for Chen Xuan to question further, it began to divulge the details. It turned out that Lu Laoi was quite a peculiar figure, possessing knowledge of certain witchcraft and sorcery techniques. In his youth, he had spent time in the northeast, where he learned to nurture the 5 spirits. Upon returning to Changsha, he kept a gray spirit and also raised small ghosts, utilizing his sorcery to amass wealth, quickly accumulating a fortune. However, the consequences of his misdeeds eventually caught up with him. A few years prior, Lu Laoi's only daughter fell gravely ill and soon passed away. Devastated, Lu Laoi was unwilling to accept that his daughter had died so young, never having married. Consequently, he resorted to dark practices to nurture her soul. Simultaneously, he sought a suitable partner for his daughter in the city, eventually setting his sights on whose nephew. The match was deemed favorable based on whose nephew's birth chart. Thus, Lu Laoi enlisted the rogue Zhao to deliberately entice whose nephew into digging up his daughter's grave. While the gray spirit he raised gradually lured whose nephew to bring the paper doll home. Had it not been for Chen Xuan, whose nephew would have inadvertently wed Miss Lu. Upon hearing this, Chen Xuan shook his head and remarked, "Humans and spirits are on different paths. Forcing whose nephew to be with Miss Lu will only bring him harm. Within a few months, he will exhaust his lifespan and perish. Exhausting his life is even better. He will transform into a ghost and befit my lady." Despite being captured, the gray mouse remained unperturbed, regarding Chen Xuan with disdain. In its eyes, Chen Xuan, though knowledgeable in certain arts, was no match for its master. It glanced around and murmured, "Where is my lady? Quickly summon her. Your lady's soul has scattered." The sugar painting stall owner retorted bitterly. "What?" The gray mouse was taken aback. Immediately fuming, "You dare to harm my lady? You all shall perish." No sooner had it spoken than a chilling wind swept through the doorway. The front door rattled violently, and the oil lamp in the room extinguished. 2 small ghosts emerged from the walls, appearing as 5 or 6-year-old children, but their features were far from ordinary, with green faces and sharp teeth, radiating a dense black aura. Their eyes were completely devoid of whites, appearing entirely black. Upon seeing the grotesque little ghosts, the sugar painting stall owner and whose nephew were struck with fear, quickly retreating behind Chen Xuan. Chen Xuan, however, remained unconcerned, casually tossing out 2 talismans. Instantly, the talismans ignited upon contact with the little ghosts, causing them to cry out in pain. Simultaneously, a muffled groan emanated from the courtyard outside. Chen Xuan's expression shifted as he swiftly stepped forward, seizing the gray mouse and striding out of the house. In the corner of the courtyard stood a middle-aged man in a long gown, his countenance shrouded in malevolence, glaring at Chen Xuan. "You are the Lu Laoi spoken of by the gray spirit? You little brat, you have thwarted my grand plans. You shall pay dearly." Lu Laoi, realizing that neither the gray spirit nor the little ghost could contend with Chen Xuan, drew a box gun from his sleeve. Chen Xuan, upon seeing this, merely shook his head, then with a slight push of his foot, he propelled himself forward like an arrow released from a bow. before Lu Laoi could pull the trigger. Chen Xuan had already grasped the barrel of the gun, exerting force to bend it into a twisted shape. Staring at the contorted barrel in shock, Lu Laoi attempted to speak, but Chen Xuan swiftly unleashed a gesture. In the next moment, the little ghosts, freed from their bindings, lunged at Lu Laoi with claws bared. Raising little ghosts was a form of witchcraft, employing various methods that differed by region. The one commonality was that these little ghosts were not willingly controlled. Once their master was harmed or their bindings released, the first to suffer would be the master. Soon, Lu Laoi's spirit was devoured by the little ghosts, rendering him a mere shell, collapsed upon the ground. Unmoving. Yet the little ghosts, still unsatisfied after consuming Lu Laoi's spirit, turned their gaze toward Chen Xuan, eager to feast upon his soul. Chen Xuan waved his hand dismissively, softly chanting a Taoist incantation. Gradually, the little ghost's movement slowed, their black aura and grotesque features dissipating. Moments later, they reverted to their original chubby, childlike forms. Aware that their restoration was due to Chen Xuan's intervention, the two little ghosts bowed and clasped their hands in gratitude, emitting sounds unlike human speech. This was ghost language, akin to the language of corpses, belonging to the nether realm. Chen Xuan understood their words and waved his hand, saying, "No need for thanks. Go and reincarnate." The two little ghosts bowed once more. Then, hand in hand, their figures gradually faded from sight. At this moment, the gray mouse in Chen Xuan's grasp finally comprehended his prowess and could not help but plead. "Esteemed master, spare my life." Observing the gray mouse, Chen Xuan hesitated momentarily. The so-called five spirits included those naturally evolved over time, and those raised through various means that it was evident that the gray mouse before him was a product of the latter. After a brief deliberation, Chen Xuan stated, "Though your cultivation is hard-earned, you have aided Lu Laoi in harming others over the years." With that, Chen Xuan gently patted the gray mouse's head. In an instant, a wisp of green smoke emerged from the gray mouse's head, a manifestation of the incense energy it had accumulated over the years while being sustained by Lu Laoi. The incense was dispelled, and in an instant, the gray mouse lost its senses, unable to utter human words, only squeaking wildly in Chen Xuan's hand. Chen Xuan paid it no mind, casually tossing the gray mouse aside, allowing it to vanish in the blink of an eye within the courtyard. However, after completing this, Chen Xuan suddenly turned his gaze toward the courtyard, specifically to a withered pear tree. He then spoke gently, "Miss Lu, shall I invite you out?" Hearing Chen Xuan's words, Zhao Sanshui and Hu Weisheng were momentarily stunned, their scalps tingling with unease as they inquired, "Sichen, what are you saying?" Chen Xuan pointed to the completely dead pear tree not far away and explained calmly, "The talisman I provided to you previously did not entirely resolve the issue with Miss Lu. She still has a remnant soul hiding within this pear tree." Once he uttered these words, Chen Xuan noticed that Zhao Sanshui and Hu Weisheng were visibly terrified, prompting him to smile reassuringly. "However, there is no need for you to worry excessively. She is currently in a state of a remnant soul. Not only is she unable to harm anyone, but even possessing a paper doll is beyond her capabilities." Ghosts, too, exist in various ranks. For instance, the two minor spirits nurtured by old Master Lu, having absorbed the incense and blood offerings from the Lu family, possess considerable soul power. They could not only possess and harm others but also directly affect the living, making them exceedingly difficult to deal with. Miss Lu, on the other hand, has been affected by my talisman and is now in a semi-damaged state, rendering her powerless. Indeed, shortly after Chen Xuan finished speaking, a figure slowly emerged from the dead pear tree. It was none other than Miss Lu, whom Zhao Sanshui and Hu Weisheng had inadvertently provoked earlier. However, to Chen Xuan's slight surprise, Miss Lu bore no hatred towards him. Instead, she wore an expression of relief. She softly stated, "My father was obsessed with witchcraft, committing numerous evils over the years. Even without Mr. Chen today, calamities would eventually befall us." With that, she turned to Hu Weisheng and sighed. "Hu Lang, despite my many faults, my feelings for you have always been sincere." However, at that moment, Hu Weisheng was so frightened that he dared not even look at Miss Lu, desperately avoiding her gaze. Seeing this, Miss Lu lamented softly and turned back to Chen Xuan. "Mr. Chen, I willingly accept my fate." Seeing her in this state, Chen Xuan shook his head, saying, "Humans and spirits are on different paths. If you truly love Hu Weisheng, you should not bind him with a ghostly marriage. Such an act would only bring harm to him." With that, Chen Xuan chanted a Taoist incantation. Before long, flames erupted from Miss Lu, engulfing her entirely and transforming her into wisps of blue smoke that dissipated into the heavens. Chen Xuan, however, did not act with cruelty. He merely facilitated Miss Lu's reincarnation. Once everything was resolved, Chen Xuan turned to Hu Weisheng and remarked indifferently, "The Lu family's troubles have concluded. They will no longer trouble you. However, your uncle has sacrificed a great deal for you. If you continue to gamble, it would truly be a disservice to him." Upon hearing this, Hu Weisheng promptly vowed to cease gambling and to honor his uncle, Zhao Sanshui. Zhao Sanshui sighed in relief and hurriedly expressed his gratitude to Hu Weisheng. Chen Xuan waved his hand, declining any thanks from Zhao Sanshui, and gracefully departed from the Hu household. The following day, shortly after Chen Xuan rose, Qi Taizue came knocking at his door. Accompanied by Hua Sanyang, Yu Hong, and the head of the Xie family, Xie Yuan Long, "Sir, we have gathered the main ingredients you requested." "That was quick." Chen Xuan inquired. Qi Taizue, his face alight with joy, explained, "It was quite fortuitous. Originally, the heads of several families and I were at a loss for where to find the Yutan flower. Little did we know that the city's defense official, known as Zhang de Foyi, just happened to possess a Yutan flower. Upon hearing about old Master Wu's situation, he promptly offered it to us." Hearing this, Chen Xuan nodded slightly. At that moment, Hua Sanyang and the others presented the 3 essential ingredients Chen Xuan needed. Simultaneously, Wu Xiaogo arrived with the Wu family servants, transporting the 4 individuals wrapped tightly in layers of cloth. Chen Xuan accepted the main ingredients and examined them carefully. First, there was the tusk of a Millennium Zongzi, measuring over an inch in length and exuding a foul odor. Next was the coffin dew, contained within a porcelain vial, which Chen Xuan refrained from opening due to its extreme toxicity for the Yutan flower. It was particularly remarkable. This flower only blooms at the boundary between the realms of life and death, currently appearing only as a bud. While it seemed unremarkable, prolonged observation would inevitably ensnare one in the Yutan flower's illusions. After inspecting the ingredients brought by the heads of the families, Chen Xuan nodded slightly. "Not bad. They can serve as the main ingredients, Mr. Chen. Shall we begin the alchemy process?" After pondering for a moment, Chen Xuan instructed Qi Taizue to prepare 4 large wooden barrels and set up 4 large pots in the courtyard of the dot. He directed the servants to continuously boil water and pour it into the barrels. Subsequently, they placed the 4 corpses from the Wu family into the barrels, continuously adding and replacing water. During this process, they also added the powdered tusk of the Millennium Zongzi and the coffin dew into the barrels. Observing the puzzled expressions of the heads of the families, he took the opportunity to explain the rationale behind this method. To eliminate the corpse poison, one must attack with poison. The tusk powder from the Millennium Zongzi and the coffin dew are both extremely toxic substances, perfectly capable of neutralizing the corpse poison within them. As they spoke, everyone witnessed dark blood seeping out from the 4 individuals of the Wu family. In no time, the entire barrel of hot water turned a deep crimson black. "Continue adding water," Chen Xuan commanded, meticulously adding the coffin dew and Zongzi tusk powder to the barrels. Instantly, the hot water within the barrels began to boil. The 4 individuals, including the old master of the Wu family, appeared as if they had been steamed, their skin turning a vivid red, shedding a layer of skin. This indicated that the corpse poison within them was being expelled, resulting in a form of shedding. However, at this juncture, Chen Xuan's treatment was far from over. While the corpse poison within the 4 had been expelled, their damaged souls had yet to fully recover. To be precise, the term repair was not entirely accurate. Thousands of years ago, Chen Xuan had made the acquaintance of the Queen Mother of the West, and they had developed a good relationship. He understood the longevity secrets she studied, especially through the means of the Corpse Frog King. The so-called Corpse Frog Pill essentially involves sealing a portion of one's memories and soul within the Corpse Frog Pill. In this manner, as long as one acquires a young body and transfers the memories and soul, an alternative form of longevity can be achieved. However, after countless experiments, the Queen Mother discovered that this method was ineffective, or rather, could only achieve half of the desired results. This was because whether bitten by the Corpse Frog King or consuming the modified Corpse Frog Pill, one would rapidly undergo corpseification, transforming into either a ghastly entity or a blood corpse. Only through the use of fallen jade, or jade figurines made from fallen jade, could this corpseification process be restrained. In essence, the 4 members of the Wu family had been bitten by the Corpse Frog King. resulting in the presence of some memories and souls that did not belong to them. The rapid corpseification was also due to the chaotic memories and souls within them battling against one another, leading to their physical collapse. Once the corpse poison within the 4 members of the Wu family was entirely expelled and their shedding completed, Chen Xuan finally produced the last Yutan flower. Placing the bud in front of the barrels containing the 4 individuals, he turned his gaze around and spoke to the heads of the families. You should keep your distance, at least 3 zhang away. When the Yutan flower blooms, its fragrance will be most potent, and its hallucinatory effects the strongest point. One might inadvertently fall into its illusions and be unable to extricate themselves. The Yutan flower only blooms at the boundary between life and death. Under normal circumstances, it remains in bud form. Moreover, the current hour was noon, with the sun blazing overhead. San Yang instinctively looked up at the sky, expressing her astonishment. Will the Yutan flower really bloom in broad daylight? Though she harbored doubts, the abilities Chen Xuan had demonstrated earlier had garnered significant trust from the heads of the families. After hearing Chen Xuan's words, they obediently retreated several zhang away. Among the heads of the families, none felt more complex emotions than San Yang. Compared to the others, the Hua family had the most knowledge of the esteemed Mr. Chen from 60 years ago, aware that he was an unparalleled master, proficient in geomancy and various other esoteric arts. Not only in Changsha City, but throughout China, he was considered a top-tier figure. This was precisely why the Qing court had regarded him with such importance. Even when a governor perished, they did not dare to hold him accountable, treating it as if it had never happened. Of course, the tale of the Changsha governor from back then was another hidden secret. Even San Yang had only occasionally heard her aunt, Xiang Yun, mention that the governor had deserved his fate. As San Yang gathered her thoughts, she glanced at Chen Xuan, clad in a blue robe not far away, and involuntarily recalled the portrait of Mr. Chen left behind by her aunt. Indeed, he was a descendant of Mr. Chen, and it was no surprise that he possessed such extraordinary abilities. While San Yang pondered these matters, Chen Xuan retrieved a seal from his sleeve. The seal was not particularly large, with the inscription Taoist seal at its base, signifying Chen Xuan's authentic status as a celestial master. Unlike other celestial masters, who required elaborate rituals and ceremonies, Chen Xuan simply held the Taoist seal and gently pressed it against the void before him. Softly declaring, "I am Chen Xuan, the celestial master," emerged swiftly, king of the underworld. As his voice fell, a dark cloud began to drift in from the distant sky. The cloud enveloped the heavens, swiftly casting a shadow over the entire area. The heads of the families watched this spectacle in astonishment, their eyes wide with disbelief. They had witnessed Taoists performing rituals before, but none had the power to change the very color of the heavens in an instant. February Hong gazed up at the sky, now completely shrouded in darkness. After a careful observation, he concluded that it was not some trick of the light, and he could not help but admire Chen Xuan even more. As for Qi Tizui, he felt a tremor coursing through his entire being. His family's ancestral knowledge regarding feng shui and divination far surpassed that of the other families. In that fleeting moment, he realized that the aura of malevolence within the villa was overwhelming, as if the netherworld had truly descended upon them. It is worth noting that Qi Tizui had never believed in fate nor the existence of an underworld. However, at this moment, his convictions began to waver, and he found himself pondering whether his ancestors had indeed spoken the truth, just as the heads of the prominent families were engulfed in trepidation. Holding their breaths in fear, the ethereal Yutan flower before Chen Xuan began to bloom slowly. As the petals unfurled, countless vengeful spirits materialized above the flower, drifting ominously. These tormented souls bore terrifying visages, some with green faces and sharp fangs, others drenched in blood, resembling the malevolent beings of the 18 levels of hell. Yet, amidst this swarm of malevolence, Chen Xuan remained remarkably composed. He formed a hand seal and gently pointed at the Yutan flower. In the next moment, wisps of dark smoke began to emanate from the 4 members of the Wu family confined within wooden barrels. This dark vapor slowly coalesced into the Yutan flower. Once all the black smoke had been absorbed, Chen Xuan retracted his hand sealed it. That instant, the flower buds of the Yutan flower gradually closed, and the myriad of ghostly apparitions began to dissipate. In the blink of an eye, even the ominous clouds in the sky dispersed, restoring the heavens to normalcy. Qi Tizui could not resist rubbing his eyes and looked again toward Chen Xuan. He discovered that the Yutan flower before Chen Xuan remained in its bud state, while the apparitions of evil spirits and the horrific scenes of hell had vanished, as if everything he had witnessed moments ago had been merely an illusion. Qi Tizui hesitated for a moment before turning to February Hong beside him, lowering his voice to ask, "Second Master, did you just see it at the netherworld?" "Indeed, I nearly thought I was hallucinating." It was not only Qi Tizui who felt this way. All present shared the sentiment. After all, they had encountered many charlatans and fraudulent sorcerers, and the sudden appearance of someone genuinely capable of communicating with the netherworld was hard for anyone to believe. After a prolonged silence, February Hong finally shook his head and spoke solemnly. "Whether real or an illusion, Mr. Chen is undoubtedly a person of great prowess. Even if we cannot befriend him, we must not offend him." At this, Xie Yuanlong nodded vigorously in agreement. Although their families had long been entrenched in the world of the supernatural, witnessing countless bizarre occurrences, including malevolent spirits and otherworldly entities, they had never encountered anything quite like this, a controlled manifestation of the underworld. Moreover, Xie Yuanlong recalled Chen Xuan's title, Celestial Master Chen Xuan, and understood that such a title was not one that could be assumed lightly. To claim the title of Celestial Master and possess the ability to commune with the netherworld was indeed extraordinary. After the leaders of the families concluded their discussions, Qi Tizui observed Chen Xuan putting away the yutan flower and hurriedly inquired, "Mr. Chen, what about the old man Wu and the others?" Chen Xuan waved his hand dismissively, replying casually, "It's all taken care of. You can take them back now. They should awaken in 3 to 5 days, and, after a month of recuperation, will return to health." Upon hearing this, Wu Xiaogo was overwhelmed with joy and immediately knelt to offer repeated bows of gratitude to Chen Xuan. After all, the 4 individuals in the barrels were his beloved family members, his grandfather, father, uncle, and brother. Chen Xuan had single-handedly rescued 3 generations of the Wu family from the clutches of death. A debt of gratitude that outweighed the heavens. "All right, take them back now, and be sure to keep them away from the wind for the next few days. Prepare plenty of nourishing food for them." Chen Xuan instructed that Wu Xiaogo eagerly agreed, quickly directing the Wu family's attendants to retrieve the 4 individuals from the barrels. At this moment, the 4 of them indeed appeared human once more, no longer resembling the blood-soaked corpses they had been. After the Wu family departed, Qi Tizui felt a surge of excitement and wished to flatter Chen Xuan, but was met with an unceremonious dismissal. "If there is nothing else, please take your leave. I have matters to attend to." Upon hearing Chen Xuan's words, February Hong was the first to react. He cupped his hands respectfully and said, "Young Master Chen, you have saved the old man Wu. From now on, you will be a valued guest of our families. Should you require anything from February Hong in the future, do not hesitate to ask. I will not refuse." Having said this, he led the other families out of the villa, ensuring to close the door behind them. Chapter 17. The Warring States. By Xi. After the prominent families departed, Chen Xuan took the remaining main ingredients and left the city directly. By the time darkness enveloped the sky, he arrived at the desolate outskirts of Biaozi Ridge. Standing before the recently excavated tunnel created by the Wu family, he had yet to speak when a terrifying blood corpse emerged from within. However, this blood corpse bore a clear gaze, and upon seeing Chen Xuan, it did not attack, but instead knelt respectfully, uttering the language of the dead. Bai Ji pays homage to the master. Chen Xuan extended a hand in a gesture of support and replied coolly, "It has been millennia. I am no longer the great general of the Chu state, and by Ji's heart, the master would forever remain the master." Chen Xuan shook his head in silence. Over 2,000 years ago, during the Warring States period, he had risen to the rank of great general of Chu in a mere 3 years, expanding territory by 1,000 miles. The Fox camp he established instilled fear in the hearts of other nations. However, with his long slumber, the Fox camp had fallen under the command of a deputy general. By the time he awoke again, the chaotic Warring States had long since passed, giving way to the era of the Qin dynasty. Shaking off the memories, he handed the 3 main ingredients to Bai Ji. "This is the primary medicine to treat the corpse poison within you. Simply ingest it." Without a moment's hesitation, Bai Ji accepted the 3 main ingredients and swallowed them without delay. His unwavering trust in Chen Xuan stemmed from the time he was merely a condemned slave, awaiting execution. It was Chen Xuan who had defied the odds, rescuing him from the death row and restoring his identity as a human. Moreover, it was Chen Xuan who financed the burial of his parents and family, guiding him to personally exact vengeance on the noble enemies. From that moment forth, Bai Ji pledged unwavering loyalty to Chen Xuan. Even if Chen Xuan commanded him to face death, he would not flinch, Furthermore, there were more than just one slave like Bai Ji in the fox camp. Because of this, when Chen Xuan bestowed dignity and a chance thus, even if one has experienced the companionship of a confidant in the past, the next cycle of reincarnation may only reveal a gravestone. Indeed, it is a woman who claims to have come from the distant West. The West. During the several cycles of the Warring States period, Chen Xuan had never ventured to the West. However, in the earlier days of the Zhou dynasty, he had once known the long-lived emperor, King Mu of Zhou, and together they traveled across the various states, reaching as far as the kingdom of the Queen Mother of the West, where he met the princess of that realm and formed a bond with her. Speaking of which, King Mu of Zhou is one of the few who has witnessed his two reincarnations. Having lived almost a full century in his teenage years, King Mu had entered the royal palace of the Zhou dynasty, where he tutored the young prince in literature. Later, when King Mu was over 70, Chen Xuan, despite being frail, still journeyed with him through the states. He returned to the main point. If he were to recognize any woman from the West, it would undoubtedly be the princess of the kingdom of the Queen Mother of the West. Chen Xuan recalled that when the princess learned of his cycle of awakening every 3 years followed by a 60-year slumber, she had proclaimed her intent to change this fate and to share with him the true path of eternal life. Of course, Chen Xuan had simply regarded her words as idle talk. The pursuit of immortality is fraught with difficulties, transcending the capabilities of mere mortals. He had assumed that the princess would, like the many confidants he had known, be buried in the sands of time. Yet, to his surprise, Bai Ji's words stirred memories long sealed away. Did that woman leave behind any words? Chen Xuan pondered and inquired. Bai Ji shook his head and replied, "My lord, that woman left no words." After a brief pause, he continued recounting. In the years that followed, the Qin state grew powerful, and several states fell one after another. I led the remaining brothers of the Fox camp onto the battlefield to resist the Qin army. Ultimately, our forces were outnumbered and we were defeated. I sustained grave injuries and lost consciousness. When I awoke once more, I found myself in a state of delirium, surrounded by corpses. It was only when you, my lord, appeared to awaken me. After listening to Bai Ji's account, Chen Xuan nodded. It seemed that the issue arose after Bai Ji's death, with someone exploiting his corpse and leaving behind the corpse Scarab King in the tomb. In the midst of their conversation, Bai Ji suddenly produced a roll of silk scroll from his bosom. By the way, my lord, there is also this in the tomb. I glanced at it earlier, and it appears to be a map pointing to the state of Lu. Chen Xuan took the silk scroll from Bai Ji, examining the map inscribed upon it. Long ago, during the Shang dynasty, 4,000 years prior, he had traversed every inch of this land. He could replicate the mountain ranges of Huaxia with his eyes closed. Thus, upon seeing the topographical map on the scroll, he immediately recognized it as Jingjue Mountain within the territory of Lu. Jingjue Mountain. The name evoked a moment of surprise in Chen Xuan, for he remembered that Jingjue Mountain was seemingly the location of his disciple, King Mu of Zhou's royal tomb. Chapter 18. A request from Zhang Defoy. My lord, shall we pay a visit to the state of Lu? Chen Xuan shook his head and casually tossed the silk scroll back to Bai Ji. It all feels preordained. You in the tomb, and this scroll seemed to suggest that someone wishes for me to go to Jingjue Mountain. However, I have already resolved to pursue a different path, not wanting to fulfill the desires of those orchestrating events behind the scenes. With that said, Chen Xuan looked up at Bai Ji and softly commanded, "Let us return to Changsha. By the way, I forgot to inform you that a new dynasty has risen. Henceforth, you need not address me as my lord. Simply call me sir." "Yes, sir," Bai Ji bowed in response, closely following behind Chen Xuan as they departed from the Biaozi Ridge. When the two returned to Changsha, the dawn was just breaking, coinciding perfectly with the time for the city gates to open. Chen Xuan gazed at the citizens inside and outside the city, a faint smile gracing his lips. For him, the vibrant atmosphere of the marketplace was an inexhaustible delight. As Chen Xuan and Bai Ji strolled amidst the crowd, the former appeared relatively unobtrusive in his elegant blue robe, though it exuded a certain richness. In contrast, Bai Ji's resplendent attire from the Warring States period stood in stark contrast to the plain garments of the common folk. Observing this, Chen Xuan entered a tailor shop and had Bai Ji change into a simple blue gown, thus alleviating the peculiar stares from the townspeople. Upon returning to the Bailey Buen, Chen Xuan had scarcely taken a seat when a knock echoed from outside. Stepping out, he found it was Qi Tizui. Upon seeing Chen Xuan, Qi Tizui's face lit up with joy as he hurriedly exclaimed, "Chen sir, I have sought you several times in your absence. Chen Xuan smiled and invited him into the courtyard. What brings you here? Ah, it's because old Master Wu has awakened. Upon learning that you saved them, he wishes to express his gratitude and no need for thanks. They have just recovered from the corpse poison and should rest at home. That one tea do. Chen Sir, your noble act cannot go unacknowledged by our families. As he spoke, Chi Tizui clapped his hands. Soon after, several attendants entered, bearing large chests. Chi Tizui approached and opened the chests, revealing them filled with porcelain, paintings, and various ancient jades. Chen Sir, these are the rare treasures from the Wu family, valued at no less than $100,000. These items pale in comparison to the lives of old Master Wu and the others. Old Master said that once they are able to walk again, they will personally come to thank you. Chen Xuan glanced at the treasures within the chests, and indeed, as Chi Tizui had stated, their worth was considerable. The $100,000 was likely an understatement. This was the accumulation of several generations of the Wu family, nearly half of their wealth. After all, unlike the Hua and Xie families, who engage in multiple businesses, the Wu family's primary source of income came from labor. However, wealth held no value for Chen Xuan, but he could survive without food or drink, day or night. Should he require funds, he could simply consult the 6 rens for divination and find fortune. Therefore, Chen Xuan waved his hand and said, I have no use for these items. Please take them back. This the Chi Tizui paused. Then with a troubled expression said, Chen Sir, I cannot explain this to old Master Wu. Chen Xuan contemplated for a moment and added, if the Wu family truly wishes to express their gratitude, perhaps they could assist me in locating any place that possesses a soul-fixing pearl. A soul-fixing pearl? What kind of treasure is that? Seeing Chi Tizui's confusion, Chen Xuan explained, the soul-fixing pearl, also known as the face-fixing pearl, can preserve a corpse from decomposition. It is a rare gem crafted by ancient Taoists. However, though such pearls are rare, they still exist in this vast world. Whichever family can uncover any leads regarding the soul-fixing pearl, I shall surely reward them. Hearing this, Chi Tizui understood. Indeed, some tombs housed mummified corpses that did not decay. The most famous example was Empress Dowager Cixi, who was said to have held a luminous pearl in her mouth at the time of her death. Allegedly, when warlords opened her coffin years ago, her body remained uncorrupted until they extracted the pearl, after which her corpse instantly decayed. It seemed that the luminous pearl was indeed the face-fixing pearl she prepared for herself. With this thought, Chi Tizui quickly replied, all right, I will have someone search for it immediately and notify you as soon as there is news. After saying this, however, Chi Tizui hesitated, appearing somewhat flustered. Noticing this, Chen Xuan said, if there is something on your mind, feel free to speak. Chen Sir, it is like this. I have a friend who is an official in charge of defenses in Changsha. He is also the head of the Zhang family, known as Zhang Defoy, who is friendly with our prominent families. He wishes to make your acquaintance. What do you think? Whenever you have time, Defoy will host a banquet for you at the Ziyu Tower. Upon hearing this, Chen Xuan replied nonchalantly, there is no time like the present. Let us meet tonight. Hearing Chen Xian's affirmative response, Chi Tizui's face broke into a wide grin as he eagerly said, excellent. I shall inform Defoy right away. After Chi Tizui departed, Baiji descended from upstairs, a look of confusion on his face as he inquired, Sir, given your esteemed status, why must you lower yourself to associate with these commoners? Chen Xuan smiled faintly, refraining from answering Baiji's question. Instead, he remarked, Baiji, have you forgotten that you were once merely one of the multitude? Upon hearing these words, Baiji fell into a moment of stupor. During the Warring States period, he was not only a commoner but also the most despised slave beneath the feet of the nobility, a being whose death would go unnoticed. Yet, these memories felt distant, so far removed that Baiji himself was on the brink of forgetting. After a long pause, Baiji shifted away from the topic, directing his gaze toward the large locust tree at the entrance of Bailey Alley. By the way, sir, I noticed a wisp of lingering soul by that locust tree on our way here. Should I take care of it? As a being half human and half corpse, and with his martial prowess, Baiji could easily handle a typical malevolent spirit, let alone a mere wisp of lingering soul. However, Chen Xuan shook his head and explained, that is a soul of an old acquaintance. It bears me no ill will. I am searching for a way to awaken her. Understood, my lord. That night, at the Ziyu Tower, this establishment is owned by the Hua family and is renowned as the finest tavern in the city. It is said that the head chef was hired at great expense from the capital 3 years ago, a former imperial chef skilled in all 8 culinary traditions and who has taken many apprentices. Consequently, the Zuiyu Tower has flourished over these 3 years, always bustling with patrons. However, regardless of the throngs of guests, the private room at the topmost floor remains perpetually vacant. This particular room was reserved by the Hua family's third daughter specifically for the esteemed heir Weihong. On this day, heir Weihong arrived early at Zuiyu Tower, settling into a private room while awaiting the arrival of Zhang Qishan, who soon rushed in with his aide. Chapter 19. Is your ancestor Zhang Ruidong? Zhang Qishan, known as Zhang Defoy, is the defense officer of Changsha City and the head of the Zhang family. He has trained a group of exceptionally skilled youths who scour the land for gold. In just a few short years, his influence has surpassed that of the prominent families in Changsha. He appears to be in his late 20s, clad in a deep green military uniform. His gaze is sharp, reminiscent of a tiger descending from the mountains, exuding an air of authority that evokes both admiration and trepidation. Trailing behind Zhang Qishan is a somewhat younger aide. Upon noticing heir Weihong in the private room, Zhang Qishan greeted him and took a seat at the table. Second master, have you met the gentleman from Bailey Bun? In your opinion, what kind of person is he? Heir Weihong poured a cup of tea for Zhang Qishan from the pot on the table. Upon hearing the question, he pursed his lips, instinctively recalling the scene from a few days prior when he witnessed Chen Xuan treating the sick and saving lives. After a moment of silence, heir Weihong finally spoke. It's hard to say. Hard to say? Heir Weihong sighed softly, aware that Zhang Defoy harbored ambitions of unifying the major families in Changsha to establish the Juman Association. Thus, he kept a close watch on the various powers in the city and was averse to the emergence of any uncontrollable individuals or factions. However, if you are considering bringing him under your influence, I advise you to abandon that notion. Young Master Chen, though not as formidable as the late Master Chen, appears rather amicable. Yet, I sense an innate pride within him. Not just in Changsha, but throughout the entire realm, few could command his respect. Heir Weihong has tempered much of his former arrogance over the years. Yet, Zhang Qishan understood that heir Weihong was once equally prideful and would never easily bow to anyone. Their acquaintance began with a clash, where it was Zhang Qishan's display of strength that earned heir Weihong's recognition. Zhang Rishan, the aide, grinned and jested. Second master, you seem to be inflating another's ego while diminishing your own. Is our esteemed master not proud? Heir Weihong remained silent, shaking his head in response. It is different. The master is merely proud, while that young Master Chen. He hesitated briefly before continuing. Young Master Chen possesses a pride that seems to suggest the world is merely populated by his juniors. With little of consequence to occupy his thoughts, if I were to describe him in a single word, it would be transcendent. Upon hearing this, both Zhang Qishan and his aide exchanged astonished glances, as this was the first time they had heard heir Weihong speak so highly of another. No matter, when this young Master Chen arrives, I shall observe whether he is indeed as transcendent as you describe, Zhang Qishan remarked just as footsteps echoed from the corridor outside the private room. The door swung open, revealing a young man clad in a blue robe that he appeared significantly younger than both heir Weihong and Zhang Qishan, looking to be merely in his 20s. To their astonishment, the young man was strikingly handsome, radiating an air of scholarly refinement more akin to a university student than the reclusive sage described by the heads of families. This thought flickered through Zhang Qishan's mind as heir Weihong stood up to greet him. Zhang Qishan hesitated but remained seated, observing Chen Xian's demeanor out of the corner of his eye. Unexpectedly, despite Zhang Qishan's deliberate indifference, Chen Xian maintained a calm smile, as if nothing in this world could ruffle his composure. Meanwhile, Zhang Rishan noticed the gentle demeanor of Chen Xian, which starkly contrasted with heir Weihong's earlier description of him as arrogant, leaving him momentarily speechless. Master, Zhang Qishan waved his hand, still seated, and raised his teacup, saying, You must be the esteemed Chen who saved old Master Wu. I, Zhang Qishan, toast you with this cup of tea in place of wine. Chen Xian seemed unfazed, offering a faint smile before taking a seat beside heir Weihong. He looked up at Zhang Qishan, scanning his face before suddenly frowning. You bear the surname Zhang? Zhang Qishan nodded and met Chen Xian's gaze directly, asking, Is there a problem? You remind me of someone familiar. If I may inquire, does your family hail from the northeast? Is there a figure among your ancestors by the name of Zhang Ruidong? Upon hearing the name Zhang Ruidong, not only did Zhang Qishan's expression shift, but his aide Zhang Rishan also became slack-jawed in astonishment. This was because the name Zhang Ruidong belonged to the previous patriarch of the Zhang family, Zhang Qiling, making Zhang Qishan his direct grandson. However, Zhang Qishan's father had defied the family rules by marrying outside the clan, resulting in his expulsion from the Zhang family. Consequently, this branch of the family moved south, drifting further from their roots. Years later, during the late Qing and early Republican period, the family faced significant upheaval with the passing of Zhang Ruidong, leading to Zhang Qiling's ascension and subsequent internal strife within the clan. Regardless, the Zhang family and the name of its patriarch were closely guarded secrets. Aside from family members, very few in the world knew of Zhang Ruidong. Realizing this, Zhang Qishan abruptly stood, knocking over the dishes on the table without a second thought. He fixed his gaze on Chen Xuan, demanding, "How do you know of the Zhang family in the northeast and the name Zhang Ruidong?" Chen Xuan shook his head, replying, "No need to be alarmed. I merely inquired. I once acquainted myself with brother Ruidong and traveled together for a time. If memory serves, he still owes me a meal." "Impossible." Zhang Rishan immediately interjected in disbelief. The previous patriarch, Zhang Ruidong, had passed away over a decade ago. Had it not been for his mysterious death, the succession of leadership would have been stable, and the Zhang family would not have descended into chaos. Nor would Zhang Qishan's branch have fallen to such a state as to seek refuge under their offshoot. Indeed, in contrast, Zhang Qishan lacked the pure bloodline of the Zhang family, thus devoid of the Qilin blood's longevity. In contrast, Zhang Rishan, being a legitimate Zhang family member, possessed the Qilin bloodline, which could grant him 3 to 4 centuries of life. Chen Xuan shrugged, opting not to dispute, simply directing his gaze toward Zhang Qishan. "Consider it a jest. However, since we are speaking of old acquaintances, I shall offer you a word of caution. Should you venture beyond the city soon, danger may loom. You may be safe," but he gestured toward Wehong, shaking his head as he continued, "He may bear the brunt of your entanglements." Chapter 20, Phoenix Mountain and the young lady as expected. The moment those words left Chen Xuan's lips, Zhang Qishan and his companions were rendered speechless. For indeed, Wehong and Zhang Qishan were set to journey to Phoenix Mountain in Xiangxi in a few days to collaborate on a gold mining venture and plunder a grand tomb from the Ming dynasty. Wehong furrowed his brow, hastily inquiring, "Do you possess skills in fortune-telling?" "Somewhat," Chen Xuan replied. Before he could finish, Zhang Rishan interjected, grinning, "Second master, you may not be aware, but 8th master has lost to Master Chen in matters of fortune-telling." This revelation left Wehong in contemplative silence. Qi Tizui, known for his forthright predictions, was regarded as the most accurate fortune-teller in Changsha. If he had been outmatched, it was evident how formidable Chen Xuan's abilities must be. Yet, Zhang Qishan paid little heed to such matters. He had been immersed in gold mining since childhood, surrounded by numerous legitimate Zhang family descendants. To say his strength was formidable would not be an exaggeration. He placed no faith in fortune-telling or geomancy, trusting solely in his own prowess. Thus, Zhang Qishan clasped his hands together, expressing gratitude. "Thank you, but I still place my faith in the gun in my hand." Chen Xuan nodded, offering no further commentary, saying only, "If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Safe travels, Master Chen." Wehong quickly rose to see Chen Xuan off. Once they departed, Zhang Rishan turned to Zhang Qishan. "Master, who exactly is this Chen? He appears to be merely in his 20s. How could he possibly have known the late patriarch?" Zhang Qishan shook his head, countering, "There are countless extraordinary individuals and events in this world. This man may look 20, but his true age is likely far greater. Moreover, I suspect." "Suspend your thoughts. What do you suspect?" Zhang Qishan took a deep breath before continuing. "I want you to discreetly investigate the appearance of the mysterious Chen Darren, who vanished 60 years ago. It would be best if you could have someone create a portrait." Upon hearing this, Zhang Rishan's eyes widened in realization. "Master, you suspect that this young Master Chen is not merely a descendant of Chen Darren, but rather Chen Darren himself." "Huh. The Zhang family enjoys longevity. Surely, it is not beyond the realm of possibility for others to also live beyond a century." Although Zhang Qishan lacked the pure bloodline to attain such longevity, he was acutely aware that his aide was a legitimate Zhang family member. Provided no accidents befell him, he too could expect to live 3 to 4 centuries, with little alteration to his appearance in the preceding 200 to 300 years. The following day, Zhang Qishan set off with Wehong and their respective associates towards Phoenix Mountain in Xiangxi. Although Zhang Qishan did not place stock in fate, he exercised caution, ensuring ample manpower and even bringing along an entire battalion of armed soldiers. Meanwhile, Chen Xuan returned to his leisurely life, possessing several thousand silver dollars and preferring not to set up a stall. Instead, he strolled through the streets day by day with by zhi.in just a few days. The shopkeepers and vendors had become quite familiar with him. Mr. Chen, come and savor the tofu pudding from my stall. Certainly. With a smile, Chen Xuan approached the stall and accepted the bowl of tofu pudding handed to him by the vendor. Noticing that the vendor was about to serve another bowl to Bai Ji, he hurriedly waved his hand and said, "Boss, one bowl is sufficient. My friend does not require any." The vendor scratched his head and instinctively inquired, "Is this gentleman not hungry?" Chen Xuan chuckled softly and replied, "He is unlikely to feel hunger. Unlike Chen Xuan, Bai Ji was a half-human, half-corpse. If he were to consume anything, it would be the essence of yin and incense." As for Chen Xuan himself, after millennia of self-exploration, he still could not fathom what he truly was or whether he could still be considered human. Hearing Chen Xuan's words, the vendor reluctantly set down his ladle. Chen Xuan tasted the tofu pudding. It was smooth and sweet, indeed quite delightful. However, at that moment, a commotion erupted not far away on the street. Chen Xuan turned to see a group of ruffians gathered around a noodle stall, encircling a father and daughter who operated it. Nearby vendors and patrons, upon witnessing this, hastily distanced themselves, fearing entanglement with the gang. The tofu vendor let out a soft sigh, muttering a curse under his breath. Chen Xuan asked, "Boss, what is happening?" "Oh, it's nothing but Lord Sun from the east side of the city, who has taken a fancy to that young girl and wishes to take her as a concubine. But Lord Sun is nearly 70. The girl surely would not consent. Consequently, he has been sending people to cause trouble at the noodle stall regularly. These ruffians do not cause a ruckus in the market, but simply occupy the stall, leaving no one brave enough to eat there. I fear that old Yuan's stall will soon be unable to continue operating, and it is only a matter of time before Lord Sun gets his way." After listening to the tofu vendor's account, Chen Xuan shook his head. After a moment of contemplation, he retrieved a few copper coins and handed them to the tofu vendor. He then took Bai Ji and walked towards the noodle stall. The so-called noodle stall was essentially a makeshift kitchen constructed from a wooden cart, furnished with a few tables and chairs. However, most of the seating was currently occupied by the ruffians. These individuals did not create a scene. They merely sat there, intimidating any potential customers with a glare, ensuring that no one dared to approach. Faced with this situation, the noodle stall owner could only helplessly sigh, resigned to his fate. Chen Xuan glanced around and noticed the noodle stall owner's daughter. A young woman of 17 or 18, possessing a fair degree of beauty. Her gentle and timid demeanor made it no surprise that she had caught someone's eye, desired to be taken as a concubine. Yet, Chen Xuan shook his head slightly and sighed. Beauty is often met with misfortune. Bai Ji paused for a moment and could not help but inquire, "Sir, are you suggesting that the noodle stall owner's daughter does not have long to live? Her fate is fraught with tribulations. She shall not live beyond 25. Upon seeing the noodle stall owner's daughter, Chen Xuan was involuntarily reminded of an old acquaintance they mentioned earlier during the Qin dynasty. Chen Xuan had once opened a private school in Peixian, where he took on several disciples. These disciples later became founding figures of the Western Han dynasty, renowned in their own right. After Chen Xuan's subsequent awakening, he declined the position of national advisor offered by Liu Bang and journeyed westward. Traversing the western regions it was there that he witnessed the splendor of the Jingjue kingdom and met a young woman from that realm. She bore a visage similar to the noodle stall owner's daughter, beautiful yet fated for an early demise, destined not to see her 25th year. Yet she defied her fate, resolutely altering her destiny, ultimately becoming the queen of the Jingjue kingdom. She was the most memorable beauty in Chen Xuan's life, the most passionate and daring woman he had ever encountered. It was a pity that her rise and fall were intertwined with the serpent deity. Chen Xuan had intended to settle in the Jingjue kingdom, even if for just 3 years, to share a lifetime with her. Little did he anticipate that upon awakening in his next reincarnation, the Jingjue kingdom would have already fallen. Wu Chana. Chen Xuan whispered the name softly before shaking his head, proceeding toward the noodle stall. "Boss, a bowl of plain noodles, please," upon witnessing someone who dared to sit down and eat. The ruffians widened their eyes in disbelief. Chen Xuan paid them no mind and glanced at Bai Ji as long as no lives were lost. Bai Ji understood immediately and approached the group of ruffians. Before they could react, Bai Ji had already incapacitated them one by one with swift punches, tossing them aside like refuse near a stinking garbage bin. After completing this task, he dusted off his hands and returned to stand behind Chen Xuan. This sudden turn of events left the noodle stall owner, his daughter, and the surrounding vendors in stunned silence, unable to utter a word for quite some time. Eventually, someone managed to regain their composure and began to murmur among themselves. Chen Xuan paid no heed to the gossip around him and instead focused on the noodle stall owner, Old Yuan. "Boss, a bowl of plain noodles, please." Old Yuan, finally coming to his senses, nodded eagerly in agreement. He hurriedly prepared a bowl of noodles, and his daughter brought it over, casting a curious glance at Chen Xuan. After a moment of hesitation, she mustered the courage to express her gratitude softly. "Thank you, Mr. Chen." "Not at all. It's merely a trifling matter." Upon saying this, Chen Xuan noticed Old Yuan still wearing a troubled expression in the distance and added, "Old Yuan, do not worry. Someone will resolve the trouble." Chen Xuan was referring to the people from the Wu and Jie families. Their influence spanned the entire city, and they would soon learn of the events that transpired here, with the astuteness of Old Wu. There would be no need for Chen Xuan to intervene. The troubles would surely settle on their own. Chapter 21. The Fish Talisman. Indeed, events unfolded just as Chen Xuan had anticipated. The following day, Wu Xiaogo arrived with several associates from the Wu family, escorting a frail old landlord in his 60s or 70s, personally coming to apologize to Chen Xuan. Chen Xuan waved his hand, displaying indifference. He merely admonished the old landlord, surnamed Sun, to cease any further intentions towards Old Yuan and his daughter. The old landlord, having been sufficiently tormented by the Wu family's associates, dared not speak against it. Hastily nodding in compliance, eager to conclude the matter, that Wu Xiaogo shot the old landlord a disdainful glance before instructing his associates to take him away. He then turned to Chen Xuan and said with a smile, "Mr. Chen, leave such trifles to me in the future. My grandfather has been recovering well and intends to visit you in a few days. There's no need. Let the old gentleman rest well. He is not young anymore." Wu Xiaogo shook his head vigorously. "That won't do. My grandfather said that his life was saved by Mr. Chen." At this, he paused, signaling the Wu family associates in the room to step out. Once they were alone, Wu Xiaogo continued in a hushed tone, "By the way, there's one more thing. Last time you mentioned investigating the clues regarding the Ding Yanju. My grandfather happens to know a bit about it. He specifically asked me to inform you that Chen Xuan's eyes brightened. The Ding Yanju was said to possess the power to preserve the appearance of the deceased, although its effects were not as exaggerated as legends suggested. It merely maintained one's visage after death. Chen Xuan needed the Ding Yanju to house the residual soul of Huashang Yun. This girl, with her deep-seated obsession, had not reincarnated and, upon passing, her lingering soul had attached itself to the large locust tree at the alley's entrance. According to my grandfather, when he was young, he had once joined the Near Society in the north. They had unearthed a royal tomb from the Jin dynasty near Changbai Mountain. However, due to the warlord's chaos, the operation was called off. The leader of their expedition mentioned that within that royal tomb, there lay a Ding Yanju as a burial companion. The Ding Yanju was worth a fortune. For instance, the one belonging to Empress Dowager Cixi could fetch no less than tens of thousands of taels. Although Chen Xuan was unsure whether the tomb indeed contained it, having a lead compelled him to investigate personally. Though he was not a professional tomb raider or a gold seeker, after thousands of years of longevity, he could easily overshadow any such professional. With this in mind, Chen Xuan inquired, "Do you know the specific location?" "Yes, it's in a place called Baihe Town near Changbai Mountain. However, that area falls under the influence of the Near Society. If you plan to go, my grandfather suggested writing a letter to the Near Society. And he also advised you to take along a few of your most skilled associates. No need." Chen Xuan waved his hand. Should he choose to go, he would do so with minimal baggage. With his abilities, there was no tomb he could not enter. At most, he would bring Baiji along. Baiji, being half human and half corpse, possessed martial prowess that surpassed any ancient mummified corpse, making the act of entering a tomb as effortless as eating and drinking. In fact, given Baiji's age, many tomb owners might even refer to him as ancestor. After Wu Xiaogo conveyed the information, he took his leave. Once he departed, Chen Xuan contemplated for a moment and instructed Baiji to purchase 2 train tickets to the north. He planned to set off in 3 days for Baihe Town at the foot of Changbai Mountain to retrieve the Ding Yanju. However, by evening, as Baiji returned with the tickets, 2 unexpected guests arrived at Bailey Bun. To be precise, they were 2 familiar faces, both battered and bruised. Chen Xuan looked at Zhang Qishan and his adjutant, who bore significant injuries, and shook his head, saying, "It seems you have not heeded my advice." Zhang Qishan, upon hearing this, wore a bitter expression. Early yesterday morning, he had set off with his men from the Zhang family, along with a battalion of soldiers, to Phoenix Mountain alongside Heir Weihong. The reason behind Zhang Qishan's endeavor to excavate the Ming Dynasty tomb at Phoenix Mountain was for another purpose altogether. 50 years prior, the head of the Hong family, who was then named Hong Jinxiu, operated a flower drum opera troupe like Heir Weihong. They would travel far and wide with their troupe, performing during the day and seizing opportunities to excavate tombs at night. However, on one occasion, they traveled to a Miao village at the foot of Phoenix Mountain in Hunan to perform and set their sights on a Ming Dynasty tomb hidden within the mountain. Who could have known that during this expedition to excavate the grand tomb, the entire troupe would meet their demise within? Subsequently, the Hong family dispatched another group, who similarly vanished without a trace. From that moment forth, the Ming Dynasty tomb at Phoenix Mountain became a taboo for the Hong family. Zhang Qishan's desire to resume the excavation of the Phoenix Mountain tomb stemmed from two motives. On one hand, he wished to assist Heir Weihong in uncovering the truth, at the very least to recover his grandfather's remains. On the other hand, he sought to utilize the excavation as a means to demonstrate the Zhang family's prowess, thereby consolidating the underground forces of Changsha and establishing the Nine Gates Association. However, he did not anticipate that upon entering the tomb, they would encounter the formidable giant centipede, known as the thousand-legged insect. Its smooth body resembles a cross between an earthworm and a centipede. It possesses a mild venom that can be used in medicine. Typically, a common centipede measures only a few inches in length. Yet the ones they encountered in the tomb were as long as several feet, with venom potent enough to corrode human flesh in an instant. Within just 1 hour of entering the tomb, Zhang Qishan's men suffered significant casualties. He subsequently called upon the military, employing firearms and artillery, which, although they dispatched many centipedes, also stirred forth a more terrifying tide of sea. It is said that Wang Songhai was originally just a minor official, but due to his contributions to the construction of the Forbidden City, he ascended to the position of an official in the Ministry of Works, albeit a fifth-rank low-ranking official. Chen Xuan came to know Wang Songhai through the introduction of Yao Guangxiao. At that time, he had achieved great success in the 6-ren divination but lacked an appropriate divination board. Upon hearing this, Yao Guangxiao recommended Wang Songhai to Chen Xuan. Wang Songhai did not disappoint him. Using the rudimentary techniques of the era, he crafted an exquisite divination board for Chen Xuan, a true masterpiece of ancient craftsmanship. Although the divination board was merely the size of a palm, it contained thousands of mechanical structures that were intricately coupled together, enabling the board to rotate through a mechanical drive. Such a small divination board, if it were to enter the market, would surely be worth an exorbitant fortune. In Chapter 23, The Kirin Treads on Ghosts, Chen Xuan found himself perplexed as to why Wang Songhai chose to construct his tomb deep within the secluded mountains. Moreover, the specifications of the tomb far exceeded his status, which in ancient times would be regarded as a grave disrespect and a transgression against the norms. As Chen Xuan pondered these matters, a rustling sound suddenly echoed around the Urn City. Zhang Qishan's expression turned grave as he intoned, "They are coming." Zhang Rishan drew his pistol and explained, "A few days ago, we not only encountered giant centipedes but also several corpse demons. Otherwise, mere traps would not have caused the Buddha to sustain injuries. There are 3 great evils in tombs: the zongzi, blood corpses, and the exceedingly rare corpse demons in ancient times. If a soil worker stumbled upon a coffin containing a corpse demon, they would seal it with molten iron to warn future generations that it housed a malevolent entity that should not be disturbed. However, to leave a glimmer of opportunity, they would deliberately create a small hole above the coffin, allowing descendants to reach in and touch the gold. Such coffins are collectively referred to as whistle coffins. Wherever there is a whistle coffin, there are bound to be corpse demons. Each corpse demon is an extremely ferocious entity, not weaker than blood corpses. As Zhang Rishan finished speaking, numerous creatures crawled out from the dark corners of the gloomy underground Urn City. These monsters were approximately 2 meters long, with the lower half resembling centipedes, adorned with countless legs, while their upper halves resembled humans. However, having lived in an environment devoid of light for so long, their faces had undergone mutations. Their features were blurred, their eyes devoid of whites, appearing entirely black. Their mouths were filled with sharp teeth. Chen Xuan observed these corpse demons with keen interest. His long lifespan had allowed him to encounter countless mythical creatures that were said to exist only in legends. For instance, the silver ancient dragon raised by the Hentian kingdom and the serpent deity residing in the bottomless ghost cave of Mount Zagalama. Compared to those mythical beings, a mere dozen corpse demons were hardly worth mentioning. As these corpse demons drew closer, emitting threatening hisses, Zhang Rishan could not help but swallow nervously. Given his strength, dealing with 1 or 2 corpse demons would be quite challenging, let alone the 17 or 18 surrounding them. Mr. Chen, what should we do? Chen Xuan observed the corpse demons for a moment under the flickering light of the oil lamp, then mused, "Wait, these corpse demons are not a product of natural transformation. They have been artificially grafted." Artificially grafted? Zhang Qishan and the others looked at Chen Xuan with puzzled expressions. Indeed, Chen Xuan nodded, pointing to the junction where the corpse demons merged with the human upper bodies. "Take a closer look. There are signs of suturing." Upon seeing the corpse demons, Chen Xuan recalled an old tale. Over a century ago, when he met Zhang Ruidong, he had heard him speak of a kingdom called Wanu in the Changbai Mountains, whose ruler had grafted himself onto an ancient millipede in pursuit of immortality. Although he gained an extended lifespan, this ruler was left in a state of neither human nor ghost, gradually losing his self-awareness and devolving into a monstrous form. The corpse demons before him bore a striking resemblance to the Wana ruler described by Zhang Ruidong. The difference being that while the Wana ruler was grafted onto a millipede, these corpse demons were fused with centipedes. Hearing Chen Xian's words, Zhang Rishan quickly turned his gaze toward the corpse demons. Indeed, he noticed the areas where the humans and centipedes were fused bore clear signs of suturing. Zhang Rishan could not help but gasp in astonishment, exclaiming, "Could it be that these corpse demons were created by the tomb's master, intended to prevent theft?" But he quickly dismissed this hypothesis. No, creating corpse demons would require immense effort as they spoke. The dozen or so corpse demons had already surrounded them from all sides. Seeing that Zhang Qishan and the others showed no intention of retreating, they could no longer contain themselves and charged forward with ferocious roars. Chen Xuan waved his hand, instructing, "Bai Ji, escort them. These individuals are likely unfortunate souls captured for experimentation." Bai Ji remained silent, dutifully executing Chen Xian's command that he stepped forward, slowly raising his head. In the next moment, a powerful surge of corpse energy erupted, causing Chen Xian's azure robe to flutter violently. The corpse demons, sensing Bai Ji's nearly perverse aura, trembled in fear and knelt on the ground, too terrified to move. Only then did Bai Ji advance, snapping the necks of the corpse demons one by one. Behind Chen Xuan, Zhang Qishan and Zhang Rishan were left astounded by this scene. They exchanged glances, both recognizing the shock reflected in each other's eyes. They had long known that Chen Xuan was not an ordinary individual, but they had not anticipated that even a mere attendant of his, named Bai Ji, would possess such an enigmatic presence. With just a glance, these ferocious corpse demons were rendered submissive. Who exactly was this Bai Ji? Before long, all the corpse demons had their necks broken and breathed their last. Chen Xuan stepped forward and softly recited a Taoist incantation for the deceased. However, upon finishing the chant, he saw no souls materialize. Witnessing this, Chen Xuan sighed, murmuring, "It seems these individuals had already lost their souls during the grafting process." Death itself is not terrifying. What is truly dreadful is the absence of even a chance for reincarnation. It appears these corpse demons are the unfortunate products of Wang Songhai's failed experiments. Otherwise, they would not have been left to languish in this tomb. Having dealt with the corpse demons, the group pressed deeper into the tomb. Crossing the city gate of the Urn City, they arrived at the true underground palace. The architecture of this tomb's underground palace could only be described as opulent, featuring 3 palaces and 6 halls, 9 stories, and numerous bronze figures and horses, each weighing several hundred pounds. It must be noted that during the Ming Dynasty, bronze coins were used, which is tantamount to casting burial goods from money. The extravagance is self-evident. Chen Xuan merely cast a cursory glance at these bronze figures before shifting his gaze elsewhere. His long life had not only afforded him the opportunity to witness numerous wonders and tales, but also countless treasures of gold and silver. He had once seen a bronze divine tree buried over 1,000 meters underground in the Qinling Mountains. Thus, these bronze figures failed to impress him. Continuing past the 3 palaces and 6 halls, they reached the innermost main tomb chamber. Chen Xuan stood before the entrance of the main tomb chamber, where 2 stone doors opened outward, adorned with intricate reliefs. However, upon observing the content of the reliefs, Chen Xuan could not help but display a look of skepticism. Not only he, but also Zhang Qishan and Zhang Rishan, who followed behind, appeared even more astonished, for they saw a depiction of a Kirin treading on ghosts on the tomb door. How could it be a Kirin treading on ghosts? Zhang Rishan furrowed his brow, utterly perplexed. The emblem of the Zhang family was precisely the Kirin treading on ghosts. Chen Xuan stroked his chin, contemplating for a moment before stating, "This tomb was indeed constructed by Wang Songhai, but it does not necessarily house him. What does Mr. Chen mean?" Chen Xuan gazed at Zhang Rishan and nodded. "Correct. I suspect that within this main tomb chamber, it is highly likely that a member of your Zhang family is interred. After death, members of the Zhang family are always sent to the Zhang family's ancient tower. However, with a lineage spanning thousands of years and over 10 generations, the number of family members amounts to several thousands. It would not be surprising if there were a few who had not been sent to the Zhang family's ancient tower." In Chapter 24, The Two Resounding Ring, upon hearing Chen Xuan suggest that the tomb chamber likely housed the ancestors of the Zhang family, Zhang Rishan's expression turned solemn. Observing this, Chen Xuan teased, "Since it might be one of your family members, you should be the one to open the tomb door." Zhang Rishan nodded and stepped forward to gently push open the stone door. With a creak, the two stone doors were easily pushed open. Unlike the countless traps and mechanisms within the Urn City, the main tomb chamber was rather simplistic, merely a square room containing an ordinary coffin in the center. Even the material of the coffin was not particularly remarkable. Zhang Qishan looked around but still found no trace of Yue Hong, prompting him to inquire, "Mr. Chen, what about Yi?" However, before he could finish his sentence, Chen Xuan raised his hand to interrupt. "Open the coffin. I can hear a heartbeat." "A heartbeat?" Chen Xuan's words immediately put Zhang Rishan on edge. The coffin was covered in dust, and the wooden nails on the lid remained intact. If there were a heartbeat inside, did that suggest the person was still alive? Although Zhang family members are long-lived, they are not immortal. They too require food and water. How could someone lie in a coffin for hundreds of years without nourishment? With such doubts, Zhang Rishan bravely volunteered to retrieve a crowbar from his backpack and pry off the wooden nails from the coffin lid. Then, using all his strength, he gradually pushed open the coffin. Zhang Qishan held the oil lamp and leaned closer. When he finally saw who lay within, his face filled with astonishment. Indeed, the person lying in the coffin was none other than the missing Yue Hong, who had vanished for 2 days. Zhang Rishan gasped and quickly replaced the coffin lid, shaking Yue Hong's clothing and urging, "Yi, wake up." Before long, Yue Hong stirred awake. He glanced around at the few people nearby, finally furrowing his brow and looking towards Zhang Qishan, inquiring with a hint of perplexity, "Master Buddha, how did I end up in this coffin? What about the centipedes that are my men all right?" Upon seeing that Yue Hong was safe and sound, Zhang Qishan's anxious heart finally found solace. He promptly recounted the events of the past 2 days to Yue Hong in detail. "Your companions are unharmed. I have arranged for military doctors to tend to the injured, and their lives are undoubtedly secure. As for you, dear second master, how did you come to be in this coffin after being absorbed by the tomb wall?" Yue Hong rubbed his head vigorously, utterly confused. "I don't know. I only remember having a long dream, wandering aimlessly in a labyrinth. When I awakened, I found you all here." Hearing Yue Hong's words, Zhang Qishan chuckled. "No matter, it is good that you are safe. Our ability to find you this time is largely thanks to Mr. Chen." Zhang Qishan understood that had it not been for Chen Xuan, he would have had to sacrifice the lives of many of his men to deal with the more than a dozen demonic corpses, resulting in far too many casualties. Inviting Chen Xuan along resulted in a journey fraught with little danger, allowing them to reach the main burial chamber effortlessly and retrieve Yue Hong. Upon hearing this, Yue Hong quickly clasped his hands in gratitude towards Chen Xuan. "Thank you, Mr. Chen, for saving my life." Chen Xuan smiled gently. "There is no need for thanks. But are you not planning to emerge? Do you wish to continue your intimate encounter with your companion beneath you?" At these words, Yue Hong was taken aback and instinctively looked down, only to discover that there was indeed another person beneath him. He froze momentarily before hastily leaping out of the coffin. As everyone turned their gaze back, they were met with the sight of the individual, or rather, the corpse, within the coffin, remarkably intact after centuries, showing no signs of decay. This was a young man, appearing to be in his 20s. Clad in ancient attire, he looked as if he had merely fallen asleep rather than succumbed to death. Of course, this was not due to the Dingyan Pearl, but because he possessed the bloodline of a Qilin, which allowed him to remain uncorrupted after death. Most of the Zhang family members buried within the ancient tower shared this trait. Zhang Rishan, upon seeing the visage of this man and feeling the Qilin blood flowing within him, turned to Zhang Qishan and nodded. Master Buddha, it is indeed an ancestor of the Zhang family. Why would an ancestor of the Zhang family be buried here? Zhang Qishan's expression turned contemplative, his peripheral vision catching sight of a double-ringed silver bracelet around the ancient corpse's wrist. This is... Chen Xuan also noticed the bracelet, and upon seeing it, his expression momentarily faltered. After a long pause, he let out a soft sigh. This is the double-ring bracelet. With this item, even those not of the Zhang lineage can cross the boundary of life and death to enter the Zhang family's ancestral home. Although Zhang Rishan was a legitimate member of the Zhang family, he was a peripheral figure within the clan, not like Zhang Qiling, the current patriarch who could inherit the clan's memories and knowledge of its secrets, nor like Zhang Haike, who could lead a portion of the clan to establish branches overseas. Thus, hearing Chen Xuan speak so familiarly about the Zhang family's secrets piqued his curiosity to Mr. Chen. How do you know so much about the Zhang family? Chen Xuan did not respond, merely waving his hand dismissively before taking Bai Ji and leaving the burial chamber. He chose not to answer, for the double-ring bracelet was originally crafted for him. The Zhang family had a distinction between their ancestral home and the ancient tower. The ancestral home was where the living resided, while the ancient tower was a burial site for the dead. Furthermore, the ancient tower was movable and could be disassembled. During the late Ming and early Qing dynasties, the Zhang family's ancient tower was relocated to Bana. In contrast, the ancestral home remained in the northeast, where the Zhang family had lived since childhood. However, even though the ancestral home held fewer secrets than the ancient tower, it remained an exceedingly clandestine place. It was guarded by numerous mechanisms in the boundary of life and death, which could discern the Qilin bloodline. Those without it faced peril. The only way to bypass this boundary was the double-ring bracelet. Chen Xuan was familiar with this because, 1,000 years ago, around the end of the Tang dynasty, he had fallen in love with a woman from the Zhang family. She had defied clan rules for him and forged a bracelet that allowed passage across the boundary of life and death into the Zhang family's ancestral home. Yet, what pained Chen Xuan was that the Zhang woman had perished during a joint tomb raiding operation before his next reincarnation. The double-ring bracelet became her only relic, passed down within the Zhang family. As Chen Xuan stepped out of the tomb passage, feeling the long-lost sunlight on his face, he could not summon even the slightest joy. Living for an extended period often led one to reflect on the past, especially for someone like Chen Xuan, who had existed for countless millennia. Master Bai Ji, sensing Chen Xuan's emotional state, could not help but inquire softly. Do not worry, I am well. Merely feeling a bit sentimental, Chen Xuan replied, shaking his head. Life seldom goes as one wishes. Even with a lifespan that seemed almost eternal, it could not shield him from the inevitable aging and passing of friends and family. After gathering his thoughts, Chen Xuan led Bai Ji back to the camp. By evening, Zhang Qishan and the others returned. According to Zhang Rishan, they had discovered the remains of Heir Yuehong's grandfather trapped within a crevice of the tomb wall. It turned out that Heir Yuehong's grandfather had also been drawn into the tomb wall, much like Heir Yuehong. However, Heir Yuehong was fortunate to be pulled into the coffin. Otherwise, he would have likely succumbed to asphyxiation within mere minutes. Zhang Qishan sighed softly, stating, in that case, that ancestor of the Zhang family saved the second master's life. Chapter 25. Departure to the northeast. Chen Xuan and Bai Ji rested at the camp for a night and set off for Changsha City the next morning, heading directly to the train station to journey northeast. The trains of this era traveled at an approximate speed of 40 kilometers per hour, akin to the electric vehicles of later times, or even slower. Traveling from the south to the north, covering over 1,000 kilometers, often took several days and nights. Occasionally, delays due to numerous stops or inclement weather could stretch the journey to over 10 days. Thus, despite the convenience of the train, embarking on a long trip remained a considerable challenge. Fortunately, this journey for Chen Xuan experienced no such hindrances, and they arrived in the capital swiftly. The reason for disembarking in the capital was that, although Changsha had direct train routes to the capital, further travel to the northeast required a transfer. As Chen Xuan stepped off the train, he surveyed the bustling crowd at the station and could not help but smile. The name Forbidden City was one he knew all too well. In his earlier years, before Zhu Di's uprising, he had lived in the capital. Upon his second reincarnation, when Chen Xuan awoke, Beiping had already become the center of the empire, with the Grand Forbidden City having risen under Wang Zonghai's influence. Continuing into the present day, 500 years later, Chen Xuan and Bai Ji left the station, opting not to rush for a transfer. Instead, taking time to stroll through the streets of the capital, it was the 13th year of the Republic, a time when the decaying Qing dynasty had been cast aside, and the streets were filled with progressive youth, even showcasing the latest Western automobiles. Additionally, one could see rickshaw pullers, old-fashioned horse-drawn carriages, and sedan chairs. Former scholars had now cut their hair short and donned Zhongshan suits as progressive youths. The interplay of the new and the old, the clash of the antiquated and the novel, and the fusion of Eastern and Western cultures could all be glimpsed in the Republic's capital. Being a nostalgic individual, Chen Xuan's first order of business upon arriving in the capital was to visit the Sweetwater Alley where he once resided. Revisiting old haunts, he found that while the place remained, the people had changed. After wandering for a day and sampling various local delicacies such as doji and hot pot, Chen Xuan and Baiji continued their journey towards the northeast. After 2 days and nights of travel by train, they finally arrived in Shenyang. The reason they did not go directly to Baihe town was that the town, located at the foot of Changbai Mountain, had yet to be connected by rail. The next few hundred kilometers would require alternative means of transportation. Before long, Baiji purchased 2 horses in Shenyang, and without pause, they rode straight towards Baihe town. After 2 days of travel, as snowflakes began to fall from the sky, Chen Xuan and Baiji finally reached the outskirts of Baihe town. This small town, situated at the foot of Changbai Mountain, had originally formed as a gathering place for northern gold prospectors. The town was not large, spanning no more than a kilometer from north to south, yet it bustled with activity, boasting a variety of shops. While settling into an inn, Chen Xuan engaged in conversation with the owner, learning that the local warlord had opened a gold mine in the area and stationed 2 battalions of troops to guard it. With a population of more than 1, business thrived, and Baihe town naturally became lively. The innkeeper, a man in his 40s wearing a fur hat, was currently nestled behind the counter, tallying accounts. Noticing Chen Xuan and Baiji, he smiled and remarked, "You two do not seem to be northerners. Could you be from the south?" Upon hearing this, Chen Xuan became intrigued and, with feigned surprise, asked, "How did you know we are not from the north?" Winter is fast approaching. If you were northerners, how could you be dressed so lightly?" The innkeeper pointed at Chen Xuan's blue robe and shook his head. "You should dress warmly. It has started to snow, and the weather will turn cold." Chen Xuan nodded, smiling as he thanked the innkeeper. He then accepted the room key and retreated to his quarters to rest. In truth, Chen Xuan was neither afraid of heat nor cold. Be it a temperature below -10 degrees, or even several tens of degrees, it had no impact on him. As for Baiji, he has already departed from this world, so why would he still concern himself with the chill of the air? Upon returning to the room, Chen Xuan pondered for a moment before stating, based on the clues provided by the Wu family, that Liao dynasty tomb should lie to the northeast of the mine, roughly a dozen miles outside the town. It is getting rather late today. Let us postpone our visit until tomorrow. Very well, my lord. After a brief respite of half a day, as evening approached, Chen Xuan and Baiji descended to dine. This modest inn in Baihe town, though small, was well equipped, offering not only lodging but also meals. While the fare could not compare to the grand establishments in the city, having a warm meal in this remote locale was still commendable. And the patrons within the inn were not particularly discerning. As Chen Xuan and his companion made their way downstairs, they found the first-floor lobby occupied by several tables filled with diners. The innkeeper, noticing the situation, quickly called out, "My apologies, esteemed guests, but we are out of space. Perhaps you would be willing to share a table with the other patrons." Chen Xuan, unfazed, smiled and nodded. Shortly thereafter, the innkeeper led the two to a table nestled in the corner of the lobby. This table sat 3 travelers clad in Taoist robes, 2 men and 1 woman. The female Taoist, appearing to be around 17 or 18, had a basket at her feet containing freshly gathered medicinal herbs. The other 2 Taoists were of similar age to the woman, one possessing striking blue eyes that indicated a clear lineage of mixed blood, while the older man, in his late 20s, had a tall and imposing stature, his eyes exuding an unsettling intensity that hinted at a latent ferocity. The innkeeper first bowed with a smile before cautiously inquiring if they could share the table. The leading Taoist nodded slightly, saying, "It is not easy to be out in the world. If you 2 brothers do not mind, please take a seat." Chen Xuan chuckled lightly, seemingly unperturbed by the faint scent of blood emanating from the Taoist, and simply clasped his hands together, saying, "Taoist, I am Chen Xuan. It is a pleasure to meet you." The Taoist returned the gesture, yet his gaze remained fixed on Baiji beside Chen Xuan. He sensed that, Aside from the three of them, all others in the inn were ordinary folk, and only this solemn, seemingly wooden middle-aged man evoked an inexplicable sense of trepidation within him. Contemplating this, he turned to Chen Xuan and casually inquired, "Brother, may I ask who this friend of yours is to? His name is Baizhi. He is not one for words, so please do not take offense." "Taoist, Baizhi." The Taoist softly repeated the name, his mind racing through the names of formidable figures from both northern and southern forests, yet he found no one by the name of Baizhi. Pondering this, the Taoist cast another deep glance at Baizhi before shifting his focus back to Chen Xuan. In truth, this Taoist was no ordinary individual. His reputation within the forest was quite illustrious. He was known as Zhigu Xiao, the leader of the Banshan sect. Chapter 26, An Unexpected Encounter. Beyond his identity as a Banshan Taoist, Zhigu Xiao bore another lineage, that of the Zaglama clan from the western regions. Thousands of years prior, the Zaglama clan had sought the depths of the bottomless ghost cave and thus fell victim to the curse of the snake god. Henceforth, no member of the clan, regardless of gender, could live beyond the age of 40 to lift the curse. They must locate the Miao Chen pearl and conduct a ritual. For millennia, the Zaglama clan has scoured the central plains in search of clues regarding the Miao Chen pearl. Initially, to obscure their true intentions, they disguised themselves as Taoists, avoiding contact with the powers of the central plains. Thus, the Banshan Taoists have always been regarded as the most enigmatic sect among tomb raiders. It was only during the Republican era that Zhigu Xiao, upon assuming leadership of the Banshan sect, realized the inadequacy of their position in the search for the Miao Chen pearl and therefore altered their strategy. Actively integrating into the forest community and befriending many influential figures therein, leveraging their power to seek the pearl. For instance, he counted Chen Yulo, the leader of the Shelling sect, among his friends, and knew several masters and hall leaders within the Shelling. This time, Zhigu Xiao had come to Baihe town with his junior brother Lao Yongren and junior sister Hualing because he had received word of a Liao dynasty tomb located nearby. Decades prior, a local association had attempted to excavate it, but due to various unforeseen circumstances, their plans fell through. Now, the association had disbanded, and the Liao dynasty tomb lay forgotten. Of course, the act of grave robbing has never been regarded as virtuous throughout history. Thus, Zhigu Xiao chose not to divulge even a hint of his intentions to Chen Xuan, instead claiming that the three of them were merely wandering practitioners. Chen Xuan, however, was indifferent, having lived countless years. He had encountered innumerable people and events, including Banshan Taoists. From the moment he entered the lobby, he had recognized Zhigu Xiao's identity through the aura of the Ghost Cave curse surrounding the three. Speaking of the Ghost Cave curse, it inevitably reminded him of a romantic chapter from his past. It was during the tumultuous times of the Qin and Han dynasties, when the world was in chaos, and the clash between Chu and Han was at its height. Tired of bloodshed and unwilling to remain a mere instrument of the rulers, he shouldered his pack and journeyed westward from Xianyang, ultimately arriving in the western regions. Although the western regions were also fraught with conflict, they were far more stable than the central plains. Among them, the kingdom of Jingjue was the most powerful, nearly the largest nation in the region. In Jingjue, Chen Xuan encountered the reigning queen. They shared a blissful time together lasting over half a year, during which Chen Xuan confided in her about his eternal existence. Though he must undergo cycles of slumber, the queen then took him to the bottomless ghost cave, hoping to seek a solution for his unending slumber from the snake god. However, to their dismay, the snake god remained elusive. It was at that moment that Chen Xuan recalled fragments of ancient memories, realizing that his lifespan was likely far more extensive than he had ever imagined, potentially rivaling that of the snake god. Yet, due to unforeseen circumstances, the memories of the ancient and primordial eras had become fragmented, with his truly complete recollections only beginning from the Shang dynasty. Even then, despite having to sleep for 60 years every 3 years, that still amounted to nearly 3,000 to 4,000 years of vast memories. Soon, the NS waiter brought forth their dinner. During the meal, Zhigu Xiao made several attempts to subtly extract information regarding Baizhi's identity from Chen Xuan. However, the Taoist tactics appeared rather naive to Chen Xuan. Instead, it was the innocent Hualing who inadvertently revealed a wealth of information with just a few casual remarks. For instance, she mentioned that they had visited the mines outside the town during the day and encountered the guarding soldiers. They also discovered numerous rare medicinal herbs in a nearby forest. Upon mentioning the herbs, Hualing visibly brightened. "Brother Chen, these are all the astragalus I gathered, which can be used to make a healing ointment." Chen Xuan smiled slightly, nodding. "The other herbs in your basket?" if paired with the healing ointment, would diminish its efficacy significantly. Hua Ling was momentarily taken aback, exclaiming, "Brother Chen, you understand herbal medicine as well?" "I know a little." Chen Xuan not only understood but had once resided next to the sage of medicine, befriending the king of medicine. However, his greatest prowess lay not in healing the living but in curing the dead. Compared to the ailments of the living, those of the deceased were far more intricate and posed a greater challenge. As they conversed, Chen Xuan meticulously shared a long-lost formula for the healing ointment with Hua Ling. After hearing it, Hua Ling pondered for a moment, her eyes lighting up. "This formula is remarkable, with over a dozen herbs. The main and auxiliary ingredients perfectly balanced, maximizing their medicinal properties." Excitedly, Hua Ling turned to Chen Xuan and inquired, "Brother Chen, where did you learn this formula? I once came across a fragment of Hua Tuo's medical treatise, and this formula for the healing ointment has remained with me. In truth, Chen Xuan had not merely seen a fragment, but the entire text of Hua Tuo's medical treatise. He had lived next door to Hua Tuo, engaging in daily discussions about medicine. Even during the writing of the treatise, Chen Xuan had contributed, helping Hua Tuo refine his work. Alas, when he awoke in the next cycle, he learned that Hua Tuo had been imprisoned and tortured to death by Cao Cao. From that moment on, Chen Xuan lost interest in the art of healing the living, turning instead to the study of curing the dead. Upon hearing Chen Xuan's words, Hua Ling's excitement intensified, and she eagerly asked, "Brother Chen, may I record this formula?" "Certainly, the art of healing is meant to save lives." Hearing this, Hua Ling quickly retrieved a pen from her belongings and meticulously recorded the healing ointment formula that Chen Xuan had just shared. For any healer, there is nothing more exhilarating than discovering a new formula or uncovering new medicinal herbs. Although Zhigu Xiao was not versed in matters of medicine, he recognized that his junior sister had gained a favor from Chen Xuan. Thus, he promptly clasped his hands and said, "Brother Chen, this formula is too precious. Perhaps we should purchase it from you." "There is no need. I feel a strong rapport with Sister Hua Ling, so I shall gift her this formula." Chen Xuan waved his hand and then turned his attention to Zhigu Xiao and his companions. Despite their Taoist robes, which might suggest they were not affluent, the Zaglama clan had traversed countless ancient tombs for over 1,000 years. Although, due to clan rules, they could not take too many treasures from the graves, the wealth accumulated over the years was still astronomical. Zhigu Xiao appeared impoverished, but that was merely because he did not care for material comforts. He understood that his primary objective was to find the Miaochun pearl and save himself and his clan. Everything else was secondary. With that thought in mind, Chen Xuan shifted his tone, speaking with subtle significance. "Taoist Zhigu Xiao, I possess a modicum of knowledge regarding physiognomy. In my view, this journey of yours may not yield the desired outcomes." Zhigu Xiao was momentarily taken aback but was unwilling to delve further into the topic. He merely clasped his hands and remained silent. Once Hua Ling completed recording the formula, the trio of Taoists bid farewell and returned to their room. Chapter 27. The Dazzling Pearl. The following day at the break of dawn, Chen Xuan and Bai Ji departed from the inn, heading toward the mines outside the town. As the partridge whistle aptly noted, soldiers guard the periphery of the mine. Fortunately, Chen Xuan's destination is not the mine itself. Otherwise, it would require considerable effort to circumvent it. The two rode past the mine and arrived at a low hill situated behind it. This hill, nameless to many, is referred to by the locals as Fizi Mountain. It is said to be the tomb of a royal concubine from the Jin dynasty, specifically the favored consort of the founding emperor of the Jin. Despite her youth, she succumbed to illness, prompting the emperor to decree a lavish burial. He even went to great lengths to procure a Ding-Yen pearl, hoping it would preserve her beauty in death, intending to be interred with her upon his own demise. Alas, after the emperor's passing, his descendants failed to honor his wishes, leaving the royal concubine's tomb isolated, standing alone several dozen miles from Baya town. Of course, these tales are merely legends. Over the years, there have been attempts to excavate the concubine's tomb, but the entrance remained elusive. It was only a few decades ago that the largest group of diggers, the Nir Society, discovered references to the tomb in an ancient text and finally located the entrance. However, due to various unforeseen circumstances, that expedition was ultimately abandoned. By the time matters calmed down, the Nir Society had dissipated into obscurity. Seated upon his steed, Chen Xuan gazed into the distance and indeed spotted a solitary low hill rising above the plains ahead. Its height did not exceed 100 meters, and it spanned merely 100 meters in area. The hill was overgrown with weeds, with many patches of tall grass reaching up to a man's waist. Bai Ji looked at the low hill with a hint of confusion and remarked, My lord, this doesn't appear to be a burial site. At this, Chen Xuan chuckled softly. What? Do you also have an understanding of geomancy? Geomancy has been an integral part of culture since ancient times. Even during the Warring States period, where principles of feng shui and dragon veins were highly regarded. However, prior to the Jin dynasty, knowledge of geomancy was predominantly held by the nobility, inaccessible to the common folk. In fact, nobles employed specialists known as Earth Chi Masters to select burial sites based on geomantic principles. To the aristocracy of that time, commoners were akin to livestock, merely requiring a hole to be dug for burial. Rendering feng shui irrelevant, it was not until Guopu of the Jin dynasty compiled a treatise on burial practices that the wisdom of geomancy began to permeate the homes of the common people. Bai Ji, born into slavery, had never encountered geomancy and held no belief in such matters. Feeling somewhat embarrassed by Chen Xuan's playful banter, he scratched his head and explained, I originally knew nothing of it. But as I grew older, I met an Earth Chi master who shared a wealth of knowledge on the subject. He gestured toward the earthen mound before them. This hill has no mountain range for support and lacks a water source. Entirely defying the principles of geomancy, Chen Xuan cast a glance at the crescent-shaped low hill nearby and shook his head. You only see one side of the coin. Dismounting his horse, he pointed toward the distant hill and began to elaborate. Seeing this, Bai Ji hastily followed suit. Jumping down from his mount, the plain before them was indeed devoid of mountains and water. The mine they had passed was a desolate terrain, hardly a treasure trove of feng shui. However, the tomb of the Jin royal concubine is not within this low hill. It was merely constructed to create a favorable geomantic configuration. Constructed to create a hill, Bai Ji inquired. What does this low hill resemble? After scrutinizing the mound, Bai Ji hesitantly replied, It resembles a new moon. Precisely, it is a new moon. Where there is a moon in the sky, there is a spring below. This geomantic arrangement is known as Moon Illuminates Spring, an exceptionally auspicious site for a woman's tomb. Such sites are also referred to as concealed springs. As he spoke, Chen Xuan pointed southeast. The moon illuminates spring must not be directly illuminated, but rather at an angle. Thus, the royal concubine's burial chamber should lie 3 miles to the southeast of this low hill. Upon hearing this, Bai Ji's eyes sparkled with excitement, and he quickly followed Chen Xuan to a gentle slope 3 miles away. This slope appeared unremarkable, indistinguishable from the surrounding plains. Chen Xuan dismounted and walked a few paces before selecting a spot. Stating calmly, This is the place. Begin digging. Bai Ji, upon hearing this, swiftly retrieved a shovel from the saddlebag on his horse. With strength akin to that of an ox, he wielded the shovel with great speed. Soon unearthing a hole measuring 1/2 meter square, Chen Xuan observed the hastily dug hole with mild disapproval. Normally, a thief's tunnel is not straight. They are typically angled for safety. A straight tunnel suggests that the digger is inexperienced. There are reasons for this. Slanted tunnels facilitate entry and offer a quick escape should danger arise. Furthermore, most grand tombs contain unknown miasmas that could be harmful. A straight tunnel would allow poisonous air to escape directly, endangering the diggers. Conversely, an angled tunnel allows some of the miasma to settle on the walls, reducing the risk of exposure. Yet, these considerations were of little consequence to Bai Ji, as he was not human and harbored no fear of miasmas. After about half an hour of digging, reaching a depth of over 3 meters, the two heard a distinct clink, indicating the presence of foreign objects. Bai Ji looked up and exclaimed, My lord, we've struck the tomb bricks. Chen Xuan glanced down and furrowed his brow. This appears to be a heavenly fire glazed roof. The so-called heavenly fire glazed roof refers to specially crafted glazed tiles, which are quite thin and easily breakable. Beneath this roof lies a layer containing a volatile oil that ignites upon contact with air. This oil is far more potent than petroleum. Once ignited, it is nearly impossible to extinguish for ordinary tomb raiders. Encountering such a glazed roof would spell trouble, as breaking it could incinerate everything within the tomb. Most would opt to circumvent such roofs, seeking alternative entry points. However, Chen Xuan's expertise surpassed that of ordinary grave robbers, for he was a master of the craft. Realizing this, he instructed Bai Ji to step back before producing a piece of yellow talisman paper from his pocket. Folding it meticulously, he crafted a figure resembling a human. With a flick of his wrist, the paper figure fluttered upward, gracefully ascending to the heavenly fire glazed roof and slipping through the seams of the tiles. Bai Ji, aware of Chen Xuan's remarkable abilities, remained unfazed, faithfully executing his commands. Chen Xuan's technique of utilizing paper figures for tomb raiding was learned long ago that it dated back to the late Yuan and early Ming dynasties when he encountered the head of the Feng family in the Quan Mountain Wuxia Gorge. Their friendship blossomed through shared experiences, and Chen Xuan, already proficient in necromancy, imparted his knowledge of corpse language to the Feng patriarch, who in turn taught him the art of controlling paper figures for tomb raiding. Over time, Chen Xuan refined this technique through multiple iterations, merging the Feng family's methods with his own, significantly enhancing its efficacy. In less than a quarter of an hour, the paper figure emerged from the tile seams. Though its hue had transformed from yellow to a deep black, Baiji even heard the figure emit a burp as it climbed. Observing the blackened figure, Baiji exclaimed, "My lord, did it consume the oil?" "Indeed," Chen Xuan replied with a smile, gesturing towards the distance. The paper figure scrambled away, and suddenly, smoke billowed from it, igniting into flames that soared several meters high. The fire raged for a full quarter of an hour before it began to subside. Once the flames extinguished completely, Chen Xuan turned to Baiji and declared, "All right, we may descend into the tomb now." With that, he leaped into the excavation, and with a crack, the glazed tiles shattered. Both Chen Xuan and Baiji followed suit, landing within the main burial chamber. However, upon their descent, they discovered they were not alone. A trio of others was present. The partridge whistle and his companions had just opened the chamber door from another passage. In this unexpected encounter, the two groups found themselves face to face. Chapter 28. Three crossbows. Upon hearing Chen Xuan's words, Zayagasho pondered for a moment and replied, "As a member of the mountain-moving lineage, I traverse renowned mountains and rivers, exploring ancient tombs in search of the elusive Miaochen Pearl. Aside from the Miaochen Pearl, any treasures found in the tombs may be claimed by Brother Chen. This matter has been deemed highly confidential in the past, but since I altered my strategy to enlist the help of the Green Forest forces in my quest for the Miaochen Pearl, it is no longer a secret. It is known throughout the martial world that the leader of the mountain-moving faction, Zayagusho, is persistently searching for a precious jewel known as the Miaochen Pearl. Many valiant heroes of the Green Forest have even taken it upon themselves to assist in uncovering clues. For instance, the lead on a pearl within the tomb of a royal consort of the Jin dynasty was relayed to me by a friend from a certain group. Chen Xuan, however, seemed unconcerned and nodded, saying, "Very well, but I fear Brother Zayagusho may be disappointed this time." Zayagusho immediately recalled that Chen Xuan had divined for him just the day before. Yet, Zayagusho was not one to believe in fate. Even if destiny were a reality, he would still wish to struggle against it. Meanwhile, Hua Ling, who had been quietly observing, approached with a hint of delight and asked, "Brother Chen, how did you know there was a tomb here?" "My senior brother had a map and went to great lengths to locate the tomb chamber. We encountered numerous traps and mechanisms in the passage ahead. Although the mountain-moving faction possessed some knowledge of feng shui, they were not true natives of Central Plains. They were, in fact, of the Zaglamar clan, historically belonging to the western regions. Furthermore, their previous lack of connection with the Central Plains meant that their explorations of ancient tombs primarily relied on observation and inquiry. Lacking the adeptness of the tomb raiders skilled in geomancy and treasure hunting. In other words, while the mountain-moving faction excelled in mechanisms and rare beasts, they were somewhat deficient in the arts of geomancy and treasure locating. Interestingly, Zayagusho's granddaughter, Shui Liang, was a perfect match for the tomb raider Hu Ba-yi. Each proficient in their respective domains of rare artifacts and geomancy, their combined skills rendered them formidable. In truth, the principle was simple. Tombs possess feng shui. This royal consort's tomb from the Jin dynasty was aligned with the slanting moon, reflecting spring feng shui pattern, by identifying the slanting moon above ground, and following a specific arrangement of the 9 palaces and 8 trigrams. One could locate the main tomb chamber. Chen Xuan pointed to the spring at the foot of the coffin in the main chamber and provided a brief explanation. Upon hearing this, Zayagusho's eyes lit up. Having traversed the martial world for over a decade, Zayagusho understood that the greatest weakness of the mountain-moving lineage was indeed feng shui. If he could recruit Brother Chen to assist in the search for the Miaochen Pearl, it would surely be a significant advantage. Though this thought briefly crossed his mind, he quickly dismissed it. After all, they were mere acquaintances, and he was unaware of Chen Xuan's true capabilities. With this in mind, Zayagusho offered a gentle smile and clasped his hands in gratitude, saying, "Brother Chen, your talents are indeed remarkable." With their conversation opened, The atmosphere relaxed considerably. The old foreigner stepped forward cheerfully, pointing at the coffin behind the spring and inquiring, "Is this the coffin of the Jin royal consort? Let us hasten to open it." As he spoke, he approached to begin the opening. However, just as he placed his hand upon the coffin, a sudden series of mechanical clicks echoed from within. Zayagasho's expression changed instantly, and he warned, "Be careful, junior brother." No sooner had the words left his mouth than 3 crossbow bolts shot out from inside the coffin. Zayagasho swiftly drew his mirror box gun from his waist and fired 3 shots at the bolts. His mirror box gun, also known as a Mauser pistol, was a German-made handgun that emerged in the late 19th century and was later replicated by various munitions factories during the early Republic era. Appearing frequently on battlefields until its eventual obsolescence post-liberation, Zayagasho's marksmanship was precise. 2 of the shots struck the bolts accurately. Though the last bolt escaped his AIMAS, he witnessed the imminent peril facing his junior brother. Zayagasho's heart raced, yet he could do nothing. Just then, a large hand reached out in front of the old foreigner, effortlessly catching the incoming bolt. The tip of the bolt was less than half an inch from the old foreigner's heart. Had it been any closer, it would have pierced his vital organ. The old foreigner felt his heart pounding, taking a deep breath to steady himself before gratefully turning to Baiji. "Thank you, Brother Bai." Baiji said nothing, merely tossing the bolt aside casually. Observing this, Zayagasho narrowed his eyes. The 3 bolts, triggered by mechanisms within the coffin, had flown at incredible speed. The average person would hardly have had time to react. Even Zayagasho, upon introspection, realized that at best he could have managed to avoid the critical areas, but he could never have caught the bolts with such effortless grace as Baiji had displayed. Moreover, judging by Baiji's demeanor, he appeared to possess additional strength. In that moment, Zayagasho felt a profound admiration for Baiji. Realizing this, Zayagasho quickly approached, first comforting his junior brother, then turning to Baiji with a face full of gratitude. "Brother Bai, I cannot thank you enough for saving my junior brother's life." Baiji remained silent, simply standing beside Chen Xuan. Chen Xuan smiled and explained, "It's nothing, just a minor matter. Baiji, please proceed to open the coffin." At Chen Xuan's behest, Baiji approached the coffin, disregarding the wooden nails securing the lid, and grasped the edges of the coffin lid, lifting it with surprising ease. Witnessing this, Zayagasho and his companions were left astounded. The coffin was crafted from heavy and dense wood. Though not exceedingly rare, its weight was notable. While it may not match the heft of a bronze coffin, the lid alone would weigh no less than 1 to 200 pounds. Not to mention the wooden nails atop it. Yet, in Baiji's hands, the lid seemed almost weightless, easily lifted. The old foreigner gasped in awe, unable to restrain himself from giving a thumbs up in admiration. "Brother Bai, what tremendous strength you possess." As the coffin lid was removed, the group eagerly gathered around to peer inside. Indeed, they found the body of a woman lying within, yet astonishingly, despite the passage of a millennium. Her visage remained remarkably lifelike, as though she had merely drifted into slumber. The old foreigner exclaimed, then, as though struck by a thought, chuckled, "Senior brother, do you suppose this Jin royal consort was harmed by the empress? Otherwise, why would she be interred in such a desolate place? Do not speak nonsense." Zayagasho shot a glare at the old foreigner, redirecting his focus to the royal consort's remains. He noticed something concealed within her throat. Prompting a stir of curiosity, he quickly beckoned to the old foreigner. "Junior brother, fetch the rope." Understood. The duo worked in perfect harmony, each securing a length of rope around the royal consort's corpse. Zayagasho then nimbly leaped onto the edge of the coffin, gently pressing his finger against the woman's throat. In the next moment, her lips parted slightly, and from them emerged a dark pearl. Zayagasho examined the pearl in his hand, disappointment washing over his features. "This is not the Miao Chen pearl." He shook his head at his junior brother and junior sister, then turned to Chen Xuan. "Brother Chen, were you seeking this Ding Yen pearl?" Having roamed the martial world for many years and explored countless grand tombs, Zayagasho was no stranger to the Ding Yen pearl. While rare, it was not unique. Its sole purpose was to preserve corpses from decay, offering little utility for the mountain-moving faction. Chen Xuan, straightforward as ever, responded candidly, "Indeed, I came specifically for the Ding Yen pearl." He was a man who never lied and saw no reason to do so. For him, there was nothing in this world worth fabricating a falsehood over. Zayagasho nodded in acknowledgement, generously handing the Dingyan pearl to Chen Xuan. As agreed. My junior brother and I only seek the Miaochen pearl, since it is not present in this tomb. The Dingyan pearl shall belong to you, brother Chen. Chen Xuan accepted it without hesitation, stowing it in his pocket. However, at that moment, Hua Ling's expression shifted dramatically, her voice trembling as she stammered, "S senior brother." Look, the group turned to see that the Jin royal consort's face, having lost the Dingyan pearl, was rapidly decaying, transforming into a grotesque sight of putrefaction within mere moments, the sight of her rotting flesh provoking nausea. Yet the horror did not end there. Perhaps the Dingyan pearl had kept the corpse's malevolent energy at bay, for now that it was gone, the royal consort's hands began to tremble, hinting at the ominous potential of reanimation. Hua Ling, like the old foreigner, had only recently joined Zhegusho in the quest for pearls, and though she had heard many tales of specters, ancient corpses, and blood-soaked horrors, encountering a reanimated corpse firsthand sent shivers down her spine. Fortunately, Zhegusho remained composed, reassuring her, "Do not fear, junior sister, step back. Junior brother, assist me in forming a formation." The old foreigner complied, quickly tossing the other end of the rope to Zhegusho as they prepared to confront the reanimated Jin royal consort together. Just as the group watched, the royal consort suddenly sprang from the coffin, an aura of malevolence filling the chamber. Zhegusho's expression darkened. He could sense that the level of transformation in the corpse exceeded his expectations, approaching that of an ancient, cursed entity. Thankfully, this corpse was not a golden-armored one or a blood corpse. Otherwise, even he would not have been able to guarantee a successful capture. With this in mind, Zhegusho called out, "Brother Chen, Brother Bai, please step behind me for safety. Let me subdue this female corpse first." Chen Xuan smiled and waved his hand, saying, "There's no need for such trouble, with Baiji here. Everything will be fine." As soon as he finished speaking, perhaps to corroborate Chen Xuan's words, the Empress of the Jin Kingdom suddenly sprang up from her coffin and leaped out. Following this, to the astonishment of the three disciples of Zhegusho, she knelt directly before Baiji. Observing the Empress, who had already undergone a transformation into a corpse, repeatedly bowing her head to Baiji, Zhegusho's expression was one of utter disbelief. The old foreigner could not help but exclaim, "Goodness, Brother Bai, why is even the Empress of Jin bowing to you? You wouldn't happen to be the founding emperor of Jin, would you?" Baiji remained unfazed by the old foreigner's remark, simply gazing down at the kneeling Empress. Uttering a few obscure syllables from his lips, corpse language, Zhegusho was taken aback yet again, blurting out that he had traveled extensively and had heard of many extraordinary individuals and occurrences, such as an old Taoist priest during the late Qing dynasty who understood corpse language and could communicate with Zongzi. However, he had always thought this secret art was merely a legend. Upon hearing those syllables, the kneeling Empress trembled all over and quickly leaped back into the coffin, even closing the lid without the need for Chen Xuan and the others to intervene. Witnessing this scene, Zhegusho's confusion deepened. Initially, he had believed that Chen Xuan and his companion were merely ordinary teachers, only to discover that their identities were quite extraordinary. However, Baiji's fleeting display of prowess left Zhegusho in awe. The art of feng shui, coupled with corpse language, along with Baiji's skills that made even Zhegusho feel inferior. Zhegusho could not help but silently marvel at the startling backgrounds of these two individuals. Especially Chen Xuan, whose warm demeanor and perpetual smile made Zhegusho feel that, despite Chen Xuan's insistence that Baiji was his friend, the respectful attitude Baiji exhibited toward Chen Xuan resembled that of a subordinate rather than a companion. To have a skilled individual, one whose abilities were not inferior, if not superior, to his own, serving as a retainer, rendered Chen Xuan's identity shrouded in mystery. Though curiosity plagued his mind, Zhegusho refrained from asking any rash questions. Instead, clasping his hands and saying, "I did not expect that you two possess such remarkable abilities. Just a minor technique," Chen Xuan replied. Zhegusho sighed deeply and remarked, "This is no minor technique. Brother Bai's corpse language is among the rarest of secret arts in the martial world." As he spoke, Zhegusho felt a wave of emotion. If the Banshan sect understood the secret art of corpse language, their search for the Yaochen pearl would undoubtedly yield greater results than, of course, since they were merely passing acquaintances. He would not rashly request other secret arts. After pondering for a moment, Zhegusho suggested, "Brother Chen, since you both possess such abilities, why don't we journey together to Xiangxi? Xiangxi? Legasho nodded, his eyes gleaming with excitement. But I recently received a message from a fellow in the martial world, stating that within the angry clear county of Xiangxi, there lies an ancient tomb on Old Bear Ridge. The scale of this tomb far exceeds that of this Jin tomb, that if we join forces to breach this Yuan dynasty tomb, it will surely become a legendary tale in the martial world. Zayagasho was not speaking falsely. He had indeed received clues regarding the Yuan tomb on Old Bear Ridge from a friend in the Green Forest. And it was said that the tomb might hold the Yaochen pearl he sought, which prompted his intention to travel to Xiangxi. The reason for joining forces with Chen Xuan and his companion was also due to his interest in Baiji's corpse language. Believing that with such a secret art to assist them, even if the Yaochen pearl was not found within the Yuan tomb, they might still uncover valuable clues. However, Zayagasho was taken aback when Chen Xuan did not agree to his proposal. "No, I am not interested in fame. As for you, Brother Zayagasho," Chen Xuan's words were abruptly interrupted as he turned to look at Hualing, his expression growing increasingly serious. Chapter 30. Gathering souls noticing Chen Xuan's change in demeanor, Zayagasho quickly said, "Brother Chen, please feel free to speak your mind." Chen Xuan nodded and said gravely, "I will speak plainly. You may proceed without incident on this journey, but I perceive a dark omen over your junior disciples. I fear there may be bloodshed ahead." This statement from Chen Xuan was almost a cliché among swindlers in the martial world. Had this been prior to today, Zayagasho would have certainly dismissed it, perhaps even reprimanding the indiscreet Chen Xuan. However, having witnessed the prowess of Chen Xuan and his companion, he naturally harbored no such thoughts. After contemplating for a moment, Zayagasho solemnly clasped his hands and said, "Thank you for your warning, Brother Chen. I understand." Subsequently, the Banshan trio took their leave. Upon exiting the ancient tomb, Zayagasho deliberated and ultimately decided to send Hualing and the old foreigner back to the Zagralama clan while he ventured alone to investigate angry Clear County in detail. As an heir of the Banshan sect, he had long since cast aside fears for his life in pursuit of the Yaochen pearl, so he could not afford to overlook any lead, no matter how perilous the journey to angry Clear County might be. Meanwhile, Chen Xuan, having obtained the Dingyan pearl, hurried back to Changsha. However, upon returning to Bailey Buen, he found Old Yuan, whom he had assisted a few days prior, standing at the entrance with his daughter, awkwardly holding some gifts. Upon seeing Chen Xuan return, Old Yuan sighed in relief and hurried forward, pulling his daughter to kneel. Chen Xuan quickly helped them up, his expression warm as he said, "Old Yuan, what are you doing?" Even without Old Yuan's words, Chen Xuan understood that they had come to express their gratitude, especially since he had helped resolve the issue with the wealthy lord who sought to forcibly marry his daughter. Otherwise, they would have likely fled to the countryside to seek refuge. As they spoke, Chen Xuan invited Old Yuan and his daughter into the small building of the Buen, where he learned the whole story from Old Yuan. It turned out that after the previous incident, Old Yuan no longer wished to continue his stall business and wanted to return to the countryside to enjoy his retirement, even having found a new partner. However, the woman he chose as his new partner had a fiery temperament and did not like his daughter. Previously, when the wealthy lord wanted to marry his daughter as a concubine, the new partner had readily agreed, wishing to sell her daughter for money. Although Old Yuan lacked strong opinions, he did not want to push his daughter into a perilous situation. After much thought, he decided to entrust his daughter to Chen Xuan. Even if she could not become a legitimate wife, being a concubine to a knowledgeable and youthful gentleman was undoubtedly better than being a concubine to an old man in his 70s or 80s. If she could not even be a concubine, being a maid would suffice, as it was far better than following him to the country. As Chen Xuan spoke, he gathered the dried yellow talisman paper, casually picked up the tranquilizing pearl from the table, and remarked, "Let us go. I shall introduce you to an old friend and an old friend." The girl, puzzled, followed him to the ancient locust tree at the alley's entrance. Driven by her trust in Chen Xuan, it was now the deep of night, with not a soul to be seen in the streets or alleys, save for a few households still aglow with light. The old locust tree at the alley's mouth towered overhead, its canopy blocking out the sun. As Chen Xuan and the girl arrived, the leaves rustled vigorously, as if to welcome them, casting her gaze around. The girl curiously inquired, "Chen Gu, where is your friend?" Chen Xuan turned his attention to the grand locust tree and murmured, "Old friend, it has been a long time." Upon finishing his words, he affixed the yellow talisman paper from his sleeve onto the tree trunk. He then placed the tranquilizing pearl before the ancient tree. After approximately 15 minutes had passed, the rustling of the leaves ceased, and only then did Chen Xuan turn to the girl. Pick up the tranquilizing pearl from the ground. He instructed solemnly. Sensing the gravity in his tone, the girl hurriedly complied, sprinting to pick up the pearl. To her surprise, despite its egg-sized form, the jade orb felt unusually heavy. She could only lift it with both hands. Astonished, she asked, Chen Gu, why is it so heavy? Because souls possess weight. The 3 souls and 7 spirits weigh 7 pounds and 8 ounces. The girl was momentarily speechless, unable to grasp the meaning of Chen Xian's words. Yet, she understood one thing. Chen Xuan was her benefactor. Were it not for him, she would likely have been forced into a marriage with a wealthy lord as a concubine. After saying this, Chen Xuan glanced at the tree canopy once more, shook his head, and said, Let us return to Do. The girl replied and followed Chen Xuan back to the villa. Upon reaching the study, Chen Xuan refrained from touching the tranquilizing pearl. As a man, he possessed yang energy, which could easily disperse the yin spirits gathered within the pearl. The girl, being a woman with a heavier yin essence, was more suited to handle it. After some thought, Chen Xuan instructed the girl to take the pearl back to her room and reminded her to bring it out each night to absorb the moonlight. The girl was puzzled, unable to comprehend why a jade orb would need to absorb moonlight. However, she did not refuse and placed the pearl on her windowsill as instructed. At this moment, the night was quiet, with the moon shining and stars sparse. The moonlight cascaded onto the tranquilizing pearl, causing a peculiar transformation as the frost-like moonlight was gradually absorbed by the orb. Meanwhile, as the girl tidied her bed, she reflected that although she hadn't married Mr. Chen as she had hoped, she at least became his sister. Lost in thought, she gradually succumbed to sleep. In the following days, the girl settled into the villa, becoming increasingly familiar with Chen Xuan and Bai Ji. She noticed that Chen Xuan was always cheerful and had never shown anger, while the other Mr. Bai maintained a perpetually stern expression. However, as they spent more time together, she discovered that Mr. Bai, though cold in demeanor, was warm-hearted and simply seldom smiled. As time passed, the girl shed her initial apprehensions and began to adapt to life in the villa. One night, as usual, she opened the window and placed the tranquilizing pearl on the sill. Subsequently, she sat upright at her desk, preparing ink to practice her calligraphy. The girl had no formal education and was illiterate. But during this period, Chen Xuan had been teaching her to read and write. Initially anxious, she found comfort in Chen Xian's gentle encouragement that learning to read was indeed beneficial. From that day forward, the girl gradually developed a goal. She aspired to become a learned person like Chen Xuan. She studied diligently and had already learned dozens of characters. However, the name she had mastered most proficiently and could write with ease was Chen Xian's. With great care, she meticulously copied Chen Xian's name on a blank sheet of paper, her youthful face breaking into a faint smile as she admired her handiwork. Just then, a melodious feminine voice suddenly echoed in the room. Little sister. The girl froze, instinctively turning her head in surprise. The room was empty, and the voice seemed to emanate from outside the window. Realizing this, she hurriedly set down the paper and rushed to look outside. Yet, the view revealed only the villa's rear garden, devoid of any presence. In a moment of bewilderment, the girl felt a pang of fear. Who is speaking? She queried nervously. Hee, little sister, do not be afraid. I mean no harm. Finally, the girl discerned that the voice originated from the tranquilizing pearl resting on the windowsill. Her eyes widened in disbelief, and she covered her mouth in astonishment. Yudifu, little sister, your name is Yaotu. Correct? How do you know? Are you a person or a spirit? After the initial panic, the girl gradually regained her composure, recalling Chen Xian's words from a few days prior when he had entrusted her with the pearl, mentioning that it contained an old friend of his. Realization dawned upon her, and she eagerly asked, You are Chen Gu's friend? Indeed. The woman within the tranquilizing pearl sighed softly, then continued, My name is Hua Shangyun. You may call me Sister Shangyun. Perhaps due to their shared femininity and Chen Xian's prior introduction, the girl finally felt at ease, her initial fear dissipating. Yet, curiosity soon took its place. Sister Shangyun, how did you end up inside this pearl? It's a long story, little sister. There are a few matters I would like to ask you to assist me with. Upon hearing this, the girl felt a bit hesitant and quickly waved her hands. But I am quite foolish and have no abilities. I fear I cannot help you. Little sister, do not belittle yourself. You are Chen Xuan's sister, and that alone surpasses 99% of women in this world. For some reason, the girl sensed a hint of envy in Hua Shangyun's tone. Very well. I shall be brief that I would like to ask you to visit the Hua family in the city. The Hua family in the north? The Hua family was quite renowned in Changsha, and the girl had certainly heard of them. However, given her status, she wouldn't even be allowed through their gates. She had only heard Old Man Yuan speak of the Hua family's opulence. Do not worry. I have a way to get you inside. You need only meet with someone there and retrieve an item for me. Unskilled at refusal, the girl hesitated for a while before finally agreeing. However, she was taken aback when Miss Hua Shangyun repeatedly instructed her not to divulge this matter to Chen Xuan. All right, I shall not tell Chen Gu. After uttering these words, the girl noticed that the tranquilizing pearl had fallen silent. Had she not clearly recalled their earlier conversation, she might have thought she had merely dreamt the entire encounter. Yet, once calm, the girl grew increasingly curious about Chen Xuan's mysterious nature. Not only did he hold a high status in Changsha, commanding respect even from the Wu and Xie families, but he also possessed such unfathomable abilities. Meanwhile, Chen Xuan remained oblivious to the events unfolding in the girl's room that a guest had just arrived at the villa. Mr. Chen, I implore you to grace us with your presence tomorrow evening. The guest was none other than Zhang Rishan, the aide to Zhang Qishan. Tonight, Zhang Rishan had come to deliver an invitation, inviting Chen Xuan to attend the banquet celebrating the establishment of the Nine Gates Association the following evening. The Nine Gates Association was, in essence, an organization formed by prominent families and factions in the city that controlled the antique trade and underground dealings. The reason Zhang Qishan sought to rally these individuals and establish an association was due to the current turmoil in central China, where warlords clashed and foreign powers, particularly from the islands, were eyeing the region, with spies and factions infiltrating. For instance, in recent days, 8 foreign firms and 7 consulates had established a presence in Changsha. All these forces harbored ulterior motives, eager to feast upon the frail flesh of a weakened China, particularly coveting the treasures of its rich 5,000-year culture, which produced countless exquisite artifacts and antiques. After casually flipping through the invitation, Chen Xuan nodded and replied, "Very well. I shall attend tomorrow evening." Although, in his previous cycle, Chen Xuan had once unified the underground forces of Changsha, surpassing even Zhang Qishan in strength. This time around, he had adopted a more laid-back approach, opting to live leisurely and not become overly entangled in conflicts. The following day, in the evening, after departing the villa with Bai Shi, the girl hesitated for a long while before following Hua Shangyun's guidance to the Hua family. However, she did not seek out the current head of the Hua family directly. Instead, she sought an elderly woman in her 70s or 80s. This elderly woman resided on the outskirts of the city and had previously been a maidservant at the Hua family. Gathering her courage, the girl approached the modest house on the outskirts and knocked on the door. Before long, a relatively spry elderly woman opened the door. The girl blinked and cautiously inquired, "Are you Li Papa?" Very few people knew the elderly woman's true name. Locals only knew her as someone who had never married. After retiring from the Hua family, she purchased a house in the outskirts, living alone. However, the Hua family had not forgotten her kindness, sending her gifts during festivals. No one in the vicinity dared to bully Li Papi. As time passed, Granny Li gradually became well known in the locality. Whenever the neighbors encountered insurmountable issues, they often sought her assistance. With a gentle tone, Granny Li sized up the young girl before her and inquired, "My dear, what brings you to me?" Upon hearing her voice, the girl's face brightened with joy, and she hurriedly replied, "Granny Li, it is Sister Shangyun who sent me to find you. She said that if I handed this to you, you would understand." With that, the girl swiftly produced a piece of rice paper from her sleeve and presented it to Granny Li. Upon hearing the name Shangyun, Granny Li was momentarily taken aback, her expression betraying a flicker of nostalgia. It had been nearly a decade since she last heard that name. Indeed, she had once been a maid at the Hua family, serving as the personal attendant to the former head of the family, Hua Shangyun. They had grown up together, their bond transcending that of mere master and servant, akin to that of sisters. She had even believed that, regardless of Shangyun's marriage, she would accompany her as part of the dowry. Yet, who could have foreseen that it would all change upon her encounter with a man named Chen Xuan? As memories flooded back, particularly the sorrow of Hua Shangyun's untimely demise over a decade ago, Granny Li felt her eyes welling with tears. Taking a deep breath, she unfolded the rice paper. It bore a single line of poetry. The fate of the next life remains unfulfilled, and the fragrance of this night is hard to dispel. For a moment, Granny Li stood frozen in place, her mind involuntarily drifting back to a solemn promise made by Hua Shangyun 20 years prior. Years ago, Hua Shangyun had embarked on a distant journey and returned with a wooden box, entrusting it to Granny Li for safekeeping. She had instructed her that no one was to be given the box unless they recited these lines of poetry at the time. Granny Li had been unaware of Shangyun's intentions. But now, upon seeing the poem and hearing the girl's mention of Sister Shangyun, she instinctively grasped the girl's hands and asked with fervor, "My dear, have you seen Miss Shangyun? Where is she? Is she still alive?" The girl, somewhat apprehensive, quickly withdrew her hands and cautiously replied, "Granny, I do not know. Sister Shangyun only told me to fetch something." After a moment of agitation, Granny Li regained her composure and regarded the girl intently before saying, "Please wait here. I will retrieve it for you." With that, she retreated to her room, searching for a considerable while before emerging with a wooden box in her hands. "This is what Miss Shangyun entrusted to me." "Thank you, Granny," the girl nodded, accepting the box. Yet, at that moment, Granny Li, her voice trembling with trepidation, grasped the girl's hand again and asked, "My dear, if you are able to see Miss Shangyun again, could you please convey my regards? Just tell her I wish to see her once more." Hearing this, the girl silently thought to herself, "Sister Shangyun is still within the pearl. Even if I wanted to see her, it would be impossible." However, she kept this thought to herself, remembering Hua Shangyun's admonition not to reveal her current state. Yet, looking at Granny Li, whose eyes were glistening with tears, her heart softened, and she replied, "Granny, I will ask for you." Good child." Granny Li expressed her contentment. The girl, feeling relieved, hurriedly embraced the wooden box and made her way back to the separate estate. Meanwhile, at the Hua family's tavern, Chen Xuan accompanied by Ji to a banquet. The sky had fully darkened, yet the tavern's entrance was ablaze with lights, with several luxurious carriages parked outside. These carriages, known as Ford automobiles, had made their way to China during the late Qing dynasty. Over the past couple of decades, numerous vintage cars had been imported, yet they remained the exclusive domain of the affluent in Changsha City. With its million inhabitants, there were fewer than 100 such vehicles. Discounting those owned by government entities, the private ownership was even scarcer. Thus, it was evident that those attending the banquet at the Hua family's tavern were among the wealthiest and most influential within Changsha City. However, amidst this assembly of the affluent, Chen Xuan and Bai Ji stood out conspicuously. They arrived empty-handed, without any entourage or bodyguards, strolling leisurely. Strangely enough, every member of the established families of Changsha they passed regarded them with utmost respect. This left Ban Jieli, who had just arrived in his carriage. Astonished, he turned to his subordinate and inquired, "Who is that person?" Ban Jieli, whose real name was unknown to all, was recognized in Changsha as the most ruthless figure in the underworld. It was said that during his youth, he had accompanied a group into the tombs, only to be betrayed by his companions, resulting in the loss of a leg and being trapped within the tomb. He survived for over 10 days by drinking the water from corpses until he managed to dig his way out. After regaining his freedom, he waited for months before exacting his revenge on those who had wronged him, annihilating the entire family of his enemies. From that moment on, Ban Jieli earned a fearsome reputation, making him untouchable, but he leveraged this notoriety to monopolize the antique trade in half of the city. His power and wealth even surpassing that of the Wu, Xie, and Hua families. However, this was merely a temporary state of affairs, for the Wu, Xie, and Hua families were century-old clans, far surpassing Ban Jieli in terms of heritage. Hence, he remained an outsider among the local elite, always lingering on the fringes. Upon hearing Ban Jieli's question, the subordinate quickly responded, "Sir, it is said he resides in the Bai Li separate estate. Just a few days ago, the Wu and Xie families helped him deal with Lord Sun from the northern district." After listening to his subordinate, Ban Jieli remained silent, his hand idly tracing the handle of his cane. After a moment, he nodded slightly and said, "Let us disembark." The subordinate was taken aback and instinctively asked, "Sir, are we truly going to bow to Zhang Qishan? I believe with your current strength, you could easily bypass him and establish the Nine Gates Association as its leader. Why follow in someone else's shadow?" Before the subordinate could finish, Ban Jieli suddenly raised his hand and delivered a sharp slap across his face. The impact left the subordinate's cheek swollen, and he trembled in fear, lowering his head. Ban Jieli snorted coldly, his gaze darkening as he fixed it on the distant Hua family tavern. Fool, if I hear such words again, it won't be just a slap next time. Unlike his subordinate, Ban Jieli was acutely aware of Zhang Qishan's strength. Not only did he have a prestigious position, but he also had the clandestine support of Zhang's associates. Furthermore, Zhang Qishan maintained close relationships with the old heads of the Wu and Hua families. With such a formidable alliance, even Ban Jieli would have to tread carefully that he was fierce, but not foolish. He understood that without the backing of the major established families within Changsha, the Nine Gates Association could never thrive. Moreover, Ban Jieli's perspective diverged from that of ordinary individuals. He was not one to crave the spotlight. The title of leader of the Nine Gates Association held no allure for him. What truly mattered was having Zhang Qishan bear the brunt of attention, allowing him to operate in the shadows and gradually expand his influence. Ban Jieli, an outsider, harbored a backstory shrouded in obscurity. Years ago, Ban Jieli's elder brother had crossed paths with a local tyrant, ultimately leading to his death at the hands of the tyrant's men. The tyrant sought to further oppress Ban Jieli's sister-in-law, leaving her with no choice but to escape with the young Ban Jieli to Changsha in search of a livelihood. His sister-in-law worked tirelessly, washing clothes and sewing, barely scraping by while raising him. Having endured a life of poverty, Ban Jieli vowed to rise above his circumstances and provide a better life for his sister-in-law. Ignoring her warnings, he resolutely became a grave robber. However, he was later betrayed by his companions, resulting in the loss of his leg and entrapment within a tomb. Fortunately, Ban Jieli possessed a fierce will to survive, managing to drink the water from the corpses and gradually excavate the collapsed passage to escape. This harrowing experience transformed Ban Jieli's character, rendering him irritable and ruthless. The loss of his leg left him limping, relying on a cane, which led to his moniker, Ban Jieli, in the ensuing years. Ban Jieli's business flourished, and his influence grew, subtly surpassing that of several established families. Yet, he was acutely aware that in terms of heritage, he could never rival the prominent families. Thus, while he presented a facade of brutality, it was merely a means to accumulate power, as he never sought to be the public face. After chastising his subordinate, Ban Jieli turned his attention to the approaching Chen Xuan and Bai Ji. Speaking in a calm tone, "Let us go and witness the grandeur of Zhang Qishan." With that, Ban Jieli stepped down from the carriage, leaning on his cane as he made his way toward the Hua family tavern. At the entrance, Zhang Rishan, upon seeing him, promptly approached. "Masterly, please, come in." Ban Jieli remained noncommittal, about to speak, when he noticed Zhang Rishan's expression shift. To his surprise, Zhang Rishan abandoned him and hurried toward Chen Xuan and Bai Ji in the distance. "Mr. Chen, thank you for attending. My master intended to visit you, but the military district commander had pressing matters and could not leave." Chen Xuan waved his hand dismissively. "No need. The important matters take precedence. Mr. Chen, please, come inside." Feeling neglected, Ban Jieli's gaze narrowed slightly, but his demeanor remained unchanged. Had it been in the past, he might have seized the opportunity to assert his dominance and remind Changsha of his formidable presence. However, this time, Ban Jieli acted contrary to his usual behavior, approaching with a smile and saying, "Deputy Zhang, may I ask who this esteemed young man is? Could you introduce him to me?" Zhang Rishan was momentarily taken aback upon hearing Ban Jieli's words. However, he recognized that Chen Xuan's status and power were such that even Zhang Qishan held him in high regard, far surpassing the ruthless and domineering wealthy families within the city. With this thought in mind, Zhang Rishan shook his head and said in a solemn tone, "Mr. Chen is not a person of the underworld. Perhaps you should head inside first. Wasanyang, Boss Jie, and the others are awaiting you upstairs." Upon hearing this, Ban Jieli's expression turned icy. He had not anticipated that, despite his humble approach and eagerness for camaraderie, Zhang Rishan would dare to be so unappreciative. Nonetheless, considering the presence of several prominent families, including Zhang Qishan, Ban Jieli managed to suppress his anger, bypassing Zhang Rishan and directing his gaze toward Chen Xuan and Bai Ji, who were not far off. "This esteemed gentleman, I am Li Sanhai." Chen Xuan glanced up at Ban Jieli upon hearing his voice. Ban Jieli was of diminutive stature, likely in his late 20s or early 30s. Even after achieving success, he maintained a rigorous regimen of training. His movements were exceedingly nimble, and even with a limp, he moved with greater agility than most. The cane he wielded served as both a support and a formidable weapon, crafted from refined iron. Its weight alone was substantial, and its striking power rivaled that of a heavy mace. Moreover, the sharp tip of the cane could easily pierce flesh, creating a gaping wound. However, Chen Xuan's interest in Ban Jieli extended beyond his physical prowess. He was also scrutinizing his facial features. After a few glances, Chen Xuan slightly shook his head and, accompanied by Bai Ji, walked away from the entrance of the tavern. Witnessing this scene, Ban Jieli was momentarily stunned. While his subordinates seethed with indignation, "Sir, this young fellow is exceedingly arrogant. Indeed, should we?" Ban Jieli waved his hand, his eyes narrowing slightly as he observed Chen Xuan's departing figure, yet contrary to his usual demeanor. He chose not to say much. He was no fool. Seeing Zhang Rishan show such deference to the young man made it evident that the latter's identity was anything but ordinary. One could be as ruthless as a demon or as virtuous as a Buddha in Changsha City. But one could never afford to be foolish, for fools are destined never to see the dawn of a new day. With this in mind, Ban Jieli casually snapped his fingers, summoning a subordinate. "Go, investigate the identities of these two individuals. Leave no stone unturned. Miss not a single detail." "Yes, Mr. Li." After issuing his orders, Ban Jieli straightened his attire and stepped into the Hua family tavern. In truth, apart from Chen Xuan and Bai Ji, Zhang Qishan had also invited numerous affluent individuals from Changsha City, including managers from foreign firms and representatives of warlords, to witness the establishment of the Nine Gates Association. Zhang Qishan, brimming with confidence, stood on the tavern stage and proclaimed the formation of the Nine Gates Association. The 9 most powerful families in the city were set to dominate the trade of cultural relics and antiques, as well as the underground dealings that could not be openly discussed. This night, the Changsha defense officer Zhang Qishan's reputation soared to its zenith, rendering him the undisputed underground emperor of the city. Many elders from the Nine Gates even began to draw subtle comparisons between him and the illustrious Mr. Chen from 60 years ago. Chapter 34. United for treasure hunting within the Hua family tavern. Zhang Qishan and Eri Weihong were hosting various influential figures attending the banquet. Undoubtedly, among the city's established families, the Hong family, which Eri Weihong belonged to, was the most formidable. With the backing of such a venerable family and Zhang Qishan's own status as the Changsha defense officer, the establishment of the Nine Gates Association was a foregone conclusion. With nary a voice of opposition, the tavern erupted with applause as members of the Nine Gates Association, along with the heads of several prominent families, took to the stage in succession, except for the elderly Wu family patriarch, who was unable to attend due to an injury and was represented by Wu Xiaogo. All the other family heads were present at the Hua family tavern. Leading the assembly was Zhang Qishan, flanked by Eri Weihong and Hua Sanyang on his left and Ban Jieli, Jia Yuanlong, Wu Xiaogo, and Qi Tizui on his right. Among them, one individual caught Chen Xuan's attention. This man, in his 30s, sported disheveled shoulder-length hair and exuded an air of despondency, yet he was never without his weapon, a uniquely styled Guanshan knife slung over his back even in such a setting. The Guanshan knife referred to a long blade forged in the Tongguan and Guanshan regions, characterized by a slightly narrow spine and a straight blade. These individuals were often known as Guanshan swordmen. The late Qing period marked the zenith of the Guanshan swordmen, with various swordmen organizations springing up like mushrooms after rain. Furthermore, due to their reputation for keeping their word and valuing loyalty, they held considerable esteem within the underworld. However, following the Qing dynasty's suppression, the Guanshan swordmen faced relentless pursuit, with few surviving. By the time of the Republic, only a handful of swordmen could be seen wandering the central plains. Bai Ji noticed Chen Xuan's gaze and likewise glanced at the Guanshan swordman on stage. She lowered her voice, furrowing her brow, and said, "My lord, this man carries a heavy aura of dark energy." Chen Xuan nodded faintly, neither affirming nor denying her observation, the presence of ghostly energy within him. After uttering this, Chen Xuan shook his head. Generally, individuals afflicted by such energy would suffer lifelong paralysis at best or meet their demise on the spot at worst. Yet the Guanshan swordman on stage was not only alive, but seemingly thriving. This suggested either an extraordinary resilience that rendered him impervious to such forces or a fate that was anything but ordinary. Intrigued, Chen Xuan performed a hand gesture and utilized the Lu Ren divination technique to gauge the swordman's destiny. After a brief moment of calculation, he withdrew his hand and shook his head slightly. "My lord, what did you discern? A fateful star of misfortune, devoid of kin, friends, or progeny?" Chen Xuan sighed deeply, reflecting on the Guanshan swordman on stage with a tinge of sympathy. In truth, Many individuals bore the misfortunate fate of being a fateful star, such as Chi Tizui, who shared this grim destiny and was destined to remain childless. However, he still had friends and acquaintances, and even if he lacked biological heirs, he could adopt one. I in contrast, the Guanshan swordman's fate was a rare triple misfortune, signifying a complete absence of kin, friends, or heirs. Chen Xuan waved his hand dismissively, stating, while individuals with such fates may face a bleak twilight, their lives are resilient. Until they reach 50, even the king of hell would hesitate to claim them. Becoming a humble laborer in treasure hunting may be their most fitting destiny. As he spoke, Chen Xuan recalled a tomb, a grand sepulchre that even he could not enter. After a moment's contemplation, he abandoned the thought. That tomb transcended the realm of geomancy, representing an unparalleled crypt of utmost secrecy. Not even the combined efforts of the Nine Gates or historical treasure hunters could breach its confines. That tomb was also where Chen Xuan first awoke. He had long since forgotten how many years he had lived and even the tomb's location, merely holding a vague memory of awakening within a tomb and traversing the ancient world. Over the years, he had mastered various arts, becoming a celestial master, delving into the mysteries of life and death, as well as the intricacies of geomancy, all with the ultimate goal of re-entering that legendary tomb. Regrettably, after millennia of study, Chen Xuan had yet to discover the means to do so. Shaking his head, he cast aside such thoughts and redirected his attention to the stage. Meanwhile, the Guanshan swordman had noticed the focus of both Bai Ji and Chen Xuan, and his gaze zeroed in on Bai Ji. He was known as He Bei Lao Lu, a name shrouded in mystery. No one knew his true name. He was simply referred to as Lao Lu, or Sixth Master, due to his ranking. After arriving in Changsha, his boldness and tenacity, coupled with a cadre of skilled Guanshan swordmen under his command, quickly solidified his standing. However, he was notoriously reclusive, even maintaining a distant relationship with his subordinates. The origin of his nickname stemmed from an incident during a tomb excavation when he was leaving a chamber filled with precious artifacts and felt a tap on his back, only to find no one there when he turned around. Upon exiting the ancient tomb, it was discovered that a black handprint had inexplicably appeared on his back, which could not be washed away no matter the effort. Gradually, he became known as He Bei Lao Lu. However, this was merely a moniker used in private. In public, few dared to address him by this name, opting instead to respectfully call him Sixth Master. He Bei Lao Lu had trained in martial arts from a young age, making him far more perceptive than the average person. The brief glance from Bai Ji caught his attention, igniting an inexplicable sense of rivalry within him. Beside him, Chi Tizui noticed his distraction and chuckled, saying, Sixth Master, what are you staring at? The Buddha is about to announce something significant. He Bei Lao Lu remained silent, reluctantly withdrawing his gaze, feeling a sense of regret. He could sense that the individual below was a formidable opponent. Had the timing been different, he would have surely issued a challenge. Meanwhile, Zhang Qishan, brimming with confidence, surveyed the distinguished guests gathered for the banquet within the tavern. He slightly raised his hand and stepped forward, positioning himself at the forefront of the Nine Gates Association, addressing everyone present. Today, the Nine Gates Association is officially established. The Nine Gates Association, ostensibly a legitimate antique and cultural goods business association, was well known among industry insiders as a loosely organized group engaged in the clandestine division of territory and treasure hunting in the Changsha vicinity. Naturally, such activities had to remain shrouded in secrecy. What Zhang Qishan truly intended to announce would not be articulated openly. Consequently, after the banquet commenced, he invited the heads of the Nine Gates into a private room. Chen Xuan had initially intended to depart with Bai Ji. Yet unexpectedly, Zhang Rishan also approached to invite him into the private room for the meeting. Deputy Zhang, I am not a member of the Nine Gates. Would it be inappropriate for me to join the private meeting? Upon hearing this, Zhang Rishan quickly waved his hand. Mr. Chen, the Buddha has stated that although you are not a member of the Nine Gates, you have rendered significant assistance to us. The Nine Gates wishes to appoint you as a special advisor, equivalent in position to the Buddha as the president. As the conversation progressed, it seemed that Zhang Rishan was apprehensive about Chen Xuan's potential dissent. He continued. The Buddha also mentioned that the foremost task of the United Nine Gates is to infiltrate a premier tomb, which is said to be abundant with the rare ghost flowered. It must be noted that Zhang Qishan had indeed discerned Chen Xuan's character. Were it an ordinary tomb, even an imperial one, Chen Xuan would hold little interest. After all, wealth was of no consequence to him. However, the mention of the ghost flower's habitat piqued his curiosity significantly. Chapter 35. the ancient tomb of ghost flowers. The ghost flower, also known as the life and death flower, is a peculiar blossom that flourishes only in the boundary between yin and yang. Its primary function is to connect with the netherworld, and it serves as one of the medicinal herbs for healing souls. After a moment's contemplation, Chen Xuan acquiesced to Zhang Rishan's invitation. Upon entering the private room, they found that Zhang Qishan and others from the 9 gates had already taken their seats. The spacious chamber featured a large round table, capable of accommodating more than a dozen individuals. At this moment, the heads of the 9 gates had arranged themselves according to their status and influence. For instance, Zhang Qishan, as the president and founder of the association, naturally occupied the seat of honor. To his right sat Yuehong. Although Yuehong lacked official power, his family, the Hong clan, was one of the oldest and most prestigious families in Changsha, and his close relations with the Hua and Wu families, as well as the Xie family, secured him the second seat. Following him were Ban Jieli, another prominent family in the city, along with Wu Xiaogo, Hebei Lao Lu, and others. Upon noticing Chen Xian's arrival, Zhang Qishan immediately broke into a smile and exclaimed, "Mr. Chen has arrived." Hearing this, the heads of the 9 gates turned their attention toward Chen Xian. Their gazes were filled with curiosity, admiration, and various sentiments. However, the head of the Hua family, Hua Sanyang, displayed an especially complex expression, uncertain of how to approach Chen Xian. On one hand, she felt indignation over her aunt Hua Shangyun's betrayal, leading her to harbor resentment toward what she believed to be the descendant of Chen Daxiansheng. On the other hand, she understood that the events concerning her aunt were from 60 years ago and had no bearing on the present Chen Xian. Moreover, Chen Xian had saved the elder of the Wu family in Qi Tizui. Even from her position as the head of the Hua family, she recognized that personal grievances should not lead her to offend such a remarkable individual, while other families were eager to forge connections with Chen Xian. Her rejection would only result in missed opportunities for her family's advancement. After much contemplation, Hua Sanyang inhaled deeply, resolving to alter her strategy and improve her relationship with Chen Xian. Amidst the crowd, Ban Jiali and Hebei Lao Lu were equally astonished to see Chen Xian and Bai Ji. Chen Xian scanned the room and noticed that Hebei Lao Lu's gaze was fixed upon Bai Ji. "Sir, do you know my friend?" Hebei Lao Lu inquired. Shaking his head, Hebei Lao Lu replied in a low voice, "Your friend is formidable, and I wish to engage him in a duel. At this, Chen Xian could not help but chuckle softly. Bai Ji had once been a formidable general of the warring states, and with a millennium of cultivation, his prowess transcended that of mere mortals, should he unleash his full power in combat. Not only would Hebei Lao Lu, an ordinary person, stand no chance, but even the Zhang family of the northeast, the corpse king of the bottled mountain, the 6-winged centipede, or the half-human, half-insect Wan Nu Wang would be no match for him. Chen Xian estimated that Bai Ji's strength was second only to a select few ancient deities. With a slight shake of his head, Chen Xian declined, "I fear I must disappoint you, as my friend does not favor combat." Hebei Lao Lu pursed his lips but refrained from further comment. His notion of a contest was not merely a skirmish but a fight to the death. In such a scenario, the willingness of the opponent mattered little. It was merely a matter of finding the right moment to strike, with the victor standing and the vanquished falling. However, Hebei Lao Lu was not foolish. Lacking certainty and understanding of Bai Ji, he would not act recklessly. Thus, he fell silent, retracting his gaze. Ban Jieli frowned slightly before offering a faint smile. "Buddha, may I ask who these 2 gentlemen are?" Zhang Qishan laughed heartily and personally welcomed Chen Xian, arranging for him and Bai Ji to sit beside him. "These gentlemen are Mr. Chen and Mr. Bai Yi, Jiu Yi, Sanyang, Xiaowu, and Ye have all met them previously. I have decided to appoint Mr. Chen as the honorary advisor of the 9 Gates Association." Upon hearing this, Wu Xiaogo was the first to voice his support. The Wu family is in agreement. He then turned to Chen Xian and smiled. "Mr. Chen, my grandfather's health has improved significantly. Once he is able to walk again, he will personally pay you a visit. On the other side, Weihong nodded slightly toward Chen Xian. "Mr. Chen, it is good to see you again. The Hong family also agrees to your appointment as advisor. I propose that your position as honorary advisor be subordinate only to the Buddha, and that all families, including mine, heed your commands in times of crisis." Compared to others, Weihong had a deeper understanding of Chen Xian's capabilities, having witnessed his extraordinary skills firsthand. That he believed that should Chen Xian decide to intervene, the entire 9 gates, including Zhang Qishan, would not stand a chance against him. However, Chen Xuan's laziness and reluctance to engage in worldly matters often kept him at bay. Moreover, as a direct descendant of the esteemed Chen Daxiansheng, who had once rendered great favors to both the Hua and Hong families, Yuehong naturally felt compelled to advocate for Chen Xuan. Of course, while Yuehong and others agreed, Ban Jieli, who had no prior connection to Chen Xuan, expressed his dissent. He shot a cold glance at Yuehong and asserted, "I do not concur. I can tolerate being ranked beneath the Buddha and Yi, but who does he think he is to assume superiority over me?" Before Ban Jieli could finish, Zhao Si, who sat beside him, chimed in, "Exactly." Zhao Si, also a local power in Changsha, was less ruthless than Ban Jieli, his influence reliant on Ban Jieli's support to gain entry into the Nine Gates. During family meetings, he often served as Ban Jieli's echo, rallying support for him. Zhao Si glared fiercely at Chen Xuan, seemingly dissatisfied, and then stood to declare, "Buddha, the reason I and Sandy respect you is due to your fairness in dealings. But what right does this inexperienced child have to rise above me and San Yi?" At Zhao Si's words, Zhang Qishan's expression darkened instantly. The establishment of the Nine Gates Association had been his primary focus. Yet he had not anticipated encountering resistance at the very outset. Just as Zhang Qishan was about to speak, suppressing both Ban Jieli and Zhao Si, he heard Chen Xuan's amused voice. Let us not quarrel that I am but an ordinary person, disinterested in the affairs of the Nine Gates. I appreciate your goodwill, President Zhang, but I have grown accustomed to my freedom and prefer not to be constrained. Thus, I shall forego the position of advisor." Alarmed, Zhang Qishan quickly interjected, "Mr. Chen." Before he could continue, Chen Xuan pressed on, "President Zhang, I am indeed intrigued by the ghost flower you mentioned. Why not elaborate on that?" Seeing the smile on Chen Xuan's lips, Zhang Qishan understood that the advisor position was off the table and inwardly sighed. He then transitioned to the second matter. Indeed, the establishment of the Nine Gates Association must coincide with a monumental undertaking, one that would announce our renown to the forest of green. I hope that our association's members will unite, contributing their strengths to seize this opportunity. Our target this time is a Tang Dynasty tomb located in Nyodo Mountain of Xiangxi. A Tang tomb? Upon hearing this, the attendees were visibly stirred. Ancient tombs from the dawn of time to the Ming and Qing dynasties were innumerable, but it was generally acknowledged that Tang tombs were most likely to yield rare treasures and were also easier to sell. Zhao Si, feeling antsy, quickly inquired, "Buddha, please elaborate on the specifics of this Tang tomb. Is the access via land or water?" Chapter 36. Aunt Zhang Rishan cast a sidelong glance at Ban Jieli, clearly displeased, and replied, "Xin Yi, what do you mean by that? Since the Buddha has spoken of a union, do you suggest he would withhold your share of the spoils?" At this, Ban Jieli shot a casual glance at Zhao Si, who fell silent, too intimidated to speak further. Zhang Rishan paid no mind, and simply continued, "I am unclear about the land or water routes, but I assure you it is filled with jade treasures. In terms of value, you ought to be more aware than I." Upon hearing this, the eyes of the heads of the prominent families in attendance gleamed with excitement. In the realm of tomb raiding, there is a saying regarding the burial items from the Tang Dynasty: Tang Buddhas, Song porcelain, Ming paintings. Among these, the jade Buddhas are held in the highest regard, often worth their weight in gold. Truly extraordinary treasures. This is because the Tang Dynasty, despite its reverence for Taoism, also honored Buddhism, leading to the construction of countless temples, from nobles to commoners. Whether in life or death, many Buddha statues were interred as burial goods. These jade Buddhas, ceramic Buddhas, and even clay sculptures are the finest of the fine, their worth surpassing that of Song Dynasty porcelain. Zhang Qishan waved his hand and continued, "We, the Zhang family, discovered this Tang tomb several years ago and have been gradually excavating portions of it. The ghost flowers were also found among the burial goods. However, I must caution you, the Tang tomb at Nyodo Mountain is no simple matter. Despite our efforts over several years, we have yet to locate the main burial chamber." Despite Zhang Qishan's prior warnings, everyone present, including Zhu Yuanlong, harbored their own unique skills and ambitions, eager to make a mark during this joint sand extraction venture and secure benefits for their respective families. Chen Xuan's thoughts were less convoluted. He sought the elusive Yutan flower and intended to visit Natushan. If he could gather several Yutan flowers, it would be deemed a success, and any other items of a supernatural nature would be considered a fortuitous bonus. As for treasures or valuables, Chen Xuan held them in little regard. With this in mind, He nodded towards Zhang Qishan and casually inquired, "When shall we depart?" "In 3 days, at noon, we shall gather at the city gate." "Count on my attendance," Chen Xuan replied. Before departing the private room with Bai Ji, he surmised that the next order of business would involve delineating the territories of the Nine Gates factions. As an outsider, remaining in the room would only serve to make the Nine Gates members uncomfortable, so he decided to take his leave. However, just as Chen Xuan descended the stairs, he heard Bai Ji beside him say, "My lord, I shall return shortly." Chen Xuan paused, though he did not probe further, and continued on alone to the Bailey Biyuan. After all, no one in this world could harm Bai Ji. Her safety was not a cause for concern. Once Chen Xuan exited the Hua family tavern, Bai Ji turned back, strolling leisurely towards the previous private room. Inside, the Nine Gates Association was embroiled in a heated argument over territorial disputes. Even the Wu and Jie families, who had historically maintained amicable relations, found themselves at odds, each penny fiercely contested. After all, camaraderie notwithstanding, financial matters must be meticulously delineated. Often, several peaks or villages could represent a vast grave, with discrepancies amounting to hundreds of thousands of dollars. As Bai Ji pushed open the door and entered the room, the heads of the Nine Gates Association were abruptly silenced, hastily closing their mouths. Particularly, Ban Jieli and Zhao Si were left red-faced, struggling to regain their composure. This incited Ban Jieli's ire, prompting him to scold, "Who permitted you to enter? Get out." Zhao Si, seeing this, quickly echoed, "Someone, throw this interloper out." Unexpectedly, Bai Ji remained impassive, merely gazing at Ban Jieli and Zhao Si, and spoke in a cool, unfeeling tone. "My lord does not concern himself with such matters, but I cannot abide anyone insulting my master." Before anyone could react, Bai Ji suddenly darted in front of Ban Jieli and Zhao Si. In swift succession, he seized each of their arms with a firm grip. The events unfolded so rapidly that even the parties involved were taken aback. Yet Ban Jieli, having navigated the treacherous waters of life, possessed a keen instinct. The moment Bai Ji grasped his arm, he sensed impending doom. His eyes widened, and without hesitation, he attempted to jab Bai Ji's eye with his free hand, seeking to inflict injury in hopes of buying himself time. However, against Bai Ji, whose prowess was beyond human measure, all of Ban Jieli's efforts were in vain. As he raised his hand, Bai Ji had already exerted a modicum of force. A sickening crack echoed, sending chills down the spines of those present. They witnessed Bai Ji ruthlessly tearing an arm from Ban Jieli and Zhao Si's bodies. In an instant, blood sprayed, splattering acros. Moreover, Natushan boasts 3 peaks that resemble a writing desk, and the locals affectionately refer to it as Baijiashan. 3 military trucks lined up in succession, speeding down the road. During the Republic of China period, the roads were treacherous. Even with military trucks, the pace of the convoy was sluggish. The journey of 400 li took a full day. By evening, the 3 military trucks finally arrived at the city of Phoenix County. Zhang Qishan organized the household staff and, accompanied by a few remaining heads of families and Chen Xianbai, made their way to the most luxurious restaurant within the county for a meal. During the banquet, the local head of the Zhang family, responsible for the entire county, also came to pay his respects. This head did not bear the surname Zhang, but rather Sun. He was in his 50s and was one of the rare outsiders in the Zhang family's leadership. In recent years, the Zhang family had risen to prominence in western Hunan, gaining control over considerable territories and influences. The leaders of these factions were referred to as heads. According to Zhang Rishan, there were a total of 13 heads within the Zhang family in western Hunan, with Sun and being the sole outsider among them. His rise to the position of head was attributed to his keen insight. It was said that he had once mingled in the underworld of Yueling and later learned about feng shui from a geomancer in his hometown. He applied these skills to sand mining, achieving remarkable success by discerning the locations of grand tombs and identifying their dynastic origins at a glance. A few years ago, upon hearing of Sun and abilities, Zhang Qishan personally invited him out of the mountains and bestowed upon him the title of head. It was from that moment that Sun and began investigating the Tang tomb at Natushan in Phoenix County. Unfortunately, despite 3 years of searching, they had only uncovered some accompanying burial sites, the highest standard being nearly that of a feudal lord's tomb. But the main tomb remained elusive. Sun En's face was lined with wrinkles, resembling an old farmer more than a scholar. Yet, it is often such individuals who are the true experts. For those who toil daily in the fields, exposed to the elements, are far more seasoned than delicate figures like Qi Tizui and Eri Wehong. Sun En was aware that the gathering today included the most esteemed heads of geomancer families in Xiang province, each possessing unique skills, and thus he maintained a humble demeanor. He thoroughly detailed the progress of the excavations at Natushan. Before expressing some concern, Master, there has been heavy rain in the past few days, and many areas have suffered landslides. The roads may be difficult to traverse. Zhang Qishan paused at these words, his expression darkening. Are there no alternative routes into the mountains? There are, Sun En replied, but it would require traversing waterways. That is of no consequence. Zhang Qishan waved his hand dismissively, his demeanor resolute. This is the first joint operation of the Juman Association. We will press on regardless of difficulties that we cannot allow the people of Yueling to look down upon us. Chapter 38. Not healing the living. The main force rested in Phoenix County for a night. But the following day, Zhang Qishan did not take many people with him. He only brought a small contingent of household heads and a few staff into the mountains. The remaining dozen stayed behind in Phoenix County. This decision was not surprising, as among these heads, only Qi Tizui's skills were slightly lacking. The others, such as Hebei Laolu and Er Yuehong, were masters among masters. Even the youngest, Wu Xiaogo, was no slouch, possessing a particularly keen sense, which explained his nickname. Under the guidance of Sun En, the head of the Zhang family in Phoenix County, the group departed from the city and arrived at the foot of Natushan, some 30-odd li away. The mountain spanned over 10 kilometers, and from a distance, the three peaks indeed resembled a writing desk. The peaks were crowned with perpetual snow, resembling hats atop the mountains. Recent heavy rains had caused the paths leading up the mountain to collapse, severing contact with the staff within. Hearing Sun En's words, Zhang Rishan promptly asked, "Are the staff in the mountains all right?" "They are fine," Sun En assured him. "They have prepared food and water for nearly half a year. So even if they are stranded for 10 days or half a month, it is not a problem." The staff Sun En referred to were those responsible for searching for the main burial chamber within Natushan. They had been searching for years, nearly turning the entire mountain inside out, yet had not located the main chamber. Initially, Zhang Qishan suspected that there might not be a main burial chamber within Natushan, merely a false tomb set up by the tomb owner. However, after discovering an accompanying burial site and finding Yutin flowers and records regarding the main burial chamber, Zhang Qishan confirmed the existence of the main tomb. Moreover, this main tomb was of considerable status, at least of a feudal lord's caliber, and possibly even that of an emperor. The treasures within were undoubtedly plentiful. But what Zhang Qishan was most concerned about was the potential concealment of the legendary Longgu Tianshu within. According to legend, the Longgu Tianshu was created by Zhou Wenwang, who accidentally obtained a dragon's bone, that he extracted the spine and fashioned it into the Longgu Tianshu, which not only recorded the long-lost primordial 8 trigrams, but also contained information about the whereabouts of the phoenix gallbladder. It was said that whoever possessed the Longgu Tianshu would attain immortality, judging by the Yutan flowers found in the accompanying burial site, even if the main hidden tomb did not contain the Longgu Tianshu. It would certainly hold numerous rare treasures. Of course, Zhang Qishan did not publicize the matter of the Longgu Tianshu. The collaboration with the Juman Association was intended to pool their efforts in hopes of locating the hidden main burial chamber. As Sun En spoke, he led the group to bypass the blocked mountain path caused by a mudslide, taking an alternate, longer route. After riding for about half an hour, a stream came into view. This was a small stream, roughly 2 meters wide, just enough to accommodate 2 bamboo rafts sailing side by side. Presently, 2 bamboo rafts were moored beside the stream, operated by the Zhang family staff from Phoenix County. The group dismounted, preparing to ride the bamboo rafts. Once aboard, Qi Tizui gazed at the towering mountains and quietly leaned toward Chen Xuan, eagerly flattering him. "Mr. Chen, your fortune-telling skills are unparalleled. Could you perhaps offer us a reading for this journey?" Chen Xuan, upon hearing this, was not angered but responded with a smile. "I do not read empty hexagrams. An empty hexagram refers to a situation where a fortune-teller is approached for a reading without any compensation offered. Should a fortune-teller engage in such practices, the karmic consequences would inevitably fall upon them. Thus, in the profession of fortune-telling, there is a saying, 'No empty readings. Both empty and full do not balance.' Even if it were just a single coin, a fee must be collected." Qi Tizui, being a fortune-teller himself, naturally understood the customs of the trade. He quickly retrieved a banknote from his pocket, amounting to 3,000 silver dollars, precisely matching the fee he had previously paid. Upon seeing this, Chen Xuan contemplated briefly and realized that it was likely not Qi Tizui who sought the reading. That he smiled and turned to Zhang Qishan. If President Zhang wishes to have his fortune read, he should simply say so. Hearing this, Zhang Qishan, who had been secretly observing, let out a breath of relief and apologized. Indeed, I feared Mr. Chen would refuse. Hence resorting to this roundabout approach. Indeed, the one truly seeking the reading was not Qi Tizui, but Zhang Qishan himself. He had learned from Qi Tizui that Chen Xuan had previously provided an exceptionally accurate reading for Qi Tizui, which had piqued his interest in having Chen Xuan assist him as well. However, since the incident at the Hua family restaurant, where Bai Ji had exhibited extraordinary prowess, intimidating all the heads of families, Zhang Qishan understood that even he was no match for Bai Ji. Thus, he devised this elaborate scheme, having Qi Tizui, who had a decent relationship with Chen Xuan, approach him. Should Chen Xuan decline, there would be room for negotiation. Little did he expect that Chen Xuan would be so accommodating. Not only Zhang Qishan, but the other heads of families also secretly felt relieved. The pressure exerted by Bai Ji was indeed overwhelming. Some heads even contemplated whether firearms could be effective against Bai Ji, but after much deliberation, they concluded that even with firearms, the outcome would be uncertain, faced with such an unparalleled force, akin to an ancient beast. Their only recourse was to appease and avoid offending him, with little else they could do. Therefore, during this period, whether it was Zhang Qishan, Yue Hong, or any other heads of families, whenever Chen Xuan appeared, they would strive to remain silent, fearing that a single word might provoke Bai Ji's wrath. Seeing the gazes of the heads upon him, Chen Xuan waved his hand, speaking in a gentle tone. I, Chen, am merely a common individual making a living in Changsha, without anything extraordinary about me. I in the future, should any of you wish to seek readings or medical assistance, feel free to approach me. However, it must be stated up front that my services do not come cheaply. The fees can easily range from several thousand to tens of thousands of silver dollars, depending on the complexity of the reading, and may even reach hundreds of thousands. Therefore, I advise you, esteemed heads, to refrain from approaching me lightly unless there is a significant matter at hand. Furthermore, regarding medical treatment, I do not heal the living. Chen Xuan's first statement was reasonable. Skilled individuals naturally charge substantial fees, which is quite normal for them. Spending tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of silver dollars to save a life would be considered a worthwhile investment. However, upon hearing Chen Xuan's second statement, including Zhang Qishan and the other 6 or 7 heads, they were collectively taken aback. Not healing the living. What did this mean? Could he heal the dead? If someone had already passed, what use would they have for his services? Despite their perplexity and skepticism regarding Chen Xuan's words, he showed no inclination to clarify, merely bypassing the topic and retrieving the divination board he always carried with him. Chapter 39. The Celestial Mechanism Divination. Chen Xuan gently adjusted the divination board, and the symbols upon it began to spin. After some time, they finally came to a halt. However, upon observing the resulting symbols, Chen Xuan furrowed his brow for the first time. Beside him, Bai Ji, noticing his reaction, quickly inquired, "Sir, is something amiss?" Bai Ji had once been one of Chen Xuan's most trusted generals, accompanying him in countless campaigns. Among those present, none understood Chen Xuan better than he. He was aware that his master was one who remained unperturbed even in the face of imminent disaster, as if nothing in this world warranted his concern. This was the first time he had witnessed such a frown and hesitation on Chen Xuan's face. While others were oblivious to Chen Xuan's background, they could sense that this enigmatic figure harbored some doubts regarding the divination. Qi Tizui hastily leaned in for a glimpse at the divination board, but its intricate complexity far surpassed his capabilities, despite being the head of the Qi family, with generations of inherited fortune-telling skills. He found himself utterly bewildered by the board in Chen Xuan's hands. After a moment of hesitation, Qi Tizui gently inquired, "Mr. Chen, is there an issue with this divination?" Chen Xuan nodded and solemnly explained, "This is the Heavenly Mechanism Divine Divination. Heavenly Mechanism Divine Divination." Upon hearing this, Qi Tizui exclaimed in astonishment. Disbelief etched on his face. On the bamboo raft, the heads of the 9 gates, led by Zhang Qishan, were in a flurry, scratching their heads in impatience. "Qi Lao Ba, what does the Heavenly Mechanism Divine Divination signify? Don't just shout it out. Tell us whether the omen is favorable or unfavorable." After recovering from his surprise, Chi Tizui surveyed the other heads of families and shook his head. Neither good nor bad this pronouncement. The heads were momentarily taken aback, unable to grasp the meaning. What does neither good nor bad imply? Asked Hong. Furrowing his brow, Chi Tizui pondered for a moment before elaborating. Regardless of whether it is fortune-telling or face-reading, be it the 8 trigrams or 9 palaces, or even the Queen of Jingjue, all schools of divination share a common omen known as the heavenly mechanism divine divination. The appearance of this omen indicates that the matter at hand transcends the mundane and cannot be calculated by human means. Chen Xuan contemplated this for a moment and spoke gravely. Do you mean to say that the owner of the Tang tomb within Nyoto Mountain is not human? Rather, they are a zongzi or a corpse demon? Chi Tizui shook his head with a pained smile. If it were merely a zongzi, that would be manageable. With the skills we possess, no zongzi could withstand us. This joint sand-digging endeavor has seen the 9 gates virtually mobilized to their fullest. He Bei Lao Lu, Hong, Zhang Qishan, Xie Yuan Long, Huasan Yang, these individuals are the cream of the crop among tomb raiders, each possessing formidable skills. With such a formidable lineup, not even a blood corpse could withstand our might. However, the rarity of the heavenly mechanism divine divination lies in its inherent chaos, rendering it unfathomable. Chi Tizui contemplated further and continued. While the tomb may harbor uncertainties, it certainly pertains to matters beyond the ordinary, likely of a celestial nature. Celestial? Chi Lao Ba, you can't be serious. Are there truly celestial beings in this world? Xie Yuanlong scoffed, clearly skeptical of Chi Tizui's assertions. That Chi Tizui did not argue, laughing it off. The divination texts state as such, those capable of manifesting the heavenly mechanism divine divination are either celestial beings or deities. Nevertheless, it is my first time encountering a true heavenly mechanism divine divination in my lifetime. As he spoke, Chi Tizui attempted to divine the omen using his own divination board, but found himself even less capable than Chen Xuan. He could not even discern the omen, rendering him utterly incapable of divination. At this point, Chi Tizui was thoroughly convinced of the vast chasm in skill between himself and Chen Xuan, akin to a gaping abyss. Zhang Qishan took a deep breath, surveying the heads of families present, and stated emphatically, since we have come this far, regardless of whether it is a deity or a celestial being, we must unveil its true visage. His resoluteness stemmed from the fact that this was the inaugural joint operation of the 9 Gates Association. If they were to retreat in fear of an omen without even laying eyes on the tomb entrance, how could they command respect within the 9 gates? Thus, even if the Tang tomb proved to be a den of dragons and tigers, he was determined to press on. Meanwhile, Chen Xuan found himself quite intrigued by the heavenly mechanism divine divination. While it was Chi Tizui's first encounter with such an omen, it was not Chen Xuan's. During the Yuan dynasty, he had previously divined the heavenly mechanism divine divination when he ventured into a Grand Zhou dynasty tomb and beheld the coffin of King Wen of Zhou. It was within the tomb of King Wen that he encountered the long-lost innate 8 trigrams, which enlightened him and led to the mastery of the 6 Ren divine divination, enabling him to foresee all outcomes. Consequently, during the early years of the Ming dynasty, he sought out Wang Songhai, then a mere official in the Ministry of Works, to assist him in crafting this 6 Ren divination board. Furthermore, Chi Tizui's remarks regarding the heavenly mechanism divine divination were only partially accurate. The term actually referred to the heavenly mechanism being obscured, enveloped in chaos, making it impossible to calculate fortunes or misfortunes. Moreover, this omen was not exclusive to celestial beings if the tomb's owner was also well-versed in feng shui and divination, and had reached a certain level of expertise. They could similarly create the heavenly mechanism divine divination omen by utilizing the terrain and topography to obscure all heavenly mechanisms. There had been countless individuals proficient in feng shui since King Wen of Zhou, but only a select few had managed to leave a mark in history, establishing their own schools. Among them were several familiar faces, yet it remained uncertain whether the owner of this Tang tomb was among those he recognized. The downside of living long is that one tends to know too many people. Of course, on the flip side, this familiarity also has its advantages. Acquaintances are generally easier to deal with than strangers. Amidst the discussions, the 2 bamboo rafts gently rocked and gradually made their way into the mountain range. Having experienced heavy rains a few days prior, the stream flowed with greater urgency, revealing numerous traces of mudslides. Following the creek downstream for approximately 3 to 4 kilometers, a cave emerged before them. This water cave was not extensive, measuring less than 800 meters, and on the other side lay Nyota Mountain. As Sun spoke, he retrieved a prepared torch from his pack. After igniting the torch, the bamboo raft entered the water cave. The cave stood over 2 meters high, and due to the echoes, the sounds of rushing water nearly drowned out the voices of the group. After drifting several meters further, the torchlight illuminated the cave walls, revealing numerous bats clinging to the surface. This was not surprising, as southern caves were often home to many creatures like bats and spiders. Perhaps startled by the torch in Sun's hand, the bats flapped their wings and flew overhead. After another 10 minutes, the stream's current gradually softened. Sun explained, "Ahead lies a tributary that leads to a natural cave with a drop of several dozen meters." He then turned to remind the crewmen steering the bamboo raft. "Stay close, don't stray off course." The crewman chuckled in response, assuring that after navigating these waters dozens of times, he could do so with his eyes closed. Indeed, when they encountered the tributary, both bamboo rafts passed through smoothly and safely. After drifting for another 10 minutes, the group spotted a glimmer of light ahead, and soon both bamboo rafts emerged safely from the water cave. Chapter 40. Brush Peak. As the two bamboo rafts exited the water cave, the landscape opened up before them. They had now entered the valley at the heart of Nyota Mountain, with Brush Peak towering above them as previously seen. Additionally, not far away in the valley, several wooden structures were erected that a group of Zhang family's workers busily attended to their tasks in the valley. Upon noticing Sun and the others arriving, the Zhang workers promptly set aside their work and approached. "Boss," Sun nodded, his gaze sweeping over the Zhang workers in the valley as he inquired solemnly, "With the heavy rains in Nyota Mountain these past few days, have the brothers fared well?" "Rest assured, boss, everyone is fine. Only Shaoli had a minor fall the day before yesterday, but it's nothing serious at this point." The leading Zhang worker shifted the conversation, adding, "By the way, boss, the third accompanying burial tomb has been excavated. But it poses some challenges, and the brothers are hesitant to proceed without your guidance." Upon hearing this, Sun was taken aback. "What's the situation?" The leading Zhang worker instinctively glanced at the surrounding heads of the 9 gates. The following words stuck in his throat. Zhang Xuan, noticing this, waved his hand. "No worries, they are not outsiders." As he spoke, he turned to the other heads of families and offered a respectful nod, since they were to collaborate. Transparency was essential. "Esteemed heads, shall we all proceed to the camp to discuss further?" Regardless of the circumstances, Zhang Xuan had extended ample courtesy to the heads of the 9 gates, and the others had no objections. Following him into the largest tent in the valley. Once inside, Zhang Xuan unreservedly took the seat of honor and then turned to the Zhang workers, asking in a deep voice, "What issues have arisen with the accompanying burial tomb in Nyota Mountain?" Under the scrutiny of such prominent figures, the worker felt a surge of trepidation and promptly replied, "Patriarch, we discovered a whistle coffin within the third accompanying burial tomb at this revelation. The faces of the heads of the 9 gates changed dramatically. In the realm of tomb raiding, there exists a saying, bronze coffin, whistle coffin. If the 8 characters are not strong, do not approach. The whistle coffin, a rare coffin design, is encased in iron plating, with a small hole at the top just large enough for an arm to pass through. Named for its resemblance to a whistle, this coffin's origins are shrouded in mystery, but the most accepted explanation states it was created by tomb raiders who, upon discovering a demon corpse within, sealed it with molten iron to prevent access. However, to grant future raiders a chance at retrieving the treasures within, they left a small opening in the coffin's lid. Upon hearing the term whistle coffin, Yuahong's expression darkened. "Buddha, the whistle coffin is immensely dangerous. We must prepare ourselves." The other heads shared similarly grave expressions to AS leaders in this profession. They understood the terrifying implications of the whistle coffin. A misstep in opening the coffin could potentially unleash a vengeful demon corpse, leading to the demise of all involved. Under normal circumstances, if the servants of the Zhang family were to encounter a whistle coffin, they would generally avoid it if possible. After pondering for a moment, Zhang Xuan waved his hand and said, "No matter, let us first take a look at that whistle coffin." Upon hearing this, the Zhang family's servant promptly replied, "The whistle coffin has already been brought over." With that, he hurriedly led a large group of people to the adjacent tent where coffins and ceremonial objects were stored. Everyone entered the tent. Their eyes were immediately drawn to a large coffin placed in the center. The coffin was entirely black, its surface cast in molten iron, solidifying into a formidable iron shell. However, above the coffin, there was a fist-sized hole. Wu Xiaogo, displaying considerable courage, boldly leaped atop the coffin and peered through the hole. Yet, after a long examination, all he could see was an impenetrable darkness within, obscuring its contents. Zhang Qishan contemplated for a moment before turning to inquire of the Zhang family servant. In the third accompanying tomb, aside from this whistle coffin, are there any other items? The servant replied, no, there is only this coffin. Over the past few years, the Zhang family had been excavating the burial grounds of Nyoto Mountain. And thus far, they had uncovered 3 accompanying tombs that in the first and second accompanying tombs, they had found yutan flowers and a collection of Tang Dynasty ceremonial antiques. The value of those antiques alone was considerable, easily worth at least 100,000 taels of silver. Furthermore, they had discovered some fragmented records regarding the main tomb, indicating that there was an even grander and more magnificent main tomb within Nyoto Mountain. However, despite their years of searching, they had yet to locate the position of the main tomb. This was why Zhang Qishan regarded this tomb as the target for the first collaborative action of the Nine Gates Association. Firstly, it would showcase the generosity of the Zhang family. Secondly, since they had no leads, perhaps collective wisdom could yield a solution. Most importantly, Zhang Qishan had received news that another powerful force in Xiangxi, the Chen family Shuling lineage, was gathering manpower to seize the Yuan dynasty tomb at Ping Mountain, raising funds for disaster relief. Zhang Qishan did not wish to be outdone by the Shuling lineage. Thus, he needed to respond. The Tang tomb at Nyoto Mountain served as his answer. Upon seeing the coffin, the heads of the 9 gates wore expressions as grim as the depths of the sea. Yet none dared to suggest sawing open the coffin. After all, who could say what malevolent entities lay within the whistle coffin? Should it house a formidable corpse, it could spell disaster for everyone present. After a moment of silence, Zhang Qishan made up his mind and turned to Zhang Rishan beside him. The latter understood immediately and commanded, prepare for probing. The probing mentioned by Zhang Rishan had a special name, known as double finger probing. This was a closely guarded secret technique of the Zhang family. The so-called double finger probing referred to a skill called Fakyu finger that the Zhang family's servants practiced from a young age. After extensive training, the middle and index fingers of these servants would be slightly longer than those of ordinary individuals, exhibiting exceptional dexterity to perform intricate movements. Thus, when encountering a whistle coffin or other mechanisms, the Zhang family could leverage their nimble fingers to navigate through it as soon as the command was given. The Zhang family's servants sprang into action, quickly preparing a gong, horses, and a pair of oversized scissors. They secured the large scissors above the hole in the whistle coffin while tying a rope to the horse's tail. Another servant, holding the gong and drum, stood beside the horse at that moment. A 15 or 16-year-old Zhang family servant, without a word, leapt atop the whistle coffin and slowly extended his right arm into the hole. Witnessing this scene, the other heads of the 9 gates were taken aback. Watching with suspicion, Qi Tiezu could not help but inquire, Master, what is the purpose of the scissors? Zhang Rishan explained, the scissors are to prevent mishaps, severing an arm to save a life. Upon hearing this, everyone quickly comprehended. Indeed, compared to losing one's life, losing an arm was a more acceptable trade-off. Chapter 41. The Birth of the Dead. After Zhang Rishan's explanation, the heads of the 9 gates expressed their astonishment. Double finger probing was a lost art, one that certainly the local soil masters of Changsha would not possess. They had previously thought that the Zhang family, such a rising force, could not shoulder the responsibilities of the association's president. However, with just a small demonstration, they had quelled the doubts of many heads. At least the local soil masters in Changsha would likely steer clear of the whistle coffin. Meanwhile, Chen Xuan gazed at the whistle coffin, a thought stirring within him, as he turned to Baiji beside him. Baiji, a being half human and half corpse, was an ancient entity of several millennia. Few tomb masters could rival his age. Moreover, Baiji was not human, and thus he was far more attuned to the energies of the underworld and the aura of corpses than Chen Xuan. Noticing Chen Xuan's gaze, Baiji slightly nodded and spoke softly, My lord, there is a corpse aura within. And hesitating for a moment, he continued uncertainly, It seems this corpse aura is somewhat unusual. Unusual? Could it be that there truly was a malevolent corpse within the whistle coffin? As Chen Xuan pondered, the Zhang family servant had already leapt atop the coffin and, under the gaze of the onlookers, slowly thrust his arm into the hole. The young Zhang servant, not much older than 15 or 16, wore an expression of 3 parts nervousness and 3 parts excitement as he began to explore within the coffin. However, at that moment, the Zhang youth suddenly let out a cry, pain etched across his face. Following this, everyone witnessed him as if ensnared by something, his entire body crashing against the lid of the whistle coffin, relentlessly being pulled inward. Observing this scene, the servant responsible for the gong momentarily lost his wits and forgot to strike it. Zhang Qishan, in a fit of anger, leapt to the warhorse's side and slapped its rear end. The horse, stung by pain, neighed loudly and bolted from the tent. The rope tied to the horse's tail tightened suddenly, causing the large scissors affixed to the whistle coffin to snap shut in an instant. With a sharp crack, the young Zhang servant's arm was severed at the shoulder, eliciting a heart-wrenching scream. The heads of the 9 gates were collectively jolted, their eyes drawn to the young Zhang servant. At that moment, Zhang Qishan lunged toward the youth, grasping him and pulling him away from the whistle coffin. In the next second, the whistle coffin shook violently, and a hollow, desolate voice echoed from within. "What is happening?" Qi Tiezu asked, bewildered, as he quickly hid behind Zhang Rishan, peering cautiously at the whistle coffin. Bei Lao Lu remained silent, his expression as somber as the depths of the ocean, resting his palm on the hilt of his Guanshan Dao, ready for action. On the other side, Hosan Yang, Yue Hong, and Jia Wei February Hong furrowed his brows and quickly inquired, "What lies within?" "There is a female corpse, approximately 20 years of age, but this corpse is pregnant." Pregnant. Upon hearing this, all the heads of the 9 gates present were taken aback. In an instant, they exchanged incredulous glances. Unable to comprehend the revelation. It must be noted that this is the whistle coffin, which houses not only terrifying demonic corpses, but at the very least, malevolent entities akin to Zongzi. Yet now, Zhang Qishan claimed that not only was there an ordinary female corpse, but she was also with child. Noticing the peculiar expressions on the faces of everyone present, unsure of how to respond, Zhang Rishan clarified, "My family's Buddha has mastered the art of probing tombs and discerning the ages of corpses since childhood. If he asserts it is a 20-year-old female corpse, then it cannot be mistaken." The elder of the 9 gates, Jiejuan Long, appeared perplexed and hesitantly asked, "Buddha, I do not doubt your abilities, but surely this coffin belongs to someone from the Tang dynasty. How could she possibly be pregnant? Or is it that the owner of this coffin died after becoming pregnant?" These heads of families, having traversed the world, had heard many strange tales, including that of corpses giving birth, which was not entirely unfathomable. However, a pregnancy lasting over a millennium was beyond anything they had encountered, surpassing even the mythical tales of Neza. Zhang Qishan shook his head and replied, "I do not know, but this female corpse indeed bears a pregnancy." At this point, he surveyed the surroundings and, after a moment's hesitation, declared, "To uncover the truth, there is but one course of action. We must open the coffin." Chapter 42. Dragon Horn Serpent Open the Coffin? A hum of buzzing discussions erupted within the camp. The heads of the 9 gates displayed expressions of hesitation, with Jiejuan frowning deeply as he remarked, "Buddha, it is a long-standing family rule that the whistle coffin must not be opened." Qi Tizui chimed in, "Indeed, rules must not be broken. Once the whistle coffin is opened, no one can predict what may transpire." Yet, in the face of their objections, Zhang Qishan assertively waved his hand in no need for further discussion. "I have resolved to open this whistle coffin today." After stating this, he exchanged a knowing glance with Zhang Rishan, who immediately summoned a group of Zhang family workers equipped with various tools to break the coffin. Realizing they could not prevent this, Jiejuan and Qi Tizui reluctantly fell silent, though they still murmured concerns, feeling it was rather inauspicious to encounter such matters without having located the main tomb. Meanwhile, Chen Xuan watched the whistle coffin, seemingly deep in thought. Qi Tizui, noticing this, quietly moved closer to Chen Xuan, wearing a fawning expression as he whispered, "Mr. Chen, I am but a weakling. If anything happens, may I follow behind you?" "No problem," Chen Xuan replied with a smile, not minding the flattery. Qi Tizui's face lit up with joy as he continued, "Mr. Chen, your knowledge is profound. Do you have any idea what ghastly thing lies within this coffin?" Earlier, a worker from the Zhang family had been bitten by something inside the coffin, his complexion gray and clearly poisoned. Yet, Zhang Qishan had discovered a pregnant female corpse. This led Chen Xuan to recall a certain type of corpse fetus. After pondering for a while, he slowly articulated, "Based on President Zhang's description, I believe this pregnant female corpse is not truly with child, but rather has been used as a nesting ground by a dragon horn serpent." Dragon horn serpent? Qi Tizui was momentarily taken aback, It was his first encounter with such a serpent. Chen Xuan nodded and quietly explained the origins of the dragon horn serpent to Qi Tizui. The dragon horn serpent is small, measuring only 3 inches. It is named for the 2 slender horns protruding from its head. This species has a peculiar habit of burrowing into coffins, utilizing the corpses within as nesting sites. They particularly favor entering the abdomen of female corpses, causing their bellies to swell, resembling a woman in the 8th month of pregnancy. Thus, the dragon horn serpent is also known as the corpse-birthing serpent. Moreover, this serpent possesses the unusual ability to mimic speech. However, this remarkable species had gone extinct as early as the Song dynasty, so it is not surprising that contemporary individuals have never encountered it. In truth, time can bury all things. Many rare species from ancient times have vanished without a trace, leaving no records behind. Perhaps it is only someone like Chen Xuan, transcending the river of time, who can document these rare creatures. While the two conversed, Zhang Qishan's workers used tools to saw open the whistle coffin, which had been sealed with molten iron. The leading worker turned to Zhang Qishan and respectfully inquired, "Patriarch, shall we proceed?" Zhang Qishan's expression was resolute as he waved his hand, instructing the nearby workers to prepare for action, then commanded, "Open the coffin." Following his decree, several workers surrounded the whistle coffin, exerting their strength to slowly lift the heavy iron lid, which weighed hundreds of pounds. As the coffin lid was removed, the true visage of this Tang dynasty whistle coffin was finally revealed. Although the heads of the 9 gates had expressed their dissent against opening the coffin, upon witnessing it being unveiled, their curiosity got the better of them, and they rushed forward. After all, the whistle coffin is a rarity, and an open whistle coffin is truly one of a kind. Such a rare opportunity was not one they wished to miss. However, upon gazing into the coffin, the heads of the 9 gates could not help but exclaim in astonishment. Chen Xuan and Bai Ji also joined the throng. Moving toward the whistle coffin, inside, they were greeted by a lavish display of gold, silver, and precious stones. Moreover, due to the iron ceiling, the coffin was practically airtight. After a millennium, it remained in remarkably good condition. Even the painted patterns on the coffin walls were strikingly vivid, as if they had just been applied. Yet, this paint, having been exposed to the air for only a brief moment, quickly oxidized and dulled, losing its initial brilliance. The Qi Tizui lamented this fact, but suddenly exclaimed, "Look, the belly of the female corpse is moving." With this cry, the attention of the crowd was instantly drawn to the female corpse within the coffin. This corpse, appearing to be around 20 years of age, matched Zhang Qishan's earlier speculation. To their astonishment, the corpse, having endured a millennium, appeared lifelike, resembling someone who had merely fallen asleep. Even more bizarrely, the abdomen of the corpse was indeed as Zhang Qishan had described, prominently swollen. However, the heads of the families, seasoned individuals, were not easily frightened by a mere corpse. What truly astonished and even terrified them was that the abdomen not only appeared distended, but was also writhing, as if a living fetus were moving within. Dajejuan's expression turned grim as he anxiously remarked, "Could it be that what lies within is still alive?" Upon hearing this, the other heads of families exchanged peculiar glances. They had not only heard of, but many had also witnessed, the phenomenon of corpses reanimating. However, a fetus that reanimates in such a manner was a rarity beyond compare among the heads of families. Aside from Zhang Qishan and February Hong, it was Hebei Lao Lu who remained the most composed. Emerging from a realm of corpses and blood, he had spent years navigating the treacherous waters of sand mining, encountering more Zongzi than living beings. Even when faced with the ghostly fetus within the female corpse, he exhibited no fear, instead casually unsheathing his Guanshan knife, intent on eviscerating the corpse. "Lu, what are you doing?" Qi Tizui, alarmed by Hebei Lao Lu's actions, hurriedly intervened. The latter cast a cold glance at Qi Tizui, causing him to feel a shiver down his spine. "Never mind, just be careful." Realizing he could not dissuade him, Qi Tizui refrained from further objections but offered a word of caution. Just moments ago, Mr. Chen had suggested that this ghostly fetus might be a dragon horn serpent. Had someone else made this statement, Hebei Lao Lu would have dismissed it. However, upon learning it was Chen Xuan who spoke, he nodded in rare agreement, indicating his understanding. Subsequently, before the gaze of the onlookers, he stepped forward, raised his Guanshan knife, and swiftly slashed open the belly of the female corpse. In the next instant, they beheld that the internal organs of the corpse had been entirely devoured, revealing a writhing mass of small serpents. densely packed within her abdomen, 3 to 5 dozen in total. These small serpents, entirely white, bore triangular heads with small protruding horns on either side that as soon as the belly of the corpse was incised. The dragon horned serpents scattered in all directions. Their movements were lightning fast, resembling streaks of white as they lunged toward the heads of the 9 gates. Hebei Lao Lu squinted slightly, swiftly bringing his knife down to cleave several of the dragon-horned serpents in twain. The remaining heads of the 9 gates quickly reacted, drawing their weapons to slay the serpents. However, at that moment, the female corpse within the coffin abruptly sat upright, her eyes snapping open. Chapter 43. National Master instantly. A chill swept through the camp. Except for Chen Xuan and Bai Ji, everyone else was taken aback. Hebei Lao Lu was the first to grip his Guanshan knife tightly, casting a wary gaze toward the Tang dynasty female corpse within the coffin. Just as the atmosphere fell into a tense silence, so quiet that one could hear a pin drop, the female corpse spoke. The National Master has decreed, those who intrude upon the dragon's rest shall die. The National Master has decreed, those who intrude. The same phrase was repeated 3 times by the female corpse, after which she fell silent, sitting upright in the coffin with her eyes wide open. Jiejuan and Qi Tizui exchanged glances, ultimately directing their gaze toward Zhang Qishan. Buddha, what shall we do now? Not only were Jiejuan and the others puzzled, but Zhang Qishan himself was equally bewildered. He had encountered Zongzi and even demonic corpses before. But a talking Zongzi was a first for him. Zhang Qishan hesitated for a moment, then turned to February Hong and Hua Sanyang. February Hong shook her head, while Hua Sanyang furrowed her brow and remarked, "Could it be that we are haunted? Indeed, there are spirits in this world, but in broad daylight, what specter would dare to manifest, not to mention mere ghosts? Even a millennia-old Zongzi would not venture forth in the light of day. The midday sun serves as the nemesis to all malevolent beings that, of course, Zhang Qishan is simply lacking in experience, unaware that Bai Ji is, in fact, a creature of duality, half human, half corpse, the epitome of the sinister." After much contemplation, Zhang Qishan found no clarity and had no choice but to place his hopes in Chen Xian. He turned, his voice grave, and inquired, "Mr. Chen, what is the origin of this female corpse? Could it be that there truly are spirits within this tent?" Chen Xian decisively shook his head and approached the coffin. "Be cautious, Mr. Chen." Seeing Chen Xian's audacity, Qi Tizu could not help but break into a cold sweat. Hastily offering a warning, Chen Xian merely smiled, snapping his fingers towards the corpse. In the next moment, a dragon-horned serpent, larger than the previous ones, slowly emerged from the corpse's mouth. Before long, the serpent coiled atop the corpse, raising its head and emitting a hissing sound of intimidation. However, Chen Xian remained unfazed, uttering a series of enigmatic syllables. Upon hearing these sounds, the serpent atop the corpse abruptly contracted its body, no longer daring to intimidate. Witnessing this scene, Qi Tiazu was momentarily taken aback, then widened his eyes in astonishment, exclaiming, "Is this not the long-lost language of the dead?" Compared to Qi Tiazu, the most shocked among them was Zhang Rishan, coming from the Zhang family. He was aware that while the family had fallen into disarray by the time he came of age, he still possessed some knowledge of the family's secret traditions, including the language of the dead. However, he had never anticipated that aside from the elites of the Zhang family, there could be others in the world who understood this extraordinary skill. Wu Xiaogo, who had remained silent, was overtaken by curiosity and could not help but ask, "Eighth Master, what is the language of the dead?" The language of the dead, or Zongzi, refers to the communication between the deceased, comprehensible only to those who have departed. Qi Tiazu's assertion was accurate. However, it is worth noting that through rigorous training, not only the dead but also the living can learn this language. Even the dragon-horned serpents, which dwell in coffins and interact with the dead, can, through exposure, understand some rudimentary phrases of this tongue. The language Chen Xian had just shared with the dragon-horned serpent was rather simple, essentially imploring for its life by recounting everything it had heard in the past. Observing the dragon-horned serpent, or rather the Serpent King, exhibiting reluctance, Chen Xian's expression turned stern, and he uttered a few more syllables, compelling the serpent to speak again. "Madam, do not blame me. The Jinglong requires a woman of the most keen constitution to accompany the deceased. Relay my command. Let no living soul remain within the Jinglong. The Xuanjia army shall self-terminate on the spot. The National Master decrees, those who intrude upon the Jinglong shall perish. The National Master decrees, those who intrude upon the Jinglong shall perish." After the serpent recounted this proclamation, Chen Xian could not help but furrow his brow slightly. The title of National Master nearly confirmed the identity of the tomb's owner. Although the Tang dynasty spanned 289 years and saw 21 emperors, there were relatively few national masters. Among the most renowned were the four great national masters, Yuan Tiangang, Li Chunfeng, the monk Xinxiu, and the last, the master of earth Qi, Yang Yunsong. The first two were familiar figures to Chen Xuan. He had even visited their tombs to pay his respects after their passing. As for the latter two, Chen Xuan did not know them personally, for he had spent decades abroad, only returning to the Central Plains amidst the chaos at the end of the Tang dynasty. Though unfamiliar, Chen Xuan was aware of Yang Yunsong. He was celebrated as the last master of earth Qi, and since his time, no other such masters had emerged in China. The master of earth Qi was responsible for locating the dragon veins and auspicious sites for the imperial family. During his lifetime, Yang Yunsong compiled his knowledge into a treatise known as the Hanlong Jing, which has been passed down through generations. Thus, setting aside Yuan and Li, it was highly probable that the owner of this Tang tomb was either Xinxiu or Yang Yunsong, with the latter being more likely. After expressing his conjecture, Qi Tiezu's mind sparked with realization, and he hastily exclaimed, "I just recalled something." The crowd turned their attention to Qi Tiezu. After gathering his thoughts, he began to explain, "I once studied Yang Yunsong's Hanlong Jing, but only 8 volumes of the treatise have survived, while the 9th, the most crucial chapter, has never been seen. That I remember my grandfather mentioning that the last volume is rumored to be called the Jinglongju, detailing the true dragon as treasure land, the celestial mountains beyond. Now that I think of it, could it be that the last volume of the Hanlong Jing is not named Jinglongju, but rather Jinglongju?" Mid-sentence, Qi Tiezu suddenly chuckled softly. "My grandfather also said that one should seek out Tang tombs whenever possible, in hopes of uncovering the 9th volume of the Hanlong Jing. Perhaps his wish may indeed come to fruition." Upon hearing Qi Tiezu's words, Huasanyang remarked softly, "Old 8, could you share something of significance? If this is indeed Yang Yunsong's tomb, then where exactly is it?" "How would I know?" Qi Tiezu rolled his eyes, his attention quickly drawn back to the dragon-horned serpent king atop the coffin. He leaned in for a closer inspection and cautiously inquired, "Mr. Chen, is this creature venomous?" "Rest assured, it is not toxic." As he spoke, Chen Xuan glanced at the dragon-horned serpent king, which was gazing at him with a pitiful expression. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to spare its life. The dragon-horned serpent, after all, is one of the few creatures, aside from parrots, capable of mimicking human speech. To extinguish it would be a genuine loss. With that thought, Chen Xuan uttered a few peculiar syllables, and upon hearing them, the serpent king hurriedly slithered down from the coffin, soon disappearing through the crevices of the tent. These dragon-horned serpents were evidently raised by Yang Yunsong and placed within the burial site. Although they inhabit corpses, they also prevent decomposition, serving as a means to preserve the remains. Chapter 44. Fireflies. After the dragon-horned serpent departed, the members of the 9 gates hurried to the coffin. Inside lay a plethora of various ritual objects and treasures, worth at least several tens of thousands of taels. The other family heads, confident in their status, did not take it upon themselves to act. The group then reconvened in Zhang Qishan's tent to discuss the next day's plans. Seated at the head of the table, Zhang Qishan surveyed the gathered individuals and stated gravely, "We now have a reasonable suspicion that the tomb's owner is likely the master of earth Qi, Yang Yunsong. Even if it is not him, we are dealing with a geomancer well-versed in the intricacies of feng shui." He paused slightly, tapping his fingers gently on the tabletop. "The pressing question now is, what exactly is Jinglongju? Does anyone present possess any knowledge of it?" Hearing Zhang Qishan's inquiry, the family heads exchanged glances, all shaking their heads in unison. They were aware of Jingjue, but the term Jinglongju was entirely foreign to them. Consequently, all eyes turned to Qi Tiezu. Among the family heads of the 9 gates, aside from Qi Tiezu, the others were either uneducated or merchants. The only knowledgeable one among them was Qi Tiezu. Regrettably, he too shrugged and replied, "Don't look at me. I have no idea." After saying this, he turned to Chen Xuan, his face beaming with a smile. "Mr. Chen is the true scholar here. Do you know what Jinglongju is?" Chen Xuan, who had been observing from the sidelines, suddenly found everyone's gaze upon him. He cleared his throat and shared his thoughts that I may not know what Jinglongju is, but I do know that Longju refers to the imperial palace. In the poetry of Tsincan from the Tang dynasty, there is a line that goes, "Upon hearing the desires of the morning dragon Ju, one must brush off the crown of the pestilence. Here, Longju refers to the palace where the emperor resides, the imperial palace. The crowd murmured softly, pondering the implications of this statement. After a moment's thought, Yuehong spoke up. Could it be that a monarch is buried within this Jinglongju? Jie Jiao voiced a differing opinion. This is Jinglongju, not Long Jue.I in my view. It signifies that the emperor was disturbed and subsequently suppressed here. The assembly of family heads engaged in a lively debate. Yet none could convince the other. Without having laid eyes on the true form of Jinglongju, no one could ascertain what lay within. Observing that the discussion yielded no fruitful conclusions, Chen Xuan decided to return to his tent with Baiji to rest. The group took the opportunity to recuperate for a day in the valley, and the following morning, they gathered once more. This time, the main contingent would set forth to the true Nitushin in search of the master tomb. Recently, Nitushin had been beset by half a month of heavy rains, rendering the mountain paths muddy and treacherous, complicating the advance of the troops. Fortunately, the members of the 9 gates were skilled in their respective crafts, managing to navigate the terrain by clearing mountains and bridging waters. By the time dusk approached, they officially entered the mountains, arriving at the foot of the first side peak of Bijia Peak. With the sky growing dim, Zhang Qishan waved his hand, ordering the troops to set up camp on the spot. The members of the 9 gates acted swiftly. Before full darkness descended, the tents had already been erected. After dining and discussing the route for the following day, everyone returned to their respective quarters to rest. Given that this was a temporary campsite, not many tents had been set up, aside from the sole female member, Hua Sanyang, who had her own separate tent. The rest, including Zhang Qishan, shared accommodations with 3 or 4 individuals that in Chen Xian's tent. He, Baiji, Qi Tiezu, and Wu Xiaogo were present. Fortunately, the 4 shared a close rapport and were unfazed by the arrangement. After settling into their respective beds, Wu Xiaogo, still brimming with excitement, engaged Qi Tiezu in conversation. Qi Tiezu responded intermittently, but soon succumbed to sleep. Wu Xiaogo felt a sense of ennui and yearned to engage Chen Xuan in conversation. Yet he lacked the courage to do so. Instead, he found himself mentally counting dumplings, gradually succumbing to slumber. That it was unclear how much time had passed when Wu Xiaogo was jolted awake by a sudden urge to relieve himself. Blinking in a daze, he prepared to step outside the tent for a brief respite. However, as he rose from his cot and donned a garment, his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of something luminous atop the tent's leather canopy. Doubting his senses, Wu Xiaogo rubbed his eyes vigorously. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was not an illusion. Something indeed shimmered above the tent. Instantly alert, he hurriedly nudged his companion, Qi Tizui, who was soundly asleep. After several persistent shakes, Qi Tizui finally stirred, yawning and groggily inquiring, "What is it, Xiaosan?" "I was in the midst of a delightful slumber." "Hush," Wu Xiaogo whispered urgently, signaling Qi Tizui to be silent, before pointing toward the top of the tent. Following his gesture, Qi Tizui's eyes widened in shock as he quickly rubbed his own eyes to confirm he was not mistaken. After scrutinizing the sight for a moment, he murmured, "That appears to be a dragon?" Upon uttering those words, Qi Tizui turned to awaken Chen Xian and Baiji, but was dismayed to find their beds already empty. "Where is Mr. Chen?" Wu Xiaogo shook his head, a look of confusion on his face. "I don't know. I just woke up and noticed something glowing on the tent." After a moment's contemplation, Qi Tizui decisively declared, "Get dressed. We must investigate outside." The two quickly donned their attire and stepped out of the tent, only to discover that Chen Xian, Baiji, and others, including Zhang Qishan and Yuehong, had already gathered in the open space outside, while they were the last to arrive. Moreover, nearby tents were continuously drawing in more onlookers. Qi Tizui hurriedly approached and quietly asked, "Master Fo, what is that in the sky?" As he spoke, he glanced upward and confirmed his earlier observation. Indeed, a dragon hovered above the tent, radiating light. This dragon was approximately 30 to 60 feet long, its eyes and whiskers distinctly visible, emanating a warm red glow. Zhang Qishan shook his head and explained, "This phenomenon appeared a quarter of an hour ago, and its nature remains unknown." Before he finished speaking, Hua Sanyang suddenly extended her hand and exclaimed, "Look, it's snowing." Perhaps as if to validate her statement, snowflakes began to drift down from the sky. When they landed in the palm of Hua Sanyang's delicate hand, they promptly melted into water. Although snow occasionally graced the southern region of Xiangxi, it typically only fell in the depths of winter, making early snowfall a rarity. Soon after, the group noticed that the radiant red dragon above them began to dim and even disintegrate. It was then that they discerned that it was not a dragon at all, but rather a multitude of fireflies. Yet, for reasons unknown, these fireflies had formed a vividly animated dragon that floated above the campsite. However, Chapter 45, the Moro ghost insect Chitizui, observing the cascading fireflies, murmured in confusion, "Wait, fireflies only appear in summer. How can there be fireflies in winter?" At that moment, one of the GF family's attendants, curious, bent down to pick up a fallen firefly. The instant his hand made contact, he let out a blood-curdling scream, followed by flames erupting from his body. This shocking sight caused everyone to gasp in horror, prompting others who had intended to catch fireflies to retract their hands in fright. The flames engulfed the Jia attendant swiftly, consuming him entirely within the span of a few moments, leaving only a pile of white ash. As they stared at the heap of ash on the ground, the crowd exchanged glances filled with dread. Upon witnessing the fireflies that bore an uncanny resemblance to the now-vanished attendant, Chen Xuan's expression shifted to one of grave concern. "These are the Moro ghost insects. Moro ghost insects." The gathered individuals exchanged bewildered looks, clearly unfamiliar with the term. Chitizui pressed on, "Mr. Chen, do you know the origin of this strange insect?" Not only did Chen Xuan know, but he had also fought against the Moro ghost insects firsthand, having witnessed countless Tang soldiers perish beneath their malevolent flames. He recounted a historical episode from the Tang dynasty, when Emperor Taizong Li Shimin had recently ascended to the throne. During that time, Chen Xuan, along with Yuan Tiangang and Li Chunfeng, had gained entry to the court. Although they held no official positions, they were esteemed as the white-robed prime ministers, trusted confidants of the emperor. That year, a bizarre insect resembling a golden turtle appeared in the southwestern frontier, capable of devouring everything in its path. Although it was no larger than a thumb, it had already consumed the populace of several counties. The legendary military commander Li Jing received orders to quell this ghostly menace, leading an army of 50,000 to the region. Yet, even the great commander found himself powerless against the formidable insect, which possessed otherworldly strength. In a single encounter, the insect devoured more than 10,000 of his troops. In desperation, Li Jing sought assistance from the court. Ultimately, after deliberation, Chen Xuan, along with Yuan and Li, led another 50,000 troops to provide support. However, they too fell victim to the overwhelming might of the ghostly insect. Moreover, after consuming nearly 100,000 people, the insect acquired the ability to summon the Moro ghost insects. Though these insects were not as powerful as their progenitor, they released destructive flames that could incinerate everything, including themselves. However, their sheer numbers were staggering, overwhelming the battlefield. Thus, nearly 50,000 soldiers perished in combat against the Moro ghost insects. Yet, through their sacrifice, Chen Xuan managed to approach the primary insect and sealed it away with the Heavenly Master Seal. That encounter drained him of his strength and even cost him a drop of his blood. Consequently, he entered an early state of reincarnation, marking the sole occasion in his countless cycles where he succumbed to slumber prematurely. From that point on, he hesitated to use his blood recklessly. Furthermore, the appearance of these Moro ghost insects differed from those of the Tang dynasty, which contributed to Chen Xuan's failure to recognize them. He had not anticipated the continued existence of Moro ghost insects following the sealing of the primary insect. With a serious demeanor, Chen Xuan briefly recounted the origin of the Moro ghost insects, deliberately withholding his own involvement in the Tang dynasty. The heads of the 9 gates listened in stunned silence. This diminutive insect managed to annihilate over 50,000 soldiers of the Tang dynasty. What do we do now? We can't touch it, nor can we kill it. Among them, Yuehong remained clear-headed, pondering aloud. "Mr. Chen, do these Moro ghost insects have any weaknesses?" "Indeed, they do have a weakness. These ghostly insects are particularly averse to snowflakes. Upon contact with snowflakes, they will perish within a quarter of an hour. As if to corroborate Chen Xuan's words, the falling snowflakes began to dissolve upon touching the Moro ghost insects, resulting in their rapid demise. Witnessing this spectacle, the group collectively exhaled in relief. After all, the sheer number of Moro ghost insects was daunting. Had they lacked any weaknesses, their only recourse would have been to flee rather than seek the main tomb. Zhang Qishan surveyed the mountain of ghostly insect carcasses stretching 30 to 60 feet long and remarked, "Why have these ghost insects appeared here, specifically on a snowy day? Is it possible they came here to commit suicide?" Suicide, the heads of the nine gates collectively paused at the notion. While they might accept that humans, or even primates, could resort to self-harm, could insects possess such tendencies? Before they could ponder further, Wu Xiaogo suddenly called out, "Master Fo, Mr. Chen, come quickly and take a look." Responding to his voice, the crowd hurried to his side. Upon arriving, they discovered a jade pendant nestled among the insect pile. Zhang Rishan swiftly procured a stick and carefully extracted the pendant from the insects. After ensuring it was free from the malevolent flames of the Moro ghost insects, he presented it to Zhang Qishan. Zhang Qishan examined the pendant, noting there is a character for Yang inscribed on it. It seems Mr. Chen's deduction was correct. The master of this grand tomb is indeed the national master of the Tang dynasty, Yang Junsong. Despite the revelation, no one felt any sense of joy. Yang Junsong was renowned as the last master of earth energy in Huaxia, and his expertise in feng shui was widely acknowledged. Yet, they had yet to locate the main tomb, and had already encountered both the dragon-horned serpent and these exceptionally peculiar Moro ghost insects. What other malevolent entities awaited them deeper within? Noticing the gravity in everyone's expressions, Zhang Qishan asserted, "Regardless of the dangers, we must venture inside to take a look. Otherwise, how can the nine gates maintain their reputation if we return without even having seen the main tomb?" Hearing this, the heads of the nine gates had no choice but to acquiesce. Their standing in the martial world relied heavily on their reputation. Arriving at Natution only to return home empty-handed would be a humiliation none could bear. Moreover, even a mere accompanying tomb could yield treasures worth several tens of thousands of taels of silver. One could only imagine the riches contained within the true main tomb, with the allure of fortune so close at hand. Few in attendance were genuinely willing to forego the opportunity. Contemplating this, Yuehong was the first to respond. "Very well. We shall enter the mountain first thing tomorrow morning. I am eager to discover what other tricks this Yang Junsong has up his sleeve." Upon the conclusion of Yuehong's remarks, Huasanyang promptly expressed her agreement. Observing this, the assembly felt it inappropriate to utter further comments. Subsequently, the attendants of the nine gates remained behind to clear the remains of the insects. Albeit with trepidation, using wooden poles to cautiously sweep away the carcasses from a distance. Chapter 46. Locking the dragon. The following dawn, the main contingent gathered early, engaging in a brief ablution before consuming their rations in preparation for departure. The harrowing encounter with the demon-like insects from the previous night still lingered in the minds of many attendants from the nine gates, particularly due to the gruesome demise of a member from the Jie family, which had left a psychological scar on numerous individuals. That a light snowfall had graced the night, resulting in only a modest accumulation on the branches. Soon, the team, numbering in the hundreds, trudged through the muddy mountain paths with varying depths of footing. Wu Xiaogo, a rare departure from the Wu family, was fervently participating in this joint sand excavation, displaying a notable excitement throughout the journey. The group now found themselves on the eastern slopes of the Bijia Peak. This mountain, though not particularly tall, its highest point reaching merely 300 to 400 meters, could hardly be deemed low when considering its elevation. The main peak exhibited a terraced formation, with a geological structure primarily consisting of granite. The flora was sparse, with only a smattering of pines and cypress dotting the landscape. As the party proceeded intermittently, they finally arrived at the mountainside by afternoon. Sunan, the designated guide, informed them the other burial sites, namely the number 1 and number 2 accompanying tombs, were discovered on the western peak, while only the number 3 accompanying tomb is located on the eastern peak. With that, Sunan gestured towards a cliff at the mountainside. This very cliff marked the entrance to the number 3 tomb. Following Sunan's indication, the group approached the cliff base, where they indeed found an artificially excavated cave nestled in the cliff center. Some days prior, Sunan, accompanied by a member from the Zhang family, had already constructed a rope ladder. Thus, the team effortlessly ascended directly to the cave below the cliff. The cave was not spacious. Even an average adult male had to bow his head to avoid striking the ceiling. Fortunately, after delving approximately 30 meters inward, the cave began to widen, revealing niches for worshipping Buddhist statues on either side. However, these statues were predominantly clay figures, lacking in exquisite craftsmanship. Chen Xuan speculated that this was likely due to Yang Junsong being a Taoist, and thus not a follower of Buddhism. Yet, out of respect for his wife's Buddhist faith, he had arranged for these statues, explaining their lack of attention to detail. As the group ventured forward another 50 meters, they noticed signs of brickwork within the passageway. Soon, they arrived at the first stone door, which had already been blown open by Sun Un and his crew. They could only navigate through the crumbled rubble. discerning the familiar carvings of the four auspicious beasts upon the door. Beyond the stone door lay the genuine passage leading to the burial chamber. Flanking the corridor were rows of earthen maidens, 18 on each side, standing at approximately half a man's height. Their visages were delicate. Faint traces of Tang Dynasty polychrome still visible. However, the corridor was not sealed, and the paint had long since oxidized into a mere shadow of its former glory, reminiscent of the terracotta army of later times. At the corridor's end, it connected to the main burial chamber of the number 3 accompanying tomb. The entrance to the main burial chamber had also been blown open, with both doors discarded haphazardly along the corridor. Upon entering the main chamber, Chen Xuan immediately noted its emptiness in the center, clearly indicating that Sun and his team had previously removed the whistle coffin from this location. This thought crossed Chen Xuan's mind, leading him to ponder. Could it be that the one who sealed the coffin was none other than the tomb's owner, Yang Junsong himself? What grievance could he possibly harbor against his wife to entomb her, transforming her into a hatching ground for dragon-like serpents? This notion flickered briefly in Chen Xuan's mind before his attention was captured by several murals on the eastern wall of the burial chamber. The murals, painted with an unknown pigment, retained their vibrant hues even after millennia of oxidation, allowing the content to be discernible. The first mural depicted officials presenting their respects to the emperor, which was quite unremarkable. However, the second mural featured a blood-red dragon soaring above the imperial palace, instigating panic among the emperor and his officials. The third mural illustrated the emperor leading his officials in reverence towards the dragon. Upon closer inspection, Chen Xuan noted that every scale on the dragon depicted in the mural appeared lifelike, unlike the illusory dragon shapes conjured by the demon-like insects from the previous night. Indeed, dragons existed in this world. A silver ancient dragon resided in the South Sea's Guishu. Years prior, the Hintian kingdom tribe from Guishu had presented 4 bronze talismans, one of which, the dragon-shaped talisman, could control the ancient dragon of the South Sea. Additionally, the fish talisman from the 4 bronze talismans currently resided with Chen Xuan. Thus, the appearance of the dragon in the mural did not astonish him. In fact, in the hazy recollections of ancient times, he had even befriended a Qilin. There were only 4 murals on the eastern wall of the burial chamber, and the final mural depicted the dragon ensnared in a mysterious space due to some unforeseen event. This space appeared shrouded in gray, with everything suspended in midair, including mountains and rivers. The dragon was ensnared within, bound by 4 bronze chains as thick as water barrels, tethering it to the surrounding mountains. Witnessing this, Qi Tizui and the others were equally captivated by the mural's content. Had they not known that the true owner of Natushan was Yang Junsong, with his tomb located in the so-called Jinglongju, they would not have drawn a connection between the mural and the primary burial site. Yet, at that moment, upon seeing the mural, Qi Tizui spoke up. Could it be that Jinglongju refers to the mysterious space locking this dragon? Zhang Qishan, upon hearing this, contemplated for a moment before responding. Indeed, there exists such a possibility. Yi, Lu Yi, Ba Yi, Jiu Yi, search the vicinity thoroughly to see if you can uncover any further clues. Over the past few years, the Zhang family's attendants had practically scoured the entirety of Natushan, even excavating numerous caves. They had searched meticulously, yet had never been able to locate Yang Junsong's primary tomb. Otherwise, with the Zhang family's strength, they would not have found themselves in such a predicament. Upon hearing Zhang Qishan's words, the group immediately began to search diligently within the burial chamber. However, after a prolonged search, aside from the murals on the eastern wall and several stone pillars supporting the coffin in the center, no other mechanisms or traps were found. Qi Tizui, unwilling to accept defeat, produced an iron rod and began to tap around the chamber, hoping to discover any hidden compartments. Yet, despite his exhaustive efforts, he could find no areas that yielded an echo, indicating that this burial chamber was embedded within the mountain, with no interconnected secret rooms. As the group began to feel disheartened, Chen Xuan pondered for a moment before suddenly declaring, "If we speak of mysterious spaces, I am aware of a particular type of burial chamber." A special burial chamber? The crowd turned in unison to Chen Xuan. Their curiosity piqued. Indeed, I once knew a friend who could be considered a half-soil master, possessing considerable skills in geomancy. He once mentioned to me that there exists a type of burial chamber known as a ghost tomb. A ghost tomb? The term startled the heads of the 9 gates present. Despite their extensive travels and experiences, they had never encountered such a concept before. A ghost tomb, akin to a ghost ship. was a unique phenomenon existing between the realms of the ethereal and the tangible. Upon hearing this, Chi Tizui's expression shifted to one of realization that, I understand now. When I once traveled to the Kanglan River, I heard the boatman speak of a ghostly ship from the Ming dynasty that appeared in the waters of Liu County. That ship is invisible and undetectable, only surfacing on the 6th day of the 6th lunar month. It is completely vacant, yet the fish soup in the pot remains hot. Many fishermen who boarded the ship have vanished without a trace, while some who did manage to board left with treasures and returned safely. Chen Xuan nodded, continuing to elucidate. Just as there are ghost ships, so too do ghost tombs exist. These ghost tombs possess a form of self-awareness, wandering through the interstice of the ethereal and the tangible. They only manifest entranceways under specific conditions. At this juncture, Chen Xuan again turned his gaze toward the last mural on the eastern wall of the burial chamber. After a moment of contemplation, a realization struck him. Wait, I understand now that Chi Tizui, upon hearing this, was taken aback, perplexed. He was still in the dark, unable to grasp how Chen Xuan had arrived at an understanding. Noticing the puzzled expressions of the others, Chen Xuan smiled and refrained from elaborating. Instead, he instructed Bai Ji to remove the 5 stone pillars positioned in the center of the burial chamber. Bai Ji complied without hesitation, stepping forward and clasping one of the stone pillars. Roughly half a man's height, with both hands. With a surge of strength, a resounding rumble echoed, causing the entire burial chamber to tremble. What is happening? An earthquake? Chi Tizui's eyes widened in astonishment as he turned to Bai Ji. The stone pillar, standing over half a man tall, was not significantly smaller than a rural stone grinding disc. Its weight was at least several hundred, if not 1,000 pounds. Yet Bai Ji required no assistance, effortlessly uprooting it. Aside from Chi Tizui, the other heads of the 9 gates were equally astonished, their respect for Bai Ji elevating to a new level. Meanwhile, the 6th member of the Blackback family felt a surge of complex emotions. Realizing he lacked the courage to challenge such strength that if he, as the 6th of the Blackback family, represented the pinnacle of human might, then Chen Xuan's attendant was akin to a demon that had clawed its way from the depths of hell. As tremors intensified within the burial chamber, Chen Xuan quickly called out, "All right, no need to continue. These 5 stone pillars connect to the Earth's energy and should be the key to accessing the mysterious space." Upon hearing this, Zhang Qishan immediately inquired respectfully, "Mr. Chen, what should we do now?" Chen Xuan pondered for a moment before instructing. "This is the 5 elements pillar. It must be pulled simultaneously to yield any effect. Here is the plan. Summon more people to gather around the other 4 stone pillars, and when I say pull, we will all pull the 5 pillars together." Upon hearing this, the crowd nodded eagerly. Subsequently, with a command from Zhang Qishan, the members of the 9 gates positioned themselves before the stone pillars. This time, he brought only a handful of companions to the tomb, totaling just over 20, including the 7 family heads. Fortunately, everyone joined in, with 4 or 5 individuals stationed at each of the 4 pillars. Once all were prepared, Chen Xuan waved his hand that in the next moment, Bai Ji pulled on one pillar alone while the others worked together on the rest. A tremendous shout erupted, and the 5 pillars simultaneously rose from the ground. Amidst the resounding noise, Chi Tizu, standing beside Chen Xuan, suddenly pointed at the mural on the eastern wall of the tomb with delight, exclaiming, "It has changed. The mural has truly changed." Chapter 47. The 4th accompanying tomb there, on the eastern wall of the tomb, the final mural gradually formed a swirling vortex, as if leading to another world. The family heads of the 9 gates displayed expressions of astonishment. No one had anticipated that this tomb was, in fact, a tomb within a tomb. Chi Tizu clapped his hands in laughter, declaring, "It worked. I never expected the main tomb to be right here." Even Zhang Qishan's face revealed a hint of a smile. Discovering the main tomb meant this joint expedition was already half successful, and the 9 Gates Association could make a significant mark following its establishment. Wu Xiaogo was eager to advance, but was promptly restrained by the cautious Chi Tiezu. "What is the rush? The Wu family is counting on you now. Don't recklessly charge forward." Chi Tiezu's intentions were good, yet Wu Xiaogo pouted, feeling discontented, yet he halted his advance. In contrast, the other family heads, particularly Wahong and Wasanyang, appeared much more composed. Zhang Qishan turned to Chen Xuan and asked, "Mr. Chen." Chen Xuan nodded slightly and stepped forward to the mural that he extended his hand, and his arm vanished into the mural, immediately followed by a powerful suction that drew him into another realm. Observing this, Bai Shi and the others hastened to follow him into the mural. The last to enter, Zhang Qishan, was cautious, instructing Zhang Rishan to lead a few companions to remain in the tomb. Guarding the mural, once Chen Xuan entered the mural space, he was greeted by a hazy world. The extent of this realm was indeterminate, revealing only 4 towering peaks at each corner. Centrally located was a dragon corpse. Spanning several dozen feet in length, the dragon was ensnared at the center, held by 4 robust chains connecting to the surrounding mountains. This sight not only astonished Chen Xuan but also left the 9 Gates family heads who followed him utterly speechless. After a long pause, Qi Tiazu finally exclaimed, "Goodness, there truly is a dragon. What on earth is this place?" Long Yuanlong touched his chest, incredulous. If outsiders were to discover that such a flying dragon is bound here, they would surely be left agape. Hua Sanyang, after the initial shock, took a unique perspective from a merchant's standpoint, concluding, there is likely no other treasure in this world that could compare in value to such a colossal dragon. The Hua family girl is right. If we were to sell it, the price would be astronomical. It is no wonder that the family heads of the 9 Gates were so exhilarated. This was a genuine dragon, the emblem of thousands of years of Chinese heritage. Such a dragon would not only shock the Chinese populace but also leave foreign onlookers astounded. Reflecting on this, Qi Tiazu furrowed his brow and mused. Could it be that the startling dragon mentioned by Yang Junsong refers to the tomb where this dragon is buried? Dragon tomb. To possess the luxury of crafting a tomb within an alternate space, apart from this dragon, Qi Tiazu could think of no one else deserving such privilege. Countless emperors and officials existed in ancient times. Yet there was likely only this singular dragon. Even the typically reticent Hebei Lao Lu trembled slightly with the grip on his Guanshan knife. After all, what lay before him was a bona fide dragon corpse. However, Qi Tiazu was unprepared for Chen Xian's next words, as he shook his head and boldly stated, this might not be the main tomb, but rather the 4th accompanying tomb. The revelation caused an uproar. What? Not the main tomb? Mr. Chen, you can't be serious. This dragon corpse, this enigmatic realm, is merely an accompanying tomb. Even Wu Xiaogo, who held immense admiration for Chen Xian, turned to him in disbelief, struggling to comprehend what kind of person could warrant a dragon's burial. Chen Xian smiled gently and pointed beneath the dragon corpse, saying, it wasn't he depicted in the mural, but beneath this dragon corpse lies a low hill. Is there a problem with that? Zhang Qishan asked, puzzled, glancing at Chen Xian. I previously mentioned that this space is constructed according to the 5 elements. Do you recall the words left by the dragon horn snake king? At this, Qi Tiazu quickly recalled and recited the dragon horn snake king's imitation of Yang Junsong's words. Madam, do not blame me. The startling dragon's imbalance of yin and yang necessitates the burial of a woman of the utmost yin. Pass my order. Leave no survivors within the startling dragon. The Xuanjia army shall commit suicide on the spot. The national master has decreed that those who trespass into the startling dragon shall die. The national master has decreed that those who trespass into the startling dragon shall die. After Qi Tiazu recited these 3 phrases, he pondered for a moment and uncertainly inquired, Mr. Chen, do you mean to say that these accompanying tombs are related to the yin and yang of the 5 elements? Precisely, Chen Xian affirmed, then raised his gaze toward the grand dragon corpse suspended in the air, his tone tinged with a hint of nostalgia. Initially, I indeed did not consider this aspect, but after observing the 5 elements pillars within the tomb, it reminded me of something. Are you aware of the patriarch Tianshi? Without hesitation, Qi Tiazu replied, of course, Zhang Daoling, the Tianshi who founded the 5 pecks of rice Dao, is revered for his lasting legacy. He was the first to receive the title of Tianshi among Taoist practitioners, thus honored as the patriarch Tianshi. The patriarch Tianshi Zhang Daoling, a leading figure in Taoism during the Eastern Han Dynasty, established the 5 pecks of rice Dao, which had a profound influence. Subsequent dynasties, including Tang, Song, Yuan, Ming, and Qing, conferred numerous titles upon the patriarch Tianshi. If Guan Yu was merely a mortal who was posthumously deified as the emperor of Guan, the accolades for the patriarch Tianshi were even more extravagant, culminating in the exalted title of Supreme High and Infinite Brilliant Emperor. In the early Eastern Han period, when Emperor Guangwu established his reign, he secretly dispatched envoys to seek out the patriarch Tianshi, issuing a confidential decree. The contents of this decree remain unknown, yet it is said that upon receiving it, the patriarch Tianshi set forth with 30,000 troops. Vanishing for 3 years. 3 years later, he reappeared with a remnant of just over 30 individuals, while the fate of the others remained shrouded in mystery. It is known that the patriarch Tianshi kept silent about those years and the remaining 30 individuals never spoke again, not out of muteness, but due to an oath of silence for the rest of their lives. How could Chen Xuan be aware of this? It is simple. He once shared a mentor-student relationship with Zhang Daoling. He had received a letter left for him by Zhang Daoling, who had already ascended to immortality, and with Emperor Guangwu long deceased. He felt emboldened to reveal some truths. In the letter, Zhang Daoling wrote that the confidential decree from Emperor Guangwu required him to lead an army to capture an ancient dragon. Unable to refuse, he reluctantly accepted the mission. However, the ancient dragon was immensely powerful, rendering mere mortals as insignificant as ants. Zhang Daoling had no choice but to expend 3 years of effort, both grappling with the ancient dragon and devising a dragon-locking formation known as the Yin-Yang 5 Elements 8 Trigrams Dragon-Locking Array. At the cost of 30,000 lives, eventually capturing the ancient dragon, Chen Xuan was unaware of the dragon's destiny, but the Yin-Yang 5 Elements 8 Trigrams Dragon-Locking Array was not passed down to future generations. Instead, it was inscribed in the letter left for him. The reason Zhang Daoling refrained from passing on this array was that it could not only trap dragons, but also confine dragon veins, severing the essence of dragon energy throughout the world. As an orthodox Taoist practitioner, Zhang Daoling surely did not wish for such an array to be utilized against cultivators. Chen Xuan had believed that this dragon-locking array had vanished from history with Zhang Daoling's ascension. Yet, unexpectedly, he encountered it once more today, and it was not merely a record within a letter but a formation that had been authentically arranged. Chapter 48. The Yang family steal while no one knew where the patriarch Tianshi had gone during those 3 years. He had, in that time, devised a celestial and earthly formation capable of confining and locking dragons, known as the Yin-Yang 5 Elements 8 Trigrams Dragon-Locking Array. Upon hearing Chen Xuan's account, Qi Tiezu and the others were filled with astonishment. The patriarch Tianshi had such extraordinary experiences. Mr. Chen, are you suggesting that these 4 accompanying tombs correspond to this formation? Indeed, Chen Xuan affirmed, casting his gaze toward the dragon corpse suspended in the air. Yang Junsong once mentioned that the imbalance of yin and yang within the startling dragon necessitated the burial of a wife of utmost yin. And where there is utmost yin, there is also utmost yang. If I am not mistaken, the other 2 tombs discovered by Chairman Zhang should correspond to a male tomb, which contains a formation related to the 8 trigrams. Upon hearing this, Zhang Qishan nodded and solemnly explained, that is indeed the case. The first accompanying tomb is that of a male corpse, and the murals within depict 8 trigrams patterns, with a hidden chamber behind the tomb, which is the second accompanying tomb. Qi Tiezu realized the implications and exclaimed in surprise. So, both tombs are tombs within tombs, one embodying utmost yang with the 8 trigrams, and the other embodying utmost yin with the 5 elements. In the midst of 2 tombs, the intricate balance of yin and yang was maintained by the astonishing dragon suppression. At this point, Qi Tiezu couldn't help but murmur in astonishment. He was unaware of what exactly the dragon suppression mentioned by Yang Junsong was. To be capable of orchestrating such a complex array, accompanied by this colossal dragon carcass for burial, Chen Xuan nodded and remarked, regardless, we should first proceed to the foot of that low mountain and see if we can uncover any clues. The low mountain lay approximately 20 to 30 kilometers from the exit of this space, not particularly long, yet not short either. Zhang Qishan pondered for a moment and decided to leave Wu Xiaogo behind to guard the exit of this space. Although the exit appeared intact for now, one could never be certain of what changes might occur. With Wu Xiaogo remaining, he could light the signal fire to alert everyone should any sudden developments arise. Moreover, this dragon tomb was shrouded in mystery, and the dangers it concealed were unknown. Zhang Qishan did not wish for the Wu family's sole heir, Wu Xiaogo, to be lost here in vain. Thus he had been particularly considerate of him throughout their journey. Wu Xiaogo felt somewhat reluctant, yearning to see the true dragon alongside everyone, yet he understood that someone had to stay behind to watch their retreat path, and thus he reluctantly agreed. The main party continued onward. Heading toward the central area of this space, it seemed that there was no distinction between day and night here. Above them lay an expanse of nothingness, while beneath their feet was a desolate wasteland devoid of vegetation. Even the surrounding 4 towering mountains, including the low mountain beneath the dragon carcass, were bare and lifeless, exhibiting a grim, dark hue. Overall, this was a dreary space, suffused with a sense of death, lacking even a hint of vitality. The heads of the 9 gates, along with Chen Xuan and Bai Ji, traversed the rugged mountain paths in silence. Though the dragon carcass and the low mountain appeared close at hand, the journey was deceptively long. They had walked for over an hour and still had a considerable distance to cover. Chi Tizui, feeling fatigued, bent down to rub his aching thighs. This is simply too far. I wonder how much farther we have to go. He lamented. Just then, Huasanyang suddenly exclaimed, "You all come quickly. There are tombstones here." Upon hearing this, the group hurriedly turned their attention to Huasanyang. Following her pointing finger, they beheld a valley 100 meters ahead, where indeed, a multitude of tombstones stood erect. Scanning the area, they were densely packed, scattered throughout the 2-kilometer-long valley. "Let us go take a look," Zhang Qishan declared, leading the charge toward the valley. Upon entering, the group discovered that these burial mounds were quite rudimentary. Lacking coffins, consisting only of piles of black stones. In front of each mound stood a black stone inscribed with the names of the deceased. Lu Zhuang, a native of Taiyuan, born in the 2nd year of Jinwu, passed away in the 24th year of Jinwu. Zhao Mei, hailing from Chuzhou, born in the 1st year of Jinwu, died in the 24th year of Jinwu. Lin Shun, from Suiyang, born in the 3rd year of Yuanshi, died in. Each of these simple tombstones clearly recorded the birth and death years as well as the origins of the deceased. Inferring from these dates, it appeared that these individuals hailed from all corners of the realm. Yet most had perished in the 24th year of Jinwu. The era of Jinwu corresponds to the reign of Emperor Guangwu of the Eastern Han Dynasty, Lu Xiu, spanning from 25 AD to 56 AD. Upon realizing this, Chen Xuan felt a stirring within and silently contemplated. Could it be that the dragon once captured by Zhang Daoling is the very one hovering above the low mountain? This revelation seemed plausible, indicating that the intricate array of yin, yang, 5 elements, and 8 trigrams here was not laid out by Yang Junsong of the Tang Dynasty, but rather set by Zhang Daoling to ensnare this celestial dragon. However, the heavy losses incurred in Zhang Daoling's quest to capture the dragon became his most painful memory, one he preferred not to revisit. By the time of the Tang Dynasty, Yang Junsong must have stumbled upon or learned about this mysterious space and the dragon carcass contained within, leading him to choose this site for the tombs. Of course, these were merely Chen Xian's conjectures. The true circumstances could only be unveiled by uncovering more clues. Meanwhile, Chi Tizui gazed at the densely packed tombstones in the valley, a shiver running down his spine. Mr. Chen, Buddha, there are far too many graves here, surely no less than 20 or 30,000. Zhang Qishan remained silent, crouching down to examine the inscriptions on the tombstones. After a considerable time, he finally concluded, those interred here must be ancient soldiers. If I am not mistaken, this dragon carcass is the one captured by the ancients. However, I wonder why, despite capturing the dragon, they did not take it away, but rather left it in this space. Hearing Zhang Qishan's words, the group couldn't help but reflect. In the present day, equipped with firearms and cannons, an army might stand a fighting chance against mythical creatures like dragons and phoenixes. Yet in ancient times, such encounters demanded the sacrifice of lives. One could only speculate the immense cost this army bore to subdue the dragon and why they sought to slay it. As they walked through the grove of tombs, their pace slowed considerably. After approximately a kilometer, Yuehong suddenly exclaimed, "Wait, something here is different. There's a tombstone that stands out." At her remark, the others turned to look. Indeed, among the multitude of graves, there was a stone tomb that was distinctly unlike the others. In front of this tombstone lay offerings. Chi Tizui was taken aback and hurried over. The others followed suit. Arriving at the base of the tombstone, they read the inscription, Yang Yafu, a native of Chang'an, born in the 3rd year of Jinwu, passed away in the 18th year of Yongping. Chapter 49. Another familiar face. Yongping, 18th year? Chi Tizui furrowed his brow, unable to contain himself. Yongping is the era name of Lu Xiu's son, Emperor Ming of Han, Lu Yang, which means over 30 years have passed since Jinwu 24. This implies that Yang Yafu is different from the other deceased, having died more than 30 years later. What do you think, Long? Asked Jue Yuan. Long Huasanyang, with keen insight, suddenly pointed at the lower section of the tombstone, exclaiming, "Look closely. There is more beneath." The group turned their gazes to where she indicated, discovering that the lower part of the tombstone, obscured by a black stone, bore an inscription. That Chi Tizui and the others quickly moved to clear the black stone away. The full inscription of the tombstone was finally revealed, displaying a eulogy. The language, though archaic, conveyed that Yang Yafu was a renowned cavalryman under Emperor Guangwu. Once, a contingent of 30,000 elite cavalrymen received the task of slaying the dragon, and under the leadership of Grandmaster Zhang Daoling, they ventured to Natushan, entering this mysterious space. Ultimately, it was at the cost of nearly the entire contingent's annihilation that they captured the vile dragon. The battle was so brutal that the few survivors from the Yuzhou cavalrymen were reluctant to speak of it. Yang Yafu was among them. After surviving, he became a living dead man, remaining mute until the death of Emperor Guangwu Lu Xiu, at which point his son, Emperor Ming, ascended the throne. As Yang Yafu aged, he frequently recalled the brothers-in-arms from that time. Thus, in the twilight of his life, he returned alone to Natushan and erected a tombstone for himself, recording this history obscured by Emperor Guangwu Lu Xiu. However, the eulogy was not yet concluded. At the base of the tombstone, there was an additional inscription added by his descendants. This record, written in the voice of Yang's descendants, chronicled their arduous journey to locate their ancestors' burial site, as well as the discovery of the Yin-Yang 5-element 8-trigram dragon suppression array. The final line bore the name of Yang Junsong. The heads of the 9 gates exchanged glances, finally breaking free from their astonishment. Chen Xuan, gazing at the eulogy, began to unravel the intricate tale behind the events. The Grand Master of the Tang dynasty, Yang Junsong, was indeed a descendant of Yang Yafu from the early Eastern Han dynasty. It was likely that his family possessed Yang Yafu's last words or ancestral teachings, granting them insight into the mysteries of this space and the Dragon Tomb. After ascending to the position of Grand Master, Yang Junsong mobilized vast resources and manpower to ultimately track down the dragon suppression array at Natushan. Furthermore, he was willing to sacrifice his wife's life to perfect the array. As for his ultimate intentions, Chen Xuan had yet to fully comprehend. Nonetheless, the dragon suppression array was not only capable of ensnaring dragons but also of extracting the dragon's essence and vitality. Whatever Yang Junsong's objectives were, they were undoubtedly intertwined with the dragon's essence. Observing this, Yuehong let out a soft sigh, remarking, "I never imagined that this space held such a convoluted and extraordinary tale to 30,000-strong army, all for the purpose of hunting this dragon." One wonders if the emperor ever had regrets. Emperor Guangwu Lu Xiu, known as the Son of the Dimensions. His life story was nothing short of legendary. Just how legendary? Lu Xiu lost his father at an early age. Raised by his uncle and elder brother. In his youth, his brother was slain by the rebel leader Gongshi Emperor, leaving Lu Xiu heartbroken, yet he had to go meet Gongshi Emperor and apologize. Lacking strength, he could neither bear the humiliation nor afford to follow in his brother's footsteps. Gongshi Emperor, seeing his humility, allowed him to return and command troops. Lu Xiu bided his time, within just 2 years, mustering an army of 100,000, growing his power and surpassing Gongshi Emperor. Additionally, he led a mere few thousand against a formidable force of 400,000, achieving an extraordinary victory against overwhelming odds. While history records few instances of underdog victories, none could compare to Lu Xiu's exploits, for his adversaries did not merely lose to him, they succumbed to a meteor shower. Who would have thought that a 400,000-strong army, confronted with a once-in-a-thousand-years meteor shower, would collapse before a battle even commenced? Consequently, Lu Xiu seized a tremendous opportunity and rose to fame. Of course, Lu Xiu's ascent from a commoner to founding emperor by the age of 30 cannot be attributed solely to luck. In truth, Lu Xiu's comprehensive abilities rank among the foremost of all founding emperors throughout history. To return to the matter at hand, the heads of the 9 gates stood before the gravestone, lamenting the tens of thousands of Yuzhou cavalry who perished in this valley, before proceeding onwards towards the central dragon's tomb. After approximately half an hour had passed, the group finally traversed the rugged mountain path, arriving at the foot of a low hill. However, upon reaching the low hill, they discovered that it was not merely a hill, but rather a mound of earth. Perhaps a larger tomb. A gravestone stood before it, inscribed with the words, "The Tomb of General Fei Xiao." Fei Xiao? Upon seeing this name, Chen Xuan was momentarily taken aback. Yet, beside him, Qi Tiezhua inquired with curiosity, "I recall that among the 28 generals of the cloud platform under Emperor Guangwu, there was none by the name of Fei Xiao, was there?" After a moment's contemplation, Hua Sanyang responded, "Could it be that the records have been erased?" Before the two could finish their conversation, Chen Xuan let out a soft sigh and remarked, "I understand the reason, as well as the true nature of the startling dragon." Upon hearing this, the heads of the 9 gates immediately became intrigued, directing their gazes towards Chen Xuan. Throughout their journey, whether it was the demonic creatures seen in the valley or the mysterious dragon tomb within this space, their perceptions had been thoroughly upended. They were intensely curious as to why, in the early Eastern Han dynasty, Emperor Guangwu Lu Xiu had dispatched troops to slay dragons, and why Yang Junsong of the Tang dynasty sought to restore the array of absolute dragons. What exactly was the startling dragon he spoke of? Noticing the expectant looks from the crowd, Chen Xuan sighed inwardly and began to narrate. All of this, perhaps, was intricately related to this individual. As he spoke, Chen Xuan pointed towards the name of Fei Xiao on the gravestone. Fei Xiao was born to a peasant family outside of Luoyang, facing poverty from a young age, and his father was taken away for forced labor, perishing along the way. When Fei Xiao was 17, Chen Xuan awoke from his long slumber, and the first sight that greeted him was Fei Xiao. Perhaps it was fate. Chen Xuan took him as a disciple, teaching him military strategy and martial arts. Hoping he would safeguard the peace of the common people, Fei Xiao was quick to learn, mastering both martial arts and military tactics within a year. In truth, he did not disappoint Chen Xuan's expectations. After joining the military, he participated in 27 battles, emerging victorious each time, and soon rose to the rank of general during the late Western Han Dynasty, a time when Wang Mang usurped the Han throne. Chen Xuan was about to transform into a long-lasting cicada. Thus, he made one final visit to the military to see Fei Xiao. Little did he know that this encounter would irrevocably alter the course of Fei Xiao's life. Chapter 50. Can one achieve longevity? Is it related to this person? Zhang Qishan and others appeared astonished, glancing at the enormous tomb before them. Historically, Fei Xiao was not well known, and even the official histories of the Han Dynasty contain no mention of him. Compared to the illustrious 28 generals of the Cloud Platform under Emperor Guangwu, Fei Xiao was, in essence, an obscure figure. However, the fact that he commanded 30,000 Yuzhou cavalry and was referred to as a general on the gravestone indicated that he held a significant level of trust from Emperor Guangwu. In a sense, his status might even surpass that of the renowned 28 generals. Who exactly was Fei Xiao, Mr. Chen? Are you familiar with his deeds? Chen Xuan nodded slightly, then sighed. He was merely a pitiable soul. That fateful meeting had profoundly altered Fei Xiao's life trajectory. It was during the late Western Han Dynasty that Fei Xiao, serving as a captain, commanded 1,000 men to quell a rebellion. Unfortunately, due to erroneous intelligence, he found himself besieged by over 10,000 insurgents in a bid to save his disciple. Chen Xuan grasped his spear, confronting the enemy with his undying form, leading Fei Xiao through the encirclement. Though Chen Xuan was immortal, sustaining a fatal injury would hasten his descent into slumber. Originally, he had 3 months left, but in order to save Fei Xiao, he single-handedly charged through the ranks of the rebel army. He was struck by over 100 arrows and blades, suffering grievous wounds, yet he relentlessly fought his way to the rebel leader, ultimately decapitating him. This act shattered the morale of the rebels and allowed Fei Xiao's small unit to turn the tide of battle. Simultaneously, it revealed to Fei Xiao the secret of Chen Xuan's immortality, exposing him to the existence of eternal beings, dragons, ancient gods, and countless extraordinary realms. Chen Xuan remained unaware of Fei Xiao's fate afterward. But judging by the name on the gravestone and Fei Xiao's subsequent obscurity, it was likely that after that encounter, his aspirations shifted from becoming a revered general like Huitubing to a fervent seeker of immortality. The pursuit of longevity is a desire shared by many, including emperors throughout history, such as Li Shimin and Zhu Yuanzhang, who also sought out immortals and elixirs of eternal life. However, unlike the first emperor of Qin, they did not go to great lengths to be immortalized in history for their quests. Chen Xuan gazed at the gravestone before him, letting out a gentle sigh. He pondered whether he had indeed erred in interfering with Fei Xiao's destiny. Perhaps, had he not done so, there would not be another soul driven mad by the pursuit of immortality, nor the innocent 30,000 who perished in the quest for it. Contemplating this, Chen Xuan stepped forward, lightly brushing away the dust from the gravestone, only to reveal the inscription beneath, the tomb of General Fei Xiao, who passed away in the 24th year of Jinwu. His last words, "Can one achieve longevity? Can one achieve longevity?" These 5 words pierced Chen Xuan's eyes like needles. Just as he was about to turn away, he heard Zhang Qishan beside him frown and say, "Mr. Chen, the handwriting is inconsistent." Inconsistent handwriting? Zhang Qishan nodded eagerly, hastening to the gravestone, pointing to the characters for longevity in the last sentence, explaining, "Mr. Chen, look at these characters for longevity. Their style is distinctly different from the other inscriptions on the gravestone." Ordinarily, Chen Xuan should have been the first to notice such discrepancies, yet in his agitated state, he had overlooked the peculiarities of the inscriptions. With Zhang Qishan's reminder, he finally discerned the anomaly. The earlier inscriptions were predominantly pinned by Zhang Daoling, the ancestral master. Even the gravestones in the valley were largely his handwriting. Chen Xuan had spent 2 years in seclusion with Zhang Daoling on Mount Biming, and he was thoroughly familiar with the master's script. However, the characters for longevity were not written by Zhang Daoling, but were indeed in Fei Xiao's own hand. Fei Xiao's own handwriting. Chen Xuan gently touched the inscriptions on the gravestone, momentarily lost in thought. He was well acquainted with Fei Xiao's literary and martial prowess, having taught him both. How could he not recognize it? Taking a deep breath, Chen Xuan extended his hand, gently pressing between the characters for longevity. When suddenly, the low hill trembled violently. Soon, the mound split open on either side, revealing a passageway leading underground. In that instant, everyone felt a surge of excitement. Jie Yuanlong could not help but exclaim with a laugh, with such a grand tomb. There must surely be valuable treasures inside. February Red, known for her cautious nature, advised it would be wise to proceed with caution. Among the group, only Chen Xuan appeared astonished, still in a daze. After a considerable time, he finally regained his senses. It seemed that this was indeed the first time he had entered a disciple's tomb. Although Bai Shi had also learned martial arts under him, she did not truly count as a disciple in Chen Xuan's eyes. Merely a subordinate. Throughout his countless reincarnations, few had earned his recognition as a genuine disciple, and Fei Xiao was undoubtedly one of them. Taking a deep breath, Chen Xuan composed himself, and, alongside the heads of the 9 gates, stepped into Fei Xiao's tomb. That he too was eager to understand why Fei Xiao had transformed from a passionate youth into a deluded seeker of illusory immortality. Tio discerned whether his own display of superhuman prowess had precipitated Fei Xiao's profound change in character. Within the fissure of the low hill lay a staircase leading underground. The darkness enveloping the subterranean realm was alleviated by the oil lamps prepared by February Red and the others. After walking for about 10 meters, they arrived at the tomb passage. However, in stark contrast to the opulent tombs of nobles and generals, Fei Xiao's tomb appeared exceptionally meager. There were no burial goods. Merely an empty tomb passage. Continuing along the passage for another 10 meters, they encountered an ajar tomb door. Judging by the violent break-in marks, it appeared that someone had already entered long before. Jie Yuanlong lamented. We've arrived too late. This tomb has already been looted. Zhang Qishan pondered for a moment, then stated with a hint of melancholy. It is likely that the one who looted it was none other than the national master, Yang Junsong. Yang Junsong's presence in this space was predicated on his ancestry, being one of the 30,000 Yuzhou cavalry. Naturally, he would be aware of General Fei Xiao's tomb. Hebei Lao Lu exchanged glances with Jie Yuanlong, silently entering the tomb chamber. Much like the previous passage, this tomb chamber was equally dismal, devoid of any burial goods. The only object within was a black coffin situated at the center, judging by the material. It seemed to have been hewn from the nearby black stones. Hebei Lao Lu, known for his disregard of propriety, walked up to the coffin and peered inside before turning back to Chen Xuan. Shaking his head, rarely did he utter a word, but this time he remarked, "There are no treasures inside." Yet, to Hebei Lao Lu's surprise, he noticed that the usually aloof Chen Xuan, who appeared impervious to emotional fluctuations, now bore an expression of indescribable melancholy in his eyes. Hebei Lao Lu was taken aback, instinctively asking, "Mr. Chen, are you all right?" Chapter 51. Fury. I'm fine. Chen Xuan waved his hand dismissively. Regardless of whether Fei Xiao had strayed from his path or not, he wished to take a look inside. After speaking, Chen Xuan stepped towards the coffin. As anticipated, the coffin contained nothing but a skeleton. Chen Xuan closed his eyes, attentively sensing his surroundings, yet he detected no trace of lingering souls. The soul has fled. This implies that even if Chen Xuan were an unprecedented ghost doctor, capable of healing the remnants of the deceased, he remained powerless in this instance. Recalling 2 millennia ago, the devoted disciple Fei Xiao, whom Chen Xuan once took pride in, he couldn't help but let out a deep sigh. Just then, the astute Eri Wehong furrowed his brow and suddenly exclaimed, "Mr. Chen, there is a mechanism inside the coffin." Following his pointed direction, Chen Xuan noticed a protrusion beneath Fei Xiao's skeletal remains. He nodded and softly instructed, "Bai Ji, investigate." Bai Ji nimbly leaped onto the edge of the coffin, feeling around and activating the mechanism. In the next moment, a deep rumbling sound echoed as the coffin, carved from black stone, slowly shifted aside. After a brief pause, a recessed compartment was revealed beneath the coffin. Inside lay a stone tablet, inscribed with numerous characters. However, upon glimpsing the first line, Chen Xuan stood frozen in place. Zhang Qishan and the other 9 gate masters were taken aback, and swiftly approached to examine the stone tablet. It appeared to contain a letter. The first line read, "To my esteemed master, in the autumn of the 8th year of Jinwu, the disciple ventured deep into the imperial palace of the preceding dynasty, scouring ancient texts and collections, and discovered records of the demon dragon. After 12 years of arduous searching, I found the whereabouts of the demon dragon. Rumor has it that the demon dragon's inner elixir can resolve myriad poisons, cure countless ailments, and grant immortality. I, the foolish disciple, am uncertain if this inner elixir can alleviate my master's affliction, but even if there exists a 1 in 10,000 chance, I am willing to attempt it. Yet, to deceive the sovereign is a grave sin, and the souls of tens of thousands of my comrades are bound to my fate. I am guilty beyond redemption. Alas, the poison of the demon dragon has already penetrated my 3 souls and 7 spirits. All sins rest solely upon my shoulders. I in the autumn of the 24th year of Jinwu." Fei Xiao's final words. Upon reading this, Chen Xuan stood still, a wave of sorrow washing over his face. Fei Xiao had not strayed from the path, nor had he, like the first emperor, succumbed to the madness of seeking immortality. All his actions were for himself, for his incessantly reincarnating ailment, for the first time. Chen Xuan tasted the bitterness of despair. He sought immortality, believing he could fathom the depths of human hearts. Yet, the human heart is, in truth, an unfathomable enigma. Meanwhile, the 9 gate masters exchanged glances, unable to contain their astonishment at the inscription. The demon dragon's inner elixir could grant immortality. Throughout history, whether commoners or nobles, none could escape such desires. If a chance at immortality presented itself, who would dare disregard it? In an instant, the gazes of each master shifted. For this was an opportunity for eternal life, and no one could claim indifference. As the atmosphere within the tomb grew increasingly tense, Zhang Qishan furrowed his brow and remarked, "Where in this world is there true immortality? If such a thing existed, how could there be 30,000 graves in this valley?" His emphatic declaration snapped the increasingly fervent gate masters back to reality. The Buddha spoke wisely. Immortality is not so easily attained. If the demon dragon's inner elixir could grant eternal life, then why did the ancestral celestial master and the current emperor Guangwu not achieve it? This inscription is likely untrustworthy. I do not believe in immortality. I only trust the knife in my hand, Blackback Lao Lu succinctly stated, showing no obsession with eternal life. Indeed, the most absurd endeavor in this world is to seek immortality within a tomb. Among the other masters, Yuehong seemed the most open-minded. He stepped forward, grasping a corner of the black stone tablet and gently lifting it. Beneath the tablet, indeed, lay a palm-sized brocade box. The material of the box was unknown. Neither gold nor jade nor stone, its entire body a fiery red. The moment the brocade box appeared, even as they claimed disbelief, the breaths of the masters grew heavy with anticipation. Each pair of eyes instinctively fixated on the brocade box in Yuehong's hands. Unfazed, Yuehong boldly opened the box in front of the crowd. It was empty. Jie Yuanlong's eyes widened in shock, exclaiming instinctively. But soon he grasped the implications. I understand now. It was Yang Jun's song. The demon dragon's inner elixir must have fallen into his hands. He seeks immortality. Upon this revelation, the 9 gate masters nodded in agreement. It all made sense. What could compel the esteemed national master to resort to murder to balance the yin-yang grand array? The answer could only be immortality. If one is human, the allure of immortality is irresistible. The gate masters comprehended this, and so did Chen Xuan. In a wonder, Zhang Daoling, before his passing, had left him such a letter. Zhang Daoling knew everything but hesitated, uncertain whether to reveal the truth to Chen Xuan. He understood that if there truly existed a deity of immortality, it would plunge the world into chaos. With countless emperors vying for supremacy, blood flowing in torrents, all for the sake of true immortality. Yet, if it were merely a fleeting cicada living 3 years, a small stone cast upon the water would cause little disturbance. Hence, Zhang Daoling ultimately concealed part of the truth, leaving only the yin-yang 5 elements 8 trigram absolute dragon array in the letter, but no one anticipated that before Chen Xuan could enter this realm and obtain the inner elixir left by Fei Xiao, it would be intercepted by the national master of the Tang dynasty, Yang Jun's song. Chen Xuan gazed at the empty brocade box and slowly closed his eyes. Memories of Fei Xiao began to crystallize in his mind. When he reopened his eyes, he seemed transformed, like a volcano on the verge of eruption. "Bai Ji," Chen Xuan uttered coldly, his voice as frigid as I see. In an instant, every master present felt as though struck by a heavy blow. Their bodies involuntarily trembling, Qi Tizui instinctively turned to Chen Xuan but quickly averted his gaze, feeling a surge of terror, as if confronted by an ancient beast of prey. Bai Ji, however, felt entirely different. Upon hearing his name, he seemed to glimpse the once feared god of slaughter from the state of Chu. Leave this to you. Before my return, I want to see an intact tomb. This subordinate obeys. After issuing his command, Chen Xuan turned to Yuehong. The latter was also a notorious figure in Changsha City. Years ago, to establish his reputation and seize territory, he had taken countless lives. Yet, upon meeting Chen Xuan's gaze, his heart involuntarily constricted. Yuehong was certain that throughout the 9 gates to know, even the entire realm of the Green Forest, he had never encountered someone exuding such a palpable aura of death. The killing intent emanating from Chen Xuan had solidified, rendering the atmosphere suffocating for all present. How many lives had he taken to harbor such a depth of murderous energy? Why was it that, on ordinary days, not a trace of this killing intent could be discerned? Yuehong, perplexed, heard Chen Xuan's hoarse voice call out, "The brocade box." Startled, Yuehong watched as Chen Xuan approached and took the box from his hands. Subsequently, Chen Xuan held the brocade box in one palm, while retrieving a divination disc from his sleeve with the other. That he spun the disc rapidly, which finally revealed a divination symbol. Chen Xuan retracted the disc, tossed the brocade box to Bai Ji, and his gaze pierced through the layers of tuned passages as if he beheld the dragon's corpse in the sky. Yongjun's song. You shall pay for your sins. Chapter 52. The Corpse Immortal and the Trembling Dragon Sutra. Watching Chen Xuan's retreating figure within the tomb, the 9 gate masters gasped for breath as if they had resurfaced from drowning. After a long pause, Qi Tizui, still shaken, remarked, "Goodness, what has come over Mr. Chen?" Yuehong, his brow furrowed, could not help but inquire, how many lives has he taken, despite having known Chen Xuan for over a month? The group realized they knew little about him, perhaps even nothing at all, other than his surname. Among the crowd, Bai Ji remained unconcerned. Without thunderous means, how could one intimidate the 7 nations? Qi Tizui, taken aback by these words, hurriedly asked, "What do you mean, Bai Ji?" Bai Ji shook his head, simply stating, "As long as my master is willing to act, just wait and see." Before he finished speaking, a rumbling sound reverberated from above. The 9 gate masters exchanged glances, deciding to venture out and investigate. When they returned to the surface, they beheld the dragon's corpse thrashing about. Moments later, Chen Xuan emerged from the dragon's mouth, holding a severed head. More accurately, it was an odd head, covered in scales, with 2 dragon horns protruding from the top, neither entirely human nor entirely demon. Chen Xuan leaped down gracefully from the several-meter-high dragon's corpse, landing lightly at the mountaintop. Zhang Qishan and the others hurried to greet him, while Yuehong stared at the head in his hand, astonished. That is this Yongjun's song. Indeed, Chen Xuan's killing intent gradually subsided, reverting to the gentle demeanor of a teacher he once was. He dropped Yongjun's song's head onto the ground, producing a sharp sound akin to metal clashing. Qi Tizui approached curiously to examine it, discovering that Yongjun's song's head was as hard as steel. He couldn't help but marvel internally at how Chen Xuan had managed to sever it so forcefully. Chen Xuan glanced at the head on the ground and casually remarked, "The demon dragon's inner elixir does not grant immortality. Rather, it harbors countless poisons and ailments." Yongjun's song attempted to harness the poisonous powers of the inner elixir within the absolute dragon array, but his efforts were in vain. He died after consuming the inner elixir. Yet his body underwent a demonic transformation, resulting in an unusual type of demonic corpse. In another century or two, he could very well ascend to become a corpse immortal, with Yongjun's song's head severed. A wisp of his residual soul dissipated into nothingness. Not only was he incapable of becoming a corpse immortal, but even reincarnation was now impossible. The 9 gate masters stood in stunned silence. Overwhelmed by shock, these humble scholars, who trembled at the sight of ordinary demonic corpses, were now facing a demonic corpse that had nearly reached the realm of the corpse immortal. Yet, this formidable demonic entity had its head torn off with such ease. Despite not witnessing the clash between Chen Xuan and Yongjun's song, the head of the 9 gates could surmise from the pristine condition of Chen Xuan's attire that it had been a one-sided massacre. In that moment, everyone present, including Zhang Qishan, fell into a stunned silence, sensing that Chen Xuan was perhaps more terrifying than a corpse fairy, resembling an ancient beast of prey. But on another front, Baiji's method of restoring the Fei Xiao tomb was as straightforward as it was brutal. As he relentlessly pounded the tomb passage with his fists, ultimately causing the entire grave to collapse and be entirely buried beneath the low hills. After completing this task, he returned to the surface and stood behind Chen Xuan. Chen Xuan nodded slightly, and as if recalling something, he retrieved a thread-bound ancient tome from his robes. This book, having endured the passage of a millennium, remained remarkably well-preserved. The cover bore 3 prominent characters, Han Long Jing. Chen Xuan tossed it to Qi Tai Zue, casually remarking, "Discovered within the belly of the demon dragon." Qi Tai Zue, he fumbled to catch it, his expression one of astonished delight. The 9th volume of Han Long Jing. Jing Longju? It must be. Upon saying this, Chen Xuan turned to Zhang Qishan and the others, continuing, "This is a chained tomb. Yang Junsong's wife's burial site is external, while the demon dragon's tomb lies within. As for Yang Junsong's grave, it is ensconced within the demon dragon's belly, forming a unique feng shui dragon lair. There are numerous burial treasures inside, sufficient to cover the costs of this expedition. You may retrieve the treasures behind. I require only this dragon talisman." As he spoke, Chen Xuan waved his hand, prompting Zhang Qishan to notice that a copper talisman had appeared in his palm unbeknownst to him. At the sight of the talisman, Zhang Qishan's brow furrowed instinctively as he remarked, "This seems to originate from the fish talisman we encountered before, during the era of King Mu of Zhou in the Preqin period. The Hentian kingdom had forged 4 talismans, namely fish, dragon, human, and ghost, each representing the merfolk, the ancient dragon of Guaishu, the Hentian tribal clan, and the Hentian ghost cave, respectively. Possession of these 4 talismans granted command over the 4 clans. Following the demise of King Mu, the 4 talismans were interred alongside him. Initially, Chen Xuan had presumed that only the fish talisman had been pilfered by grave robbers. However, it now appeared that the tomb of his old friend King Mu had long since become a sieve, with grave robbers entering freely, likely having absconded with the 4 talismans, scattered far and wide. Among them, the dragon talisman had ultimately found its way into Yang Junsong's possession during the Tang dynasty. This likely explained Yang Junsong's audacity to venture deep into the Julong formation, believing he could withstand the demon dragon's inner Dan poison. Yet, he remained oblivious to the fact that the dragon talisman was a tribute from the Hentian tribal clan to King Mu of Zhou. Without specific means, one could not activate the dragon talisman. Seeing that Chen Xuan did not wish to delve further into the matters of the fish and dragon talismans, Zhang Qishan wisely chose to remain silent. Though he understood that the presence of the dragon talisman in Yang Junsong's tomb, and its significance to Chen Xuan, indicated the extraordinary origin of this copper talisman, but it was likely that the treasures within Yang Junsong's tomb paled in comparison to this dragon talisman. Nevertheless, without Chen Xuan, they, as heads of their respective clans, might not have been able to contend with Yang Junsong's demonic corpse. Contemplating this, Zhang Qishan nodded and promptly stated, "This expedition relies entirely on your assistance. Mr. Chen, it is only fitting that all the treasures from the tomb be entrusted to you. Do not concern yourself. Simply go and retrieve them, that I have no interest in wealth," Chen Xuan replied before turning to leave with Baiji. The subsequent matters would be resolved by the 9 gates themselves, while the 2 of them made their way back to the entrance to Wu Xiaogo, who had been waiting for several hours and was on the verge of losing patience. Finally spotted Chen Xuan's return. His spirits lifted, he quickly approached, exclaiming, "Mr. Chen, you have finally returned. By the way, what about Buddha Yi and the others? Probably busy sifting through the sand." Chen Xuan smiled, stepping out of the space. For the next 2 days, the 9 gates workers busied themselves transporting the burial items from within the dragon's belly, creating a bustling atmosphere at the camp. Despite Chen Xuan's nonchalant remarks, the treasures accompanying Yang Junsong could be described as towering mountains. The Tang dynasty had numerous state masters, such as the monk Shen Xiu, yet none wielded as much power as Yang Junsong. The wealth he had amassed was indeed staggering, aside from Chen Xuan. Qi Tai Zue remained at the camp in the valley, eschewing the revelry. That morning, as per usual, he entered Chen Xuan's tent, shamelessly seeking enlightenment regarding the Han Long Jing. "Mr. Chen, what does this line in Jing Long Ju mean?" If you wish to seek a dragon, first recognize its aura, the golden dipper cloud imprint tracing the dragon's form. This is the celestial method for dragon seeking. To peel the dragon and exchange bones to establish a dragon tower? Additionally, the text mentions that there are 9 dragons in the world. Aside from this demon dragon, do other true dragons exist? Upon hearing Qi Taizue's inquiries, Chen Xuan gradually set down his teacup, nodding with a hint of nostalgia. Although the 9th volume of Han Long Jing contained numerous inaccuracies regarding true dragons, one thing held true. There indeed existed 9 true dragons in the world. These 9 dragons included the Guishu ancient dragon, the Zhulong, and a black dragon in the northern desert, among others. However, over the course of several millennia, these 9 true dragons had either hidden themselves away or perished. And Chen Xuan was uncertain how many still thrived in the present day, that he only remembered that during the southern and northern dynasties, he had encountered the black dragon in the northern desert, which possessed intelligence and could speak human language. Yet, it too was vague about Chen Xuan's origins and the events of ancient times. Returning to the present, Chen Xuan shook his head and explained. To peel the dragon and exchange bones is also a form of feng shui. It is said that if one could be buried within a dragon's corpse, one can harness the dragon's veins and earth energy, transforming the dragon's aura for oneself. With sufficient time, one could ascend to immortality. I see that Qi Taizue's eyes brightened with understanding, a touch of excitement coursing through him. But in fact, the Qi family to which Qi Taizue belonged, along with Yang Junsong and Yuan Tiangang, were all practitioners of feng shui. To simplify, they specialized in relocating graves and assessing feng shui. However, this profession should not be underestimated. It had existed since the Shang and Zhou dynasties, making it one of humanity's oldest professions. Yet, compared to someone like Yang Junsong, who had a grip on political power and had orchestrated grand formations in an attempt to attain immortality through the dragon's corpse, Qi Taizue's achievements seemed rather modest. As the two conversed, a stir erupted within the camp. Soon after, Zhang Qishan, leading the 9 gates heads, entered the tent, each of them wearing expressions of elation. Mr. Chen, we have struck gold this time. The treasures alone number over 1,000, each one a masterpiece. As Wu Xiaogo stepped in, he could barely contain his excitement. Chen Xuan smiled lightly and turned to Zhang Qishan, inquiring, have all the treasures been transported out? They have indeed. Are you planning to return to Changsha, Mr. Chen? Indeed, but prior to that, I intend to accomplish one more task. Before tonight, please ensure that everyone withdraws from Nyotu Mountain. Zhang Qishan was uncertain of Chen Xuan's intentions, but having developed a deep respect for him over the past period, he readily agreed without hesitation. Time passed swiftly, and soon the sky darkened, with a full moon rising over the mountain ridge. At this moment, the entire contingent had retreated to the valley camp. Chen Xuan, however, took Bai Ji and departed alone towards the Bijia peak of Nyotu Mountain. Zhang Qishan and the other heads of the 9 gates stood atop the earthen slope in front of the camp, gazing up at Nyotu Mountain under the moonlight. Unable to endure the heavy atmosphere, Qi Taizue was the first to break the silence, saying, what do you think Mr. Chen is planning to do? Could it be that he intends to take action against that dragon corpse? Yu Hong pondered for a moment before replying. Mr. Chen's actions are unfathomable, but he must have his reasons. On the other hand, Hua Sanyang wore a somewhat regretful expression as she remarked, in truth, the most valuable treasure within Nyotu Mountain is not Yang Junsong's riches, but the dragon corpse, even without knowledge of any mystical arts. Hua Sanyang understood how precious a demon dragon was. If it could be transported out, it would fetch not just a few million, but possibly tens of millions of dollars, with countless foreigners eager to buy it. After all, this is a dragon, a demon dragon capable of soaring through the clouds and flying in the sky. During the process of transporting the treasures, Jie Yuanlong had subtly brought this matter up, but was dismissed by Chen Xuan. Now it seemed that Chen Xuan had deliberately left the demon dragon's corpse untouched for another purpose. To that moment, Wu Xiaogo suddenly interjected, I know what Mr. Chen intends to do. Third young master, you really do know? Qi Taizue asked eagerly. Did Mr. Chen mention what he plans to do with that dragon corpse on the day we left the demon dragon tomb? Mr. Chen explicitly stated it. Wu Xiaogo replied with a sense of pride, secretly thinking that the Wu family had a closer connection to Mr. Chen. After all, his grandfather and several others had been saved from the gates of hell by Mr. Chen. Wu Xiaogo wanted to leverage this connection, but Jie Yuanlong was growing anxious and hurriedly urged, Third young master, stop keeping us in suspense and tell us what Mr. Chen intends to do. Seeing that he was about to incite the crowd's ire, Wu Xiaogo finally recounted what he knew that Mr. Chen said. When a person dies, their sins cannot be absolved. All began with Fei Xiao and should end with Fei Xiao. Upon hearing these words, the heads of the 9 gates exchanged bewildered glances, still perplexed by their meaning. Qi Taize quickly pressed. Is that all? Wu Xiaogo shrugged. That's all Mr. Chen said that day. Just as his words fell, an earth-shattering roar suddenly emanated from the distant Niu mountain. This deafening roar struck like a hammer upon everyone's hearts. Behind them in the camp, a dozen warhorses broke free from their enclosures, becoming agitated. Simultaneously, within Niu mountain, countless wild chickens, rabbits, wild boars, and even a pack of wild wolves erupted in a frenzy, racing madly out of the mountain. Before long, a tide of beasts surged forth, sweeping majestically from the depths of the mountains and forests towards the horizon. Zhang Qishan and his companion, Yue Hong, exchanged a grave glance, each perceiving the weight of the moment in the other's eyes. However, just then, Qi Tizui suddenly let out a startled cry, his voice trembling as he exclaimed, Buddha! Second Master, look quickly! What is that? With a resounding roar that echoed through the heavens, a colossal dragon, dozens of zhang in length, erupted from the belly of the mountain. The beast ascended higher and higher until, in mere moments, its figure vanished into the clouds, leaving no trace behind. The spectacle left the gathered clan leaders utterly dumbfounded, their mouths agape in astonishment. It turned out that the matter Chen Xuan had mentioned was to resurrect the dragon. Not only could he heal the dead, but he could also revive a dragon. After a long while, even the warhorses in the camp had regained their composure, yet the clan leaders remained unable to quell the tumult within their hearts. Qi Tizui stammered. This Mr. Chen is truly unfathomably profound. Is there anything he cannot accomplish? Upon uttering these words, a heavy silence enveloped them all. Yet, the disturbances on Nitushan were far from over. Amidst the eerie stillness, Wu Xiaogo suddenly pointed towards Nitushan and exclaimed, Look, it seems something else is emerging. As Qi Tizui and the others turned their gazes towards the peak, they collectively widened their eyes in disbelief. There, illuminated by the moonlight along the ridgeline, appeared an endless procession of figures, seemingly without end. Soldiers crossing the border. Yue Hong pronounced each word with deliberate weight. Chapter 54. The person in the painting on the ridgeline of Nitushan. A battalion of cavalry charged downwards, even from several li away. The resounding sound of horns and the earth-shaking rhythm of hooves could be heard, sending tremors of fear through their hearts. This legion of soldiers stretched endlessly, their ranks extending nearly 10 li, nearly covering the entire ridgeline. The clan leaders of the 9 gates stood with mouths agape, rendered speechless by the overwhelming sight before them. 30,000 soldiers, vast and boundless, emanated an oppressive aura of imminent slaughter. Fortunately, these soldiers marched towards the Xiangjiang River. Otherwise, the sheer force of their advance would have driven ordinary souls to madness. In days. Wu Xiaogo instinctively tightened his clothing and whispered, It's so cold. Hush! The other clan leaders were palpably frightened, especially Qi Tizui, who swiftly covered Wu Xiaogo's mouth. Just as Wu Xiaogo spoke, the vast battalion of soldiers abruptly halted. The mighty horns ceased their blaring, and an eerie silence enveloped the world, creating an atmosphere thick with tension. Despite the oppressive energy and the dropping temperature, Zhang Qishan and Yue Hong could not help but break into a cold sweat. Should these 30,000 soldiers turn back, no number of allies could withstand even a single charge from these Yuzhou cavalry. Thankfully, the soldiers merely paused for a moment before resuming their advance towards the Xiangjiang River. After the passage of a fragrant incense stick, this legion of Yuzhou cavalry vanished into the mountains, leaving no trace behind. Soon after, Chen Xuan and Bai Ji were seen descending leisurely from Nitushan. Zhang Qishan's expression was complex as he clasped his hands in respect and inquired, Mr. Chen, has the matter been resolved? The address of Mr. Chen carried a multitude of intricate emotions they least after this night. Zhang Qishan's evaluation of Chen Xuan had soared to an unprecedented height. Hailing from the Zhang family of northeast China, with his grandfather being the former clan leader, he was inherently a proud man. Yet, Zhang Qishan understood that even his grandfather, Zhang Ruidong, the previous Zhang Qiling, could never have achieved the level of mastery Chen Xuan displayed, with an array of secret techniques and the ability to command tens of thousands of soldiers. This surpassed the realm of mortals, verging on the divine. However, despite performing such extraordinary feats, Chen Xuan's demeanor remained unchanged, still gentle and humble. With a faint smile, Chen Xuan returned the gesture and said, "It was reasonably satisfactory. Esteemed clan leaders, until we meet again in Changsha." Having spoken, he showed no inclination to wait for dawn, and alongside Baiji, they set off directly towards Changsha City. With their speed, the several hundred-li journey would take but a couple of hours, allowing them to reach Changsha before daybreak, without the need to delay any further. In the northly courtyard, the girl awoke before dawn to busy herself with chores. During this time, she had gradually adapted to life in the northly courtyard. Although Chen Xuan had repeatedly assured her that there was no need for her to fuss over this, and that she habitually regarded herself as a maid, diligently cleaning every day, perhaps even she was unaware that deep down, she merely hoped that Chen Xuan would return to find a neat and tidy northly courtyard. After a while of bustling about, she prepared breakfast and then perched on the windowsill, idly talking to herself. "Sister Shangyun, when do you think Brother Chun and Brother Bai will return? Also, I heard there's a Zhang de Buddha in the city who established the Nine Gates Association, and the Hua family is among them." During this time, the girl often sought conversation with Hua Shangyun through the Dingyan Pearl. However, Hua Shangyun rarely responded, spending most of her time in seclusion to restore her spirit. The girl was not disheartened, treating it as a monologue to keep herself occupied. The Northly Courtyard held a distinguished position within Northly Alley. For instance, the neighboring Grandpa Yang, along with his son and daughter-in-law, would occasionally send over gifts. Other elderly neighbors, having learned from Grandpa Yang that the descendant of the esteemed Mr. Chun had returned to the courtyard, would also come to visit from time to time, exhibiting an unusually respectful demeanor. Through these neighbors, the girl gleaned some knowledge about the past of Mr. Chun from 60 years ago. According to the neighbors, Mr. Chun had once sheltered the local populace, possessing both knowledge and medical skills, having saved many lives, and was always the most respected figure in Northly Alley. Unfortunately, Mr. Chin had only stayed in Changsha for 3 years before departing. The neighbors implied a hope that Mr. Chin's descendants would establish themselves in Changsha and never leave again. Many a matron even encouraged the girl to secure the affections of the young Mr. Chin, leaving her flushed with embarrassment. Reflecting on this, the girl shook her head as she intended to retrieve the Dingyan Pearl before dawn. Just then, the Dingyan Pearl suddenly resonated once more with Hua Shangyun's voice. "Sister, has Mr. Chin not returned yet?" "Sister Shangyun, you're awake," the girl exclaimed in surprise. "Not yet, but it should be soon. Brother Chin mentioned before leaving that he would be back in no more than 10 days. That's good to hear," Hua Shangyun murmured, then added softly, "Sister, do you remember the wooden box I asked you to retrieve? Please take it out now." The girl swiftly turned and rummaged through the innermost part of the wardrobe, retrieving the wooden box she had brought back from Granny Li outside the city. Following Hua Shangyun's instructions, she found a key hidden in a secret compartment at the bottom of the box and used it to unlock it. Inside the box lay a scroll, and as the girl unfurled it, she beheld a beautiful woman clad in a qipao. The woman appeared to be around 18 or 19 years old, with brows like crescent moons and eyes like blossoming peaches. Her delicate, luscious lips, paired with a curvaceous figure, rendered her breathtakingly beautiful. Even the girl, herself a woman, found herself momentarily entranced, feeling a twinge of self-consciousness. "Sister Shangyun, this painting is..." Hua Shangyun smiled softly, her tone imbued with nostalgia. "This was painted for me by Mr. Chun. Initially, I thought it was merely a playful creation, but later I realized it was a fragment of his lingering thoughts left for me. Enough of that. Sister, my own spirit has been nourished adequately, and I can now manifest within the painting, revealing my true form. Please do not be afraid." Upon hearing this, the girl felt a jolt of nervousness. While she had grown accustomed to Hua Shangyun's presence, it had only been a pearl, devoid of any fearsome qualities. But to have a genuine spirit materialize before her was an entirely different matter. And to claim she was not anxious would be a lie. "Sister, I am not nervous." As soon as the words left her lips, the Dingyan Pearl hovering on the windowsill suddenly levitated into the air. In the next moment, a cloud of indistinct white mist billowed forth, swiftly penetrating the scroll in the girl's hands. In an instant, the figure of the woman in the qipao blinked her eyes and stepped forth from the painting. Initially, she appeared as a mere piece of paper, but moments later, she inflated like a balloon, transforming into a life-sized figure. The girl, witnessing this extraordinary spectacle, widened her eyes in shock. Chapter 55. Hua Shangyun schemed. The girl glanced at the now empty canvas and then at Hua Shangyun emerging from the painting, utterly speechless as if she had seen a ghost. Yet, Hua Shangyun chuckled lightly, teasing, "Sister, Do you not recognize me, Sister Shangyun? Shangyun gently reached out and stroked the girl's head, feeling a touch she hadn't experienced in over a decade. The girl felt a surge of joy within her heart. Those who had not undergone such an experience could never comprehend the sensation of being reduced to a mere remnant of a soul. Unable to move, speak, or hear, the profound isolation from the world was unbearable for any ordinary person. This was also Shangyun's gamble, betting on Chen Xuan's return and his ability to awaken her. Fortunately, her gamble had paid off. After the initial shock, the girl gradually calmed her emotions. Perhaps due to her early loss of a mother, she felt an unusual closeness to Shangyun, quickly casting aside any lingering fear. Sister Shangyun, if Brother Chen knew you could come back to life, he would be so happy. Yet, the elder sister has not truly returned to life. She exists merely as a remnant soul. Indeed, even after being nurtured within the Dingyan Pearl for a considerable time, Shangyun remains in a state of a fractured spirit, lacking one soul and one spirit. Nevertheless, for her, this current condition suffices to accomplish many tasks. Shangyun playfully pinched the cheek of the girl, laughingly saying, "All right, dear sister, time is of the essence. We must depart before dawn breaks. You must take care at home, should Mr. Chen return." Pausing mid-sentence, Shangyun hesitated for a moment, her eyes reflecting reluctance and fondness. Yet she resolutely continued, "Do not inform him of my departure. Let him believe I am still within the Dingyan Pearl." Upon hearing this, the girl displayed a look of confusion and instinctively inquired, "Sister Shangyun, why? I can sense that you and Brother Chen share a deep bond. Why must you keep this from him?" Shangyun sighed, refraining from directly answering her question, instead gazing out at the approaching dawn. She softly remarked, "Some matters must inevitably be addressed." With that, Shangyun stepped away from the secluded courtyard. Under the cloak of night, her swaying figure soon vanished into the dense mist, never to be seen again. The girl stood in a daze for quite some time before remembering the porridge simmering in her pot in a flurry. She rushed to the kitchen, only to find the porridge had turned into dry rice. With tears brimming in her eyes, she could only gulp down 2 large bowls. At that moment, the sky outside had fully brightened, and she was just about to tidy up the dishes and clean the courtyard when she suddenly heard footsteps approaching the door. Startled, the girl hastily set down the dishes and saw Chen Xuan and Bai Shi returning together. "Brother Chen, Brother Bai." Her face lit up with joy as she hurried to greet them. "Brother Chen, you have returned." Chen Xuan nodded with a smile, about to speak when his expression suddenly froze. "Dear girl, has the Dingyan Pearl, which I entrusted to your care these past few days, encountered any issues?" Hearing this, the girl felt a pang of anxiety. She did not wish to deceive Chen Xuan, nor betray Shangyun, and found herself torn, unable to speak. Observing her distress, Chen Xuan did not press her further, merely waved his hand dismissively. "It's nothing. I was merely inquiring. Brother Chen, I have prepared breakfast. Would you care for some?" "No, I shall return to the study first." With that, Chen Xuan and Bai Ji entered the study. As soon as they stepped inside, Bai Ji spoke slowly. "My lord, will you not inquire about your friend's whereabouts?" "No need." Chen Xuan waved his hand, simply stating, "If there is anyone in this world who poses no threat to me, aside from you, it is that girl Shangyun." His words were not unfounded. Although he had only known Shangyun for 3 years, their relationship had transcended that of ordinary friends, neither kin nor stranger, yet closer than family. In fact, when Shangyun was unaware of Chen Xuan's immortality, she had once shielded him from danger with her own flesh. Though such an act was foolish, it demonstrated her willingness to sacrifice her life for him. However, more importantly, Chen Xuan cared little for such sentiments. He was immortal. Even if reduced to ashes, it merely meant a premature slumber, nothing of great consequence. 60 years hence, when all his enemies had perished, he would still be the same Chen Xuan. Bai Ji hesitated briefly before saying, "Yet I still feel that Miss Hua's actions are peculiar. Despite having repaired her fractured soul and being able to manifest, she continues to evade your presence. Perhaps avoidance is the wisest course." Chen Xuan shrugged. His feelings for Shangyun were purely familial. He held no romantic emotions. Throughout his countless millennia, few had truly touched his heart, and Shangyun was not among them. It may be harsh to say, but Chen Xuan preferred that Shangyun forget him and simply reincarnate. Bai Ji clasped his hands together and silently exited the study. Being half human, half corpse, he did not genuinely belong to the realm of humanity and thus lacked an understanding of human affection. However, he was certain that whatever decision Chen Xuan made, he would stand by him. Once Bai Ji departed, Chen Xuan produced 2 copper talismans, each bearing a similar design. One was inscribed with fish patterns, while the other bore dragon motifs. These were the fish and dragon talismans from the four symbols once presented to King Mu of Zhou by the Hentian Kingdom, which, when paired with specific incantations and rituals, could control the merfolk and ancient dragons residing in the Nanhai Guishu. First, the battlefield of the warring states at Biaozi Ridge pointed towards the tomb of Lao Man, and then the Jingtian Ju of Natushan also directed towards Lao Man's tomb. Who could be behind such a meticulously crafted scheme, compelling me to visit Lao Man's tomb? King Mu's name was Ji Man, and Chen Xuan had considered him a drinking companion, having roamed the world together, even visiting the realm of the Queen Mother of the West, where they encountered the princess of that land. Regrettably, Ji Man, though he lived, only reached the age of 120, unable to witness Chen Xuan's third reincarnation. By the time of Chen Xuan's third cycle, Ji Man had already passed, and Chen Xuan had specifically paid his respects at Ji Man's tomb. Yet, he had not anticipated that an old friend from 3,000 years past would become entangled in a scheme against him. Lao Man, oh Lao Man, you truly cannot find peace even in death, that he muttered, storing the two copper talismans away, having no intention of uncovering the truth at Ji Man's tomb. For someone like him, who was immortal and indestructible, the truth was often inconsequential. After all, no matter who it was, none could outlive him. Whatever machinations and plots arose, they would turn to dust in the face of his nearly endless lifespan. Thus, on the following day, the streets of Changsha once again witnessed the presence of Chen Xuan and Bai Ji, strolling leisurely, engaging in idle conversation, occasionally sharing pleasantries with the elderly or sampling the delicacies found in the alleys. Meanwhile, at the Hua residence, Huasan Yang had returned a few days prior, meticulously organizing the spoils of her recent endeavors and efficiently directing her subordinates to store the treasures transported back from Natushan. That evening, as Huasan Yang busied herself, the main gate of the Hua residence was suddenly thrust open, and a group of elderly men and women, their hair gray and bearing esteemed reputations, entered in unison. Third uncle, Granny Tan, old manager Lu. Upon seeing this assembly, Huasan Yang was momentarily taken aback, her brow furrowing in concern. These individuals were elders from the Hua family from 30 or even 40 years ago. Among them were senior members of the main family, as well as branch family uncles, and even the old manager from the time of her aunt Huashang Yun. However, these individuals had either retired to enjoy their twilight years or establish their own enterprises. Having long since faded from the Hua family's business, Huasan Yang could not fathom why this group of elders had suddenly converged upon the Hua household, just as she was lost in thought. The crowd parted, revealing a woman cloaked in a hood, her graceful figure gliding forward. Xiaoxier, it has been a long time. Chapter 56. The 10 Absolute Tombs. Huasan Yang's real name was Hua Jinxi, and since becoming the head of the Hua family, she had not heard this name in many years that in her memory. Only her aunt Huashang Yun had ever called her Xiaoxier. Yet, over a decade ago, and Huashang Yun had already passed away. In fact, she had witnessed her burial with her own eyes. Huasan Yang stood frozen in place, disbelief etched across her face as she gazed at the cloaked woman. The woman chuckled softly and gradually removed her hood, revealing a delicate face that could inspire both joy and ire. However, the moment Huasan Yang beheld the woman, her pupils involuntarily widened, and she gasped. "Aunt, no, this is impossible. You cannot be Aunt Huashang Yun. Who are you really, and why are you impersonating her? If Huashang Yun were still alive, she would nearly be 80 years old this year. How could she appear so youthful? Almost the same age as Huasan Yang herself." Thus, Huasan Yang immediately dismissed this possibility. Yet, the woman before her seemed unfazed, continuing to speak. "Xiaoxier, you still resemble the little adult you were back then." The woman beamed with a smile, then clapped her hands to in the next moment. The elderly members of the Hua family she had brought along took control of the Hua family's ancestral residence, surrounding the entire estate and forbidding anyone from entering or exiting. Noting the fury in Hua Jinxi's eyes, Huashang Yun sighed softly, stepping forward to gently stroke Hua Jinxi's head. "Xiaoxier, do not worry. I shall be leaving shortly. As I once said, among the younger generation of the Hua family, you are the least like me. Perhaps you can lead the Hua family down a different path." Hua Jinxi's heart churned, momentarily engulfed in confusion, for those words were precisely what Huashang Yun had once said while teaching her martial arts. Words known only to the two of them. Aunt Huashang Yun had mentioned that her vibrant spirit was forced to bear the heavy burdens of the family during times of crisis, being thrust into the role of the family head. Yet, She was ill-suited for such a position and did not possess the ability to guide the Hua family forward. Thus, when Hua Jinsi was still young, Hua Shangyun gradually entrusted the family's affairs to her. Now, glancing at the woman beside her, Hua Jinsi asked with uncertainty, "Aunt, silly girl." Hua Shangyun chuckled softly, then turned her gaze toward the elderly associates. "Convey my orders." It is time for the ancestral hall to convene. The Hua family reopened the ancestral hall, and nearly all the elder generation of the clan gathered. Yet, to Hua Jinsi's dismay, these elders appeared unsurprised, as if they had known all along that Aunt Hua Shangyun would return. This surge of realization filled Hua Jinsi with a sense of defeat. She had believed that despite not being as astute as her aunt, her diligent efforts over the years had made her a competent family head. But now, it seemed that the Hua family was still under Aunt Hua Shangyun's control. Inside the ancestral hall, above the incense altar, stood the tablets of the Hua family's ancestors from 200 years ago. Seated at the elongated table below are the esteemed elders of the Hua clan. Hua Mu gently patted her daughter, offering comfort. "Jinsi, you need not be disheartened. Your aunt did not disclose this matter to you for a reason. Mother, even you. The Hua family has traditionally been matriarchal, particularly in the main lineage, where sons-in-law are welcome to continue the family line. The position of the family head is designated by each generation's patriarch, who is raised alongside the chosen successor. Hua Jinsi was raised by Hua Shangyun, who had taught her from a young age the responsibilities of a family leader." Hua Mu shook her head helplessly and merely stated, "This matter has been orchestrated by your aunt for 30 years. It is the greatest secret of the Hua family." Having revealed a hint, Hua Mu refrained from elaborating further, instead casting her gaze towards Hua Shangyun at the head of the table at tea this moment. It was late at night, and the ancestral hall was brightly lit by candles. Hua Shangyun's visage appeared extraordinarily radiant in the candlelight, evoking a sense of surrealism in Hua Jinsi. Before she could gather her thoughts, Hua Shangyun scanned the assembly and finally spoke. The gathering was called because the Hua family was ready to activate a scheme that had been in preparation for 30 years. And this time, I, Hua Shangyun, shall lead the clan's elite to Mount Tai in search of the 10 ultimate tomb. This expedition is perilous, and to safeguard against unforeseen circumstances, Shi-Er and the younger generation of the clan must not participate. The 10 ultimate tomb. Hua Jinsi was taken aback upon hearing this term. It was the first time she had encountered such a tomb, and almost instinctively, she inquired, "Aunt, what is the 10 ultimate tomb?" "Absolute heaven, absolute earth, absolute life, absolute death, absolute yin, absolute yang, absolute deity, absolute ghost, absolute nothing, absolute something. These comprise the 10 absolutes." Upon hearing these absolutes, Hua Jinsi felt a shiver run down her spine, almost leaping to her feet, exclaiming, "Such a perilous tomb cannot possibly exist in this world." Hua Shangyun smiled, seemingly unfazed by Hua Jinsi's interruption. She simply nodded earnestly and replied, "Not only does it exist, but I have also seen it with my own eyes, and touched it with my own hands." That singular encounter caused her to lose a part of her soul. Yet, she held no regrets. In fact, she was immensely exhilarated, for Chen Xuan had once told her that the 10 ultimate tomb might hold the key to unraveling the mysteries of the 1,000-year cicada. However, even someone as formidable as he could not locate the 10 ultimate tomb, let alone discern its whereabouts. As for why Hua Shangyun had been able to see and touch it, it was both coincidence and fate. For she was the only one throughout countless reincarnations who had witnessed Chen Xuan transform from cicada to human, and had also seen him undergo the reverse transformation. It was 60 years ago, on the very day Chen Xuan transformed, that she glimpsed the ethereal shadow of a tomb. Just a single glance caused Hua Shangyun to lose a part of her soul. This encounter was both a calamity and a blessing for her. The loss of a part of her soul allowed her to faintly perceive the location of the 10 ultimate tomb. Following this, Hua Shangyun began to devise her plans. Chen Xuan had told her that the 10 ultimate tomb embodies the concepts of absolute life and absolute death, absolute deity and absolute ghost. Which means that neither the living nor the dead, nor gods nor demons, can enter the 10 ultimate tomb. After decades of contemplation, Hua Shangyun ultimately resolved to enter the 10 ultimate tomb in a state that is neither living nor dead, neither divine nor demonic. This led to her plan, devised over a decade ago, to leave a fragment of her soul attached to the great locust tree. She was gambling, betting that Chen Xuan would return to the city and use soul-reviving techniques to awaken her. This was a high-stakes gamble, and it was the only thing Hua Shangyun wished to do for Chen Xuan. She could not bear to see him suffer endlessly. She wanted to enter the 10 ultimate tomb to uncover the truth. As for keeping all of this hidden, it was because she understood Chen Xuan's character and knew he would never consent to her actions if he were aware. Moreover, it was even more critical that Chen Xuan himself was unaware that the 10 ultimate tomb was both far and near. Each time he transformed into a cicada, the ethereal shadow of the tomb would emerge alongside it, carrying the weight of a tomb upon him. No one could uncover the truth. Perhaps fate intended for her to be the one to break the stalemate. Chapter 57. Seeking assistance from the mountain in Changsha City, at a tea house. Hey, have you heard? The Hua family has been unusually active lately. I wonder what grand business they are up to. Oh, it's nothing to be surprised about. The Hua family has business interests spanning 3 provinces and 17 cities. That a little stir is hardly noteworthy. Chen Xuan and Bai Ji were, as usual, enjoying tea and passing the time in the tea house. Upon overhearing the discussions of several patrons nearby, Chen Xuan furrowed his brow slightly. Due to Hua Shangyun's connections, the Hua family was always somewhat closer to a few major families. However, that young girl from the Hua family held quite a strong opinion against him, and Chen Xuan was reluctant to impose himself on her. Bai Ji, who neither drank tea nor needed to, stood silently behind Chen Xuan like a wooden statue, unmoving. Yet, should anyone dare to pose a threat to Chen Xuan, he would ensure they understood the ruthlessness of a general from the Warring States period. Just then, a clatter of hooves echoed from outside the tea house. Bai Ji, who had been meditating with his eyes closed, opened them in an instant. Even without seeing the newcomers, he could discern from the footsteps that they were skilled individuals. Indeed, the arrivals were well-versed in martial arts and were familiar faces. Upon seeing the figure entering the tea house, a faint smile appeared on Chen Xuan's face as he clasped his hands and greeted, "Brother Zhigu Xiao, what a coincidence." Zhigu Xiao, upon spotting Chen Xuan, pressed his lips together and replied, "Mr. Chen, it is no coincidence. I just came from the North Li Bi Yuan, where the young ladies mentioned you and Mr. Bai were at the tea house, after parting ways in Baihe Town." Chen Xuan had casually suggested that Zhigu Xiao could visit him in Changsha City if he had the time. He had not expected Zhigu Xiao to arrive so soon. Merely a month later, Chen Xuan was not bothered by this and gestured for Zhigu Xiao to take a seat, instructing the waiter to serve more hot tea. "Mr. Chen, there is no need for such trouble. That I have come this time with a request." Subsequently, Zhigu Xiao recounted the events of late in detail. After parting ways in Baihe Town, Zhigu Xiao had heard rumors about a corpse king and treasure pearl in the mountains of Shaanxi, prompting him to lead his junior disciples to the area. There, they encountered Chen Yulo, the leader of the Demolishing Ridge, and the warlord Luo Laowai, and collaborated to excavate a grand tomb from the Yuan dynasty within the mountains. To their astonishment, they discovered a hidden underground palace, a location where royal dynasties had historically refined alchemical substances, abundant in medicinal vapors, which had given rise to a formidable 6-winged centipede. This powerful creature proved too much for Zhigu Xiao, who, adhering to the principles of mutual restraint, sought out a Rage Qing chicken from the nearby Nuqing County to combat the centipede. However, the Rage Qing chicken was swiftly devoured upon their first encounter. With the 6-winged centipede present, Zhigu Xiao and his companions could only lament their helplessness and dared not descend into the underground palace. In a moment of indecision, Zhigu Xiao recalled Chen Xuan and Bai Ji, whom he had met in Baihe Town. In his mind, Chen Xuan possessed secret techniques, a mysterious background, and knowledge of geomancy, making him a rare talent. Perhaps Chen Xuan could devise a means to defeat the 6-winged centipede. Given that Changsha City was not far from Nuqing County, he requested a swift horse from Chen Yulo and came alone to seek Chen Xuan's assistance. Having shared this, Zhigu Xiao hastily added, "Mr. Chen, I seek only the Yaochen pearl from the mountain. I desire none of the treasures within the tomb. That if you are willing to help resolve the issue with the 6-winged centipede, both Chen from Demolishing Ridge and warlord Luo Laowai have agreed to share 3/10 of the treasures with you." The 6-winged centipede. Upon hearing this term, Chen Xuan displayed a hint of surprise that he immediately countered Zhigu Xiao's assertion. Could it be the Bottle Mountain within the Old Bear Ridge? Zhigu Xiao's eyes brightened as he nodded. "Mr. Chen is also aware of the legends surrounding the Corpse King of Bottle Mountain." Chen Xuan did not respond to this inquiry. Instead, after a moment of contemplation, he remarked, "The 6-winged centipede is an ancient remnant species. Its survival to the present is indeed a marvel. I can make a trip to Bottle Mountain, but I shall not take any treasures. I only require the 6-winged centipede." Given that even the Rage Qing chicken could not contend with the 6-winged centipede, Zhigu Xiao had no objections as long as the significant issue could be resolved, allowing him to enter the underground palace in search of the Yaochen pearl. All else could be negotiated. observing Zhigu Xiao's weary appearance. Chen Xuan inquired if he needed to rest for the night. However, Zhigu Xiao was concerned for his junior disciples in Bottle Mountain and did not wish to linger any longer, so Chen Xuan refrained from further persuasion. He and Bai Ji went to the horse market to purchase 2 swift steeds and set off with Zhigu Xiao towards Nuqing County. Regarding Hualing and the old foreigner, Zhigu Xiao felt a mixture of gratitude and helplessness. During their time in Baihe Town, he had considered sending his junior disciples back to their clan while he ventured alone to Bottle Mountain. To his surprise, the junior disciples had not returned but had stealthily followed him to Bottle Mountain. As his junior sister Hualing had expressed, for years, Zhigu Xiao had fought alone. Now that she had emerged from the mountains, she would not return without assisting her elder brother in finding the Yaochen Pearl. Nuqing County was situated more than 300 miles from Changsha City, a journey not too far. The three rode swiftly, reaching the encampment at the foot of Old Bear Ridge in just 2 days. Outside the encampment, hundreds of tents stretched across the landscape. According to Zhigu Xiao, these belonged to the troops under Luo Laowai, numbering around 1,000 men, with several hundred firearms in the Shaanxi region. He was considered a moderately significant warlord. Luo Laowai was not originally a person of this trade. His involvement stemmed from a desire to procure treasures from the tomb, to acquire more firearms, and expand his influence. As for Qin Yulo, he was the newly appointed leader of Demolishing Ridge, motivated not only to obtain treasures for disaster relief, but also to showcase his strength and win the loyalty of the bandits of Demolishing Ridge. Listening to Zhigu Xiao's introduction, Chen Xuan remained non-committal. He gazed into the distance at the towering mountains of Old Bear Ridge, lost in thought. His reverie was not without reason. He had visited this place long ago. More specifically, during the reign of Emperor Huizong of the Northern Song dynasty, Chen Xuan had personally constructed an alchemical palace within the mountain's belly alongside the Taoist priest Lin Lingsu for the purpose of refining elixirs. Bottle Mountain's unique geographical position, with its abundant medicinal vapors and the infusion of dragon energy into the alchemical furnace, made the process of alchemy extraordinarily effective. Chen Xuan had originally intended to concoct various medicinal elixirs to heal ailments and save lives. Who knows, as he once again transformed into a cicada, coupled with the passing of Lin Lingsu, the head of the Dan Palace, in an effort to curry favor with Emperor Huizong, deceitfully claimed to possess the ability to concoct an elixir of immortality. Utilizing corpse oil as an ingredient to refine toxic pills, upon awakening, Chen Xuan discovered that the Dan Palace had completely devolved into a clandestine apothecary for the Song dynasty emperor, leaving him devoid of any desire. Prompting him to quietly depart from the Bottle Mountain as for the six-winged centipede. Chen Xuan encountered it by chance. At that time, it measured merely the length of a chopstick. Remembering the rarity of ancient species, he bestowed a drop of his own blood upon the six-winged centipede, nurturing it in the depths of the Dan Palace's well, feeding it with medicinal vapors day in and day out. Initially, it was a mere act of convenience, yet to his astonishment, the six-winged centipede survived for a millennium. Apart from the black dragon of the northern desert, this creature was the oldest companion Chen Xuan had encountered. While he pondered, voices emerged from within the gathering hall, and a throng of individuals rushed out. Leading the group was a man of approximately 27 or 28 years, clad in a blue gown and wearing a white top hat, with sunglasses perched upon his nose. Following him were 2 men and a woman. The men were unremarkable, but the woman, dressed in red and sporting a braided hairstyle, possessed an ordinary appearance, yet her eyes sparkled with vitality. Particularly upon gazing at the partridge whistle, her expression radiated such joy that even a fool could discern it. On the other side stood several individuals, all clad in military attire. The leader, sporting a bushy beard and a long scar stretching from his brow to his chin, exuded an air of menace, his gaze fierce and intimidating. It was likely this man was the warlord Luo Laowai, known to Qin Yulo, as mentioned by the partridge whistle. Chapter 58. Chen Xuan's blood upon seeing the partridge whistle return. The leader of the shelling gang, Qin Yulo, brightened his gaze and exclaimed, "Brother Partridge Whistle, could this be the Mr. Bai you spoke of?" Indeed. While it was Partridge Whistle who invited Chen Xuan, he primarily emphasized Mr. Bai before departing, came the reply. This was due to Chen Xuan's lack of revealed abilities beyond destiny and geomancy, whereas Bai Ji's terrifying divine power and the ability to make a millennium-old Zongzi kneel left a lasting impression on Partridge Whistle and his companions. Partridge Whistle had specifically sought Bai Ji's prowess, hoping that with Bai Ji's formidable nature alongside the shelling gang, they might stand a chance against the six-winged centipede. Contemplating this, Partridge Whistle nodded and began to introduce Chen Xuan and Bai Ji. Both of these gentlemen possess extraordinary skills. Regarding the agreement we discussed earlier, if we can eliminate the six-winged centipede, shall we still uphold the arrangement of dividing the treasures within the tomb 3 ways? Chen Xuan had previously stated he desired no treasures from the tomb, yet Partridge Whistle felt compelled to offer proper compensation for their assistance. Of course, we shall uphold it. Chen Yulo, not lacking in acumen, understood that if they could not vanquish the six-winged centipede, he would not only fail to procure the treasures from the ancient tomb of Bottle Mountain, but would also incur significant losses. More crucially, as the leader of the Shelling Gang, he aspired to achieve something monumental but found himself thwarted, a situation that would undoubtedly lead to ridicule among his peers and tarnish his reputation. A meager 30% of the treasures was hardly worthy of his concern. Unbeknownst to him, Luo Laowai, the warlord, voiced his dissatisfaction, exclaiming, "Chen Yulo, how you divide the spoils is of no concern to me. My 40% cannot be diminished." Chen Yulo's expression darkened at this remark. While Luo Laowai had once been a small warlord supported by Shelling, his growing territory meant he had gradually slipped from their control. No longer heeding Chen Yulo's authority, despite his displeasure, Chen Yulo masked it, waving his hand graciously, "No need for concern, Luo. The 3 portions shall be drawn from our Shelling." Very well then. The Shelling Gang was comprised of southern ruffians, also dabbling occasionally in thievery. Chen Yulo commanded a faction of several thousand members in western Hunan, a force far superior to Luo Laowai's contingent. Given their expertise in grave robbing, it was only natural that Shelling would claim a larger share in the excavation of the Bottle Mountain tomb. As discussions concluded, Partridge Whistle's junior disciple, Hua Ling, eagerly interjected, "Brother Chen, it's good to see you again. I must thank you for the prescription you provided last time. I've managed to save several lives with it." "That is wonderful to hear," Chen Xuan replied. With everyone assembled, Chen Yulo took the lead in organizing the expedition to Bottle Mountain, concerned that Chen Xuan and Bai Ji might be unaware of the mountain's conditions. He personally sketched a map of Bottle Mountain's terrain. "You know, Mr. Chen, we might be distant relatives, perhaps even from a few centuries back." Chen Yulo, oblivious to Chen Xuan and Bai Ji's origins or capabilities, felt that having garnered the respect of someone like Partridge Whistle, they must be remarkable individuals. Thus, he sought to cultivate a relationship with them, displaying great enthusiasm. Chen Xuan merely smiled faintly, non-committal, and replied, "It seems unlikely." If Chen Yulo's ancestors had served under Chen Xuan, there might be some merit to the claim. Chen Yulo paid no mind to this, pointing to the map to describe the entrance to the Bottle Mountain's catacombs. "To be honest, we discovered an expansive underground palace beneath the rift at Bottle Mountain, but regrettably, we were driven out by a Tinjong flying centipede before we could explore it. If we do not eliminate that flying centipede, we cannot even access the underground palace. In the past few days, we have tried many methods, employing firearms and explosives, yet to no avail. The centipede's exoskeleton is harder than steel. Moreover, it is agile and cunning, making it impossible to catch. It simply slips into the crevices of the rocks, leaving us powerless. It is not surprising that the flying dot, or rather, the 6-winged centipede possesses intelligence, for it had once ingested a drop of Chen Xuan's blood. Chen Xuan had discovered long ago, perhaps in ancient times, that his blood could facilitate the evolution of ancient species. Initially, he considered this a boon and sought out ancient species worldwide to assist in their evolution. However, by the time of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, these ancient beings, some of whom lived for hundreds or even thousands of years, had become humanity's greatest foes. As he traversed the tribal era, witnessing the plight of frail humanity facing the predation of ancient species, he felt compelled to eradicate them one by one. It was from that moment on that Chen Xuan held his blood in utmost esteem, refraining from offering it to any other living beings, save for the 6-winged centipede he encountered in the Dan Palace on Bottle Mountain. However, the 6-winged centipede had only been the length of a chopstick back then. Now, a millennium later, it had grown to nearly 10 zhang de. Put this in perspective. The largest green anaconda in the world has never exceeded 10 meters, yet this 6-winged centipede was thrice its size, almost 30 meters tall, equivalent to a 12-story building. Observing the worried expressions of those around him, Chen Xuan set aside his memories and thoughtfully remarked, "Chen Yulo, leave the 6-winged centipede to Bai Ji and me. When shall we set off for Bottle Mountain?" Bottle Mountain lies a dozen li away from the gathering hall, yet as night had fallen, it was clear they could not depart today. Seeing Chen Xian's confident demeanor, Chen Yulo felt a stir of surprise. Pondering whether to trust him, Partridge Whistle, noticing this, promptly assured him, "There is no need for doubt, Brother Chen. Both my friends here are capable experts. If they say they have a solution, then they surely do." Upon hearing this, Chen Yulo readily acquiesced, stating, "Very well, let us venture into Bottle Mountain tomorrow morning." The following day, as dawn broke, the gathering hall was already abuzz with activity. Luo Laowai's troops, Xialing's men, and the upper echelons, including Chen Yulo and Luo Laowai, were all prepared and assembled outside, ready to embark for Bottle Mountain. Luo Laowai, still groggy, could not stifle a yawn, catching sight of Chen Xian and Bai Ji in the distance. He could not help but scoff. "I wonder where Brother Partridge Whistle found these youngsters. They seem so inexperienced." Following closely behind Luo Laowai, Vice Officer Yang chimed in, "Indeed. I think the chief should consider going solo and abandoning Xialing. Why share 60% with them? With the chief's capabilities, Bottle Mountain would be an easy conquest." Slap. Little did they know, Yang's flattery had landed him in hot water. Luo Laowai spun around and delivered a resounding slap, leaving Yang bewildered. With a fierce glare, Luo Laowai hissed, "You fool! Do you really think the Chun family of Xialing is so easily trifled with?" Those within the organization were aware of their own affairs. Luo Laowai's troops were notorious for their indulgences, yet their combat prowess was lacking. Relying on such a band of miscreants to lead the excavation of Bottle Mountain was akin to inviting disaster. He might as well hang himself with a rope for a quicker fate. Chapter 59. A menacing aura. Vice Officer Yang lowered his head, submissively accepting the reprimand, though a flicker of malice glinted in his eyes. For years he had served as Luo Laowai's subordinate, treated like a beast of burden, harboring resentment all the while. Months prior, he had even conspired with another warlord, intending to seize this opportunity at Bottle Mountain to betray Luo Laowai outright. Unbeknownst to Luo Laowai, his vice officer's treachery was brewing as he scurried back to curry favor with Chen Yulo. Meanwhile, Partridge Whistle approached Chen Xian, hesitating briefly before speaking softly. "Mr. Chen, back at Baya Town. You mentioned that Hua Ling and the old foreigner were in danger." Before he could finish, Hua Ling and the old foreigner cheerfully emerged, fully dressed. "Brother, you wouldn't let me and my sister go into the mountain before. Surely this time you will?" Indeed, since Chen Xian's remarks, Zhigu Xiao has kept the matter close to heart, forbidding junior disciples from entering the tomb. This restriction has left Hua Ling and the old foreigner in a state of frustration. Yearning to assist Zhigu Xiao shook his head and turned his gaze directly towards Chen Xian. Observing this, Chen Xian lifted his head to glance at Hua Ling and the old foreigner. After a brief moment, he smiled and said, "It is permissible to proceed. It poses no significant issue." Beside him, Bai Ji, rarely one to explain, interjected, "My master is well versed in fate and destiny. No calamity is insurmountable as long as he is present." This statement, however, was not entirely accurate. While Chen Xian's Luren divination had reached a substantial level of mastery, he could not truly defy the heavens. Nonetheless, he could intervene to alter the fates of those who met untimely ends. Before long, the main contingent had organized their belongings and was ready to set forth. Prior to departure, Chen Yulu recited a passage of text, and upon reaching Luo Laowai, he rummaged through his thoughts and finally managed to exclaim, "Let us commence." The distance from Pingshan to the gathering place spanned several miles, with the mountainous terrain proving arduous for any mode of transport, be it horse or mule. Consequently, they relied on the forces of Xia Ling and Luo Laowai's men to carry their firearms and heavy weaponry up the slopes. Fortunately, Xia Ling and Luo Laowai had brought a considerable number of followers, totaling approximately 1,000 individuals. Moreover, according to Chen Yulu, this was merely the vanguard. If treasures were confirmed to reside within the underground palace, additional thousands could be summoned at any moment. The journey was largely silent, at the forefront, whether it was the leader of Xia Ling, Chen Yulu, the head of the mountain movers, Zhigu Xiao, or even Luo Laowai. None were pampered lords. The rugged mountain path posed little challenge for them. As for Chen Xian and Bai Ji, they traversed the terrain with ease, as though they were merely enjoying a leisurely excursion. Throughout this journey, Chen Yulu's aide, Hua Guai, kept a watchful eye on Chen Xian and Bai Ji. After covering about half the distance, when the main group paused for a rest, Hua Guai approached Chen Yulu, his face pale and demeanor slightly agitated. Captain, there is something amiss with Chen and Bai. Amiss? Chen Yulu raised an eyebrow, seemingly inquiring without intent. What seems to be the issue? They have behaved quite appropriately along the journey. I observed closely, Huama Guai continued. Wherever those two go, the insects, snakes, and ants seem to instinctively retreat. Yet, they bear no scent of any repellent. Furthermore, I deliberately lagged behind to observe the retreating pests, while the one named Chen Xuan merely caused them to vacate. The other, Bai Ji, left a trail of dead insects in his wake. Hua Ma Guai shivered as he recounted this. The Xiang province is home to numerous Miao villages, being the origin of the southern 10,000 mountains, and is notorious for the prevalence of Miao sorcery involving insects. Within these mountains, a multitude of venomous creatures exist, in less than 10 miles. Several of Luo Lao Wai's subordinates had already been bitten by poisonous insects. Fortunately, Xia Ling had traversed such mountainous regions for years, equipping himself with antidotes and insect repellents, thus avoiding any severe consequences. While Xia Ling's sect excelled in dispelling toxins and repelling pests, Hua Ma Guai had only witnessed such a formidable aura capable of subduing venomous creatures in the presence of a 1,000-year-old Zongzi. Chen Yulu understood the implications of Hua Ma Guai's words, yet upon glancing at the sun-drenched sky, he felt somewhat exasperated. Hua Ma Guai, cease your paranoid conjectures. How could Brother Chen and Brother Bai possibly be Zongzi? If they were truly Zongzi, they would not appear in broad daylight. Moreover, did not Zhigu Xiao mention last night that Qin Xian possesses extraordinary medical skills? Perhaps he has concocted an effective insect repellent. But Captain, enough of this nonsensical talk, Chen Yulu interjected, his patience waning. Hua Ma Guai, serving as his aide and a remnant of the previous leader of Xia Ling, was sent to protect him. Chen Yulu aspired to achieve great things, surpassing his father and any past leaders of Xia Ling, and thus was disinclined to heed Hua Ma Guai's concerns. Feeling somewhat helpless, Hua Ma Guai turned to glance at Chen Xian and Bai Ji, who happened to be observing him as well. Chen Xian offered a kind smile and nodded in acknowledgement, while Bai Ji's gaze was as cold as ice, revealing no hint of emotion. When Hua Ma Guai locked eyes with Bai Ji, an uncontainable chill coursed through him, penetrating to the very marrow of his bones that he couldn't help but internally criticize. This is not merely a 1,000-year-old Zongzi. I would believe them to be 10,000-year-old Zongzi. Meanwhile, Bai Ji slowly withdrew his gaze and, in a low voice, inquired, Master, should I eliminate this individual? For an ordinary person, a distance of several dozen steps might seem considerable, but to Bai Ji, it was akin to conversing face to face. He had overheard every word exchanged between Hua Ma Guai and Chen Yulu. While Bai Ji was unconcerned about revealing his identity, he worried it might bring trouble to Chen Xian. Hence his question. After all, if he could not resolve the issue posed by the blood corpse, the most straightforward solution would be to eliminate the one raising the concern. Chen Xian shook his head and casually replied, There is no need. Your aura of death has dissipated significantly during your stay at the separate residence. You need not worry about being discovered, even if the truth were to be unveiled. Chen Xian felt no apprehension that if complications arose, he could simply relocate. After all, he had spent millennia wandering and migrating. He had no home, yet every place could be considered home that in any domestic city he might have once resided there. After a brief respite, the main group set off once again. This leg of the journey proved to be far smoother, especially upon entering the realm of Pingshan, where not a trace of poisonous insects could be found. Zhigu Xiao explained that the concentration of medicinal vapors, particularly within the underground palace, caused the majority of the poisonous creatures to congregate in the rifts. Soon, the contingent arrived at the cliff overlooking the Pingshan rift. Standing at the edge, they peered down into the mist-shrouded chasm, unable to discern the depths below. To Mr. Chen, this cliff towers over 100 zhang, and beneath it lies an endless underground palace. The six-winged centipede is particularly perilous. Chen Yulu introduced, his expression tinged with concern, seemingly attempting to caution Chen Xian to exercise greater caution. Fear not. I shall return shortly. Chen Xian replied with a faint smile, showing little inclination to await the disciples of Xia Ling to set up the centipede hanging ladder. He borrowed a sufficiently long rope from Zhigu Xiao and secured one end at the cliff's edge before tossing the other into the rift, without waiting for anyone to react. Chen Xian swiftly ascended the rope and leaped into the chasm, following closely behind. Bai Shi followed suit, his descent so rapid it appeared as though he was diving straight down into the rift. Witnessing this, Chen Yulu clicked his tongue in astonishment and couldn't help but inquire, Zhigu Xiao, May I ask what origins these two gentlemen possess? Their skills appear quite formidable. I am tempted to invite them to join Xiaoling. Zhigu Xiao mused. Formidable is an understatement. In my over a decade of wandering the martial world, I have encountered many extraordinary individuals, yet the only one whose prowess has left me in awe is Bai Ji. By Chen Xuan's side, in fact, it goes beyond admiration. It is sheer terror, reflecting on my 30 years of cultivation and the mountain-moving secret art. I fear I may not stand a chance against Bai Ji. Contemplating this, Zhigu Xiao parted his lips, but ultimately refrained from divulging too much, merely stating ambiguously, my two friends hail from mysterious origins and are unlikely to join Xiaoling. Captain Chen should not harbor excessive expectations. Before his words could settle, the old foreigner could no longer contain himself and interjected with a laugh. Indeed, Captain Chen, although you share a family connection with Mr. Chen, your abilities fall short. Before the old foreigner could finish his sentence, he incited the ire of Huama Guai, Kuan Luan, and the other disciples of Xiaoling. Huama Guai shot a furious glare at the old foreigner, admonishing, "What did you just say?" Not far off, Luo Lao Wai sat upon a large stone, casually plucking a wild herb to use as a toothpick. Observing the rising tensions between the factions of Xiaoling and mountain movers, his expression brightened. And he promptly fanned the flames, saying, Captain Chen, in my view, that Chen fellow is nothing but a charlatan. I suspect those two might enter the underground palace but never return. And you, Zhigu Xiao, should know better. In desperate times, one ought not to seek out a fraud. Silence. Luo Lao Wai shifted slightly, causing Chen Yulu and Zhigu Xiao to realize his ulterior motives, and they promptly rebuked him in unison. The latter's face turned pale, but seeing the fierce countenance of the disciples of Xiaoling and the dual pistols at Zhigu Xiao's waist, he prudently chose to keep his mouth shut. Zhigu Xiao shook his head at the old foreigner and then clasped his hands towards Chen Yulu, saying, Captain Chen, Mr. Chen possesses remarkable origins. It may be prudent to maintain a positive rapport with him. I shall say no more. Though Chen Yulu and Zhigu Xiao had only recently met, their histories were intertwined. Zhigu Xiao had entered the fray early, establishing connections with various stewards of Xiaoling to gather information regarding the Yaochen Pearl. Over time, his relationship with Xiaoling had deepened significantly. Hearing the weight of Zhigu Xiao's words, Chen Yulu was momentarily taken aback, pondering why Zhigu Xiao held such regard for a young man. The individual, named Chen Xuan, appeared to be around 20 years of age. Calling him younger brother was already a mark of respect from the leader of Xiaoling naturally. Such thoughts flitted through Chen Yulu's mind without lingering. He, being astute, while dismissive of Chen Xuan, would not voice his true sentiments, instead agreeing wholeheartedly on the other side. Chen Xuan felt the fierce winds howling past him. Theo say that one descends by following the hemp rope is, in reality, akin to leaping off a precipice. In the brief span of 7 or 8 breaths, he reached the bottom. Grasping the rope firmly, he exerted a slight force, bringing his entire form to a halt. Yet, while Chen Xuan felt a sense of dread, the presence of Bai Ji behind him was even more terrifying. Bai Ji required no deceleration. He simply leapt from the towering cliff, landing atop the subterranean palace below. The palace's glazed tiles could not withstand the force of his descent, resulting in a sizable hole being smashed through. Observing this, Chen Xuan felt a twinge of regret for the fine tiles and called out towards the opening. Be more careful next time. Each of these precious items lost is one less to cherish. I understand, came Bai Ji's voice from below the palace's roof. Chen Xuan harbored no concerns for Bai Ji, for he was half human, half corpse, his body having been fortified over millennia. This moment, Bai Ji was tenfold harder than steel. He could withstand the impact of cannon fire without issue. As Chen Xuan stood atop the palace, he soon noticed numerous slimy trails left by insects crawling across the glazed tiles beneath his feet. Below, he could even see the garments discarded by dozens of disciples of the unloading rich. These were indeed garments, for the centipedes within this underground palace were highly venomous. Any contact would swiftly result in a pool of blood. Zhigu Xiao had previously warned Chen Xuan about this and had provided him with ample insect-repelling powder. Though Chen Xuan felt obliged to accept the other's kindness, he found himself unable to utilize the powder. My lord, there is movement. Bai Shi suddenly halted and announced as he emerged from the palace. Chen Xuan leaped down from the palace top, landing gracefully upon the plaza of the underground palace. While at the cliff summit, Chen Yulo had mentioned that the underground palace was exceedingly vast, containing countless palaces. However, He was unaware that Chen Xuan had not only resided here, but was also intimately familiar with the number of palaces. These palaces were modeled after the Wanshou Dao Palace from the era of Song Huizong, comprising 3 palaces and 9 halls, along with 81 quiet chambers dedicated to the royal practice of alchemy, a legacy spanning over a century. Upon descending, Chen Xuan soon heard a rustling sound emanating from the crevices in the rocky walls nearby. Almost immediately, countless centipedes, each the length of chopsticks, emerged from all directions of the underground palace, encircling both Chen Xuan and Bai Ji. However, the malevolent aura surrounding Bai Ji was so formidable that even the highly venomous centipedes dared not approach. These small centipedes merely circled the 2 men, hesitating to advance. Observing this, Chen Xuan waved his hand and instructed, "Bai Ji, temper your malevolent aura." Bai Ji promptly bowed and retreated behind Chen Xuan, the instant he subdued his aura. The small centipedes suddenly appeared to go mad, rushing toward Chen Xuan. With a faint smile, Chen Xuan slowly extended his palm. And the next moment, a force imbued with Chen Xuan's life essence reverberated throughout the underground palace. The centipedes, upon receiving this signal, became even more frenzied, all surging toward Chen Xuan. Layer upon layer of small centipedes amassed around him, forming a nearly mountainous heap. Simultaneously, a piercing cry echoed from deep within the palace. Before long, a 6-winged centipede, measuring over 10 zhang in length and nearly spanning 2 palaces, emerged from the depths of the underground palace, resembling a colossal dragon. Even Bai Ji, with his vast experience, was taken aback by the sight of this gigantic centipede, which sported wings on its back. He had encountered numerous demons and monsters, and just recently he had laid eyes upon the corpse of a demon dragon. Yet, those were lifeless. Witnessing a living creature provoked a far greater astonishment. Bai Shi furrowed his brow and could not help but say, "My lord, this 6-winged centipede is exceedingly ferocious." Should I doubt his implication was clear. He wished to unleash his malevolent aura, believing that the accumulated malevolence of several millennia might intimidate the great centipede. However, Chen Xuan simply waved his hand, a smile gracing his face. "No need. It is not our enemy." Chen Xuan's assurance regarding the 6-winged centipede was indeed linked to his blood, as previously mentioned. Chen Xuan's blood had the power to facilitate the evolution of ancient relics. Any ancient relic that had been nourished by his blood would, without exception, regard him as their master. During the era of the ancient tribes, it was through this unique ability that he could clear out ancient relics spanning dozens of zhang and gather them together, leading them to migrate to another realm. Regrettably, his memories of the ancient times were fragmented, and he could not recall the location of that mysterious illusion. No sooner had Chen Xuan spoken than the 6-winged centipede crawling upon the palace walls emitted a long, mournful cry. Swiftly charging toward Chen Xuan, it cautiously lowered its head, rubbing it against Chen Xuan's palm. The 10-zhang-long centipede, once perceived as a monstrous creature by the Unloading Ridge and warlords alike, now resembled a playful child. Emitting cheerful chirps, Chen Xuan chuckled softly, addressing the 6-winged centipede. "Little centipede, it has been quite some time since we last met." Indeed, a millennium had passed in the blink of an eye in the past. Chen Xuan had nurtured the little centipede within the medicinal well, the most potent area of the underground palace, gently stroking its head and feeding it gold elixirs reserved for emperors. Alas, those days were short-lived. After Chen Xuan fell into slumber, the underground palace fell into the hands of unscrupulous Taoists who sought to concoct elixirs of immortality for the emperor using corpse oil. The little centipede had nearly become a medicinal ingredient. Fortunately, it had already developed a modicum of intelligence and, sensing danger, had hidden within the crevices of the rock walls. The Taoists of the Dan Palace could not capture the little centipede, and it was gradually forgotten. It was not until the complete downfall of the Song dynasty and the subsequent desolation of the Dan Palace, which had been occupied by a general from the Yuan dynasty as a burial site, that the area became entirely neglected. The little centipede, having grown to a length of 1 zhang, dared to emerge from the fissures in the rock walls and return to the medicinal well to continue absorbing the medicinal vapors. Since then, it had grown by 1 zhang every century, reaching over 10 zhang in size today, with 9 pairs of wings sprouting from its back. Indeed, the term 6-winged centipede was merely a name given by Chen Yulo and others. In truth, the little centipede possessed 9 pairs of wings and was one of the ancient relics. However, it had yet to cultivate sufficiently to grow the remaining 3 pairs of wings. Bai Shi, noticing the 3 pairs of wings on the 6-winged centipede that had yet to fully form, suddenly remarked, "My lord, In my previous life, I once perused a tome from the ancient Zhou period, which recorded numerous rare and wondrous beasts, one of which was a long insect named the nine-winged celestial centipede. Could it be that this one in the underground palace is, indeed, the little centipede is the nine-winged celestial centipede? Chen Xuan replied, patting the little centipede's head with a smile that it is time for you to relocate. I have prepared a new home for you. Prior to his arrival, Chen Xuan had arranged a new residence for the little centipede. Within the Niu Head Mountains Jingtongju, the spirit of the demon dragon had already been sent away, yet the dragon's carcass remained, just as the little centipede was on the cusp of developing its final 3 wings. Relying solely on the medicinal vapors of the underground palace might prove insufficient. With the assistance of the several Zhonglong dragon carcass at Niu Head Mountain, it would not be long before it ascended to become the 9-winged celestial centipede. Furthermore, that space was far more expansive than the underground palace, providing ample room for the little centipede to dwell. Contemplating this, Chen Xuan briefly recounted the matter of the dragon carcass. As expected, upon hearing of the dragon carcass, the little centipede became instantly exhilarated, twisting and writhing along the stone wall. Eventually, it obediently lowered its head, carefully rubbing against Chen Xuan's palm while emitting 2 cheerful chirps. Now is not the time for delay. Let us depart immediately. No sooner had he spoken than the little centipede promptly descended to the ground, lowering its body, clearly intending to carry Chen Xuan away. Chen Xuan leaped onto the back of the little centipede and, after a moment's thought, turned to Bai Ji and instructed, the centipedes within the underground palace pose no threat. The little centipede has already sent them all away. You should accompany Hua Ling and the others to provide protection. Understood, my lord. Bai Ji nodded and watched as Chen Xuan rode the 9-winged celestial centipede, soaring swiftly into the clouds. Meanwhile, at the cliff's summit, Chen Yulo and the others remained listlessly gazing into the deep chasm. Unfortunately, no matter how they strained their eyes, they could not penetrate the thick fog to discern the situation below. Lao Wei, feeling his eyes grow weary, decided to recline back onto a large rock. At that moment, Hua Ling was nearby, sorting the medicinal materials in her backpack. Observing this, Lao Wei's eyes brightened, and he suddenly spoke. I say, little Taoist maiden, you are so beautiful. Why suffer alongside your senior brother in the elements? Why not become my little concubine? I assure you will live in luxury. Before Lao Wei could finish his boast of living lavishly, he found the muzzle of a gun pressed against his forehead by Zhigu Xiao. Hey, brother, don't be impulsive. Instantaneously, the troops under Lao Wei's command erupted into chaos, appearing loyal in their defense of their leader, yet none dared to step forward, merely brandishing their weapons in a standoff. Faced with the encirclement of over 1,000 troops, Zhigu Xiao's expression remained unperturbed as he calmly stated, apologize to my junior sister. Lao Wei's face fluctuated between shades of green and white, yet, staring down the dark barrel of the gun, he chose to relent. My dear sister, I, Lao Wei, am a rough man. I apologize. With a loud slap, he pretended to strike himself twice. Witnessing this scene, and with Chen Yulo's intercession, Zhigu Xiao finally lowered the gun. Not far away, Honggu looked on at the unfolding events with increasing intrigue. However, she remained unaware that Zhigu Xiao and his 2 siblings were not only fellow disciples, but also of the same clan. Furthermore, they bore the same curse, a curse originating from the snake god of the bottomless ghost cave, which decreed that those afflicted would not live past 40 years of age. Only by maintaining a considerable distance from the bottomless ghost cave of the Zagalama Mountains could the curse's potency be somewhat mitigated. However, long ago, some clan members had already discovered this situation. Yet, even if they were to migrate to the other side of the earth, it would merely delay their lifespans by a decade or so. Ultimately, they would still succumb to the curse. Chapter 62. Front and back respect. Zhigu Xiao cast a cold glance at Luo Laowai, then shifted his gaze away. The latter felt displeased, but with the chief of the unloading ridge. Chen Yulo, evidently siding with Zhigu Xiao, he dared not confront them recklessly. As Luo Laowai pondered how to find an excuse to save face, his aide Yang suddenly exclaimed, Chief, look at the cliff. There's something. The crowd fell into a momentary stupor, following Yang's pointing finger. Below in the misty chasm, something seemed to be stirring, as if some creature was agitating the depths, just as everyone was bewildered. A colossal centipede, adorned with 6 pairs of wings and measuring 10 zhang in length, suddenly erupted from the fog. The 6-winged centipede has emerged. Quick, fire! Luo Laowai, having narrowly escaped being devoured by the 6-winged centipede during his previous venture into the underground palace with Chen Yulo and others, was now a frightened bird, terrified at the sight of it. Seeing Chen Yulo and the others still frozen in place, Luo Laowai turned around and angrily berated his subordinates. Why are you still dawdling? Shoot at once. That Mr. Chun is likely already dead in the underground palace. Upon hearing this, Luo Laowai's troops finally regained their senses, hurriedly raising their rifles and aiming at the writhing six-winged centipede in the sky. Meanwhile, Chen Yulo and his companions also came to their senses. Chen Yulo frowned slightly. Although he couldn't quite grasp how the six-winged centipede had appeared, he was nonetheless prepared for battle. He turned to Zhigu Xiao beside him and said, Brother Zhigu, what about Brother Chun and Brother by Mr. Chun will be fine. The six-winged centipede does not seem to be targeting us. Let us wait a moment, Zhigu Xiao replied, hastily pressing down on the muzzle of Luo Laowai's gun. Commanding in a deep voice, hold your fire. Luo Laowai retorted furiously, if we don't shoot now, we'll all be dead. However, just as the two were at odds, the crowd heard a familiar male voice emanating from the direction of the six-winged centipede. Brother Zhigu, Chief Chun, the centipede in the underground palace has retreated. You may enter at your leisure. Upon hearing this voice, everyone present was momentarily stunned, especially Luo Laowai, who questioned whether he was hallucinating to that moment. Hua Ling eagerly pointed at the six-winged centipede, exclaiming, Senior brother, look above the centipede's head. Mr. Chun is there. Hastily, the crowd looked up and discovered a figure perched atop the head of the six-winged centipede. It was none other than Chen Xuan, who had descended into the underground palace not long ago. As they beheld Chen Xuan riding the six-winged centipede, soaring through the air, the workers from Unloading Ridge and Luo Laowai's troops were left utterly astonished. They had recently learned of the centipede's might, having witnessed it withstand the onslaught of thousands of gunshots, resulting in numerous casualties. Yet now, under Chen Xuan's command, the once ferocious six-winged centipede had transformed into a docile steed, willingly carrying Chen Xuan without a hint of aggressiveness. After the initial shock, Luo Laowai quickly thought that if he could enlist Chen Xuan's aid, it would be akin to possessing a six-winged centipede. With that in mind, he promptly bowed towards Chen Xuan in the sky and exclaimed, Ah, Brother Chun, your abilities are truly remarkable. To have tamed the six-winged centipede. Now our entry into the underground palace is assured. Not only Luo Laowai, but even Chen Yulo, the chief of Unloading Ridge, was equally astonished, shedding his previous arrogance and displaying newfound respect towards Chen Xuan. Chen Yulo looked up, smiling as he called out, Mr. Chen indeed possesses great skills. This six-winged centipede, however, before Chen Yulo could finish his sentence, Chen Xuan raised his hand to interrupt, stating, The matter here is resolved, but I have other affairs to attend to. I shall take my leave. With that, he did not afford Luo Laowai and the others a chance to respond, directing the six-winged centipede to ascend higher into the sky, soon vanishing among the towering mountains. In a future where aircraft filled the skies and satellites orbited above, such a Tianzhong-long centipede would undoubtedly make headlines. Yet, in the current era of the Republic, with few planes in existence and no satellites, Chen Xuan had the centipede navigate through the mountain wilderness, unperturbed by the risk of being discovered. After roughly an hour, he guided the six-winged centipede to the Baijia Peak of Niotu Mountain. The treasures within Baijia Peak had already been completely cleared out by the 9 gates, and the camp within the mountain had also been evacuated. Conveniently, Chen Xuan was uninterested in engaging with anyone. So he led the six-winged centipede directly into the tomb of Yang Junsong's wife. As for the 5 elemental columns that activated the mural, there was no need for Chen Xuan to intervene, as the six-winged centipede could handle it. Upon entering the mural space and gazing at the dragon corpse, which spanned dozens of zhang and was bound by 4 stout chains, Chen Xuan felt a wave of joyous energy emanating from the six-winged centipede. After all, for the six-winged centipede to evolve into a 9-winged heavenly centipede merely through the medicinal vapors of Ping Mountain could take a millennium. However, with the presence of this dragon corpse, the timeline was considerably shortened. It might take merely a few decades for it to fully digest the dragon corpse and evolve into a 9-winged heavenly centipede. Watching the six-winged centipede leap onto the dragon corpse, gleefully frolicking atop it, Chen Xuan instructed, You shall remain here during this period and cultivate diligently. Even after ascending to the 9-winged heavenly centipede, do not harm humanity unless your own safety is at stake. The six-winged centipede emitted a long, resonant cry, as if affirming its understanding. Satisfied, Chen Xuan turned to leave the mural space. However, upon retreating to the tomb chamber and observing the 5 elemental stone columns within, he contemplated for a moment before deciding to add an extra layer of security. After all, he had been awake for nearly half a year, with just over 2 years remaining until his next slumber. He could not wait for the 6-winged centipede to evolve into a 9-winged heavenly centipede, should the 9 gates or any other individuals inadvertently enter the mural space, or if the 6-winged centipede emerged and faced human extermination. It would contradict his original intentions. With this thought, Chen Xuan deliberated thoroughly before relocating the 5 elemental columns from the tomb, replacing them with a 6-rins divination plate. The plate contained 49 stone columns, corresponding to the Dragon Vein S earth energy of Nyo-Tu Mountain. Those who lacked knowledge of the 6-rins divination plate and did not possess Chen Xuan's feng shui expertise would likely never unlock the mural space. Chen Xuan's ability to effortlessly replace the formation was also thanks to Zhang Daoling passing down the absolute dragon formation. Otherwise, even if he could switch it, merely studying it would take him several months. Having completed all of this, a significant portion of the day had already passed. Exiting the tomb, he arrived at Baijia Peak, where he gazed upon the blood-red sunset without returning to Ping Mountain. Instead, heading straight to Changsha. He had left Baiji at Ping Mountain, for with Baiji's strength, the so-called General Corpse King posed no threat, and he need not worry about Hua Ling and the old foreigner facing calamity. Chapter 63. The arrival of Sanyang in Changsha City, at the Northly Yuan, the day had fully darkened, and few pedestrians roamed the streets. As Chen Xuan approached the Northly Yuan, he noticed 2 of Hua's family attendants stationed at the entrance. These attendants often accompanied Sanyang, and one of them appeared to be a servant from the New Moon restaurant in the capital. Upon seeing Chen Xuan, the 2 attendants paused briefly, then nodded in acknowledgement. Chen Xuan paid them no mind and entered the courtyard. As he drew near the villa, he overheard Sanyang conversing with her maid inside. Sanyang, or Hua Jinsi, adorned in a white qipao with a fur collar, sat gracefully on the sofa in the living room. Opposite her, a plainly dressed maid fidgeted with her hands, visibly flustered and self-conscious. Hua Jinsi scrutinized the maid, contemplating her relationship with Chen Xuan. After a prolonged silence, unable to withstand Hua Jinsi's penetrating gaze, the maid cautiously spoke up. Sister Hua, Brother Chen truly isn't here. He has been out for 2 days. That's all right. I came to see my sister as well. Sister, I would like to ask you something. What is it? The maid, feeling anxious, lowered her head and twisted her fingers. You happen to know someone named Hua Shangyun? As she uttered these words, Hua Jinsi fixed her gaze intently on the maid, as if trying to extract some truth from her eyes. I don't know her. The maid stuttered for a long while, ultimately turning her head away in guilt, unable to speak the truth. Hua Shangyun had instructed her not to reveal anything before leaving, and despite their brief acquaintance, the maid treasured her bond with Hua Shangyun. Having lost her mother at a young age, upon hearing this response, Hua Jinsi seemed to have anticipated it. Yet, she was unwilling to let the maid off easily, pressing her further. But my subordinates reported that you had once ventured to the outskirts of the city to seek out her former maid and even took away a parcel. Hua Jinsi feigned casualness, yet her words bore weight, causing the maid to grow increasingly tense and stumble over her words. Just then, the sound of the villa's door creaking open interrupted their conversation. Chen Xuan sauntered in at a leisurely pace. Upon seeing Hua Jinsi, whose commanding presence filled the room, he offered a faint smile and remarked, "Hua family master, what a pleasure it is to see you here this late in the evening." Chen Xuan, upon noticing his return, Hua Jinsi sprang up from the sofa. In truth, she had chosen to visit during Chen Xuan's absence to glean more information about her aunt. However, she found herself unable to read or contend with Chen Xuan. And just as she thought she was making progress, he had interrupted her. Chen Xuan paid no heed to the gravity in Hua Jinsi's eyes. Instead, he waved his hand towards the girl with a gentle smile and said, "All right, you may go and rest now." "Okay, Chen Dage." The girl sighed in relief, for she had been apprehensive under Hua Jinsi's aggressive demeanor, fearing she might falter and reveal matters concerning Hua Shangyun. Once the girl departed, Chen Xuan ignored Hua Jinsi, who remained standing, and sat down on the sofa without a care. This scene had just played out moments ago, but in that instance, it was Hua Jinsi who sat, interrogating the girl as if she were a student. Now, however, it was Chen Xuan lounging casually on the sofa, while Hua Jinsi appeared as a bewildered elementary school student, struggling to articulate a complete sentence. Casting a casual glance at Hua Jinsi, Chen Xuan spoke in a calm manner. "I am well aware of the situation regarding your aunt, Hua Shangyun. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me directly." There is no need to put the girl in a difficult position. Hua Jinsi was momentarily taken aback, gazing at Chen Xuan with evident surprise. After a prolonged hesitation, she finally spoke. Initially, she intended to inquire whether he knew how her aunt Hua Shangyun had died and come back to life. or why she was pursuing the so-called Tomb of the Ten Absolutes. However, the words lingered on her lips, and she opted for a different approach. Each detail about her aunt Huashangyun was monumental and earth-shattering. Whether it pertained to her resurrection, her rejuvenation, or the alleged Tomb of the Ten Absolutes, the revelation would undoubtedly astonish the world. With a silent sigh in her heart, Jinsi altered her line of questioning. You are a descendant of Master Chen and possess profound knowledge of powerful secret arts. I would like to inquire, what happens to a person who has lost their soul and spirit? Upon hearing this, Chen Xuan was slightly taken aback. Jinsi had indeed struck at the heart of the matter, for no one understood the essence of soul and spirit better than he. Having studied it for thousands of years, from the Zhou dynasty to the present, he pondered briefly before explaining succinctly. A person possesses 3 souls and 7 spirits. The 3 souls are the life soul, the heavenly soul, and the earthly soul, while the 7 spirits encompass joy, anger, sorrow, fear, love, grief, and worried. If the life soul is lost, one dies. If the heavenly soul is absent, one becomes foolish. If the earthly soul is missing, one becomes obscure. Should the heavenly soul or earthly soul be lost, survival is still possible, but the loss of the life soul guarantees death. As for the 7 spirits, it is not uncommon for ordinary individuals to be born with deficiencies in some of them. Though it is not of paramount importance, after absorbing this information, Jinsi remarked in realization, so, as long as the main soul is not missing, it is inconsequential. Chen Xuan shook his head. The 3 souls and 7 spirits are of utmost importance. The absence of any one of them cannot define a person as complete. For instance, lacking the heavenly soul may result in dementia, or in severe cases, a deep coma, leading to a total loss of sensation. Furthermore, those missing a soul often endure spiritual torment, the true nature of which only they can comprehend. This revelation, Jinsi frowned slightly, her heart aching for her aunt Huashangyun. According to Chen Xuan's words, it meant that for decades, her aunt had been deprived of a soul and spirit, enduring daily torment. Yet, she had never shown any signs of her suffering and bore the weight of the entire Hua family upon her shoulders. With a quiet sigh in her heart, Jinsi turned her gaze back to Chen Xuan, her emotions still tangled. She had initially believed that Chen Xuan's elder, the once revered Master Chen, was a heartless man. However, with her aunt Huashangyun's resurrection, such accusations seemed unfounded. With this thought in mind, Jinsi sighed internally and said to Chen Xuan, I apologize, Mr. Chen, that my previous demeanor towards you was unkind, solely due to the connections between my aunt and your family. It is all in the past, Chen Xuan replied, shaking his head. He had awakened Huashangyun through soul-nurturing techniques. While he could not truly revive her, he could at least ensure she lived for another 50 years in the realm of shadows. As long as she did not recklessly expose herself to sunlight, she could continue to exist in a state similar to that of the young lady from the Liu family. However, as he observed Jinsi's departing figure, he recalled that when he had gathered Huashangyun's soul, she too seemed to have been missing a soul and spirit. It appeared that Shangyun had returned to the Hua family, prompting her pursuit of information regarding Shangyun. Chen Xuan felt a jolt of realization and, after a moment of contemplation, retrieved a lurid divination plate from his sleeve. He gently set the plate in motion, watching it spin with a whir. He aimed to discern the whereabouts of the missing soul and spirit of Huashangyun. Just as the plate was about to come to a halt, Chapter 64, the dust-settling pearl. A crisp crack echoed as the plate emitted a faint sound, revealing a fissure upon its surface. Chen Xuan furrowed his brow, repositioning the plate with his hand until the cracking ceased and silence enveloped the room. Cannot divine, since he and his companions, Tang Chu and Yuan Li, had elevated the lurid divination to its pinnacle, they had seldom encountered failures. The only thing capable of thwarting their predictions to the point of shattering the plate was one singular entity, the Tomb of the 10 Absolutes. Huashangyun's soul and spirit. Are they within the Tomb of the 10 Absolutes? For years, he had pursued the Tomb of the 10 Absolutes countless times, yet had failed to uncover its secrets or trace its whereabouts. But Chen Xuan shook his head, his expression tinged with helplessness. Having lived for an unfathomable number of years and endured countless experiences, how could he be unprepared? The vast expanse of time spanning tens of thousands of years had provided ample opportunity for him to lay the groundwork. Originally, he had planned to initiate the capture of the Tomb of the 10 Absolutes in the next cycle, but he never anticipated that Huashangyun would preempt him in this endeavor. The Tomb of the 10 Absolutes, severing heaven and earth, even if one were to be engulfed by a missing soul and spirit, it would be but a drop in the ocean, unable to disturb its existence. Fortuitously, with this thought, Chen Xuan made his way to the study, retrieving the facial gem that the girl had returned. Fortunately, he had been prepared and had provided Huashang Yun with a safeguard. This facial gem not only served as a vessel for Huashang Yun's lingering soul but was also her life gem. As long as the facial gem remained intact, a fragment of her residual soul would persist. This girl was accustomed to dominance. A little hardship would do her no harm. All of Huashang Yun's schemes and plans appeared rather naïve in Chen Xuan's eyes. He pursed his lips, placing the facial gem along with the cracked Lurin divination plate into the brocade box he had brought from the Hua family. Subsequently, he picked up the ring contained within the box. The ring was made of sheep fat white jade, adorned with an ancient and rustic engraving of the character Xian. This was the Xian ring, the emblem of the most formidable organization under Chen Xuan's command. The Xian sect. The Xian sect was founded in the early Shang dynasty and lay dormant during the Warring States period. Over nearly 1,200 years, Chen Xuan had gathered countless talented individuals, establishing a vast force. Members of the Xian sect ranged from the royal families of the Shang and Zhou dynasties to commoners and pre-Qin alchemists. The number of Xian sect members was innumerable, and their presence was shrouded in secrecy. It was no exaggeration to say that had he chosen to do so, he could have unified the feudal states in an instant, rendering powers like Qin and Zhou insignificant. However, Chen Xuan refrained from taking such actions, for the Xian sect was his greatest asset in confronting the Tomb of the Ten Absolutes. The sole purpose of establishing the Xian sect was to assist him in capturing the Tomb of the Ten Absolutes and unraveling the truth. Originally, he had intended to activate the Xian ring in the next cycle, but upon discovering that Huashang Yun's soul and spirit had been swallowed by the Tomb of the Ten Absolutes, he no longer wished to wait, and prepared to awaken the former members of the Xian sect. As Chen Xuan caressed the warm sheep fat white jade ring, his expression gradually turned solemn. From the early Shang dynasty to the present day, he had meticulously orchestrated his plans for a span of 3,600 years. It was time to bring them to fruition. The next day, Chen Xuan lounged beneath the grapevines in the garden, basking lazily in the sun. Outside the courtyard, footsteps approached. Moments later, the trio of Zhigu Xiao and Bai Ji entered. Upon spotting Chen Xuan, Zhigu Xiao immediately clasped his hands in gratitude. Chen Xuan waved his hand, signaling the nearby girl to bring over a few more chairs. Once everyone was seated, the old foreigner eagerly recounted the events that had transpired after Chen Xuan's departure. They had indeed discovered numerous treasures within the underground palace, as well as the corpse of a fellow tomb raider, Guanshan Taibao. During their adventures, Chen Yulo had inadvertently been poisoned, descending into madness and attempting to kill, only to be swiftly subdued by Baiji's slap. The group had also encountered the mausoleum of a general from the Yuan dynasty amidst the peaks of Pingshan and faced the corpse king of Pingshan. However, when it came to ferocity, even the corpse king of Pingshan paled in comparison to Bai Zhi. In a matter of moments, Bai Shi had dealt with the corpse king. Zhigu Xiao and the others thoroughly searched the tomb chamber but found no trace of the dust-settling pearl. Thus taking their leave from Chen Yulo, after recounting the events of the past few days, Zhigu Xiao explained, "Mr. Chen, I have recently perused ancient texts, and it is highly likely that the dust-settling pearl resides within the Black Water City in the northern desert. Therefore, I plan to venture there. However, my recent expedition to Pingshan made me realize that the Banshan lineage lacks understanding of dragon-seeking and grave-digging techniques at this point, even blunt as Zhigu Xiao was. He found it somewhat difficult to express himself. Observing his discomfort, Chen Xuan smiled and interjected, "So, you wish to take me as your master and learn the art of dragon-seeking and grave-digging?" Zhigu Xiao's eyes lit up, and he eagerly nodded. Exactly. Chen Xuan's geomancy techniques differed fundamentally from those of the Mo-Jin school, but in terms of effectiveness, they could hardly be compared. Even the ancestors of the Mo-Jin school would pale in comparison. After all, he had likely encountered more tombs than they had ever heard of. Many of the grand tombs that these contemporary tomb raiders sought to excavate had been constructed under his direct supervision. Yet, as the anticipation from Zhigu Xiao and his companions mounted, Chen Xuan shook his head. "I stopped taking disciples long ago, not to mention Zhigu Xiao, even with Huashang Yun's persistent entreaties. I never agreed to accept her as a disciple. I merely imparted to her a few techniques related to the soul. Otherwise, she would not have been able to attach her lingering soul to the great locust tree at the alley's entrance." The partridge whistle felt a sense of dejection. Through these two encounters, he discerned that Chen Xuan possessed unparalleled secret techniques, exhibiting remarkable expertise in both feng shui and the art of divination. If only he could be assisted by Chen Xuan's feng shui secrets, the quest for the Miaoqing Pearl would undoubtedly yield results with less effort. Alas, Chen Xuan was unwilling to impart his knowledge. Fortunately, the partridge whistle was a free-spirited individual. He did not dwell on the refusal, but merely clasped his hands and said, "I apologize for my presumptuousness. However, Mr. Chen's repeated assistance is a kindness that we, as disciples, shall remember. Should there ever be a time when we can be of service, we shall not hesitate to oblige." Upon hearing these words, Chen Xuan pondered for a moment before suddenly raising his hand to halt the departing partridge whistle and his companions. "Though I do not intend to take on disciples, I do possess some leads regarding the Miaoqing Pearl you seek. At this, the partridge whistle and his companions halted in surprise, turning to Chen Xuan with expressions of delight. Hualing hastily inquired, "Brother Chen, do you know where the Miaoqing Pearl is located?" "I possess certain clues, albeit incomplete," Chen Xuan replied after careful consideration. As far as I know, the Miaoqing Pearl is a jade stone shaped like an eyeball. Acquired by King Wu Ding of the Shang dynasty, who named it the Miaoqing Pearl. Some say it is the heart of a phoenix, while others claim it was left behind by the Yellow Emperor upon his ascension to immortality. However, these assertions are incorrect. The true Miaoqing Pearl is, in fact, the third eye of the serpent deity residing within the depths of the Zagalama Mountain's bottomless ghost cave. Possessing the Miaoqing Pearl allows one to communicate with the serpent deity and borrow its power. Yet, all things in this world adhere to the principle of equivalent exchange. To gain, one must give. The Miaoqing Pearl is both a source of power and a source of curses. For a brief clarification regarding the time frame in this narrative, the era from ancient to prehistoric times spans millions to hundreds of thousands of years ago. The ancient era extends from 100,000 to 10,000 years ago, primitive tribes. The 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors period is from 10,000 years ago to 3,600 years ago. The Shang dynasty to the Republic of China ranges from 3,600 years ago to the 13th year of the Republic. The protagonist's memories from the ancient times are fragmented. But from the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors onward, his recollections are intact. Chapter 65. The demon dragon of the northern desert. Chen Xuan's revelations left the partridge whistle and his companions utterly bewildered. The Green Forest Brethren were aware that the Banshan clan was in search of the Miaoqing Pearl, yet they remained oblivious to the reasons behind this quest. Chen Xuan, however, unveiled the greatest secret of their clan. The Banshan clan traces its origins back to the Zagalama mountain people of the western regions. Thousands of years ago, the Zagalama tribe pried into the ghost cave without the Miaoqing Pearl to ward off the serpent deity's curse, resulting in the death of their seer and an emergence of countless black snakes from the cave. The survivors of the Zagalama tribe had no choice but to flee to other lands, migrating entirely to the Central Plains. However, they bore a curse, with each member doomed to live no longer than 40 years. Only by finding the Miaoqing Pearl and conducting a sacrificial offering could the curse be lifted. Thus, every generation's most outstanding youth from the Zagalama clan would disguise themselves as wanderers, traversing the Central Plains in search of the Miaoqing Pearl's whereabouts. Yet, the Miaoqing Pearl had already been lost since the reign of King Wu Ding of the Shang dynasty. With no trace found over the millennia, the Banshan clan had scoured countless ancient tombs but remained unable to locate any sign of the pearl. After a lengthy silence, the partridge whistle spoke with a voice tinged with sorrow. Gazing at Chen Xuan. "Mr. Chen, your knowledge is indeed profound. To be candid, we siblings have fallen victim to the curse of the bottomless ghost cave." As he spoke, the partridge whistle gestured for the old foreigner to turn his back, lifting his disciple's garment to reveal a swirling mark on the old man's back, reminiscent of an eyeball. This chilling curse, though invisible to the untrained eye, could not escape the notice of Chen Xuan and Bai Ji. Even back in Baihe town, they had sensed the curse upon the partridge whistle and his companions. However, Chen Xuan had previously chosen to avoid unnecessary involvement, now that he had resolved to take action. The curse afflicting the partridge whistle and his companions could instead serve as an advantage. With this thought, Chen Xuan nodded indifferently before uttering a startling revelation. To break the curse, it may not necessarily require the Miaoqing Pearl. Upon hearing this, the partridge whistle and his siblings stood frozen in place. After a long pause, the old foreigner finally asked, "How can we break the curse without the Miaoqing Pearl?" Chen Xuan smiled and replied, "It's quite simple. Find the one who cast the curse upon you." He continued, "A trip to the bottomless ghost cave is in order. Confront the serpent deity directly." At this pronouncement, the 3 siblings were left speechless, their minds racing. Suddenly, The partridge whistle's eyes brightened as if struck by a thunderclap. Indeed, if the curse was cast by the serpent deity, why must we seek the Miaoqing Pearl? We could go directly to the serpent deity instead. If the issue cannot be resolved, why not confront the source of the problem? However, after a moment of contemplation, the partridge whistle extinguished this thought. With a bitter smile, he said, Mr. Chun, if the Banshan clan could contend with the bottomless ghost cave, would we have borne this curse for thousands of years? You may not comprehend the terror of the bottomless ghost cave, but our clan retains records from our ancestors. The depth of the ghost cave is unknown, as is its destination. Yet even the black snakes within are foes that ordinary people cannot hope to confront, let alone the mother serpent and the deity whose existence remains uncertain. Although the partridge whistle was formidable, he was ultimately but a mortal, lacking the hubris to believe he could challenge the deity Chen Xuan spoke of. Whether the serpent deity was a true divine being was uncertain, but the ability to cast a curse upon an entire clan for millennia surpassed mortal comprehension. Even if not a deity, it was nonetheless close to that realm. Chen Xuan waved his hand dismissively, saying, You need not worry about that. In the past, I may have struggled against the serpent deity, but this time, there is reason for hope. Upon hearing this, the partridge whistle and his companions felt a mix of skepticism and intrigue. After all, the education they received since childhood taught them that the bottomless ghost cave of the Zagalama sacred mountain was a divine abode, and their clan had been cursed for prying into the divine. Could an ordinary mortal truly confront a divine being? Nevertheless, after much internal deliberation, the partridge whistle let out a deep sigh that he raised his head. Speaking earnestly, Mr. Chun, I shall accompany you on this journey. At this moment, he glanced at his younger siblings. Approaching 30, he had but a decade left to live. His younger siblings had even less than 20 years remaining. With so little time left, why not take a bold gamble? He could no longer bear to witness his kin shackled by a curse, their offspring destined to perish before reaching the age of 40. Upon hearing the partridge whistle's declaration, Hua Ling and the old foreigner immediately voiced their agreement, saying, Brother, we shall go with you. Chen Xuan nodded, arranging for the partridge whistle and his companions to stay at Bailey Bua. Their journey would still take them back to the northern desert, but not to Heishui City. Instead, they would seek the demon dragon within the 100-eyed cave. After finding the demon dragon, they would then redirect their path toward the bottomless ghost cave in the ancient city of Jingjue. Moreover, it was time to awaken Wu Channa, who had slumbered within the Kunlun divine tree for 2 millennia. When the kingdom of Jingjue fell, the entire city, including the queen Wu Channa, had been petrified by the serpent deity's black eyes. Upon awakening, Chen Xuan had seen Wu Channa's stone statue and spent 3 years traveling to Kunlun Mountain to procure the Kunlun divine tree, inscribing a soul-nurturing secret technique upon the coffin wall within the Kunlun tomb. With 2,000 years having passed, it should suffice for Wu Channa to awaken. However, due to the serpent deity's corrupting influence, even Chen Xuan's secret technique could not truly revive Wu Channa, even if she were to awaken. She would be left half-human, half-corpse like Bai Ji, and subject to limitations on her lifespan in the following days. Chen Xuan diligently prepared for their departure. Bai Ti was not until 3 days later that he, along with Bai Ji and the partridge whistles trio, boarded the train bound for the northern desert. Clang, clang. The old-fashioned train emitted loud clattering sounds, yet this noise could not drown out the din within the carriage. Chen Xuan, unfazed, engrossed himself in a newspaper at Haiti that moment. The partridge whistle, seated across from him, suddenly darkened his expression and lowered his voice, saying, Mr. Chun. Chen Xuan looked up to see a new passenger entering the carriage. This individual appeared to be in his 40s, dressed in a long coat and wearing a scholar's hat, looking no different from a traveling merchant. However, both the partridge whistle and Chen Xuan immediately discerned that this person was not a genuine merchant. He bore a distinct earthy odor. The partridge whistle murmured, He seems like a fellow traveler. Should I attempt to probe him? Chen Xian's gaze fell upon the gold-tinged talisman around the man's neck. His brow furrowing slightly. He's a disciple of an acquaintance of mine. No wonder the scent is so familiar. Chen Xuan shook his head and said, No need for probing. Simply invite him over for a chat. Upon hearing this, the partridge whistle promptly stood and approached the middle-aged man. After a brief exchange, the two returned together to sit beside Chen Xuan. The middle-aged man furrowed his brow, displaying a shrewdness characteristic of merchants. He glanced at the partridge whistle with an air of caution before looking at Chen Xuan and asking, This young brother, Your friend mentioned you had matters to discuss with me? Chen Xuan nodded, eschewing any preamble, and straightforwardly asked, "Are you a disciple of Zhang Xiaobian?" Chapter 66. Zhang San and the 16 innate trigrams. Upon hearing the name Zhang Xiaobian, the man was momentarily taken aback. This was, after all, the diminutive name of his master. Yet, as Zhang Xiaobian's reputation grew within the Green Forest, few dared to mention him by that name. Most would refer to him with respect as Elder Zhang or Old Master Zhang. To recount the exploits of Zhang Xiaobian is to narrate a tale of legend. In his youth, he apprenticed under a remarkable mentor, mastering the art of beast taming. Subsequently, he served a few years in the military and unearthed the secrets of the legendary treasure hunters, including the dragon-seeking formula and 3 talismans from an ancient tomb. Gifted in the arts of divination and geomancy, Zhang Xiaobian swiftly mastered the dragon-seeking formula, wielding the 3 talismans with unparalleled prowess. Embarking on solitary adventures that met with unerring success, his only failure came when he crossed paths with Chen Xuan. At that time, Chen Xuan was traveling north with Huashang Yun, guiding her in the art of commerce to salvage her family from the brink of extinction. By chance, they encountered Zhang Xiaobian, who sought to plunder the tomb of King Wen of Zhou. Ji Chong, as a close friend of Ji Chong, Chen Xuan could not allow such sacrilege to occur. Thus, he toyed with Zhang Xiaobian, consulting Ji Chong for permission, and gifted him the innate 16 hexagrams. With the acquisition of these hexagrams, Zhang Xiaobian's skills in divination and geomancy flourished, leading him to compose a tome on the 16-character Yin-Yang geomancy secrets. After which he withdrew from the tumultuous world. In the years that followed, he took on a few disciples. The middle-aged man before us is none other than his second disciple, known by the moniker Golden Abacus. Hailing from a merchant family, Golden Abacus is never seen without his trusty abacus, though it serves not for counting, but for deducing the positions of the 5 elements and the heavenly stems and earthly branches. Moreover, Golden Abacus embodies the spirit of Zhang Xiaobian, possessing a proud demeanor and a disdain for his peers in the underworld. However, he is also imbued with a sense of righteousness, using the spoils of his tomb-raiding endeavors to aid the needy, thus embodying the principle of robbing the ancient to benefit the present. Observing Golden Abacus's expression of skepticism yet bright-eyed demeanor, Chen Xuan nodded slightly and remarked, "Zhang Xiaobian may possess mediocre skills, yet his disciples are commendable." Despite Zhang Xiaobian's rebellious nature from a young age, he adhered to the ancient tradition in selecting his disciples, prioritizing their character, whether it be his eldest disciple, Liao Chun, the second disciple Golden Abacus, or the youngest and most favored disciple, Sun Guofu. All are of commendable virtue. Notably, Sun Guofu, having received the 16-character Yin-Yang geomancy secrets and possessing innate Yin-Yang sight, can perceive the balance between the 2 realms. Yet, he does not exploit these abilities for deceit. Instead, he leads a remarkably simple life. Before Golden Abacus could speak, Chen Xuan's gaze fell upon a talisman hanging from his neck, continuing, "Did your master not tell you that the talismans bring life in unity and death in division?" Golden Abacus, taken aback, inquired, "Do you know my master?" Indeed, Zhang Xiaobian had previously cautioned Golden Abacus and the others, but in their earlier years, Ao Chen and Golden Abacus, both talented and proud, were skeptical of such notions of fate, believing themselves to be exceptional beings capable of altering their destinies. Thus, they parted ways early on, and over the years, Golden Abacus, having operated independently, gradually forgot Zhang Xiaobian's admonitions. Not merely acquainted, Chen Xuan smiled enigmatically, adding, "Your master's skills in beast taming are unremarkable, and his geomantic knowledge is barely adequate." Zhang Xiaobian's sole defeat was at the hands of Chen Xuan, a fact he deemed embarrassing. In their confrontation, Zhang Xiaobian was outwitted and learned the lesson that there are always individuals more capable than oneself. After taking on 4 disciples, he naturally refrained from mentioning this embarrassment. Meanwhile, Golden Abacus experienced a moment of clarity. Suddenly recalling a name, his eyes widened in astonishment as he exclaimed, "You are Chen Xuan." Although Zhang Xiaobian had never divulged his defeat to his disciples, he had warned them to steer clear of an old sorcerer named Chen Xuan. When Golden Abacus and the others pressed for the reason, Zhang Xiaobian merely informed them that Chen Xuan's geomantic skills rivaled his own, that he assured them that if they encountered him, they would likely be but pawns in his game. Chen Xuan offered a subtle smile and nodded. "You possess a modicum of discernment." Despite Golden Abacus's astonishment, he maintained a fa of composure, bowing respectfully. The student, Golden Abacus, pays his respects to you, esteemed Chun. No need for excessive formality. I am an old acquaintance of your master. For the sake of our shared past, allow me to impart a word of caution. This journey is fraught with peril. Do not act recklessly. Are you referring to the Tang tomb in Lantian County? Golden Abacus ventured. Chen Xuan nodded. Within that tomb lies the secret arts of Li Chunfeng, which you are ill-equipped to unravel at your current skill level. Golden Abacus was aware of the Tang tomb, recalling that Li Chunfeng had received a secret edict from Emperor Taizong, tasked with seeking the dragon bone heavenly scriptures across various locales. Although he discovered the scriptures, he hesitated to present them to the emperor, wary of the historical consequences of emperors seeking immortality, which often led to public ire. Hence, he concealed the scriptures within a grand Western Zhou tomb located outside Lantian County. Employing numerous esoteric techniques, Chen Xuan was privy to the details and knew that Golden Abacus's geomantic prowess fell short of deciphering Li Chuanfeng's methods. Moreover, his countenance betrayed foreboding, suggesting he bore the mark of calamity. Should he force his way into the tomb, he might not return. Golden Abacus nodded. Thank you for your guidance, esteemed elder. I understand. After a moment of contemplation, he suggested, since you are an old acquaintance of my master, why not pay him a visit? No, if your master sees me, it would likely displease him. Chen Xuan chuckled, deftly sidestepping the topic. Golden Abacus mused silently, considering how his master portrayed Chen Xuan as a formidable figure. Yet the elder seemed rather amiable. He had not anticipated that this ancient figure was still so youthful. As for why Golden Abacus was not surprised by Chen Xuan's age, it was due to his many years of activity in the north and his familiarity with the Zhang family, which afforded him some insight into their secrets of longevity. Thus, he presumed that Chen Xuan, like the Zhang family, might be a remarkable individual capable of living for 2 to 3 centuries. Indeed, not only Chen Xuan, but also his master, Zhang Sanlian, shared this extraordinary longevity. Zhang Sanlian, born during the Daoguang era, had served in the military during the Xianfeng period, participating in the suppression of the Taiping Rebellion, before unexpectedly acquiring the legacy of the treasure hunters and 3 talismans. He then withdrew from the military to navigate the underworld, eventually gaining renown as Zhang Sanlian. Now, at over 80 years of age, he still appeared as though he were in his 50s, his hair remaining dark and youthful. Chapter 67. The Hundred-Eyed Cave of the Grassland. Golden Abacus and Chen Xuan's party traveled by train for half a day, ultimately disembarking near Lantian County. Chen Xuan was uncertain whether his words had been heeded. But as they were merely acquaintances, offering a word of caution was the least he could do. Should Golden Abacus insist on venturing to the ghostly tomb laid by Li Chunfeng, any misfortune that befalls him would be of his own making. Chen Xuan, unperturbed, continued on the train until they reached Chang'an. From there, they transferred to horses, heading directly into the vast grasslands of the northern desert with the trio of Huashangyun. The grasslands stretched infinitely, covering thousands of kilometers. However, the horses beneath them, procured from the black market at great expense, were resilient and swift. In a mere 2 days, they arrived within the northern desert, Huashangyun, observing the desolate landscape of half-barren earth and half-grassland. Could not suppress her curiosity and inquired, Mr. Chun, are we not headed to Zagalama to investigate the abyssal ghost cave? Chen Xuan understood that Huashangyun was puzzled as to why their party had come to the northern desert. The abyssal ghost cave was not easily accessible, and given their current capabilities, they were still lacking. I intend to find additional assistance. Assistance? The old foreigner paused, instinctively responding, Brother Chun, why didn't you keep Golden Abacus with you on the train? My senior brother mentioned that the treasure hunters are a well-established sect. In terms of skills, they are not inferior to us. Huashangyun indeed held the treasure hunters in high regard, initially planning to seek out the disciples of the treasure hunters to assist in excavating Heishui City should she fail to persuade Chen Xuan. However, Chen Xuan's words had altered her course of action, leading her to dismiss the idea of consulting the treasure hunters. Upon hearing the old foreigner's comments, Chen Xuan shook his head. The treasure hunters are inadequate. The allies I seek are no ordinary beings. Indeed, Chen Xuan aimed to activate a scheme that spanned over 3 millennia, targeting the 10 deadly tombs. That a crucial factor in this endeavor was the Serpent God. Should the Serpent God agree to meet and lend Chen Xuan his aid, the chances of success would rise to 30%. Otherwise, they would dwindle to less than 10%. Yet, one must not underestimate that 10%. It represented over 3,600 years of painstaking effort and intricate planning to attain. In contrast, individuals like Huashangyun, relying solely on a soul connection, would find their chances of unlocking the gates of the 10 deadly tombs to be less than 1 in a million. Not ordinary beings. The old foreigner and Huashangyun exchanged glances, recalling the six-winged centipede within the Bottle Mountain. Huashangyun pondered and asked, "So, Brother Chen, are the allies you seek all spirits and monsters?" That is one way to interpret it. Chen Xian's first destination was the Black Dragon of the Northern Desert. It has been previously mentioned that the period of the Northern and Southern dynasties dates back approximately 1,500 years. Upon receiving news of the Black Dragon, Chen Xian personally ventured to the Northern Deserts. Unlike the serpent deity within the Abyssal Cave, the Black Dragon did not evade Chen Xian's presence. However, this Black Dragon was rather reticent about matters from the ancient era. Yet it did share substantial information regarding the true dragon, including its past encounters with the Hentian tribe. The Black Dragon, in truth, is a thunder dragon, whose true name should be the South Sea Thunder Dragon, rather than the Black Dragon of the Northern Deserts. According to the Black Dragon itself, it had long ruled over the South Sea's Guishu during the ancient times 100,000 years ago. A fierce burning wind suddenly emerged from the eye of the Guishu Sea, affecting the Black Dragon's intellect and rendering it increasingly feeble. Coincidentally, another dragon from the western regions seized this opportunity to confront it. That battle was cataclysmic, causing the South Sea to churn and inundate countless islands. It was amidst this chaos that a savior emerged among the primitive tribes of the South Sea Islands. This individual was known as Hentian, an adept archer who ultimately assisted the Black Dragon in slaying the dragon from the western regions. Consequently, the Black Dragon bequeathed its lair, the South Sea Guishu, to the Hentian tribe, even leaving behind a silver dragon imbued with its own bloodline. However, the Black Dragon was not one to express gratitude. It departed from Guishu solely because the fierce burning winds were relentlessly impacting its intellect, fearing that prolonged exposure would drive it to madness. Moreover, despite leaving Guishu, the Black Dragon was reluctant to sever its ties with the immense dragon aura of the Guishu S. It aimed to have the Hentian tribe control the silver dragon to ensure the preservation of the Guishu dragon aura. Yet, after 100,000 years of expelling the burning winds from its body in the Hundred Eyes Cave, it still could not restore itself to its former state, underscoring the ferocity of the burning winds from the South Sea. On the grasslands, Chen Xian and his companions, Zhigu Xiao and the elder brother and sister, conversed as they walked, soon finding a herdsman's home to lodge in before nightfall. The father of the family, Batu, was the epitome of a traditional grassland herdsman. His face, marked with cracks and a deep tan, bore the testament of years spent consuming meat and milk, rendering him quite tall. Though Zhigu Xiao, of Western ancestry, was already considered tall, he appeared a head shorter in the presence of Batu. The household consisted of Batu, his wife Wu Ying, their 2 sons, and a young daughter. The eldest son, Holland, at around 15 or 16 years of age, was deemed an adult by the standards of the grassland people, preparing to leave home to establish his independence. Initially, Batu's family regarded Chen Xian and his companions with considerable caution, but after Hualing gifted them some gold wound medicine, their demeanor shifted to one of warmth. After all, in the grasslands, finding a doctor when injured is a rare luxury, and often one must endure the pain alone. Without medicine, the mortality rate is dire. The gold wound medicine gifted by Hualing, though not particularly valuable in the Central Plains, was undoubtedly a lifesaver on the grasslands. That evening, Batu's family invited the travelers to dine, preparing no beef or mutton. During the meal, Chen Xian pondered and inquired, "Batu, are you familiar with the legends of the Hundred Eyes Cave?" Upon hearing the name, Batu froze, his expression turning solemn. "How do you know of the Hundred Eyes Cave?" Although Batu's Mandarin was not particularly fluent and he occasionally stuttered, he was at least intelligible. His wife and children, however, did not understand a word of it. Chen Xian shook his head, casually explaining, "I merely heard it mentioned. It is said that the Hundred Eyes Cave is suitable for exploration, which piqued my interest in venturing inside. Thus, I sought a guide." However, before he could finish, Batu vigorously shook his head, repeatedly gesturing, "No, no, the Hundred Eyes Cave is far too perilous." At that moment, Hualing turned to Chen Xian with curiosity, asking, "Brother Chen, did you not say you had visited the Hundred Eyes Cave?" "Indeed, but it was a long time ago. In truth, Chen Xian's last visit to the Hundred Eyes Cave was 1,500 years prior. For those unacquainted with the grasslands, it is difficult to fathom the rapid changes in the environment. Perhaps a year prior, there existed a great lake, and the following year it transformed into a pasture. A lush pasture from one year could become a barren desert the next out on the grasslands. Even a span of 1 or 2 years could yield significant geographical alterations, let alone a duration of 1,500 years. Aside from the local herdsmen, outsiders find it exceedingly challenging to discern the terrain. Sometimes, even the locals themselves become disoriented. Otherwise, Li Guang of the Han dynasty would not have been dubbed the Lost General. Bada's expression was one of sorrow as he gazed at Chen Xuan and his companions, attempting to dissuade them earnestly. The 100 Eyes Cave is too dangerous. Countless herdsmen have perished within its depths over the centuries. 30 years ago, when I was still young, I accompanied my father to the vicinity of the 100 Eyes Cave, and there we encountered the legendary dragon of the northern deserts. The dragon of the northern deserts? Upon hearing this, Hualing and the elder foreigner perked up their ears. Zhigu Xiao furrowed his brows and could not help but ask, "Is there truly a dragon in this world?" "Indeed," Bada replied with conviction, his face reflecting the shadows of reminiscence. The northern desert's dragon is over 100 feet in length, accompanied by a malevolent wind. That wind is all-encompassing, whether it be cattle, sheep, or herdsmen, should one be caught in its grasp. Survival is utterly impossible. As he spoke, Bada sighed, seemingly reluctant to revisit the past. Years ago, one of my uncles vanished within the 100 Eyes Cave, and we still do not know whether he is alive or dead. Chen Xuan remained noncommittal, merely stating, "If the 100 Eyes Cave is so hazardous, why would you wish to go?" Bada's expression faltered, clearly surprised that Chen Xuan had discerned his concealed intentions. However, glancing at his wife and children, who were equally oblivious to the matter, Bada hesitated before revealing the entire truth. He murmured a folk song. "In the 100 Eyes Cave, there lies a dragon, wind stretched for 1,000 miles. Treasures abound for 10,000 miles. Although perilous, the malevolent winds stirred by the dragon do not occur frequently, perhaps once every few years or even a decade. The herdsmen of the northern deserts have heard this song since childhood and are familiar with the legends of treasures within the 100 Eyes Cave." That year, an expedition team from abroad arrived at the northern desert grasslands, seeking to explore the 100 Eyes Cave. My uncle, eager to find treasure, became a guide for the foreign expedition. Little did we know that the entire team of over a dozen people, including my uncle, vanished without a trace. My father, left with no choice, ventured inside to search for my uncle. However, he found no trace of him, but instead encountered the dragon of the northern deserts, which had not been seen for over a decade. Speaking of the dragon from the northern deserts, fear still lingered on Bada's face. Chen Xuan contemplated and suggested, "How about this? You guide us to the vicinity of the 100 Eyes Cave, and we shall enter on our own." Subsequently, Chen Xuan raised the fee for the guide. One trip with Bada would equate to the income from herding cattle and sheep for 3 to 5 years. During the period of the Republic of China, when warlords fought for dominance, life on the grasslands was equally dire, and herdsmen lived in hardship, particularly concerning healthcare, as there were hardly any doctors in the grasslands. When illness struck, they could only endure it. If Bada could secure this sum of money, he could send his youngest son to school, allowing him to learn advanced Western knowledge in the city rather than remaining an uneducated herdsman. After much deliberation, Bada ultimately acquiesced that "I will accompany you, but I absolutely will not enter the 100 Eyes Cave." "That is acceptable," Chen Xuan replied with a faint smile. In truth, even if Bada refused, Chen Xuan could utilize geomancy to ascertain the location of the 100 Eyes Cave. However, that would be a cumbersome process, requiring additional time. Furthermore, upon encountering the black dragon, that creature would undoubtedly grumble. The black dragon within the 100 Eyes Cave is quite petty and possesses the attributes of a true dragon. Any divination concerning it would be sensed by the dragon. Chen Xuan preferred to avoid its complaints, opting to resolve matters with money rather than invite unnecessary troubles. Thus, the party rested at Bada's home for the night. The following day, they set off towards the 100 Eyes Cave. According to Badu, the cave was over 400 miles from his pasture, requiring approximately 2 days of horseback travel to reach, adding the return journey and the time spent at the 100 Eyes Cave. They prepared provisions sufficient for a week. Water would not pose an issue, as Badu was well acquainted with the grasslands and knew where to replenish their supplies. The journey proceeded in silence, after much haste. They finally arrived at the outskirts of the 100 Eyes Cave by midday on the third day. The 100 Eyes Cave is essentially a region of red sandstone flat-topped mountains on the grasslands. resembling a long belt of leather, approximately 30 kilometers in length. In the expansive, flat grasslands, clusters of red sandstone flat-topped mountains, none exceeding 50 meters in height, stretch endlessly, appearing quite striking. Furthermore, this area features numerous artificially carved caves, each housing various deities. According to Batu, these caves were meticulously carved over the millennia by shamans accompanied by craftsmen. When viewed from outside the Hundred Eyes Cave, this elongated region indeed resembles a colossal dragon lying across the grasslands, with each cave resembling one of its hundreds or thousands of eye sockets. The name Hundred Eyes Cave is derived from this very resemblance. Bata hesitated for a moment before turning to Chen Xuan and the others. None can predict whether malevolent winds may arise within the Hundred Eyes Cave, nor when they might strike. Are you certain you wish to proceed? Chen Xuan chuckled, tossing a bag of silver coins to Batu. Brother Batu, you may wait for us outside the Hundred Eyes Cave. If we do not return within 3 days, you are free to leave. Upon hearing this, Batu understood that Chen Xuan and his companions were resolute in their intent to enter the cave and ceased his attempts to dissuade them. Nodding in agreement, there is an abandoned shaman temple outside the Hundred Eyes Cave. I shall wait for you there. After Bata departed with the horses, Chen Xuan turned to Zhigu Shao and the others. Let us proceed without delay, for it is imperative that we locate the demon dragon of the northern wilderness and venture into the abyssal ghost cave at the earliest opportunity. Having uttered these words, the group of 5 set forth into the depths of the Hundred-Eyed Cave. As they traversed the flat-topped red sandstone mountains, the expansive grasslands unfolded before them, with only this narrow strip of land displaying a different hue. Along the way, they explored several stone caves nestled within the mountainside. However, the sculptures within these caves were the ruggedly beautiful creations of the prairie people, shaped over centuries. After journeying for the better part of a day, they finally reached the innermost recesses of the Hundred-Eyed Cave. Surrounded by flat-topped mountains and towering stone pillars, the old foreigner glanced around at the unchanging scenery and remarked, "Brother, this place is so desolate that even the birds do not dare to defecate here. At least the grasslands have water and vegetation, but this locale is nothing but barren red sandstone, akin to a lifeless wasteland." Yet, before he could finish his sentence, Hualing suddenly exclaimed, "Brother, Chindagu, the weather is about to change." The group looked skyward and realized that the sky had darkened unbeknownst to them. Shortly thereafter, a black line appeared on the horizon. Initially perplexed by the nature of this black line, they soon discovered, as it surged towards them like an ominous tide, that it was a multitude of tornadoes. The oppressive winds nearly engulfed the entirety of the Hundred-Eyed Cave. Zha Gu Shao's expression shifted, and he turned to Chen Xuan with a grave demeanor. "Mr. Chen, it is a demonic wind." "No. It is a burning wind," Chen Xuan clarified, observing the approaching tempest. The burning wind is the third kind of divine wind in this world, capable of scattering the souls of living beings. Be cautious. Do not be swept away by the winds, or you will find your soul dispersed in an instant. Upon hearing this, the old foreigner and Hua Ling grew anxious. Hastily seeking refuge in a relatively spacious stone cave to evade the burning wind, it was at this moment they comprehended why there were so many caves within the Hundred-Eyed Cave. They were constructed as shelters against the burning wind. However, inside the cave, after Zha Gu Shao ignited a fire, he inquired with a hint of confusion, "Mr. Chen, to my knowledge, burning winds only arise within the dragon vein sea eyes. This Hundred-Eyed Cave is neither near the sea nor connected to any dragon vein. Why does it exist here?" Chapter 69. With the sun and moon in hand, I pluck the stars. In this world, there exists no dragon like me. Chen Xuan smiled lightly, refraining from providing a direct answer. "You will understand soon enough." The burning wind persisted until nightfall, gradually subsiding. The group emerged from the cave and ventured deeper into the Hundred-Eyed Cave. Under the darkened sky, the heavens above were adorned with a plethora of brilliant stars, and a full moon appeared to hang low enough to touch. It was the first visit to the grasslands for both Hua Ling and the old foreigner, and everything seemed novel to them. Following the red sandstone plateau, they journeyed several more miles inward. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted above their heads. The old foreigner jumped in fright, glancing upward at the flat-topped mountain. To his astonishment, a massive dragon, over 100 feet long and entirely black, coiled upon the mountain. The dragon's scales were distinctly visible, its head resembling a grand house, and its eyes as large as water tanks. Fixed unwaveringly upon the group. "Be brother," the old foreigner stammered. instinctively taking a few steps back. Bai Ji, however, stood resolute, positioning himself protectively in front of Chen Xuan. Even Zhao Gushao swallowed hard at the sight. For the immense black dragon atop the mountain emanated a formidable aura. For centuries, dragons had been revered as totems among the people of the Central Plains, and countless legends surrounded them, regardless of the tales. True dragons were believed to command the winds and rain, possessing boundless supernatural powers. Zhao Gushao had no doubt that if this black dragon were to become enraged, their trio would be utterly at its mercy. Fortunately, just as panic threatened to overwhelm them, Chen Xuan spoke in a calm tone. Old He, after all these years, you needn't resort to such theatrics to frighten us. The astonishment of Zhao Gushao and the others. The black dragon, upon hearing Chen Xuan's words, did not react with anger. Rather, its enormous eyes displayed a hint of disdain. The dragon let out a thunderous snort, and a burst of purple lightning erupted from its nostrils. To their further amazement, it spoke. Ah, I wondered why my mind was so restless today. It appears the harbinger of misfortune has arrived. Chen Xuan remained unfazed, simply turning to Zhao Gushao and the others, saying, Do not worry. Old He's true form is not so grand. With that, he boldly strode towards the flat-topped mountain. Zhao Gushao and his companions had no choice but to follow suit and reach the summit. Upon closer inspection of the black dragon's true form, the old foreigner was even more astounded. This dragon was far more fearsome than he had imagined, its body crackling with purple lightning, each bolt resonating as if a legendary dragon that could command thunder. Especially when the dragon's colossal head leaned towards him, he felt as if his heart might leap from his chest in trepidation. Seeing this, Chen Xuan chuckled and confidently approached, delivering a hearty slap upon the dragon's head. In an instant, Zhao Gushao and his companions witnessed the over 100-foot-long dragon that had enveloped the red sandstone plateau being effortlessly scattered like sand by Chen Xuan's strike. This, their eyes widened in disbelief. Mr. Chen, relax. This is merely Old He's illusion meant to intimidate. With that, Chen Xuan boldly advanced towards the central area of the summit. There, they encountered a stone cave unlike the others, featuring a pair of opening stone doors. Chen Xuan pushed them open, signaling for Zhao Gushao and the others to follow. As they entered, they discovered that the cave's interior was surprisingly spacious, akin to a small plaza. The ceiling was open to the sky, and the moonlight streamed in, illuminating the cave's interior brilliantly. At the center stood a platform upon which a diminutive black dragon, scarcely half a meter long and almost a miniature version, was gazing up at the moon above. Brother, Hua Ling and the old foreigner were momentarily rendered speechless by the sight of the small black dragon on the platform. The overwhelming awe of the massive dragon had scarcely faded, only to be met with the revelation that the black dragon was less imposing than a small dog. This stark contrast nearly caused Zhao Gushao to lose his composure. The trio stood in stunned silence, unsure of how to respond. The small black dragon, still gazing at the moon, spoke again. It extended a delicate, exquisitely formed claw as if to grasp the moon in the sky, then spoke in a voice imbued with weariness. With the sun and moon in hand, I pluck the stars. In this world, there exists no dragon like me. Chen Xuan, your presence here is unwelcome. Chen Xuan sighed, recognizing that the black dragon had resumed its theatricality, perhaps having been trapped in this place for countless millennia. The dragon had changed little save for becoming somewhat eccentric and overly talkative. Chen Xuan had always believed that during his first visit to the Hundred-Eyed Cave in the southern and northern dynasties, the black dragon had manifested not for any other reason, but simply because it had longed for conversation. Enough of this. I have come with important matters to discuss. Upon hearing this, the black dragon snapped back to attention. Turning to face him, Zhao Gushao and the others finally saw that the black dragon indeed resembled the illusory form they had observed earlier. However, having shrunk from over 100 feet to merely 3 feet, it lost its imposing presence, leaving only a somewhat comical, even endearing impression. Hua Ling's eyes lit up with curiosity, and she could not resist the urge to reach out and touch the small dragon's head. Unaware of Hua Ling's intentions, the black dragon would surely have reacted with indignation had it known. After all, in its view, it was the one and only, the most noble of thunder dragons. With a graceful leap, the black dragon descended from its platform. Hovering before the group, it cast a casual glance at Zhao Gushao and his companions, as well as Bai Ji beside Chen Xuan. In that fleeting moment, the dragon discerned their secrets. These 3 little ants are afflicted by the serpent god's curse of illusions. You seek the serpent god? It mused, its gaze shifting to Bai Ji. And this large ant cannot be considered a corpse, for some remnants of soul still linger. We may regard it as a half-human, half-corpse. With this half-human, half-corpse, do you dare to provoke the serpent god? I advise you to abandon such notions at once. Before Chen Xuan could respond, the black dragon began to rattle on, disparaging Zhao Gushao and Bai Ji in the process. Were it anyone else, like Luo Laowei or Chen Yulu, the old foreigner would have retorted at the insult to his masters. Yet, faced with this enigmatic black dragon, he wisely chose to remain silent, pretending he had not heard. Chen Xuan remained noncommittal, replying only, "What of you? Do not underestimate me." Though the black dragon appeared diminutive, it was far inferior to the demon dragon within the gloomy dragon cave. Chen Xuan understood that the black dragon's power far surpassed that of the demon dragon. Even if a 6-winged centipede were to evolve into a 9-winged celestial centipede, it might not stand a chance against the black dragon. Not only could it command thunder, but after enduring the trials of the burning wind for years, it had also mastered this third kind of divine wind since the dawn of creation. In fact, even within various mythologies, it would rank as a formidable entity. I am no fool, since you have lost your memory and do not know who you are. Why should I heed your words? The black dragon boasted, swirling around Chen Xuan with delight. Besides, I am gravely injured. I cannot leave the 100-eyed cave until I resolve the burning wind. Seeking me out is futile. The black dragon was burdened with an endless reservoir of burning wind within, necessitating periodic expulsion to alleviate its suffering. Thus, it sought out such a remote place as the 100 Eyes cave, intending to shield living beings from the harm of the burning winds. Do not be deceived by the seemingly nonsensical speech of the black dragon. In truth, it is an anomaly among dragons and maintains a favorable relationship with the human race. As for those unfortunate souls swept away by the burning winds, in the words of the black dragon, I have hidden this far away. If they come to meet their demise, who can they blame? Chen Xuan remained unfazed, merely retrieving a copper talisman from his bosom. This talisman bore a dragon motif, appearing quite ordinary, yet having lost its metallic luster through the ravages of time. However, upon glimpsing the talisman, the black dragon gasped in astonishment. The dragon talisman of the Hentian clan? Upon saying this, its dragon eyes gleamed with excitement, and without a moment's hesitation, it attempted to seize the talisman. Yet, Chen Xuan deftly withheld it. A wry smile playing on his lips as he remarked, I rather enjoyed your earlier brashness. Why not revert to that demeanor? Chapter 70. Earth-shattering boss, you know me. I am your most loyal little black. The black dragon clung to Chen Xuan's pant leg, gazing longingly at the talisman in his grasp. The trio of Zhao Gushao observed this exchange, their hearts heavy with trepidation. A treasure that could command such reverence from a true dragon must undoubtedly possess an extraordinary origin. Chen Xuan, well acquainted with the black dragon's temperament, did not press the matter and casually tossed the talisman to it. Upon acquiring the talisman, the black dragon erupted in joyous laughter, exclaiming, 100,000 years. A full 100,000 years, at last. I can leave this godforsaken place. Heh, my talisman, my treasure. I have awaited you far too long. Hearing the black dragon's words, Zhao Gushao could not help but inquire quietly. Mr. Chen, what exactly is this talisman, and why does the dragon? Initially intending to say demon dragon, he quickly amended, why does the esteemed dragon hold it in such high regard? The old foreigner, having recovered from his initial shock, also chimed in, indeed, this talisman appears rather unremarkable, likely crafted from brass. Such a copper talisman could be produced for mere dollars. As soon as the old foreigner finished speaking, the black dragon scoffed in disdain. Do not view it through your ant-like perspective. This is no mere brass. This is the Mother Earth's essence gold, forged from the very fabric of creation. 100,000 years ago, I forged a pact with the Hentian clan. I granted them the dragon nest of the return to the abyss and bestowed upon them the ability to breathe underwater, while they, in turn, were tasked with gathering the Mother Earth gold from the depths of the South Sea to create talismans that could counter the burning winds. However, the extraction of the Mother Earth gold is no simple feat, and its quantity is exceedingly rare. 100 million pounds of Mother Earth gold yields but a single gram of essence gold. To forge 4 copper talismans, the entire Hentian clan expended tens of thousands of years, finally succeeding in the Zhou dynasty thousands of years ago. Regrettably, the black dragon did not anticipate that for it. 100,000 years might merely be a fleeting moment of tedium, while for the Hentian clan, it stretched into an interminable span, sufficient to render the pact forgotten. Although the Hentian clan still adhered to the tradition of gathering Mother Earth gold and crafting dragon talismans, their completed creations were not delivered to the Hundred Eyes Cave, but rather presented to the Zhou Emperor of that era, casting a sidelong glance at Zhigu Xiao and the others. The black dragon casually remarked, "Today, I am in good spirits. Let me demonstrate the power of the talisman." With that, it grasped the talisman in its claws and suddenly soared into the night sky from the elevated platform. Noticing the dragon's movement, Chen Xuan furrowed his brow and urgently commanded, "Bai Ji, take Zhigu Xiao and the others away." Before the others could react, he seized Hua Ling and leapt from the stone cave with her. Chen Xuan moved with remarkable speed, vanishing from the flat-topped red sandstone mountain in a matter of bounds. The old foreigner, still bewildered, questioned, "What is wrong with Mr. Chen? Why the sudden urgency?" Before he could finish, Bai Ji had already grasped both him and Zhigu Xiao, propelling them into the air. The old foreigner felt the wind whip past his ears, the scenery rapidly receding, with each stride Bai Ji took. They covered several yards, moving almost as swiftly as Chen Xuan. In no time, they had traversed the rugged red sandstone peak and reached the outskirts of the Hundred Eyes Cave. By this time, Chen Xuan and Hua Ling were already waiting for them. As soon as the old foreigner set foot on solid ground, he bent over and retched violently. Zhigu Xiao, though pale, managed to maintain his composure. Taking a deep breath, he gazed ahead, only to see that the sky above the Hundred Eyes Cave had become obscured by ominous clouds. The dark clouds churned ominously, resembling an apocalyptic scene, and a series of colossal black tornadoes erupted within the cave, their numbers and size dwarfing the previous burning winds by an order of magnitude. In an instant, the Hundred Eyes Cave was engulfed in flying sand and stone, with boulders the size of millstones being hurled into the air. Yet, that was not the end of it. A deafening thunderclap resounded as the black clouds above roiled, and a bolt of purple lightning, as thick as a barrel, cleaved the night sky in two like a colossal sword. The thunderous roar struck the flat-topped mountain of the Hundred Eyes Cave, where each bolt of lightning could shatter a red sandstone peak several dozen meters tall. Amidst the thunderous cacophony, a black dragon swelled in the wind, its body gradually expanding from 3 feet to 100 feet in size. It soared through the boundless lightning and thunder, its form illuminated by the electric brilliance in the night sky. The thunder roared, while the Hundred Eyes Cave was besieged by unrelenting burning winds. For a moment, the cave resembled an apocalyptic landscape, leaving Zhigu Xiao and his companions speechless in astonishment. After a lengthy silence, the old foreigner finally murmured, "Goodness, all of this that was conjured by the esteemed dragon." Before he could finish, the 100-foot-long black dragon suddenly expelled a dragon talisman from its mouth. Although small, the talisman radiated a blinding white light. Under its illumination, all the burning winds within the Hundred Eyes Cave were effortlessly drawn into the talisman, while the surrounding purple lightning gradually subsided. Moments later, the night sky returned to tranquility, and the black dragon's form shrank to less than a foot. Alighting upon Chen Xuan's shoulder, the old foreigner, observing the diminutive black dragon, could not help but exclaim in wonder, "Esteemed dragon, why have you shrunk again?" The black dragon, unfazed, responded proudly, "You little ones know nothing. I am of the noble thunder dragon lineage. The smaller the form, the greater the strength. If I could shrink to the size of a grain of rice, I would be considered the king among dragons. While most mountain spirits, ghosts, or remnants of fierce beasts grow stronger with size, black dragons are an exception, becoming more formidable as they diminish. Ultimately, they can achieve a state akin to the mustard seed in the universe, a mere grain containing an entire world within." After uttering these words, the black dragon sneezed, releasing a gust of black wind, and remarked with satisfaction, after being stifled by the burning winds for 100,000 years, "I finally feel liberated. In gratitude for the talisman, I shall accompany you into the abyssal cave. However, I must warn you, the serpent god is not an easy individual to negotiate with, and even with my presence, it may not yield. That is of no consequence. I still seek to gather some companions." Chen Xuan replied noncommittally, his gaze directed towards the central plains. While the members of the Xian sect may not individually rival the Black Dragon in stature, collectively, they constitute a force comparable to it. The upcoming endeavors to locate the serpent god and capture the 10 absolute tombs necessitate the involvement of the Xian sect members. Chapter 71. the 9 elders of the Xian sect in the vast expanse of heaven and earth. Chen Xuan and his companions galloped across the grasslands. After bidding farewell to the Bada family, they set forth on their journey back to the Central Plains, their first stop being the ancient capital of Chang'an. Zhigu Xiao gazed in astonishment at the towering city walls of Chang'an, pondering what assistance Chen Xuan might seek. However, observing the black dragon, which only revealed its head while nestled in Chen Xuan's embrace, he understood that this enigmatic Mr. Chen was beyond the realm of ordinary comprehension. In contrast, Hualing's thoughts were far less convoluted. She marveled at the bustling ancient city of Chang'an, finding everything to be a source of fascination. "Brother, look, sugar figurines," she exclaimed, bouncing along the street, stopping intermittently. The old foreigner gazed at her with affection, readily purchasing whatever she desired. Along the way, he did not forget to curry favor with the black dragon. "Esteemed dragon, is there anything you wish to eat? I shall procure it for you." The black dragon regarded the old foreigner with a haughty glance, nodding in appreciation. "Ah, now that is more like it. You are far more agreeable than your wooden-headed brother. Just bring me something from the ancient species. Anything like the gold silk, vermilion bird, or phoenix. Remember, I only consume the living. I have no interest in the dead." "Ah," the old foreigner stood rooted in place, realizing that if he possessed such abilities, he would not be seeking the elusive Yaochen pearl. He would have long since ventured into the abyssal cave and dispatched the serpent god with a single blow. Nearby, Hualing, overhearing their conversation, chuckled and handed the dragon a skewer of fried cicadas. "Esteemed dragon, please do not make things difficult for my brother. We do not have the vermilion bird or phoenix. But we do have this." The black dragon sampled the fried skewer, smacking its lips in satisfaction. "Not bad at all." Not far from them, the vendor selling fried cicadas was astonished to see the black dragon's head peeking out from Chen Xuan's embrace. "Sir, your lizard even eats skewers. How peculiar." Upon hearing this, the black dragon shot forth its head in indignation. "You are the lizard. Your entire family is lizards." The vendor, terrified by the sight of a black lizard speaking, fell to the ground in shock. Observing this, Chen Xuan quickly restrained the black dragon and beckoned Zhigu Xiao and the others to leave the bustling street. Fortunately, Chen Xuan and his companions departed swiftly, evading any considerable commotion. However, the stall owner, from that day forth, incessantly recounted his encounter with a talking black lizard, only to be ridiculed by others who suggested he had lost his sanity within the inn. After leaving the bustling street, Chen Xuan and his group sought refuge in a lodging establishment, securing several rooms to rest for the night in the city. The following day, they set forth early. Arriving at Mount Phoenix in Qishan County, Mount Phoenix is neither lofty nor renowned, lacking the grandeur of the nearby Mount Hua or Mount Zhangnan, both of which boast significant reputations. After all, Mount Hua is celebrated as the western peak of the 5 great mountains, while Mount Zhongnan is esteemed as a sacred site of Taoism. In contrast, Mount Phoenix, with its modest elevation of merely 100 meters, presents a barren ridge devoid of noteworthy features, were it not for the presence of Phoenix Village at its base. Few would remember that here lies Mount Phoenix. Zhigu Xiao gazed at the mountains before him, perplexed, and inquired, "Mr. Chen, are you not in search of assistance? Why have we come to this place?" Chen Xuan, upon hearing the question, offered a faint smile and replied enigmatically, "Do you know what the totem of the Zhou dynasty was?" "A dragon," came the response, to which Chen Xuan clarified, "Indeed, a dragon, yet not merely a dragon." He cast his gaze toward the distant peaks of Mount Phoenix and elucidated, "There is a saying, the phoenix cries in the West Qi. When King Wen of Zhou was born, a phoenix descended upon Qishan, and the world proclaimed, the phoenix alights on Qishan, and a sage emerges. However, King Wen never rebelled against the Shang dynasty until his passing, after which King Wu of Zhou ascended the throne, heralding the demise of the Shang. The phrase the phoenix cries in the West Qi refers to King Wen. Jichang. As for the dragon totem, it was established by King Wu after he secured the Central Plains." Upon hearing this, the group experienced a moment of clarity. However, the old foreigner, ever blunt, interjected, "Are you suggesting, Mr. Chen, that the tomb of King Wen, Jichang, lies within Mount Phoenix?" In a sense, Chen Xuan nodded. The ally he sought was none other than Jichang, apart from being the sage of the West. He was also the creator of the original 16 hexagrams. When Chen Xuan embarked on his journey into the realms of I Ching and Feng Shui, he had received guidance from Jichang. Yet, Zhigu Xiao, with over a decade of experience in the martial world, was well acquainted with many of the great tombs in the Central Plains. After listening to Chen Xuan's account, he shook his head and remarked, "Mr. Chen, the tomb of King Wen Jichang is merely a legend. Over the years, countless like-minded individuals have scoured every inch of Mount Phoenix, only to find a solitary robed tomb and a few broken inscriptions. There is no tomb of the king that." As soon as he finished speaking, the old foreigner chimed in. "Indeed, just the other day, while chatting with the brothers from the unloading ridge, I heard them mention that the tombs from the Shang and Zhou eras have mostly been plundered. Aside from those hidden deep in the mountains and forests, what remains in accessible places like this?" Chen Xuan blinked and smiled, "But I never claimed that Ji Chang has perished." This revelation. Zhigu Xiao and the others, including Bai Ji, were momentarily taken aback. Zhigu Xiao and the others remained silent, while Bai Ji, a man of the Zhou dynasty, born in the late Eastern Zhou during the spring and autumn period, found it hard to believe that such a revered ancestor of the Zhou still lived. For a moment, a mix of emotions stirred within him. He had always regarded others as his juniors, mere descendants born over 2,000 years later. Yet now he found himself in the presence of an ancestor who was 500 years his senior. The old foreigner's eyes widened in astonishment. He could somewhat accept the notion of a black dragon living for tens of thousands of years, as it was not human, but rather a mythical dragon, living for a millennium, or so seemed to fit within the realm of myth. But King Wen of Zhou was a documented sovereign in history, a genuine human being. Could it be that a man nearly 3,000 years old truly existed in this world? As Zhigu Xiao and the others exchanged incredulous glances, Chen Xuan retrieved a ring from his pocket. The ring was predominantly milky white, with a carved character Xian adorning its jade top. He slipped the ring onto his left index finger, gently caressing the character before turning to them. "Let us proceed." After waiting for nearly 3,000 years, the Marquis of the West must be quite eager. Marquis of the West, Ji Chang, was not only the first to research the original 16 hexagrams, but also one of the 9 elders of the Xian sect. Throughout Chen Xian's extensive life, he had meticulously planned for 3,600 years, and few could capture his attention as Ji Chang did. With that, Chen Xian strode ahead toward Mount Phoenix. Zhigu Xiao inhaled deeply, shaking his head as he decided to set aside his thoughts of the extraordinary, choosing instead to walk alongside Chen Xian until the end. After all, the more unusual their journey became, the greater the likelihood that Chen Xian could lift the curse of the ghost cave. For the sake of his kin, he was willing to risk his life for a chance. Atop Mount Phoenix, there lies the spring of King Wen. It is said that this was where King Wen of Zhou and his companions rested while visiting Jiang Taigong, due to the spring's crystal-clear waters. King Wen praised it highly after tasting, prompting him to order the construction of a well for the convenience of weary travelers and local hunters. This well has endured for thousands of years, its waters still flowing abundantly, nourishing the nearby populace. Hualing scooped a handful of clear water, savoring a sip before exclaiming, "How sweet! Elder brother, Chen, you both should try some." The old foreigner was the first to respond. Drinking a mouthful and, still unsatisfied, proceeded to fill 2 water flasks. Zhigu Xiao gazed at the entirety of Mount Phoenix, still filled with uncertainty. He turned to Chen Xian and, after a moment's hesitation, voiced his concern. "Mr. Chen, King Wen has been gone for 3,000 years. Is it truly possible that he still lives? If King Wen still lives, why did he pass the throne to King Wu of Zhou? Wouldn't it be preferable to reign as an immortal monarch?" Throughout history, countless emperors and generals have desperately pursued longevity and supreme power. King Wen possessed both, yet chose to relinquish them. Chen Xian pondered for a moment, gesturing toward the spring of King Wen. "The cycle of heaven and earth is akin to this spring. Only a continuous flow of fresh water can sustain that in his time. The Marquis of the West, through his mastery of the original 16 hexagrams, was destined to live for 397 years. However, should he enjoy such a lifespan, the fate of the Zhou dynasty would span merely 397 years. The Marquis calculated the heavens and, with immense determination, selflessly severed 300 years from his lifespan, allowing the Zhou dynasty to flourish for nearly 800 years. Selflessly severing 300 years from one's lifespan. Despite Chen Xian's calm delivery, his words ignited a surge of emotions in all present, including Bai Ji. Throughout history, countless rulers and dignitaries have gone mad in their pursuit of immortality. Yet, King Wen willingly sacrificed 300 years of his life. Such resolve is unparalleled in both ancient and modern times. Hua Ling, seated beside the spring of King Wen, became entranced by Chen Xuan's narrative. As she noticed him pause, she eagerly inquired, "And then what happened?" Chen Xuan smiled lightly, his gaze fixed on the spring, his tone serene as he replied, "One man's loss can be another's gain." Although the Marquis severed 300 years from his life, he subsequently enjoyed an extended lifespan of 8,000 years, becoming the true Yin Emperor. In truth, the Yin lifespan frequently mentioned by Chen Xuan does not refer to the lifespan of a wandering soul. To draw an analogy, it is akin to the distinction between illegal immigrants and lawful citizens. Souls possessing an Yin lifespan enjoy a formal status in the underworld, granting them the ability to select a celestial domain for their spiritual practice and partake in offerings from the living. Once their Yin lifespan concludes, however, even if there are still offerings in the mortal realm, they can no longer partake in them, relegating them to the status of wandering spirits or dissipated souls. The source of Yin lifespan is Chen Xuan himself. He discovered his ability to manifest Yin lifespans for the deceased during the era of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. In the primordial age, death meant true death, resulting in the transformation into wandering spirits or complete dissolution. Of course, Chen Xuan cannot arbitrarily increase or decrease Yin lifespans. The individual must possess virtue for him to assist in manifesting their Yin lifespan. Among them, the enduring Yin lifespan of King One, coupled with his deep reservoirs of virtue, ranks among the top 3 even within the Xian sect. Yin Emperor, Zhigu Xiao paused, recalling that in popular mythology, the Yin Emperor is the lord of the underworld, presiding over the 10 halls of Yanluo. That he secretly mused, could it be that the Black Dragon is not the most formidable ally of Mr. Chen? Would he really summon figures like Erlang Shun or the Jade Emperor to confront the snake deity? Seemingly perceiving Zhigu Xiao's thoughts, Chen Xuan chuckled and shook his head. Not the mythical Yin Emperor, but a small realm, if you will. Within it lie over 10,000 souls from the Zhou dynasty, forming a nation of their own. When night falls, you will understand. Despite the allure of a prolonged Yin lifespan, it still pales in comparison to the vitality of life. For instance, Hua Shangyun once perished, leaving her with merely 50 years of Yin lifespan. Once those 50 years elapsed, even Chen Xuan would be powerless to intervene, forced to watch her vanish entirely. As long as one is alive, however, there remains hope. Thus, the numerous beloved companions of Chen Xuan, unless entirely beyond his ability to assist, are primarily those he strives to preserve, whether through slumber or by freezing them in a small realm. Time passed swiftly, and soon the sky over Mount Phoenix darkened. The old foreigner kindled a bonfire before dusk, the flickering flames illuminating the faces of Chen Xuan and his companions. Yet, Chen Xuan, observing the restlessness of Baizhi, jested, "Baizhi, you are usually so stoic. Why do you seem frightened today?" Baizhi offered a wry smile, his lips curling into a stiff grin. "My lord, after all, he is the Marquis of the West, King One of Zhou." Though he left his sentence unfinished, his meaning was cleared. As a subject of the Zhou dynasty, the thought of meeting their ancestor naturally made him anxious. To provide a simple analogy, it would be akin to the citizens of the late Tang dynasty anticipating a meeting with Emperor Taizong, Li Shimin. They would likely prostrate themselves, beseeching him to restore order and save the people from calamity. To support the faltering great Xia. That's enough, I can understand. However, there is no need for you to feel anxious. The Duke of Shibua is quite amiable. Hualing was momentarily taken aback and quickly inquired, "Brother Chen, are you well acquainted with King Wen of Zhou?" "Not particularly familiar, just a couple of encounters," he replied. "Yet he owes me a significant favor." "Indeed, it is a substantial favor. The knife he used to sever 300 young lives was borrowed from Chen Xuan." Reflecting on that formidable blade capable of severing both yang and yin lives, Chen Xuan could not help but cast his gaze toward the north, given that the chess game had already commenced. It was time for him to reclaim that divine weapon. The group gathered around the campfire engaged in conversation, yet the tension in Baizhi and the others remained palpable. In contrast, the Black Dragon, blissfully unaware, nestled in Chen Xuan's embrace, soundly asleep. They endured until midnight, at which point Chen Xuan rose, drawing the attention of those present. He patted the hem of his long coat and nodded. "The time is ripe. We must go knock on the door." "Knock on the door? How do we do that?" the old foreigner asked, momentarily stunned, glancing around. Aside from the One Wang Spring, there was nothing in sight. Where could a door be found? Chen Xuan leisurely retrieved a ring from his sleeve, crafted from mutton fat jade, exquisitely detailed, with the character Xian intricately carved on its face that, of course, we shall use this to knock, upon finishing his sentence. Chen Xuan held the ring and approached the Wang spring that he reached the edge of the spring and tossed the ring into the crystal-clear water. In an instant, the pristine spring water engulfed the ring bearing the character Xian. However, the next moment, Zhigu Xiao and the others witnessed the spring water suddenly emit a faint green glow. Moments later, the water began to churn, forming a whirlpool. Simultaneously, the ring floated out of the water. Returning to Chen Xian's hand. Chapter 73. The Little Underworld. Let us go. Chen Xian beckoned and leapt into the whirlpool at the center of the Wang spring. Bai Ji followed suit silently, faithfully trailing behind him. The remaining trio, Zhigu Xiao and the two others, exchanged incredulous glances, struggling to believe what was unfolding. After a while, the old foreigner hesitated and quietly asked, "Senior brother, are we truly going in?" Zhigu Xiao sighed softly, glancing toward the northwest where the Shan Mountain clan resided. Thousands of years ago, the Shan Mountain clan migrated from the Zagarama Mountains to the Central Plains, their numbers dwindling to less than 100 today. If they could not rid themselves of the curse of the Ghost Cave, the clan might face extinction within a century, for the sake of his kin, for his younger brothers and sisters. And for himself, Zhigu Xiao realized he had no choice but to proceed forward. With that thought, he spoke solemnly. "It has come to this. We can only trust Mr. Chen." Hua Ling, hearing this, chimed in, "Both of you are overthinking it. Mr. Chen is so powerful that if he harbored ill intentions toward us, he could easily crush us without such elaborate measures." Upon hearing the words of their junior sister, Zhigu Xiao and the old foreigner exchanged a glance and shared a reluctant smile. Their sister was right. They, the Shan Mountain clan, were on the brink of annihilation due to the torment of the Ghost Cave curse. What could possibly be worth Mr. Chen's scheming? Let us go and see what the so-called Yin San, King Wen of Zhou, truly looks like. With that, Zhigu Xiao took the lead and jumped into the whirlpool of the Wang spring. After leaping into the whirlpool, he found the scenery around him rapidly shifting. As if entering an entirely different realm, he had no idea how long he had fallen. But when Zhigu Xiao regained his senses, he discovered himself standing firmly on a vast plain. He was momentarily stunned, turning to see that the old foreigner and Hua Ling had also landed beside him. The three gazed out, realizing that the plain stretched endlessly, its vastness beyond measure. Strangely, however, the sky above was shrouded in a gray haze, and an unsettling chill permeated the air, causing the three to instinctively frown. Before Zhigu Xiao could fully comprehend the situation, Chen Xian's voice resonated behind him. "This place is known as the Little Underworld. Its origins are shrouded in mystery, with records indicating its existence since ancient times. After the Duke of Shibua mastered the 16 hexagrams, he deduced the existence of this space to conceal it from prying eyes. A Wang spring was constructed at its entrance. Upon hearing this, Zhigu Xiao turned around and was astonished to find a grand city standing at the edge of the plain behind him. The city walls towered at an impressive height of 10 zhong, majestically dominating the endless expanse of the plain. The Little Underworld? The old foreigner rubbed his arms and half-jokingly remarked, "No wonder I feel so cold. It is no surprise. This place is filled with Shin, a convergence of countless gloomy energies that a mere hour spent here would erode an ordinary person's essence, assimilating them into Shin." "Shun?" Hua Ling asked, her face a mask of confusion at the unfamiliar term. Zhigu Xiao, possessing greater knowledge, pondered and said, "Could it be that the Shin referred to by the gentleman is the same as that recorded in the Yin Ming Lu, where a person becomes a ghost upon death, and a ghost becomes Shin upon its demise?" "Indeed," Chen Xian affirmed, nodding toward the distant grand city that in the past. This little underworld's Feng city was a bustling scene, with countless souls of the Zhou kingdom gathering here, thriving as vibrantly as in the Yang realm. Alas, he trailed off, shaking his head, a hint of sentimentality in his demeanor that in the past. He and Ji Chong had invested immense effort to bring prosperity to the little underworld, constructing this grand city that housed countless lost souls of the Zhou dynasty. Yet, fortune can be both a boon and a bane that the Zhou dynasty's 800 years of fortune waned. The protection of that fortune dissipated, leading to the gradual decay and death of the lonely souls within the little underworld. This was the cycle of heavenly justice, beyond human control. Even the combined efforts of Chen Xian and Ji Chong could not alter this fate. Now, the little underworld, apart from the Duke of Shibua Ji Chong, was left with nothing. What a pity, the old foreigner inquired curiously. The pity that the heavenly path is indifferent, treating all living beings as mere fodder. Chen Xuan replied casually, suddenly pointing toward the distant plain. They are coming. The group turned in unison to follow his gaze, witnessing a luxurious carriage drawn by 6 steeds galloping forth from the grand city at the plain's edge. The carriage moved swiftly, reaching the group in mere moments. Let us board. Chen Xuan gestured for everyone to climb aboard. Although curious as to how the carriage, devoid of a driver, could halt perfectly before them, they thought little of it, considering the extraordinary nature of this realm. However, the old foreigner at the back could not suppress his curiosity and reached out to poke at the war horses. He found them magnificent, but devoid of the vitality typical of living horses. Resembling lifeless sculptures, his surprise, when he extended his finger, it passed right through the horse's body without any obstruction. That moment, one of the steeds turned its head, its pitch-black eyes locking onto the old foreigner. The dullness in its gaze startled him, prompting him to hurriedly leap onto the carriage. Once aboard, he realized the previous chill had vanished, replaced by a comforting warmth. However, Zhigu Xiao had clearly noticed his little mischief and shot him a fierce glare. The old foreigner quickly lowered his head in apology, scratching his head and murmuring, "Senior brother, I acknowledge my mistake." Chen Xuan, unperturbed, merely explained, "These steeds have long since become Shen, lacking both soul and consciousness. In another century, they will likely become Shi. A person becomes a ghost upon death, a ghost becomes Shen upon its demise, and Shen becomes. The Shen retains form and sound, allowing the echoes of hoofbeats to be heard, but once they become Shi, they will be utterly silent, existing in an absolute void." Zhigu Xiao nodded slightly, his gaze drawn to the opulent adornments within the carriage and the phoenix patterns along its edges. Moments later, he suddenly asked, "Sir, to my knowledge, in ancient times, scholars rode 3 horses, feudal lords rode 5, and emperors rode 6. Could this be the carriage of King Wen of Zhou?" Indeed, although the Duke of Shibua never ascended to the throne and remained merely a feudal lord, posthumously he was honored as King Wen. Hence his carriage bears the specifications of an emperor. They spoke. The carriage suddenly came to a halt. Despite the abrupt stop, those inside felt no discomfort. Simultaneously, a voice, ancient and melancholic, echoed in their ears. "Young Master Xian, you have arrived." Upon hearing this, Chen Xian called out, "The host has come to welcome us. Come, let us explore this grand city." With that, he lifted the curtain of the carriage and stepped down with measured grace. Bai Ji followed closely behind, dutifully fulfilling his role as an attendant. The remaining trio of Zhigu Xiao, the old foreigner, and Hua Ling descended the carriage, both anxious and curious. They stepped off. They beheld an incredibly wide thoroughfare, spacious enough for 8 horses to ride alongside each other on either side of the road. Knelt the inhabitants of Feng City to know they should be referred to as Shen, though they bore human forms and donned coarse linen garments. Each resembled a statue, their faces devoid of any semblance of life. What astonished the trio even more was the sheer magnitude of this Feng City, far surpassing their expectations. The ranks of Shen lining the road seemed endless, stretching as far as the eye could see, estimated to number no less than 100,000. Yet, despite their numbers, the entire Feng City remained eerily silent, aside from the sounds of their own voices. The only other sound was that of an elderly man clad in a dark robe, standing at the far end of the Grand Avenue before the royal city. Upon hearing this voice, Chen Xian called out, "The host has come to welcome us. Let us explore this grand city." Chapter 74. Qing Wan, the Duke of Shibua Jichong, the founder of the 800 years of the Zhou dynasty. Yet at this moment, in the eyes of the few at Zhigu Xiao, the Duke of Western Bo, Jichong, appeared merely as an elderly man on the brink of death. In fact, they could discern a profound aura of demise within his gaze. Chen Xian stood quietly before the grand gates of the royal city, gazing at Jichong, who was not far off. After a long while, the Duke finally spoke with a sense of resignation. "Master, I trust you have been well." Upon hearing these words, the 3 disciples of Zhigu Xiao were taken aback. The old foreigner glanced at Chen Xian and then at the renowned figure of Jichong clad in splendid garments. "Old Master." In that moment, a singular thought resonated in their minds. Who exactly is Mr. Chen? To be acquainted with the legendary Dragon Clan, and to have someone as mythical as King Wen of Zhou address him as master? If he is indeed so formidable, why is there no record of him in the annals of history? Undoubtedly, The most pressing question for the three was the age of Chen Xuan, that a black dragon of 100,000 years regarded him as a friend. While the King One, who laid the foundation for the Zhou dynasty 3,000 years ago, recognized him as a teacher. Zhigu Xiao dared not dwell on such thoughts, yet a flicker of hope arose within them. For the more powerful and enigmatic Chen Xuan was, the greater their hope of resolving the curse of the ghost cave seemed to be. With a soft sigh, Chen Xuan turned his gaze towards Ji Chong and inquired, "Do you now believe what I said back then?" The Duke smiled gently, his expression complex, embodying both resignation and relief. After a considerable pause, he nodded and replied, "I do believe, for ever since I met my master at the age of 3. It seems he has never erred. What of my 4,800 years? It appears that in this heavenly path, aside from my master, none can escape. If Ji Chong so wished, he still had over 1,800 years of, allowing him to continue existing in the minor underworld. Yet, as he looked upon the 100,000 citizens of Feng City, and the subjects and loved ones he once knew, one by one succumbing to the void, fading into nothingness, he truly felt the anguish of eternal life. Chen Xuan, gently playing with the Xian character ring on his finger, made no attempt to console Ji Chong, for Ji Chong had long anticipated this day, hoping to utilize his innate 16 hexagrams to create a true underworld where souls could endure eternally. Regrettably, he had failed, spending 3,000 years yet unable to prevent the souls of Feng City from descending into oblivion. After a prolonged silence, Chen Xuan finally spoke again. "Let us not dwell on these matters. Lead me to the reincarnation platform." "Very well," Ji Chong replied succinctly, not inquiring about the few individuals accompanying Chen Xuan. To him, Chen Xuan was akin to a close kin. Were it not for him, Ji Chong would not have been able to establish the innate 16 hexagrams, nor sustain the Zhou dynasty's fortunes for 800 years. Perhaps, had he been captured by King Zhou, he would have met his demise in Shangda as Ji Chong led the way. The three disciples of Zhigu Xiao felt increasingly uneasy, for they discovered that the royal city within was remarkably vast. Particularly at its center, there stood a towering platform, reaching towards the heavens. This platform, entirely forged from bronze, resembled a colossal divine pillar. The group ascended step by step along the wooden ladder built around the bronze column, taking nearly half an hour to finally reach its summit. This divine pillar was named the Reincarnation Platform. Of course, in this realm, there was no underworld, nor any 6 paths of reincarnation. It was named the Reincarnation Platform solely because atop the bronze platform lay the innate 16 hexagrams. Although it could only measure a fragment of the heavenly path, that mere fragment was sufficient for Chen Xuan to capture a thread of its essence when he appeared at the 10 Absolute Tomb. Gazing at the increasingly profound patterns of the innate 16 hexagrams upon the bronze reincarnation platform, Chen Xuan expressed mild astonishment. "I had initially presumed it would take you several hundred more years to deduce the 10th hexagram. I did not expect this to transpire sooner than I anticipated." The innate 16 hexagrams were formed innately. Although Ji Chong had created the 16 hexagrams, he did not fully comprehend them. To provide a vivid analogy, it was akin to discovering that boiling water produces steam without understanding the underlying principles. Throughout these 3 millennia, Ji Chong had devoted himself to unraveling the fundamental principles underlying the innate 16 hexagrams. He firmly believed that if he could fully grasp the 16 hexagrams, he could master the heavenly path of reincarnation and even reverse the cycles of yin and yang. However, each hexagram was more challenging than the last. He had spent 3,000 years deciphering merely the first 10 hexagrams, while the subsequent 6 hexagrams would require several times, if not 10 times, the effort, particularly with the 16th hexagram. Chen Xuan estimated that it would take at least 1,000,000 years to truly unravel it. Ji Chong smiled and shook his head, stating, "This achievement is not the result of my efforts, but rather due to the visit of Lady Qingwan." Qing Er visited? Indeed, 800 years ago. Lady Qingwan came to the minor underworld and brought me a Kunlun jade embryo. With the aid of the jade embryo, I was able to deduce the 10th hexagram, as he spoke. Ji Chang's eyelids lowered slightly, his tone revealing a hint of fluctuation, as if playfully teasing. Before departing, Lady Qingwan inquired about the news of my master. Does my master truly intend to sever all ties with Lady Qingwan? Chen Xuan shot him a glare, and after a moment, he replied softly, "Qing Er is quite headstrong. It is not that I do not wish to see her, but rather that I fear she may do something foolish." Qingwan was the phoenix that had fallen at Qishan back then. Historical records state that a phoenix descended upon Qishan, heralding the birth of the sage Ji Chong. In truth, Chen Xuan's presence at Qishan was merely because Chen Xuan was there at that time. Moreover, it was not as the historical accounts described, with the phoenix singing at Qishan, to be precise. Chen Xuan was but an egg, a phoenix egg buried for countless years, when Chen Xuan roamed Qishan and discovered this egg. Nurturing it with his essence, Chen Xuan was reborn from the flames. During those cycles of reincarnation, Chen Xuan had always been by Chen Xian's side, until 500 years later, when Chen Xuan could transform into human form, marking the coming of age for the Phoenix clan. Upon reaching maturity, her first intention was to utilize the Phoenix's rebirth through flames to transfer the Phoenix power within her to Chen Xian, assisting him in transcending the reincarnation cycle. However, Chen Xian vehemently opposed this, knowing that the Phoenix power was crucial to Chen Xuan's existence. Without it, she could not be reborn and would gradually age, unable to live beyond a millennium. Thus, Chen Xuan chose to sulk and retreated to Kunlun Mountain in solitude. It has been over 2,000 years since they last met. However, Chen Xian shook his head and said nonchalantly, after 3,600 years of planning, the time has come to make a move. It is time to meet Qing heir de Ji Chong. Being both Chen Xian's disciple and one of the 9 elders of the Xian sect, was aware of Chen Xian's schemes. He immediately clasped his hands and earnestly said, "Disciple understands. Master need only proceed with confidence. I will risk my life to intercept this thread of essence from the 10 absolute tomb. There is no need for such extremes. If it does not succeed this time, there will be another opportunity. Time is abundant. Safety must take precedence." Chen Xian had an abundance of time, seemingly inexhaustible, for him. If this endeavor did not succeed, there was always the next cycle, and there was no need to overly concern himself with gains and losses, compared to escaping the reincarnation of the 10 absolute tomb. The survival of these old friends, even if it meant living as souls, was far preferable to fading into nothingness and being forgotten from this world. Chapter 75. The Country of the Western Queen Mother in the Western Regions. The Qaidam Basin. Chen Xian and his companions departed from the minor underworld of Qishan, redirecting westward. After nearly a month of travel, they finally arrived at the borders of the Western Regions. This land, in later generations, would be the junction between Qinghai and the plateau, the origin of the Kunlun Mountains. Chen Xian's purpose for coming here was not only to seek Chen Xuan in Kunlun's ancestral vein, but also to visit the palace of the Western Queen Mother to find 2 other members of the Xian sect. One was named Heng Yi, and the other bore the surname Zhang. Both were born 3,600 years ago, during the early Shang dynasty. One was the founding queen of the Western Queen Mother Nation, while the other was the progenitor of the Zhang family. Both were exceptionally gifted, possessing unparalleled wisdom. In a world where the heavenly path could not grant eternal life, they had ingeniously utilized fallen copper and jade, along with the method of symbiosis, to create a limited form of longevity. However, their longevity came with significant flaws, as they remained in a perpetual slumber, perhaps even less enduring than Chen Xian's 1,000-year cicada. The Qaidam Basin stretched for thousands of miles, with the horizon dominated by endless yellow sands of the Gobi Desert. Chen Xian and his party rode on horseback, yet the fierce winds and sands left them unable to speak. It was the black dragon in Chen Xian's arms that incessantly chattered. "Did I say, Xiao Chun, such a splendid place as the minor underworld has been squandered by your disciple. If it were up to me, we should directly set up a massacre formation, drawing in countless beings for a blood sacrifice. Perhaps that would truly establish the 6 paths of reincarnation. At that time, I, Old He, could reluctantly take the position of the Lord of the Underworld, and you could be my second in command, dominating the world as brothers." Such words sent shivers down the spines of the 3 disciples of Zhigu. Shout out a blood sacrifice involving countless beings. This small black dragon, though not large, possessed a terrifying bloodthirst. Chen Xian would not indulge the black dragon, promptly swatting it back. "Do you believe that if a blood sacrifice were to occur, the heavens would not strike you down with divine lightning first? Hey, I am a noble thunder dragon. Lightning cannot kill me." Upon hearing this, the black dragon puffed up its chest, seemingly unconcerned about divine retribution. However, Dai tilted its head and pondered for a moment before saying, "Indeed, that may not be wise. Old He is not afraid of lightning, but I fear the wind. If the heavens were to unleash the primordial divine wind, I would not withstand it. Therefore, you should behave yourself and act like a human. I can't bear it, but you still have me, after all." You can never die. So if heaven's punishment falls, you can endure in 60 years. We can reunite. If this plan succeeds, we can easily swat away all the 8 great ancient gods. Upon hearing the Black Dragon's casual mention of ancient secrets, Chen Xuan's heart stirred, and he seemingly asked without intent, if the 6 paths of reincarnation could be established, would it resolve the 10 absolute tomb? That is certainly out of the question. The tomb of the 10 absolutes, however, as the words hung in the air, the Black Dragon abruptly fell silent, shaking its head. Old Chen, do not inquire further. This matter cannot be divulged. After all these years of acquaintance, if there were anything I could share, I would certainly do so. Yet, there exist matters that are not merely unspeakable, but utterly beyond the realm of discourse. Chen Xuan's gaze deepened as he inquired with a solemn tone. What would happen if it were spoken? I do not know, came the reply, but my innate spiritual intuition warns me that if uttered, dire consequences shall follow. Could it be more horrific than enduring the torment of countless burning winds? Chen Xuan asked, somewhat taken aback. From a time long past, perhaps during the era of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, he had begun to delve into the mysteries of the tomb of the 10 absolutes. Realizing that the ominous presence looming over him was indeed formidable, yet, the more he sought the truth, the more he discovered that the tomb was far more terrifying than he had ever imagined. The Black Dragon sighed, its eyes glinting with a human-like resignation. What are mere burning winds in comparison? The repercussions of the tomb of the 10 absolutes are exponentially more dreadful. Moreover, it glanced towards the group of individuals not far off, instinctively lowering its voice. And my knowledge is limited. The 8 ancient gods undoubtedly possess greater understanding than I. The 8 ancient gods. Chen Xuan had been aware of their existence for quite some time. For instance, the serpent god residing within the bottomless ghost cave was one of them. There were also others, hidden even deeper than the serpent god. In fact, during the Tang dynasty, Chen Xuan had personally encountered one of these ancient deities. Unfortunately, that deity's innate powers bore a resemblance to the phoenix's rebirth through fire. It had been reborn, casting aside all memories of the past. Even when Chen Xuan had inquired, he gleaned no valuable information. The origins of the 8 ancient gods were shrouded in mystery, most having descended upon this world over 1,000,000 years ago. These ancient beings had either perished, concealed themselves, or established small realms to escape the world. Each was an entity beyond the comprehension of mortals at times. Chen Xuan even pondered whether he might be one of the 8 ancient gods himself. Yet, the deities he knew of were either the serpent god or creatures that could consume space. None were as purely human as he. Well, perhaps he was not entirely pure, considering no other human could transform into a cicada. After 2 days of travel, the group ventured deep into the basin. The further they proceeded, the lower the terrain became, revealing lush greenery. Especially upon reaching a cliff that rose hundreds of meters high, they beheld a valley below, where verdant trees flourished, resembling a Southeast Asian jungle rather than a desolate expanse. I never imagined that this remote, harsh land could harbor such abundant flora and fauna, the old foreigner remarked, gazing in wonder at the valley beneath the cliff. Xiaoyang sighed softly, adding, in ancient times, this region was part of the territory of the 36 kingdoms of the western regions. And the environment back then was not inferior to that of the Central Plains. However, from the Han Dynasty onward, the climate in the western regions began to deteriorate, with deserts encroaching upon grasslands. And it no longer resembled the prosperous era of the 36 kingdoms, which was once said to be rich in gold and jade. Ironically, the old foreigners' clan, the Mountain Mover tribe, originated from the western regions thousands of years ago. Yet, having been assimilated into the Central Plains for so long, they had lost much of their heritage, with little remaining of the language of the Zagralama tribe, let alone the legends of their homeland. Hua Ling, intrigued, queried, given the favorable climatic conditions of this valley, which appears to receive ample rainfall, why is there no one around? Chen Xuan shook his head, gesturing towards the valley below the cliff. The tale is lengthy. It traces back to the ancient kingdom of the West Queen Mother. The name West Queen Mother was familiar to all. From ancient times, Chinese mythology spoke of the West Queen Mother and the East King. One hailed as the foremost female immortal, and the other as the foremost male immortal. Xiaoyang and his companions were astonished to learn that the kingdom of the West Queen Mother indeed existed in reality. 3,600 years ago, a woman named Heng Yi established the kingdom of the West Queen Mother in this very basin, her realm once extending across much of the western regions at its zenith. However, Unlike the Central Plains, every monarch of the Kingdom of the West Queen Mother was female, and it was not until the end of the Zhou dynasty that the kingdom fell. The old foreigner blinked in surprise and jested. This bears some resemblance to the Kingdom of Women in Journey to the West. Could it be that the author drew inspiration from the tales of the Kingdom of the West Queen Mother? Chen Xuan shrugged, casually replying, "It is not entirely impossible that I tea this." He paused before continuing. "This basin indeed boasts a pleasant climate, yet it harbors numerous dangers. While ordinary individuals may enter, they may not necessarily find their way out." Upon hearing Chen Xuan's words, Xiaoyang and the others felt a sudden sense of trepidation. After all, if even someone as esteemed as Mr. Chen deemed it hazardous, one could only imagine the true peril that lay ahead. Xiaoyang hesitated for a moment, glancing at his junior disciple, the old foreigner, and junior sister, Hualing. "Mr. Chen, perhaps I should leave my junior siblings outside while I accompany you in." "That won't be necessary." Chen Xuan waved his hand, gesturing towards the black dragon nestled within his arms. "With the black dragon by our side, minor dangers are inconsequential." This declaration, the black dragon emerged from Chen Xuan's embrace, brimming with pride that in recent days it had largely remained hidden to avoid alarming ordinary folk, but now that they were in a remote area, it could finally soar freely through the air. The black dragon circled above Chen Xuan's head like a playful fish, exuding an air of arrogance as it declared, "Old Chen, I relish such words. Fear not. With me around, your safety is guaranteed." Hualing, intrigued, quickly inquired, "Dragon brother, what dangers lie within this valley?" "Oh, nothing too alarming. Just a small snake." The black dragon replied nonchalantly. "Though it possesses a trace of true dragon blood, it is rather insignificant." With that, the black dragon settled upon Hualing's shoulder, who welcomed its presence without hesitation. Over the past few days, she had prepared various medicinal dishes for the black dragon, earning its favor and prompting it to offer unsolicited advice. The small snake the black dragon referred to as a coxcomb snake. Once nurtured by Heng Yi, the founding monarch of the Kingdom of the West Queen Mother, this snake was also known as the wild chicken neck, that a single bite from this creature could spell instant death for an ordinary person. More terrifying was the fact that these snakes, akin to the dragon-horned serpents, were capable of mimicking speech and possessed intelligence. The particular wild chicken neck snake raised by Heng Yi had grown to over 10 zhang in length, with the girth of a water barrel after 3 millennia. In terms of comparison, the prowess of the wild chicken neck snake mother surpassed that of a 6-winged centipede. While it did not rival the demon dragon of the Jianglong cave, it was not far off either. This was evidenced in the later conflicts between the Kingdom of the West Queen Mother and the Zhou dynasty, during the reign of King Mu of Zhou. As the Kingdom of the West Queen Mother faced impending doom amidst internal strife and external threats, he dispatched troops to attack the kingdom. The two sides clashed in numerous battles, with the Kingdom of the West Queen Mother suffering defeat after defeat. In a moment of desperation, the reigning monarch, Wuji, sought the aid of the Snake Mother from the royal tomb of the West Queen Mother, with the assistance of countless wild chicken necks and the Snake Mother entering the fray. The tide of battle was finally turned. Even though they managed to regain some ground, Wuji knew full well that their national strength paled in comparison to that of the Zhou dynasty. Hence, he sent envoys to negotiate peace, expressing his submission, and thus the war between the Kingdom of the West Queen Mother and the Zhou dynasty came to a halt. After this conflict, Wuji presented the corpse of a toad and fallen meteorite to King Mu of Zhou. Chen Xuan was present during that occasion and encountered the princess of the Kingdom of the West Queen Mother, Wanzhan. Wanzhan was not the same as Wuchana. The two were fundamentally different in character. While Wuchana was a bold and passionate woman, Wanzhan was selfless, devoted to her country and people, yet indifferent to her own desires. That time, the Kingdom of the West Queen Mother had just emerged from a war, its strength waning, beset by internal and external troubles. The oppressive rule of the royal family over the western regions had bred discontent among numerous small nations. The Zhou dynasty's attack served as a signal, igniting the small nation's rebellion against the Kingdom of the West Queen Mother. In the most perilous moments, as the coalition of nations advanced upon the capital of the Kingdom of the West Queen Mother, several princesses fled in disarray. The throne they once coveted became a hot potato, and none dared to claim it. Ultimately, it was the unambitious Wanzhan who bravely accepted the role of monarch, throwing open the city gates to stand alone against the insurgents, promising them great rewards. After resolving the siege of the capital, Wanzhan sought to soothe and unite the internal factions, while simultaneously retracting their influence externally. Through her efforts, although the grandeur of the kingdom of the West Queen Mother could not be restored, she managed to prolong its existence for an additional 60 years, regrettably, before Chen Xuan could witness her next reincarnation. She succumbed at a tender age, having expended too much of her vitality. Reflecting on the past, Chen Xuan let out a soft sigh. This was not his first visit to the kingdom of the West Queen Mother. Over the span of 3,000 years, he had been there thrice. The millennium of separation before encountering Wanzhan seemed tragically more lamentable than the tale of the cowherd and the weaver girl from mythology. With a self-deprecating smile, Chen Xuan urged his horse forward, setting off towards the distance. After a circuitous journey lasting half a day, the group finally located the entrance to the cliff. Descending from the entrance into the valley revealed a true forest. Impeding the progress of their horses, the group dismounted and proceeded on foot. After walking approximately 30 miles, Chen Xuan raised his hand, indicating, "We have arrived. This is the site of the kingdom of the West Queen Mother." Upon hearing Chen Xuan's words, Zhaoyang and the others immediately began to survey their surroundings. Amidst the dense tangle of vines and trees, they indeed discerned the remnants of several ancient structures. The old foreigner, having examined his surroundings, suddenly shouted, "Brother, come and see. I have found a stone tablet." Zhaoyang and Hua Ling hastily approached, observing as the old foreigner energetically wielded his machete, severing the layers of vines and weeds, ultimately revealing a partially buried stone tablet. Upon this fragmentary stele, numerous relief patterns and pre-Qin Western region characters are intricately carved. The script remains indecipherable, yet the imagery is straightforward and comprehensible. Essentially, the carvings depict the historical conflicts between the kingdom of the Western Queen Mother and another nation. Zhao, after a brief examination, nodded in agreement. "Mr. Chen, this must be the ruins of the kingdom of the Western Queen Mother. What shall we do next?" Chen Xuan, with a subtle smile, gestured towards Baiji and instructed. "For the next 3 days, you and Baiji, along with Lao He, shall establish camp here and await my return." Upon hearing this, He Long was the first to voice his dissent, exclaiming, "Chen Xuan, I wish to enter as well. After all, that little mudfish carries the bloodline of my dragon kin. Why should I not see how the younger generation fares? Mind your place and stay put," Chen Xuan retorted. "Without your dragon's might to suppress them, they would be unable to withstand the wild chicken neck. The true menace of the wild chicken neck lies not in its venom, but in its ability to mimic human speech and exhibit cunning intelligence." Although Baiji is unafraid of the wild chicken neck, Zhao and the others, especially Hua Ling and the old foreigner, would perish with a single bite. Of course, more crucially, Chen Xuan's purpose for this visit is not merely to meet the members of the Xian sect, but primarily to reunite with a cherished confidant. He is not foolish enough to bring along a superfluous presence. Chen Xuan idly twirled the Xin character ring upon his finger and glanced at Baiji. The latter understood immediately and nodded, responding, "My lord, I comprehend." After conveying his instructions, Chen Xuan turned and ventured into the thicket, his figure gradually vanishing among the dense foliage. Chapter 77. Dragon Spine Black Gold in the dimly lit subterranean palace of the Western Queen Mother. Chen Xuan strolled amidst the shadows, surrounded by the hissing movements of countless wild chicken necks. Curiously, despite their abundance, none dared to glance at him. They parted to grant him passage, as if welcoming his arrival. Moments later, he reached the end of the corridor, where a colossal serpent, its head alone the size of a grinding stone, slowly raised itself from the passage, adorned with a cluster of crimson, comb-like horns. The serpent's body gleamed with a dark luster, its tail unseen. This creature is the ancestral serpent mother of the wild chicken necks, nurtured by the Western Queen Mother. Hung at the serpent's vertical pupils scrutinized Chen Xuan with an icy demeanor. As if frozen in time in the serpent mother's extensive memory, this man before it bore a contentious relationship with its master, more adversary than ally. Yet, upon noticing the Xin character ring raised by Chen Xuan, the coldness in its eyes dissipated. After a moment's hesitation, it lowered its head and glided towards him. Chen Xuan leaped atop the giant serpent's head, allowing it to guide him deeper into the palace's recesses. Upon entering the meteorite cave, an omnipresent and peculiar energy enveloped him. This was the power belonging to the ancient gods, the very essence that allowed the Western Queen Mother and the Zhang family's ancestors to maintain their longevity. albeit with the drawback of a seemingly eternal entrapment. The serpent mother escorted him to the cave's entrance before gradually retreating. Chen Xuan then stepped inside. The cave's entrance was exceedingly narrow, requiring one to stoop to enter. However, after traversing a short distance, the space within opened up dramatically, revealing an underground palace. Though the cave itself was not extensive, measuring less than 3 zhang, the interior expanded infinitely, akin to a small underworld, capable of enlarging as needed. Upon reaching the plaza before the palace, Chen Xuan observed flickering shadows within the distant chambers. These figures were the subordinates of Hung Yi and the Zhang family's progenitor, numbering at least 2 or 3 dozen, all once standing at the pinnacle of humanity's might. Yet, in pursuit of a chance at immortality, these individuals found themselves ensnared within the cave, compelled to endure 9 protracted cycles of slumber and metamorphosis. They were unaware if this 9th shedding would truly grant them eternal life. Yet even the faintest glimmer of hope was enough to compel them to persist. With a heavy sigh, the flickering figures within the palace vanished, replaced by a middle-aged woman clad in a resplendent red ceremonial robe, her demeanor both solemn and divine. As she stepped forth from the chamber, the robe she wore was exquisitely crafted, adorned with exotic undertones. Although she bore the marks of age upon her face, traces of her former beauty remained evident. Yet, her countenance was far from pleasant, as her cold, piercing gaze remained fixated on the Xian character ring adorning Chen Xian's hand. "You have arrived earlier than expected." After a lengthy pause, the middle-aged woman spoke with a hint of dissatisfaction. Chen Xuan remained unfazed, casually replying, "The time has come. A mere 60 years difference is inconsequential." The moment he mentioned the timing, it pertained to galvanizing collective efforts to capture the 10 absolute tomb. This imposing figure, with her dignified presence and haughty gaze, was none other than Hung Yi, the founding ruler of the kingdom of the Western Queen Mother. Hung Yi was 600 years older than King Wen of Zhou, now 3,600 years of age, tracing her origins back to the early Shang dynasty, contemporaneous with Shang Tang. Yet, despite being a woman, her ambitions surpassed those of many men. Not only did she establish the preeminent Western region power, the kingdom of the Western Queen Mother, but she also aspired to achieve what the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors could not: immortality. The alchemical processes involving the corpse toad and the symbiosis of humans and serpents, these extraordinary experiments in the pursuit of eternal life were orchestrated by her hand, alongside the progenitor of the Zhang family. She devised plans spanning millennia, all in hopes of reclaiming her sovereignty. After 9 metamorphoses at that time, she would transcend her earthly status as the Western Queen Mother, ascending to the divine as the true goddess above all sovereigns. Moreover, Hung Yi's relationship with Chen Xuan differed from that of Ji Chong. Ji Chong was a disciple of Chen Xuan, having followed him from a young age. But in contrast, Hung Yi had long been an adversary of Chen Xuan, even conspiring with the Zhang family's progenitor on multiple occasions to capture him. However, due to Chen Xian's elusive nature, she had never succeeded. By the time Chen Xuan arrived in the kingdom of the Western Queen Mother, it had already waned, leaving her without the strength to pursue him. One could argue that the military expedition led by King Mu of Zhou against the kingdom of the Western Queen Mother was partially motivated by vengeance for a friend. Left with no choice, Hung Yi and the Zhang family's progenitor ultimately agreed to join the Xian sect, collaborating to devise a plan to capture the 10 absolute tomb. The immortality they sought was riddled with flaws. In the 3,600 years, nearly 3,590 had been spent in slumber, confined to the cave. The cyclical shedding every 500 years left them uncertain whether they would attain true immortality or meet their demise after 9 transformations. No one could predict. In comparison, they were far more inclined to believe that the 10 absolute tomb, which Chen Xuan bore, was the genuine key to unlocking eternal life. The members of the Xian sect were not exclusively Chen Xian's allies. At the very least, Hung Yi and the Zhang family's progenitor maintained a cooperative relationship. Chen Xuan was well aware that should they believe consuming him would grant them immortality, they would likely tear their alliance asunder and pursue him without hesitation. Hung Yi's gaze was complex as she regarded the youthfulness of Chen Xuan, unchanged from over 3,000 years ago, a flicker of apprehension crossing her eyes. After a considerable pause, she finally inquired, "When shall we strike?" "This year." "Very well. The cave has been prepared. Should the 10 absolute tomb manifest in the world, Zhang and I shall join forces to seize a fragment that A.S. Hung Yi spoke. A middle-aged man, roughly in his 40s with a stern visage, silently emerged from the palace, taking his position behind Heng Yi. The man bore a knife upon his back, the hilt shaped like a dragon. Known as the dragon spine, this blade, also referred to as the dragon spine black gold knife, was said to be forged from the bones of a true dragon mixed with the fallen essence of an ancient god, capable of vanquishing all malevolent spirits and undefeated in battle. The later iterations of the Zhang family's black gold ancient knives were merely imitations of this dragon spine black gold, yet their efficacy paled in comparison to this original blade wielded by the progenitor of the Zhang family. Once their discussions concluded, the Western Queen Mother finally stepped aside, though her gaze never strayed from the Xian character ring on Chen Xuan's hand. This ring not only symbolized the Xian sect and represented Chen Xuan himself, but it was also an unparalleled treasure. The Xian ring served as a key to numerous secret realms and harbored a millennium's worth of medicinal potency. Were she to harness this medicinal energy, she could potentially shorten the duration of her 9 metamorphoses, perhaps liberating herself from this lightless cave. Yet out of various apprehensions, the Western Queen Mother ultimately refrained from taking action, her voice tinged with shadows as she remarked, "After a millennium of toil, is this brief reunion truly worth it?" Chen Xuan did not look back. His figure gradually faded into the depths of the palace, yet his voice lingered faintly. Many things are not about worth, but rather about willingness. Chapter 78. Deep affection. Short life. Chen Xuan was willing to undertake any challenges, no matter how arduous, for the sake of those he cherished. Among the few women who inspired such devotion in him was Wanzhen, who happened to be 1,300 years ago. Wanzhen ascended to the throne of the kingdom of the Western Queen Mother. However, the burdens of governance drained her vitality, leading to her demise within the palace. At that time, Chen Xuan was in a deep slumber, yet he had long established a pact with the Western Queen Mother within the confines of the underground palace. Should Wanzhen face peril or pass away, the Western Queen Mother would send the Serpent Mother to guide her into the cave, preserving her last vestiges of life. Chen Xuan, in turn, agreed to share the clues regarding the 10 Absolute Tomb, embarking on the quest to capture this enigmatic and illustrious burial site. Although Wanzhen's life force was preserved, she had effectively passed away. Chen Xuan could not reverse life and death, yet throughout the subsequent millennium, he forged the Xian ring. Each time he awakened from his reincarnation, he traversed the lands of the Central Plains in search of clues regarding the 10 Absolute Tomb, while also collecting medicinal energy to store within the ring. Every millennium, he would return to the cave, using the accumulated medicinal energy to awaken Wanzhen. However, the reversal of life and death proved elusive. Even a millennium's worth of medicinal energy could only grant Wanzhen 3 days of consciousness. Deep within the palace of the meteorite cave, there existed a pavilion known as Wanzhen. Surrounding the pavilion were arrays of enchantments. For thousands of years, this place had remained eerily silent, as if ensnared in an eternal solitude. Creaking softly, Chen Xuan stood at the grand entrance of the palace, gently pushing open the heavy stone door behind him. Beyond lay a vast palace, illuminated by countless ever-burning lamps that cast a brilliant glow throughout the space. Upon entering, one was immediately greeted by the faint scent of sandalwood wafting through the air. At the very center of the palace stood a towering bronze cauldron, its height akin to that of a person, with a sandalwood stick as thick as an arm inserted within. The fragrant smoke curled delicately, having burned for countless years, yet never fully consumed. This was the soul-guarding incense painstakingly crafted by Chen Xuan over 2 lifetimes. Intended to ensure that Wanzhen's spirit would not scatter, he passed by the soul-guarding incense and ventured deeper into the palace. Beyond the grand hall lay the sleeping quarters, which were an exact replica of the Western Queen Mother's palace from 3,000 years ago. The interior was lavishly adorned, constructed entirely from rare woods. Yet, the most captivating sight was the woman reclining upon the phoenix bed within the quarters. She appeared to be in her 30s, although there were traces of time at the corners of her eyes. These signs did not mar her stunning beauty. Rather, they enhanced her alluring charm. This woman was none other than the 38th ruler of the Western Queen Mother Kingdom. Wanzhen. It is noteworthy that the succession system of the Western Queen Mother Kingdom was not one based on bloodlines as in the Shang and Zhou dynasties, but rather a blend of abdication and inheritance reminiscent of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors era. Upon ascending the throne, the ruler would seek out 12 suitable young maidens from across the nation, the most intelligent and beautiful among them, to be raised as princesses within the Western Queen Mother Palace. When the preceding monarch was nearing death, she would select the next ruler from among these 12 princesses. This system persisted for over 8 centuries until the fall of the Western Queen Mother Kingdom. Furthermore, every chosen maiden would be given a new name, each consisting of 2 characters, both bearing the radical for female. This tradition began with the founding monarch, Hung Yi, and continued thereafter. Chen Xuan gazed tenderly, unable to resist the urge to gently caress Wan Zhan's face. He sighed softly, retrieving the Xian character ring and pressing it against her forehead. In the next moment, the ring emitted a soft white glow. The radiance illuminated the entire sleeping quarters, gradually breathing life into Wan Zhan's previously lifeless form. After a brief pause, the ring's accumulated medicinal power, gathered over a millennium, surged into Wan Zhan's body, coaxing her slowly from her centuries-long slumber. "Someone, I require a change of attire. Quickly summon the ministers for a council." Though Wan Zhan remained unconscious, her brow furrowed tightly. And as she spoke with her eyes closed, she waited for a moment, only to realize the absence of her attendants. Gradually, she opened her eyes, revealing a hint of displeasure on her countenance as she prepared to reprimand the palace maids. However, upon finally seeing Chen Xuan seated before her, and the tenderness reflected in his eyes, she was instantly overcome with joy, instinctively sitting upright and covering her mouth, exclaiming, "Brother Chen Xuan?" Chen Xuan smiled and nodded. "Wan Zhan, I have come to see you." Without regard for her thin attire, Wan Zhan leapt into Chen Xuan's embrace, her strength so great that it felt as if she wanted to merge her entire being into him. "Brother Chen Xuan, for these past 10 years, I have thought of you day and night." When Chen Xuan first met Wan Zhan, she had just turned 16, a radiant young maiden. They had shared a deep bond over time, and their affections were evident, which ultimately caught the attention of the reigning monarch, Wu Yi, who chose Wan Zhan as the next ruler. Wu Yi's intentions were simple: to use the affection between Wan Zhan and Chen Xuan to bind Chen Xuan to the troubled Western Queen Mother Kingdom. Chen Xuan had wished to take Wan Zhan away, but he could not overcome the stubbornness of the young maiden. "Brother Chen Xuan, during your absence these past 10 years, I have managed to stabilize the court." Nestled in Chen Xuan's embrace, Wan Zhan began to recount the events of the past decade, filled with hardships, grievances, and her unwavering longing for Chen Xuan as the ruler of the Western Queen Mother Kingdom. However, at this juncture, Wan Zhan suddenly lifted her head, her stunningly beautiful face revealing a rare shyness. "Moreover, I have already chosen the next ruler. Once the court is fully stabilized next year, I shall abdicate. At that time, I will leave with Brother Chen Xuan." "Very well," Chen Xuan replied with a smile, affectionately ruffling Wan Zhan's hair. She murmured softly, her body remaining pressed against Chen Xuan, unwilling to part. However, after a moment, she straightened up, the sweetness in her smile fading somewhat, saying, "Brother Chen Xuan, I must attend to court matters now. Please remain here in the sleeping quarters and wait for my return." "Court matters." Upon hearing Wan Zhan's words, Chen Xuan felt a sense of helplessness. This scene, along with Wan Zhan's words, had already played out before him for the 3rd time. For each time Wan Zhan awakened, she only retained the memories from before her demise. Chen Xuan took a deep breath and shook his head, saying, "Wan Zhan, there will be no court session today. That I have already spoken with you and the other ministers. They will handle the state affairs for these 3 days. You should rest well. But there are no buts, just 3 days. It will not hinder any significant matters." Chen Xuan's voice was gentle, ultimately persuading Wan Zhan to agree that in her eyes, having been separated from her beloved for over 10 years. She yearned to be together every moment, unable to bear even a moment's parting. Yet, as she relaxed and lay in Chen Xuan's embrace, she gradually succumbed to slumber once more. Chen Xuan understood that this was due to Wan Zhan's precarious position over the past decade of her reign. Before she ascended, the Western Queen Mother Kingdom had recently endured a great defeat, with the 36 nations of the Western regions eyeing them hungrily, internal strife among the ruling ministers, and the populace suffering from years of famine and natural disasters. It could be said that the kingdom had been teetering on the brink of collapse. Chen Xuan did not awaken Wan Zhan. Instead, he held her close, ensuring her comfort as he remained by her side. 3 days passed swiftly, almost in the blink of an eye. In the sleeping quarters, Wan Zhan sat before her dressing table, while Chen Xuan stood behind her, attending to her flowing hair. Once her hair was styled, Wanzhan leaned against Chen Xuan, her head gradually drooping as she fell into a deep sleep once again. Chen Xuan carried her back to the bed, softly kissing her forehead. Subsequently, he resolutely exited the sleeping quarters. In this world, extreme intelligence may lead to harm, and deep affection may not endure, even if not for himself, but for Wanzhan, Wuchan Na, and Qing Er. He was determined to unravel the truth behind the 10 absolute tomb. Chapter 79. The ancient city of Jingjue. Within the dim and shadowy palace of the meteorite cave, figures flickered. Hung Yi and the ancestral figure of the Zhang family regarded Chen Xuan, who emerged from the depths, with a hint of mockery on their faces. I had already advised you to have her consume the corpse toad pill. Chen Xuan cast a glance at Hung Yi and the ancestral figure of the Zhang family, replying coolly, I refuse to turn Wanzhan into a creature that is neither human nor ghost, like you. Moreover, after all these years, are you even still yourselves? The consumption of the corpse toad pill bears considerable drawbacks. The corpse toad king within their minds devours memories, making it difficult to ascertain whether they are still the individuals they once were or a mere amalgamation of polluted memories. Hung Yi furrowed her brow in silence, her eyes glinting with rage. Yet, the Zhang family ancestral figure, unable to contain himself, drew his blade and struck. With a resounding crash, Chen Xuan effortlessly flicked his fingers, deflecting the ancestral figure's dragon-spined black gold blade. He gazed at the Zhang family ancestral figure, his voice cold and cutting. There is no need for further testing. Your dragon-spined black gold can slay evil spirits, but it cannot harm me. Besides, you are now an evil spirit yourself. How much of its power can you truly wield? After uttering these words, Chen Xuan paid no mind to the icy glare of the Zhang family ancestral figure, and slowly made his way out of the meteorite cave. Outside, the serpent mother had been waiting for quite some time. Chen Xuan stepped onto her head and retraced his path to leave the Western Queen Mother's underground palace. Meanwhile, within the cave, the Zhang family ancestral figure hesitantly inquired, Are we truly to collaborate with Chen Xuan? Hung Yi sighed softly, shaking her head. We are running out of time. We have no other choice. The corpse toad pill does not grant eternal life, and even now, not even the meteorite jade can suppress our corruption. 3,600 years ago, Hung Yi established a matriarchal society in the Western Queen Mother Kingdom, seeking immortality. Born with extraordinary signs, she understood the language of snakes from a young age, could control the necks of wild chickens, and even raised a serpent mother. Thus, Hung Yi began her experiments for eternal life, with human-snake symbiosis and the corpse toad pill being her creations. During this time, she encountered the ancestral figure of the Zhang family and discovered several pieces of extraterrestrial meteorite copper. Together, they utilized the properties of the meteorite copper, sacrificing countless lives to ultimately develop a way for the meteorite jade to counteract the effects of the corpse toad pill, achieving imperfect immortality. Though imperfect, immortality was still immortality. To defy the heavens with mere mortal strength was already a miracle. Outside the underground palace, Chen Xuan emerged into the sunlight, feeling the warmth of the long-lost rays that in the forest, dappled sunlight danced upon him. Not far away, the Partridge Whistle Quartet had been waiting for 3 full days. Upon seeing Chen Xuan emerge, they hurriedly approached. Brother Chen, Hualing curiously glanced toward the forest behind Chen Xuan. During their days in the camp, although they were safe from the encroaching wild chickens due to the pressure exerted by the black dragon, they had seen from a distance that even a wild chicken as thick as a finger had devoured a large number of wild goats. Chen Xuan nodded, explaining, This matter is concluded. We shall set off for Mount Zaglamar. Upon hearing this, the 3 siblings of the Partridge Whistle brightened with excitement. They were descendants of the mountain-moving clan, the Zaglamar tribe, but had never visited Mount Zaglamar or seen the ancestral sacred grounds passed down through generations. This was because the closer the members of the mountain-moving clan approached the bottomless ghost cave, the stronger the curse of the ghostly eyes upon them. Only by distancing themselves from the bottomless ghost cave could the power of the curse diminish. For instance, the later figure known as Zhigu Xiao, after failing to locate the elusive Miaochen Pearl and suffering the misfortune of losing an arm in the Blackwater city of the Western Xia, found himself compelled to embark on a long voyage across the ocean to America. Little did he know that this journey would result in unforeseen blessings, allowing him to break the curse that plagued the mountain-moving clan. which dictated that they could not live beyond the age of 40. That he not only survived, but lived to see his granddaughter, Shui Yang, reach adulthood, ultimately passing away just shy of 70. Of course, there may have been some influence from the inner elixir of the six-winged centipede, but it was evident that distancing oneself from the bottomless abyss was also a means to mitigate the curse. It was time to return and pay a visit. The mountain-moving clan had been away from their sacred land for thousands of years, and the elders had long harbored a desire to return. Zhigu Xiao, filled with a sense of nostalgia, let out a silent sigh. He had made up his mind. Should he fail to lift the curse afflicting his kin this time, he would no longer persist and would choose to rest eternally in the sacred land of his clan. For him, the Zaglamar Mountain represented not only the ancestral sacred ground from millennia past, but also a place of profound sorrow that the mountain-moving clan could never forget. The group quickly gathered their belongings and set off from the basin. Continuing westward toward the Ramagan Desert, the journey ahead proved to be arduous and treacherous, requiring them to traverse snow-capped mountains and icy plains, causing their progress to slow considerably. But it was only after a fortnight that they finally arrived at the edge of the Ramagan Desert. There, they encountered a nameless town, known locally as Peacock Town. It was said that a millennium ago, this area was part of the ancient Peacock River of the western regions and boasted a picturesque oasis. However, now, all that met the eye was a sprawling expanse of yellow desert, with only a few deep ancient springs in Peacock Town to provide a modicum of water security in the desert. Water is the true essence of life. One can endure without everything else, but without water, survival is impossible for even a day. In Peacock Town, there was a merchant dealing in camels named Immortal. Around 40 years of age, Immortal was accompanied by a beautiful young wife and a son who had just turned 5 when Chen Xuan and his companions arrived at the camel trading post. Immortal was engaged in a playful horseback riding game with his son. "Boss, we were sent by Duoji," they introduced. Duoji was an old guide from a nearby county, whom Chen Xian's group had initially intended to hire. However, upon learning of their plan to enter the Ramagan Desert, particularly the perilous Black Desert in search of the ruins of the ancient city of Jingjue, Duoji had immediately declined. According to him, the depths of the Black Desert were a certain death trap, even for the hardy camels. Moreover, there were tales of the desert swallowing people whole and treacherous quicksand traps. No amount of money could persuade him to venture there. For what good is earning a living if one does not live to spend it? Nonetheless, seeing Chen Xuan and his companions' generous demeanor, Duoji had referred them to Immortal, the only individual in the vicinity who had previously navigated the Black Desert and returned unscathed. Upon hearing Chen Xian's words, Immortal's expression momentarily froze. He set his son down, playfully patted the child's cheek, and instructed, "Li Man, go find your mother." Once the child was inside, Immortal turned to face Chen Xuan and his companions. He scanned the group and inquired, "Would you gentlemen like to purchase camels? We wish to buy camels and also request your services as a guide to lead us into the desert." Chen Xuan replied, his gaze sweeping over the nearby camel enclosure, which housed nearly 20 camels. "We will take all these camels, and for the guide's fee, please provide your price directly." Upon realizing the size of the transaction, Immortal's demeanor became markedly serious. Having grown up in poverty, he had once followed a trading caravan into the desert, risking his life to build a modest fortune. After acquiring some wealth, he had bought a camel herd, married, and welcomed a son. For the sake of his family, Immortal was eager to earn more and improve their lives. However, he did not hastily agree, instead asking, "Where do you intend to go?" "To the ruins of the ancient city of Jingjue in the depths of the Black Desert." The old foreigner answered without hesitation. Upon hearing the name of the Black Desert, Immortal's expression shifted. He did not outright refuse. Rather, he appeared troubled and said, "That is quite unfortunate. A sandstorm has arisen in the desert these past few days. While it is manageable to navigate around, venturing deeper is ill-advised." Zhigu Xiao furrowed his brow at the mention of the sandstorm. "When will the sandstorm cease?" "That is difficult to predict. It could last anywhere from 3 to 5 days. Or even 3 to 5 months. It's all at the whim of Huda. And who am I to know?" The locals near the Ramagan Desert had long worshipped Huda, believing him to be the god of the desert, controlling all that occurred within. However, Chen Xuan was skeptical of Immortal's words, sensing a cunning glimmer in his eyes. If a sandstorm truly loomed within the desert, he would not have initially inquired about their destination. It was likely that upon hearing their intended destination was the Black Desert, he had fabricated an excuse to refuse. With this thought in mind, Chen Xuan wasted no time and retrieved a $200 note from his sleeve. This sum was sufficient to purchase over 100 camels. I understand your fear of the Black Desert, and I do not require you to venture deep within. Simply guide us to the ancient Peacock Riverbed. Indeed, upon seeing the banknote in Chen Xuan's hand and hearing that they did not require him to enter the Black Desert, Immortal hesitated momentarily. The others quickly grasped that he had been lying to evade their request. After a considerable pause, Immortal finally nodded slowly. We can enter the desert, but I must clarify that I will not venture deep into the Black Desert. You are outsiders and do not comprehend its dangers. Over the years, there has been no shortage of deaths in the Black Desert. Upon hearing this, he noticed Chen Xuan's nod of agreement and eagerly accepted the banknote, inspecting it closely for authenticity. Chen Xuan smiled gently, assuring him, "Rest assured, this is a valid note from the New Moon Bank, which has exchange agreements with several major banks. Even in your area, it can be exchanged." Immortal responded with enthusiasm, his demeanor warming considerably. His son had just turned 5, and with this journey, he hoped to earn $200 that could contribute to his son's future, whether for building a home or finding a wife. The old foreigner, feeling disgruntled, could not contain his frustration and remarked, "So, there is no sandstorm now." Immortal, unperturbed, cheerfully explained, "Do not take offense. It's not that I refuse to take you into the Black Desert. It is simply far too perilous. Not long ago, a group of Germans sought a guide, offering over $50 for one that I dared not accept, and they ended up hiring a few reckless youths. Unfortunately, they have been missing for over a month now. I suspect they have likely turned into mummies by now." Germans? The group exchanged glances, immediately recalling the ancient city of Jingjue, perhaps sensing their confusion. Immortal candidly clarified, "Indeed, they were also in search of the ruins of the ancient city of Jingjue. In my opinion, they are simply wasting their time. The ancient city is a relic from thousands of years ago, and whether it even exists is debatable." Seeing Immortal ramble on, Chen Xuan interjected, "All right, Immortal, please make your preparations and let us know when we can depart. That will likely be tomorrow. We need to gather provisions and water. Rest assured, this money is sufficient. You need not pay extra. We are all friends here." Observing Immortal's shrewd smile, the old foreigner remained somewhat dissatisfied. However, Zhigu Xiao intervened, cupping his hands in gratitude and addressing Immortal. "We shall trouble you. Good sir, we will meet you here at dawn tomorrow in Peacock Town." There was only one inn, which seemed rather desolate due to a lack of business, perhaps due to the scarcity of guests. The innkeeper was particularly welcoming upon their arrival. However, upon learning of Chen Xuan's group's plan to venture into the desert, his warmth quickly dissipated. From his tone, it was evident that he believed they would meet the same fate as the German expedition from a month prior. With a glint of curiosity, Zhigu Xiao leaned toward the innkeeper and softly inquired, "How many people were in the previous German expedition?" "There were quite a few, around 20 to 30, the innkeeper replied. "However, when it comes to the desert, numbers don't matter. It all depends on who does will. If who permits one to live, then one will journey safely. But if who is angered, no matter how many there are, they will all perish in the desert." Upon hearing the innkeeper's words, Zhigu Xiao and his companions exchanged glances, startled by the revelation. "So many." The old foreigner pondered for a moment before quietly asking, "Xixiang, do you think the Germans were also seeking the bottomless abyss?" Zhigu Xiao considered this and slowly shook his head. Unlikely. Aside from the mountain-moving clan, few are aware of the bottomless abyss. However, the ancient city of Jingjue is well documented in history, and there are descendants of its people who have preserved much of its culture. Their destination may very well be the ancient city of Jingjue, or perhaps other ancient kingdoms buried within the desert. Deep within the Ramagan Desert lie the remnants of many ancient kingdoms of the western regions. Jingjue is but one among them. Kingdoms like Lulan and Peacock were once powerful entities in the depths of the Ramagan Desert. Yet, as time passed and the environment changed, the once bountiful oases of the western regions became increasingly inhospitable due to desertification, and countless ancient realms vanished overnight due to natural disasters and human folly. The innkeeper glanced at Chen Xuan's group, noticing the trio of disciples clad in Taoist attire, and felt a pang of sympathy, unable to restrain himself from advising, "You may explore the desert, but do be cautious not to enter the Black Desert. The Black Desert is a place where the divine presence of the great deity who manifests fraught with peril. Few are those who can emerge unscathed from its depths, and one must tread carefully lest they lose their life within. The old foreigner raised an eyebrow at these words, somewhat indignant, and retorted, "Boss, I must confess, I find your statement rather disagreeable. My senior brother has traversed the land far and wide, encountering countless treacherous locales. Can it be that this black desert is more dangerous than the venomous creatures that inhabit the southern mountains?" The innkeeper, a man of a fiery temperament, bristled at the foreigner's disbelief and retorted, "What do those southern mountains amount to? Merely a few venomous insects. But do you know what lurks within the black desert? What is it?" the curious flower spirit inquired. "Humph, in my youth, I once accompanied a caravan into the desert, and we encountered countless red ants, their mounds towering higher than mountains." The innkeeper's face was clouded with memories, his gaze reflecting an enduring sense of dread, had it not been for the forethought of our leader. Warning us in advance and guiding us to safety, I would have surely become a mere skeleton. When we returned to the site after the red ants had retreated, we found over 40 camels and 7 or 8 companions reduced to nothing but bones. In mere minutes, our caravan was decimated, and more than half of our party had perished. Ultimately, we had no choice but to retreat from the Black Desert, and 3 more of our companions succumbed to thirst along the way. From a dozen camels, only I and the leader returned alive. Upon hearing the innkeeper's tale, the old foreigner frowned, clearly skeptical. "Ants as tall as mountains? That must mean there were billions of them. Well, if you choose not to believe, so be it. I cannot be bothered to argue with you." The innkeeper shot the old foreigner a glare, dismissively tossing him a set of keys, and thereafter ignored Chen Xuan and his companions. In his mind, he likely regarded Chen Xuan's group as naive foreigners, thinking that this encounter might be their last. Chapter 81. A chance encounter in the Black Desert. The following morning, Chen Xuan and his companions arrived at Amat's camel caravan, where they observed that Amat had prepared supplies and camels. The caravan was modest, consisting of only 8 camels, yet each was laden with water skins and provisions. Meanwhile, Amat's wife and children were bidding him a reluctant farewell. The old foreigner approached, patting one of the tall yet gentle camels, and remarked, "Well done, my friend. You have prepared quite thoroughly." Amat gestured for his family to return home and, after watching his young wife carry their child inside, turned back with a smile. "We are all friends here." He then pointed to the supplies on the camels. Traversed the Black Desert. We must travel for at least 3 days. And I have prepared 3 days' worth of water and food. 3 days of water. Zhigu Xiao furrowed his brow and quietly inquired, "Is that truly sufficient?" Before entering the Black Desert, they would pass through an oasis and the ancient Peacock River's underground channels, where water could be replenished. However, once they ventured into the Black Desert, they would be on their own. Amat spoke candidly, adding, "If you have not emerged from the Black Desert within 10 days, he left the statement unfinished. But the implication was clear. Should Chen Xuan and his companions fail to exit within that time frame, it would signify their demise within the desert, and he would not intervene. The old foreigner bristled at this, indignant, and exclaimed, "How can you speak like that? Are you cursing us?" No, we are friends. How could I curse you?" Amat quickly defended himself, then turned his gaze towards Zhigu Xiao and Chen Xuan. After 2 days of interaction, he had discerned that these two were the backbone of the group. "Gentlemen, when do you intend to depart?" Chen Xuan waved his hand decisively. "Let us depart at once." With that, the group selected their camels and, amidst the melodious ringing of camel bells, set forth from Peacock Town, gradually making their way into the depths of the desert. The Ramagan Desert spans over 100,000 square kilometers, and after half a day's journey, Peacock Town appeared merely as an inconspicuous black. Surrounding them lay an unchanging expanse of yellow sand. Under the blazing sun, the group paused to drink and rest after each stretch of travel. Of course, it was primarily Zhigu Xiao and the other 2 who needed water. Chen Xuan and Baiji did not drink a single drop throughout the day, appearing unaffected. This phenomenon astonished Zhigu Xiao and the others. For while a person can endure 10 days without food, going just a day or 2 without water leads to the rapid deterioration of bodily functions, especially in the sweltering heat of the desert. The loss of moisture occurs swiftly, and symptoms of dehydration manifest even more quickly. Amidst the swirling sands, the caravan took a momentary respite behind a wind-sheltered sand dune. The guide, Amat, observed Chen Xuan and Baiji with increasing reverence. bordering on fear. Having lived in the Ramagan Desert for decades, he had never before encountered individuals who could forego water. Though Zhigu Xiao was curious, he adhered to the customs of the realm and refrained from asking questions. However, the naive flower spirit, not understanding the subtleties, piped up, "Chen brother, don't you and my brother feel thirsty without water?" Chen Xuan chuckled at her inquiry, shaking his head that we are human, so we too require water. However, our method of hydration differs from that of ordinary people. Upon hearing this, Amat and the others all perked up, quietly tuning in to the conversation between Chen Xuan and Flower Spirit, different from ordinary people. Flower Spirit repeated in bewilderment. Indeed, Chen Xuan gestured for Flower Spirit to pass him a water-skinned as he caught it. He uncorked it while explaining, in the pre-Qin era, there existed individuals known as qi refiners. These hermits dwelled in the mountains, subsisting on the essence of heaven and earth, and consuming the winds, frost, snow, and moonlight as sustenance. They would drink the dew of dawn and rest upon the green mountains at dusk. As he spoke, Chen Xuan poured some water into his palm, in the blink of an eye. The water seemed to seep into his hand, disappearing without a trace. This astonishing spectacle left Flower Spirit and the others wide-eyed. Utterly incredulous, Amat, the small old man, even dropped to his knees, exclaiming, "By the great Hu!" Zhigu Xiao, astonished, remarked, "Are Mr. Chen and Mr. Bai descended from the lineage of the pre-Qin qi refiners?" "One could say that," Chen Xuan affirmed with a calm nod, choosing not to correct Zhigu Xiao's misunderstanding. For he himself was not merely a descendant of the qi refiners. He was the very origin of their tradition. Moreover, to drink the dew and cultivate oneself to such an extent that one could actively draw moisture from the atmosphere was not a feat every qi refiner could achieve. Even Bai Ji could only accomplish this through Chen Xuan's assistance in restoring his consciousness, augmented by the power of blood corpses. Truly a remarkable individual. Amat, having witnessed such a miraculous occurrence, felt an increasing sense of awe towards Chen Xuan. Simultaneously, he began to believe that this journey into the Black Desert might not necessarily end in tragedy. Despite the grave dangers lurking within the Black Desert, which often led to a near-certain demise, there still existed a glimmer of hope. Having spoken, he turned his gaze toward the sun, which was gradually descending toward the horizon. After a moment of contemplation, he remarked, "Mr. Chen, it will soon be dark, we must hasten our journey. Ahead lies an abandoned earthen city where we can take a brief respite. Given the current conditions, it seems a strong wind may arise tonight." As Amat concluded his statement, the old foreigner cast a curious glance at the sky. Yet, all he could see was the blazing sun, with no sign of impending winds. "Brother, are you trying to deceive us? With such a bright sun, how can you tell there will be a strong wind?" Amat, upon hearing this, gave the old foreigner a disdainful glance. "Though I may not possess Mr. Chen's abilities, I have lived in the desert for many years. I can discern when a strong wind or sandstorm is imminent." The old foreigner was about to retort when he was swiftly interrupted by Zhigu Xiao. "Every man has his expertise. Since Brother Amat has spoken, we ought to move swiftly, having traveled extensively and witnessed much." Zhigu Xiao was astute. His decision to abandon arrows in favor of dual pistols attests to his pragmatic nature. After hearing his brother's words, the old foreigner shrugged his shoulders and began to pack up, rejoining the group. However, after another half-day's journey, the sun had set below the horizon. Each time they inquired, Amat would assure them that they were almost there. Frustrated, the old foreigner muttered, "How much farther must we go? You said we were almost there half an hour ago, and now it's dark." And no sooner had the words left his mouth than the group crested a sand dune, where they beheld several dilapidated earthen walls standing amidst the endless yellow sands. Amat responded with a smile, "Friends, do not be impatient. We have arrived." The caravan hurried toward the earthen walls, but just as they reached the edge, Flower Spirit exclaimed, "Brother, come quickly. There's a person lying here." Chapter 82. The Peacock King. Upon hearing Flower Spirit's words, Zhigu Xiao and the others were momentarily taken aback. They quickly navigated around the earthen walls and indeed discovered a man lying on his back behind a broken wall, to be precise. He appeared to be in his 20s, clad in a jacket, and wearing a pair of dark glasses. "Brother, is he dead?" the old foreigner cautiously inquired. Inching closer, he reached out to feel for breath at the man's nose and pulse at his neck. Then turned to Zhigu Xiao and Chen Xuan, shaking his head, "No breath, no pulse. It seems he has been dead for some time." However, Just as the old foreigner finished speaking, the man behind the wall suddenly gasped and bolted upright from the ground. The old foreigner was startled, quickly retreating a few steps and drawing the dagger from his waist, exclaiming, "Is this a resurrection?" As he spoke, he raised his dagger, ready to strike. However, at that moment, Chen Xuan's gaze sharpened. Halting the old foreigner's actions, do not act hastily. This man is not dead. As soon as he finished speaking, the man in the black glasses, gasping for breath, astonishingly opened his eyes and weakly glanced at Chen Xuan and the others. Is there any water? Chen Xuan signaled to Baiji, who understood and promptly retrieved the water pouch from the camel's back, tossing it to the man in black glasses. At that moment, his lips were parched and cracked, and it was evident he had gone a long time without water. Upon receiving the pouch, he eagerly gulped down the water. In no time, he emptied the entire pouch, even licking his lips with a lingering desire for more. After quenching his thirst, the man regained much of his vigor, scrambling to his feet. "Phew, I have finally come back to life." Having uttered those words, the man in black glasses then surveyed Chen Xuan and the others. Upon seeing the three disciples of Zha Gushao, his expression slightly darkened, and he quietly remarked, "Are you from the mountain-moving sect?" Zha Gushao smiled faintly, not hiding his identity, and nodded, saying, "You have a keen eye. My friend, we are indeed from the mountain-moving lineage. May I inquire which path you tread?" Upon hearing this, the man in black glasses appeared somewhat embarrassed, a hint of shyness crossing his face. "I am merely a wanderer of the Jianghu. I cannot compare to the esteemed lineage of mountain-moving." He then turned his gaze to Baiji and Chen Xuan. However, after just a glance, terror washed over his face, and he shouted. Collapsing onto the ground, he pointed a trembling finger at Baiji, stammering, "Evil, evil." "Evil what?" The old foreigner scratched his head, pondering. Indeed, Mr. Bai possesses an air of the uncanny, but aside from being taciturn, he is not a malicious person. Why the fear? Before the old foreigner could comprehend, the man in black glasses suddenly fell silent, turning his head away from Baiji, lowering his gaze, and said, "Thank you for the water. I will repay this kindness in the future. I must hurry out of the desert now. Farewell." As he spoke, he hurriedly attempted to leave. However, at that moment, Baiji suddenly darted forward, blocking the man in black glasses' path. Chen Xuan then smiled faintly and slowly spoke. "You seem to have discerned Baiji's origins at a glance. It appears your eyes hold some significance. As far as I know, among the Irun nobility of Changbai Mountain, there exists a singular lineage known as the Heavenly Eye. This lineage possesses a natural ability to perceive the yin and yang, seeing through illusions that ordinary people cannot comprehend. Moreover, the Heavenly Eye practitioners enjoy lengthy lifespans, living at least 150 years, often exceeding 200, all while maintaining a youthful appearance until death. Could it be that you?" With each word Chen Xuan uttered, the terror on the man in black glasses' face deepened. For every assertion made by Chen Xuan rang true. He was indeed a practitioner of the Heavenly Eye among the Irun nobility, now 37 or 38 years old, yet appearing no older than 23 or 24. Even a century later, he would still maintain his youthful visage, but the cost was that he could only see clearly while wearing black glasses. Without them, he was effectively blind. Most alarming to the man in black glasses was the revelation of his secret of longevity, laid bare before him. Thus, before Chen Xuan could finish, he hurriedly interjected, "Stop. You have mistaken me for someone else. I am not an Irun noble. I am merely a guide, employed by a German scientific expedition. Something went wrong with the expedition, and I must return to the city to seek help. I will not trouble you any further." As he spoke, the man in black glasses attempted to circumvent Baiji to leave. Yet Baiji refused to grant him that wish, swiftly positioning himself in front of the man. The man in black glasses suppressed the tremor within him, weariness etched on his face. "Brothers, what is it that you desire? I am grateful for your assistance, but I currently possess no money." Chen Xuan chuckled lightly, casually finding a clean spot to sit down, then looking at the man in black glasses with a smile that was neither here nor there. "Who is asking for your money? Come, let us converse. Perhaps if our discussion goes well, I shall allow you to leave." The man in black glasses glanced at Baiji, and what he saw behind those glasses were not merely a human, but a mountain radiating an aura of malevolence. The boundless evil energy threatened to overshadow the howling winds and sands outside the crumbling wall. After a moment of hesitation, the man in black glasses chose to yield. Reluctantly, he stepped away from Bai Ji and sat down opposite Chen Xuan, cautiously asking, "Brother, feel free to inquire. I shall speak without reservation. What shall I call you? In the Jianghu, I am known as the man in black glasses. You may call me Xiao He." Nearby, Zhagu Xiao frowned slightly upon hearing this name and inquired, "Could it be that you are the renowned Mr. He, known as the all-knowing one among the green woods of the three eastern provinces?" The man in black glasses turned back with a smile. "Ah, I wouldn't go so far as to say that. I merely scraped by." Zhagu Xiao, intrigued, pressed on, "Why have you ventured into the Ramagan Desert? I have heard from others in the Jianghu that you typically operate solely within the three eastern provinces." Speaking of this matter, the man in black glasses found it somewhat difficult to articulate. If given a choice, he would not have wanted to come to this desolate place. Unfortunately, after a previous job went awry, leading a group into a tomb and ruining his reputation, especially since the crew had significant connections, he sought to avoid trouble by finding refuge elsewhere. Planning to return to the three eastern provinces after a decade or so, noticing the man in black glasses' hesitance, Chen Xuan decided to bypass the topic and directly asked, "You mentioned being employed by a German scientific expedition? Are you sure it was a legitimate scientific team?" Hearing this, the man in black glasses couldn't help but burst into laughter, quickly shaking his head. "Brother, your insight is remarkable. That expedition was nothing more than a band of robbers, here to plunder our treasures. They claimed to be searching for the ancient city of Lulan and offered a handsome sum for a guide that I figured, why not take their money and lead them on a wild goose chase? Claiming I couldn't find it? But who would have thought, at this point?" The man in black glasses paused, suddenly turning to gaze into the depths of the desert. After a considerable moment, he continued, "But who would have thought that shortly after entering the Black Desert, even before I could lead them, that group of Germans truly discovered the ancient city of Lulan. The ancient city of Lulan." The others collectively perked up at the mention. In reality, there are several ancient cities of Lulan. Not far from Peacock Town, there lies another ancient city of Lulan. This is due to the fact that the Lulan dynasty spanned several periods, yet the only period that left no archaeological traces is the ancient Peacock River period. It is said that during the ancient Peacock River period, the ruler of the Lulan dynasty was known as the Peacock King, who had wings and could travel 1,000 miles in a single day. At its zenith, this dynasty controlled 12 nations in the western regions. However, this dynasty lasted only 8 years, vanishing without a trace overnight, with no records, ruins, or even remnants of its people left behind. Although this history lacks written records, it has been woven into ballads that have been passed down. Yet, for centuries, scholars have debated the existence of the Peacock King's Lulan dynasty. Chapter 83. A worthy deal they found it. However, the man in black glasses hesitated, his expression darkening to the extreme. With a gulp of water, he calmed himself somewhat, stating that the ancient city was close yet far, surrounded by marshy sands that had consumed 90% of the water sources. Furthermore, within the yellow sands, countless yellow sand warriors emerged, unafraid even of the firearms carried by the foreigners. As he recounted these events, the man in black glasses shook his head, unwilling to relive the memories. Fortunately, he had fled quickly. Had he been even slightly slower, he feared, "Is it true that there are many traps?" The old foreigner murmured, "Surely there must be some way." The Germans were caught off guard. But Chen Xuan, Bai Ji, and Zhagu Xiao were present, not to mention Chen Xian's near-divine abilities. Merely Bai Ji should find it relatively effortless to deal with those yellow sand warriors. No, it's not just traps. If it were merely traps, they would not deter those individuals. Rather, it is, the man in black glasses sighed. The Germans are fully armed, and the yellow sand warriors, along with the yellow sand marshes, are no trivial matter. Most terrifying of all is the black storm that appeared on the horizon after the yellow sand warriors emerged. The black storm follows closely, consuming everyone in its wake. Recalling all of this, the corners of the man in black glasses' mouth twitched incessantly. It must be a special geographical formation, creating a unique array, enhanced by peculiar miasmas, unless one can break the array in one fell swoop or possess an overwhelmingly terrifying power that exceeds the desert's limits. It would be impossible. Chen Xuan spoke calmly. Then, what exactly should we do? Seeing Chen Xuan's demeanor, Zhagu Xiao grew anxious. "You know more than you are letting on. I need you to accompany me inside and provide me with the information you Heavenly Eye practitioners have gathered over the years." Chen Xuan disregarded Zhao Guxiao's interjections and turned his attention back to the man in black glasses, presenting his terms. Although Chen Xuan had orchestrated this plan for a long time. With numerous talented individuals under his command, some secrets are not easily uncovered. The Heavenly Eye practitioners are shrouded in mystery, born of the natural order. Having encountered one, Chen Xuan certainly sought to inquire about certain matters. Wait, who are you? The man in black glasses, forcing himself to stand, suddenly transformed, regarding Chen Xuan with great vigilance. I will not ask you anything you cannot answer. I merely seek some clues that in exchange, I can assist you with two matters. And additionally, Chen Xuan whispered the remaining conditions to the man in black glasses. After a moment of stunned silence, the man in black glasses eventually nodded to Mr. Chen. Zhao Guxiao wanted to ask something but hesitated to pry further. Chen Xuan pondered the dealings involving the black glasses, while Zhaoyang remained indifferent, emphasizing the urgency of entering the ancient city. Ladies and gentlemen, the harmonious alignment of time, place, and people is indispensable. Merely leveraging the terrain presents its own solutions. As the group took a respite, Zhaoyang calculated Chen Xuan's words, recognizing that the assistance he requested amounted to 2 commitments. With Chen Xuan's formidable strength, toppling the world seemed but a mere flick of the wrist. Meanwhile, the black glasses harbored a sense of trepidation. For him, Chen Xuan's terms were utterly unrefusable, and the resurgence of the Tianyin clan after years of silence was both alarming and intriguing. He could not discern Chen Xuan's true identity, leading him to believe that the ancient prophecies of his clan were indeed valid. Beneath the calm facade of the black glasses, tumultuous waves churned within. The gravity of Chen Xuan's presence signified that numerous secrets could no longer remain concealed, leaving the Tianyin clan to grapple with whether this was an opportunity or a dire crisis. At midnight, under Chen Xuan's command, a somewhat intricate sand table was meticulously crafted by Bai Ji throughout the afternoon. As he caressed the ring on his finger, a hint of solemnity flickered in his gaze. Bai Ji ignited 4 bonfires at the cardinal points of the sand table, their flames exhibiting an eerie blue hue. The desert wind stirred, and Chen Xuan mumbled incantations that in an instant. The surrounding bonfires transformed into a vibrant purple. What is this? Hua Ling inquired, her curiosity piqued. Hush! Trust Mr. Chen, Zhaoyang interjected, pulling Hua Ling back. Though Zhaoyang too was curious, he placed his faith in Chen Xuan. Clearly, Chen Xuan was initiating a formation, intending to enter swiftly, which boded well for the Zagalama clan. Regardless of how they penetrated the tomb, securing the Miaochen Pearl was paramount. Chen Xuan chanted. A gust of wind enveloped the area, swiftly lifting the yellow sands. The desolate ruins underwent a dramatic transformation. Chapter 84. Preaching Sorcery. Summoning wind and thunder. This was a ritual from the Preaching era, manipulating wind and rain in a celestial offering. Zhuge Liang of the Shu Han dynasty famously summoned the eastern winds through this rite. And the black glasses were astonished that Chen Xuan possessed such mastery. Incredible! Hua Ling exclaimed, while Zhaoyang and the old foreigner regarded Chen Xuan with newfound respect. The ancient city, buried beneath the yellow sands, revealed its true form under the tempest conjured by Chen Xuan. The outer walls soared 5 zhang high, adorned with flickering crimson lights. The yellow sand warriors, their eyes glowing red, were poised for action. The black glasses cried out, recalling terrifying memories. The fierce wind formed a barrier, momentarily suppressing the crimson glow. But how long could such a tempest persist? Everyone sensed the wind's might, yet its endurance appeared limited. Heaven and earth are indifferent. The tempest beckons. As the tempest struggled to contain the crimson lights, Chen Xuan resumed his incantation. The surrounding storm surged, accompanied by ominous thunderclaps. With each bolt that struck, a segment of the crimson light dissipated. The thunderous winds, clearing the crimson glow, gradually guided the group towards the ancient city that in the past. He had employed water-summoning sorcery against the Qin army, and later collaborated with Zhuge Liang to manipulate the forces of nature, reversing the cosmic order to devastating effect. In the distance, the black glasses contemplated these revelations. What is that shadow? He pondered, his thoughts racing. Just then, Zhaoyang looked to the sky and exclaimed, "Look, there are clusters of black clouds above the thunder." The ominous blackness instilled a sense of dread, evoking a feeling of impending obliteration. Even amidst the tempest summoned by Chen Xuan, the ominous clouds above remained a source of terror. The black storm approaches. "We must flee," Imate shouted, his exclamations filled with panic. Chen Xuan's earlier actions had left Imate in awe, causing him to overlook the increasingly darkening clouds above. The singular glance at that ominous mass suffocated all with a sense of despair. As if an immense weight were pressing down upon them. Summon the celestial might. Break the constraints of the land. As Zhaoyang and the others prepared to alert Chen Xuan, his voice resonated, and the entire desert fell into an eerie silence, deathly quiet, where not a whisper could be heard. The thunder struck, yet not a sound accompanied it. The howling winds came to an abrupt halt. In the next moment, a thunderous roar erupted as the black cloud coalesced into a storm. Descending directly upon the ancient city, the black storm and the yellow sand warriors were but facets of the terrain. Yet Chen Xuan sought to subdue the tempest and test its might against his own. Chen Xuan remained unperturbed, his plans meticulously laid out. Intending to wield their own weapon against them, it would be exceedingly challenging to alter the topography solely with his own strength, though he was the strongest in the world. The forces of nature were boundless and could only be navigated with finesse. Floods and infernos were beyond mortal resistance. Chen Xuan's strategy was to harness the local storm to combat the yellow sand warriors. As figures glowing with crimson light surged skyward, the yellow sand warriors within the ancient city began to gather, preparing to shield against the impending storm. The phenomena of nature wrought devastation. Terrifying thunder and gathering storms were imminent. "Enough! You may enter. There is no need for such grand displays. You and I, my master is not your foe. After years of guardianship here, all will soon come to a close." That a woman's sigh echoed from the depths of the ancient city. Chapter 85. Arrival at the tomb chamber. Within a concealed chamber, a breathtakingly beautiful woman gazed at the cracked crystal sphere before her, her expression shifting rapidly. She murmured softly towards a particular direction. With gentle words, she swiftly shaped the yellow sand into an envelope that vanished from sight. That a mysterious visitor, a member of a unique clan seeking all secrets, burdened by a curse, was destined to meet her, an encounter that could not be avoided. The stunning woman found herself at a crossroads, yet the opportunity for choice had slipped away. The door remained firmly shut, unwelcoming to guests. Yet, the intruder shattered the entrance, leaving her with no recourse. Avoiding the inevitable was no longer a viable strategy. In the blink of an eye, the tempest and thunder dissipated, and the moonlight cascaded down. Those present, save for Chen Xuan and Bai Ji, experienced a wave of dizziness. Moments later, they regained consciousness, surveying their surroundings. Were we dreaming? What transpired? Thunder, winds, black storms. The ancient city has appeared. The group buzzed with chatter, the remnants of ruins surrounding them, seemingly unchanged. The winds, thunder, and the glowing yellow sand warriors suggested a collective dream. Yet, if it were a dream, it felt too vivid. And how could they all share the same vision? Was that the path into the city? Zhaoyang scanned the area, noticing something amiss, a winding path leading deeper into the desert. The recent events felt too real to be mere dreams. The sensations were overwhelmingly authentic. Among the yellow sands lay traces of purple powder, an oddity under the moonlight if all dreams bore truth. Could Chen Xuan indeed summon thunder and winds? This was no mere illusion but a mirage. Upon entering the desert, the surrounding sands carried a mysterious powder, a dream flower's essence. Upon contact with the dream flower, all present entered the same realm. Chen Xuan briefly explained that the unique powder in the desert was the dream flower. They had not been dreaming. Rather, they had been drawn into an illusion by the dream flower. Everything was indeed real, yet also a fade in this illusion. Any injury could prove fatal, and even upon exiting, the black storm would loom. Chen Xuan had utilized the summoned winds and thunder to shatter the illusion. The dream flower. It truly is the dream flower. That I've heard tales of it from the elders. In our region, it is known as the brain-eating flower. That it is said to be extinct. Yet who would have thought that it is everywhere here? Amiati shivered, trembling as he spoke these words. The term dream flower alone is sufficient to demonstrate the extraordinary nature of this phenomenon. This dream flower is a one-time medicinal powder, as long as one awakens. There will be no danger. Let us proceed along the path devoid of pollen. The ancient city we glimpsed earlier is indeed the ancient city of your. Chen Xuan sighed, gesturing for everyone to follow. Yes, the group, reflecting on the events that had just transpired, hurriedly followed Chen Xuan, fearful that any delay might lead to further troubles. They ventured deeper into the desert, This path was, in fact, a desiccated riverbed. The once mighty Peacock River has now transformed into the ancient Peacock Riverbed. Chen Xuan spoke nonchalantly, recalling that this place was once bustling with activity at this moment. However, he felt no nostalgia, for a rustling sound emerged from the shadows. A swarm of ants suddenly appeared all around them. They were army ants. Black glasses twitched at the corners of his mouth, recognizing the nature of these ants. Army ants are among the most terrifying species of ants. The recent black storm was nothing compared to the dread of these army ants. Let me stretch my limbs. Facing the seemingly endless horde of army ants, the black dragon bellowed, with a swift strike of his fiery breath. The surrounding army ants were obliterated one by one. In the distance, a vast multitude of army ants retreated as if confronted by the most fearsome of foes. After a considerable time, a sea of purple flowers in a deep pit emerged before them. The gentle breeze stirred the dream flowers, which began to sway, though only the stems remained, with petals scattered upon the ground. This place had endured an unfathomably terrifying storm. Deep within the dream flowers lay a grand door, marked with streaks emitting black smoke. It appeared to have been struck by lightning. Just moments ago, Black Glasses, with his keen eyesight, discerned that these were indeed the marks of a lightning strike. It had been buried deep underground. Not in that particular location. No wonder it could not be found. Amiati let out a bitter laugh, realizing that the people here were all seeking treasure, yet their direction was fundamentally flawed. How could they possibly locate the ancient city under such circumstances? Chen Xuan had led them here, uncovering numerous secrets. Let us proceed. Chen Xuan walked briskly through the flower sea, the surrounding scenery failing to captivate his attention. Creak, creak. The great door slowly opened, revealing a pitch-black, unfathomably deep passageway within. Click, click. The echoes of their footsteps reverberated in the tunnel, stretching out into the distance. Chen Xuan had just forcefully broken through myriad obstacles, and this path turned out to be a straight shot, devoid of traps or dangers. This journey back had proven exceedingly rewarding. Amiati pondered these matters, feeling a surge of excitement. As long as they returned to the designated location, the rewards would be immense. Along the way, there were few risks. Though dangers lurked, they were minimal. Chen Xuan's decisive actions had left Amiati feeling entirely unburdened. After descending for half an hour, a colossal iron door appeared before them. An imprint of a peacock in flight was stamped upon the iron door. They had reached their destination. Chapter 86. Two Directions. This is the mark of the ancient city. We have arrived. Upon seeing this mark, Black Glasses was instantly filled with excitement. Zhao Xiao, the old foreigner, and Flower Spirit exchanged glances, equally thrilled. Click, click, click. The sounds of mechanisms whirring came forth, and the iron door swiftly opened. What greeted their eyes was the dazzling main burial chamber, sparkling with golden light. This, Amiati and Black Glasses swallowed hard. Despite having recently escaped danger, the allure of gold and silver was overwhelming. Baiji intended to caution the two, but Chen Xuan gestured for him to remain silent. The gold and silver here, in truth, were not particularly precious treasures. It was impossible for both of them to enter without taking anything. My friends, I am truly grateful to you, my dear friends. The rewards you offer are unnecessary. You shall forever be my friends. Chen Xuan's lack of opposition made Amiati even more exhilarated, albeit only taking a modest amount of gold and silver. They were to take as much as they could, but not too much, for they could only enter this space once. The two began to fill their garments with gold. Chen Xuan reminded them, I shall wait here for you, Mr. Chen. Black Glasses nodded, understanding that he need not venture further inside. Whether it was dangerous or not mattered little. The main concern was merely acquiring these yellow and white treasures. Black Glasses knew he could not take the various treasures within. I too, Amiati nodded, realizing that this was sufficient. One must not be overly greedy or insatiable. You remain here, Chen Xuan instructed Baiji, handing him a note. Baiji need not follow inside. The true main burial chamber lay further afield. Chen Xuan left Baiji behind as a precaution, in case negotiations faltered, so that Baiji could respond if needed. Yes, Baiji accepted the note without hesitation, standing still like a statue. Chen Xuan then entered alongside Zhao Xiao, the old foreigner and Flower Spirit. Once inside, I felt the curse begin to wane. Walking down this path, Zhao Xiao muttered softly, his gaze towards Chen Xuan growing ever more fervent. Zhao Gushao sensed that within the main burial chamber, there seemed to be something capable of suppressing the curse. If all went well, perhaps the long-standing curse could indeed be resolved swiftly. It might even fulfill their desires. But this curse, Chen Xuan intended to say something, but his words faltered midway, leaving him silent. The Ban Mountain lineage had been plagued by this curse, yet its unique ability stemmed from it as well. Once the curse was lifted, whether it would be a blessing or a calamity for the Ban Mountain lineage remained uncertain to Chen Xuan. You may enter. Those remaining outside can temporarily suppress the curse in the hot springs as for completely lifting the curse. The Yaochen Pearl could merely suppress it, not eradicate it entirely, eliminate it completely. In the dark burial passage, a gentle voice echoed once more. The passageway branched, with one end leading to a steaming underground hot spring. The other side, however, revealed a solitary path leading to a high coffin. This voice emanated from within the coffin. Go. Chen Xuan remained calm, encouraging the three to soak in the hot spring to temporarily suppress the curse. This spring was the source that alleviated the curse for the three, easing their burdens significantly. Yet even the spring could not entirely eradicate the curse for the Yaochen Pearl. Its effect was minimal. Mr. Chen, you knew all along. Zhao Gushao stood frozen, appearing significantly aged. The light and flower spirit and the old foreigner's eyes dimmed considerably. Throughout their journey, they had hoped to eradicate the curse entirely. Yet, who could have imagined that the Yaochen Pearl, pursued for countless years, could not fully dispel the curse? Just how peculiar was this curse? They understood that the Yaochen Pearl could not lift the curse but could extend their lifespans. Moreover, the spring here was derived from the same source as the Yaochen Pearl, although the pearl had departed. The water remained potent. To accomplish such feats is indeed possible. Zhao Gushao pondered for a moment, grasping Chen Xuan's meaning. The Yaochen Pearl could not entirely lift the curse, but if it could alleviate suffering and prolong life, that would be enough. Yes, let us continue our search. The old foreigner and flower spirit chimed in unison. One must eat a meal bite by bite and walk the path step by step. The three proceeded to soak in the hot springs to minimize their afflictions. Meanwhile, Chen Xuan ascended the steps, quickly reaching the vicinity of the red coffin. A flickering blue light revealed a figure before Chen Xuan. Mysterious visitor, you have finally arrived. This is a false main burial chamber. The mechanisms have been activated for you. A gentle voice resonated, and click, another dark passageway opened. Only the black dragon remained, exchanging a glance with Chen Xuan. Chen Xuan exhibited no anger, yet the black dragon clearly struggled to contain his frustration. This is the tomb of Prince Gomo. This woman is not the queen. Descending from here would lead to the final royal tomb of the Jingjue kingdom. Chen Xuan was well acquainted with all matters concerning the Jingjue kingdom. He had visited this place before. Thus, regardless of what lay ahead, Chen Xuan was not particularly astonished. However, within this tomb, there were many aspects Chen Xuan did not comprehend, such as the sudden appearance of this woman's voice. When Chen Xuan had come previously, there had been no such sound. Clearly, there were secrets within that he remained unaware of. Chapter 87. Unexpected Developments. Boom! With a wave of his hand, Chen Xuan opened the coffin before him. Inside lay only a withered skeleton, devoid of anything else. You knew all along. It made sense. If you were not well informed, you would not take such risks. The black dragon said no more, following Chen Xuan down. However, he could not shake the feeling that something was amiss. Though Chen Xuan appeared calm, his emotions were evidently unstable, and the changes here. Yet who possessed the ability to disrupt Chen Xuan? Could there truly be so much he remained oblivious to? Having known Chen Xuan for many years, this was the first time the black dragon sensed such fluctuations in Chen Xuan's emotions. Upon reaching the deepest recesses, Black Dragon and Chen Xuan beheld a pitch-black coffin. The mark upon this coffin was familiar to Chen Xuan, bearing the peacock emblem of the ancient royal family. Wu Channa was clearly within. Yet Chen Xuan found it peculiar that he detected no trace of Wu Channa's presence. However, today, it seemed as if even her remaining soul had vanished. Using the secret arts of the Dragon Clan, I can sense that the souls within seem to be entirely gathered in the coffin. However, this does not resemble your methods, and it appears to have been executed to ensure the souls remain in a deep slumber. The Black Dragon, taken aback, understood Chen Xuan's connection to Wu Channa's past. However, He failed to perceive that this place is teeming with souls. A mere glance would reveal the truth. Chen Xuan was not surprised. On the contrary, it was only upon arriving here that everything fell under his command. There were certainly others meddling in Chen Xuan's plans. Yet, as long as they were not stationed here, he had no cause for concern. Most importantly, through this mark, Chen Xuan had a rough idea of who occasionally visited this place. He began to rapidly form seals, causing the coffin to tremble slowly. A low hum echoed. The coffin opened of its own accord, revealing a faint blue light enveloping the body within. The visage of Wu Channa, even after a millennium of death, remained as beautiful as ever. Meanwhile, Chen Xuan's hand gestures continued to shift, and the blue light began to gradually dissipate. I at you. After all these years, you have not changed at all. A gentle call resonated, breaking the long-standing calm of Chen Xuan's expression. The blue light gradually coalesced into a phantom. This was the soul of Wu Channa. Over the years, Wu Channa had not changed much. Nor had she weakened or gone in fact, protected by the surrounding blue light, she appeared radiant. This place was not a prison that I have come. This time, I shall take you away. Chen Xuan suppressed his excitement. Producing a black stone in his hand, the stone was adorned with layers of intricate patterns, seemingly weathered by the passage of time. The stone gently settled upon Wu Channa's body, only to vanish in an instant. The appearance of this stone caused the previously unstable phantom to gradually converge. The nearby blue light began to swirl and flicker around the phantom, creating an ethereal scene. This is the stabilizing stone? It takes centuries to accumulate in this desert, and you obtained it just now. No wonder you are so confident. With the stabilizing stone in hand, nurturing the soul is not difficult. The black dragon beside him expressed surprise, not anticipating that Chen Xuan possessed such a stone. However, recalling the storm they had just encountered, the black dragon understood its origin. Chen Xuan did not opt for an easier route to enter. Instead, he chose to force his way through the Dreamflower Sea because he had discovered the stabilizing stone. This was an unexpected gain. I sensed something amiss, which prompted me to intrude here. As for the stabilizing stone, I initially intended to take her out first, and then seek similar items, not expecting to find one within the Black Storm. Now, Chen Xuan could certainly speculate on who was secretly intervening. However, when he had braved the Black Storm earlier, he had not contemplated much. Simply eager to see what lay ahead, Wu Channa's situation was distinct from that of Bai Ji. Bai Ji had transcended fate. No longer human, akin to the most formidable weapon. In contrast, Wu Channa was someone Chen Xuan had sought to ensure could be resurrected, just like an ordinary person. For Wu Channa to return to life, she required a special treasure as a vessel, such as the stabilizing stone in Chen Xuan's hand. It seems you know who has come here to assist you. The black dragon nodded, refraining from further inquiries. Merely standing by as Chen Xuan prepared to resurrect Wu Channa. For the black dragon, who had existed for countless years, the identity of those assisting Chen Xuan was inconsequential. Throughout the ages, Chen Xuan had amassed numerous friends and acquaintances. It was not surprising that some would quietly offer their assistance. Rather, it was those who might disrupt Chen Xuan that warranted the black dragon's attention. Yes, there are some clues, if all goes well. Chen Xuan did not elaborate, merely hinting at his thoughts. Shortly after, he produced some saltpeter and sulfur, arranging them into a formation nearby. Once ready, Chen Xuan began to cut his finger, murmuring incantations near the coffin. Heavenly Master Chen Xuan, spirit return, come back. As Chen Xuan's voice resonated, the phantom began to slowly descend into the body. After countless years of waiting, Chen Xuan was finally poised to resurrect Wu Channa. Chapter 88. Unforeseen old friends in a vast ocean. An ancient ship sailed languidly. A young man clad in a crimson and yellow robe, with white hair, sat at the edge of the deck. Fishing, Your Majesty, there is movement over there. That person has arrived. An incredibly aged voice came from behind the young an old man, seemingly frail, yet with a glimmer of sharpness in his eyes, spoke. Is that so? It is worth the years of effort I have put in. The young man sighed. As memories of the past began to resurface, the events of yesteryear gradually unfolded before his eyes. Yet, the figures of those days were long gone. The past was but a memory. Zhu Lu, go take a look to the west. It is said that the foreigners have many new curiosities. After a moment, the young man regained his composure and softly issued the instruction. A robust voice echoed from within the cabin. Yes, I shall obey your majesty's command that I end the desert. 7 days had quietly elapsed. Mr. Chen, the partridge whistle, the old foreigner, and the flower spirit stood at a crossroads. Trapped in indecision. 3 days prior, the three had departed from the hot spring. The benefits of the hot spring were considerable. They felt as if they had returned to their youthful selves at 17 or 18. However, lingering any longer would yield no further effect. The hot spring merely served as a temporary reprieve. Boom! A resounding crash echoed, and the partridge whistle instinctively recoiled in no need for alarm. We have emerged, Chen Xuan's voice rang out, the black dragon still standing beside him. However, next to Chen Xuan was another figure clad in black robes, shrouded in a hat, their whole being tightly wrapped. This individual, the flower spirit, wanted to inquire but was silenced by the partridge whistle's gaze. Regardless of who this black-clad person was, they were not someone the three could question. You may send one person back to your tribe to fetch the young ones. Chen Xuan regarded the trio, speaking in a low voice. The water from the hot spring can greatly enhance their reproductive capabilities. Chen Xuan knew the efficacy of the spring water. For the elderly, it merely suppressed the curse, while for the young, it was sufficient to enable normal reproduction and the continuation of their lineage. Thank you, senior. I will return to gather them, the old foreigner stated directly, volunteering to go back. Upon returning to the small town, Chen Xuan did not rush into the next phase of his plans. Under the night sky, Chen Xuan and the cloaked Wu Channa sat by a river outside the small town. The two shared a long silence, their gazes meeting in a smile that spoke volumes. I have slumbered for around 300 to 400 years. My soul began to coalesce. I sensed that approximately 500 to 600 years ago, individuals would come here periodically. She continued. One had white hair, carried a fishing rod, yet appeared youthful, accompanied by an old man and a robust middle-aged man. Although he did not possess your aura, there was an undeniable depth to their connection. Wu Channa began to speak. Yes, I know who he is. A very familiar figure. Chen Xuan was aware of the identity of the one lurking in the shadows, but chose not to divulge too much to Wu Channa. All right, Wu Channa leaned against Chen Xuan's shoulder, while his thoughts drifted back to the Ming dynasty of countless years ago. Back then, in pursuit of peace for the realm, he seized the throne, yet due to the dying wish of the old Zhu, he spared one life. That I did not expect this lad to have such good fortune overseas, learning quite a bit, even uncovering the ancient city. Chen Xuan mused about Zhu Yunwen, the second emperor of the Ming dynasty. Of course, this designation was somewhat contentious. The Yan Wangzhu Di, with whom Chen Xuan shared a close relationship, would assert his claim as the second emperor. However, in reality, Zhu Yunwen was indeed the second. When Zhu Biao and Zhu Xiong passed away young, Zhu Yunwen gained the acknowledgement of Zhu Yuanzhang and, with his permission, was mentored by Chen Xuan for several years. During the succession, Chen Xuan had safeguarded Zhu Yunwen's position. The old Zhu was aware that Zhu Yunwen himself posed no issue, yet his impetuous nature and grand ambitions were concerning. That I left behind numerous ancient texts and arranged for Zhu Yunwen's personal eunuch, along with a martial arts master from the Jingjue, to ensure Zhu Yunwen's safety. Reflecting on the past, Chen Xuan understood that every action had been predetermined. The old Zhu had intended for Chen Xuan to protect Zhu Yunwen's throne. However, after Chen Xuan fell into slumber, figures like Feng Xiaoru, Qi Tai, and Huang Ziqing had gravitated towards Zhu Yunwen. Zhu Yunwen's hasty reduction of fiefs led to the self-immolation of the 13th prince, forcing Zhu Di to choose to clear the court. By the time Chen Xuan awoke, everything had irrevocably changed. Yet, Chen Xuan had anticipated this. He had trained the chief eunuch by Zhu Yunwen's side and secretly trained a group of Jingjue. These individuals safeguarded Zhu Yunwen and fled overseas. When they finally reunited, that lad had said little, clearly intending to repay Chen Xuan quietly. Having experienced so much, Chen Xuan felt a tinge of regret for Zhu Yunwen. He had foreseen Zhu Di's uprising, yet he had not intervened. Rather, he had inadvertently fueled the flames. Zhu Yunwen would come to know this later, which was why they had not crossed paths in the centuries that followed. However, Zhu Yunwen's discreet assistance to Chen Xuan signified that their past grievances had been settled. After all, Chen Xuan had aided Zhu Di in pursuit of peace, and he had helped Zhu Yunwen escape. Fulfilling a promise. Chapter 89. Stunning secrets. As dawn broke, the first rays of sunlight graced the faces of Chen Xuan and Wu Channa. The two gazed at this sight, filled with immense satisfaction. By the way, there is something I wish to discuss regarding our next steps. Wu Channa suddenly spoke. I am aware that you have grand plans after all these years, though my soul has remained trapped in the tomb. I have been able to hear whispers from the beyond during this century. Many secrets from the primordial times have reached my ears. One such secret pertains to the blood of the black dragon, which obscures the heavenly path, distorts yin and yang, and allows one to defy fate. This. Chen Xuan was utterly astonished and harbored no doubts regarding Wu Channa's words. After all, the existence of the black dragon, which had survived for countless years and possessed an invaluable bloodline, was undoubtedly precious and had boundless utility. In fact, the presence of this black dragon symbolized the will of the heavenly Tao to confront and eliminate the black dragon, thereby causing a degree of chaos within the heavenly Tao, was theoretically sound. What you imply is that by using the blood of the black dragon to obscure the heavenly Tao, I may not even need to enter a state of slumber. After a long while, Chen Xuan discerned Wu Channa's intent. After all, Chen Xuan was a person defying fate. Remaining in this world was indeed a great temptation. What he needed was to obscure the heavenly Tao, allowing himself to avoid the forced slumber. Yes, indeed, the black dragon is exceptionally unique. If one were to acquire its blood, they could break free from their shackles. Moreover, the blood of the black dragon is exceedingly rare. Possessing dragon blood means one need not rely on the serpent god for assistance. Wu Channa nodded, clearly sharing a profound understanding with Chen Xuan. However, first and foremost, the veracity of this secret is beyond discernment. Secondly, even if it is true, disregarding relationships, slaying the black dragon would provoke a backlash from the heavenly Tao, leading to a situation where the losses would outweigh the gains. Chen Xuan pondered for a moment, but ultimately rejected Wu Channa's suggestion. The black dragon represented a facet of the heavenly Tao's will. Even if Wu Channa were to assist him in dealing with the black dragon, it would merely mean severing his own support. With the black dragon's presence, at the very least, Chen Xuan still had an ally. Kill the black dragon would result in both Chen Xuan and Wu Channa facing the wrath of the heavenly Tao, which was a terrifying prospect. We have more prudent plans. Besides, we have already waited for many years, so there is no need to rush. Chen Xuan reassured Wu Channa and analyzed the situation. Indeed, Wu Channa's words stirred Chen Xuan's heart. If they could take care of the black dragon, it would mean the end of countless years of nightmares and an escape from the cycle of reincarnation. Yet, Chen Xuan understood that it was not so simple. Should the black dragon be slain, the heavenly Tao would manifest a different will. The heavenly Tao is not static, but rather ever-changing. Even formidable individuals like Chen Xuan and Wu Channa embody the will of the heavenly Tao. However, even with the possibility of backlash, alternative methods exist to mitigate such repercussions. Wu Channa bit her lip, recognizing that Chen Xuan spoke the truth, yet she remained unwilling to concede. The opportunity lay before them, and the shortcut was tantalizingly close. Wu Channa hoped that Chen Xuan would cooperate. After all, the chance to confront the black dragon might only present itself in the coming days. Once the black dragon returns to its lair, both Wu Channa and Chen Xuan would be left with no opportunities. Wu Channa would rather take risks than live with regret. With only 3 years in total, time was running short. If they continued to waste it, when could they? With many plans for her and Chen Xuan's future, Wu Channa naturally did not wish to miss this opportunity. After all, she was acutely aware of the solitary existence Chen Xuan had endured over the years. Aside from a handful of individuals, no one remembered him, nor did anyone accompany him. Although Wu Channa now possessed boundless longevity, she could only spend 3 years with Chen Xuan every 60 years. At this moment, Wu Channa did not want Chen Xuan to continue living in such solitude. Given any opportunity, she would seize it. Zhuge Liang of Yer wielded an incredible fate and defied heaven, yet paid a heavy price, his whereabouts unknown. Not to mention, at this juncture, I consider confronting the black dragon without being adequately prepared to face the heavenly Tao directly. Presently, Chen Xuan was exceedingly cautious. The more enticing Wu Channa's proposal became, the more vigilant he needed to be. Otherwise, the tranquil life of both Wu Channa and Chen Xuan would be shattered in an instant. I doubt you make a valid point. The light in Wu Channa's eyes flickered, clearly contemplating Chen Xuan's words. His reasoning indeed held weight, and their discussions proved immensely beneficial. Yet, Wu Channa remained reluctant, for both were acutely aware that this was an opportune moment. The black dragon was nearby. If Wu Channa and Chen Xuan chose to launch a surprise attack, the probability of success was substantial. However, Chen Xuan had already made his decision, and Wu Channa was willing to heed his counsel. Stay with me. Next, we shall venture to the bottomless ghost cave. Chen Xuan recognized Wu Channa's good intentions, hence he did not conceal his plans. With Wu Channa resurrected, Chen Xuan's concerns were alleviated. And it was indeed time to attend to pressing matters. Furthermore, with Wu Channa's assistance, Chen Xuan could expedite his grand designs. Very well, that Wu Channa readily agreed, expressing her willingness to follow Chen Xuan anywhere. The two continued to sit there, savoring a rare moment of tranquility. Chapter 90. Each with their own concerns as night enveloped the small town, Chen Xuan returned to his residence with Wu Channa. Zha Gushao, Hua Ling, and others awaited at the entrance to Mr. Chen. The first batch of tribesmen has arrived. We are immensely grateful, Zha Gushao spoke, his eyes glistening with tears, overwhelmed with excitement. After so many years, the people of the tribe finally had a glimmer of hope. Chen Xuan had just intervened, allowing the tribe to address their true troubles of reproduction and continuation. Hope must be fought for by yourselves. And this is merely the beginning. Chen Xuan reassured the tribe's opportunity arose largely due to Chen Xuan's efforts. Yet if Zha Gushao, Lao Yongrun, and Hua Ling were unprepared to face greater dangers, all would prove futile. Yes, we shall remember the teachings of our predecessors. Zha Gushao and Hua Ling nodded, understanding that this was not an end but rather a commencement. All right, return and rest. We shall set off for the bottomless ghost cave tomorrow. Chen Xuan urged them not to linger at the entrance, but to prepare for the journey ahead. It was more prudent to remain vigilant, contemplating the challenges that lay ahead. Understood. After Zha Gushao and Hua Ling departed, another figure awaited not far off. Mr. Chen, I have come to fulfill my promise. Please enter. Chen Xuan beckoned Black Glasses inside. He and Wu Channa took their seats at the table, awaiting Black Glasses to join them. Black Glasses gazed at Wu Channa, clad in black, immediately recognizing her extraordinary identity. He also understood that this enigmatic figure was the master of the ancient city's tomb. Chen Xuan had come to this desert specifically for her. Mr. Chen, I believe I understand your inquiries. However, I must return to my tribe to organize the scrolls. As for the previous promises made to you, it would be better to discuss them once everything is concluded. Black Glasses chose his words carefully. He and the mysterious tribe behind him were willing to share secrets with Chen Xuan first. As for the promises Chen Xuan had made, there was no urgency. They would be addressed once Chen Xuan achieved success. Should Chen Xuan's plans come to fruition and he emerged as the strongest, that would provide a solid foundation for further discussions. If Chen Xuan were to fail midway, then his various promises would hold little weight. Before Chen Xuan could express his stance, Wu Channa cleared her throat that a surge of boundless spiritual energy seemed to envelop Black Glasses. His face instantly paled, as if he had plunged into an endless abyss. The force then vanished in an instant. As though nothing had transpired, Wu Channa's minor intervention was not intended to kill. What manner of individuals surround Chen Xuan? Black Glasses, drenched in cold sweat, felt as though he had been resurrected from the dead. Yet this was no mere illusion. Without Chen Xuan's involvement, even a single black-clad figure could annihilate him. Not to mention that beside Chen Xuan stood the terrifying Bai Ji. Black Glasses was now grateful that he had not outright rejected Chen Xuan, but had instead expressed his thoughts more tactfully. Had he been arrogant, he might have found himself without a burial place. Senior, now, Black Glasses struggled to articulate an explanation, unsure of how to proceed. Regardless of how he framed it, the fact remained that he could not engage in immediate trade with Chen Xuan, whether due to a lack of resources or mistrust in Chen Xuan's strength. These matters were all too clear to those involved, yet Black Glasses found himself at a loss for words. Very well. You should be able to ascertain my whereabouts at any time that I await your readiness. Chen Xuan cast a glance at Black Glasses, making no effort to retain him. Black Glasses' intent to return and organize the scrolls was merely an excuse. He was simply observing the situation. His arrival was perhaps premature. Chen Xuan had sought out the Black Dragon and many formidable individuals, yet they were still insufficient and unable to even initiate plans. If Chen Xuan wished to garner further assistance, he must first demonstrate his strength. All right. Black Glasses felt a sense of relief. Had Chen Xuan insisted on keeping him, it would have posed a significant problem. After all, Black Glasses' actions indicated a reluctance to collaborate with Chen Xuan. Alternatively, he might have intended to play both sides. But Chen Xuan was indifferent to such matters as long as there was a willingness to cooperate. They could unite at any time. Upon exiting the room, Black Glasses felt as though he had lost something. Were it not for his family's orders, he might have truly considered collaborating with this elder. After all, what I share now is akin to providing timely aid. Discussing it later would merely embellish the situation. Hardly a secret. Reflecting on these matters, Black Glasses experienced a tinge of regret. Yet, in this moment, regret held little significance. He had said what needed to be said, and attempting to retract it was futile. There was no remedy for remorse in this world. He had never questioned his family's decisions, yet now he deeply wondered if they had miscalculated. Chapter 91. The Bottomless Ghost Cave. The following day, Chen Xuan and his companions quietly departed the small town. The journey to the Bottomless Ghost Cave was not far from there. The Abyssal Ghost Cave, the serpent deity. There always seems to be something amiss. However, with Chen Xuan leading the way, venturing forth seems harmless enough. The Black Dragon observed both Wu Channa and Chen Xuan, harboring some suspicions in his mind, guided by Hua Ling and Zhigu Xiao. They traveled for 2 days and soon arrived at the outskirts of the Abyssal Ghost Cave. The area surrounding the cave was barren, devoid of any vegetation, and the flora appeared withered. The profound black hole seemed to lead directly to the realms of the netherworld. Sir, we are well stocked at present and do not require supplies from the village. When we descend the mountain, I shall certainly invite you to visit our clan, Zhigu Xiao stated briskly, sharing his thoughts. Indeed, the arrangements are commendable. We shall proceed for approximately 3 more kilometers. That shall be your limit, and you may wait for me there. Chen Xuan replied with a nod, indicating to advance further. Engaging in conversation with the serpent deity within the Abyssal Ghost Cave was of paramount importance. Yes, this is a map we have painstakingly compiled over the years, Zhigu Xiao remarked, momentarily caught off guard before producing a map. This document encapsulated the exploration experiences of the Zagramar tribe concerning the Abyssal Ghost Cave over countless years. Excellent. Chen Xuan glanced at the map, memorizing the general route before stowing it away. The map indeed provided a comprehensive guide, and Chen Xuan appeared to have discerned certain elements within it. The Abyssal Ghost Cave was the domain of the serpent deity. An entry would not be easily granted. Chen Xuan's current objective was to instill anxiety in the serpent deity and the Black Dragon. Despite their collaboration, neither the Black Dragon, Ji Chong, nor Chen Xuan could elicit the serpent deity's agreement for an alliance. Before long, the group reached the inner sanctum of the Abyssal Ghost Cave, where Zhigu Xiao and Hua Ling came to a halt. Both bore faint black lines on their hands and faces. In the distance, a ghostly purple and blue glow emanated, reminiscent of a flesh-eating curse. Within the Abyssal Ghost Cave, bizarre stone pillars supported a unique underground cavern. Upon entering, it felt akin to being a headless fly, aimlessly colliding with obstacles, utterly disoriented. The proximity to the Abyssal Ghost Cave intensified the curses afflicting them, making it increasingly difficult to suppress their effects. Delving deeper into the cave was an immense burden for the two. We must converse face to face. He does not seem inclined to welcome us at this moment. The Black Dragon sighed, confronting the eerie silence of the Abyssal Ghost Cave, resigned to the necessity of venturing inside. Chen Xuan's ambitions were audacious, and the Black Dragon was deeply concerned, let alone the serpent deity who had yet to make an appearance. Presently, Chen Xuan possessed an almost infinite lifespan and formidable strength, allowing him to live without worry. Yet, driven by an insatiable curiosity for the truth, he insisted on dragging many into perilous ventures, naturally failing to garner approval, even if Chen Xuan and the Black Dragon sought adventure. The serpent deity at this juncture would need to weigh the consequences. When guests arrive, it is customary for the host to extend a warm welcome. Furthermore, who does not yearn for enduring strength and a more stable existence? Chen Xuan, however, remained unfazed. The serpent deity within the Abyssal Ghost Cave could not perpetually evade confrontation. Moreover, the Abyssal Ghost Cave was not a place where one could indefinitely avoid exposure. Powerful beings like the Black Dragon, the serpent deity, and Ji Chong could not simply exist in tranquility. The specter of aging, illness, and mortality, though seemingly distant, would eventually confront them all to truly break free from their shackles. The only path lay in daring to disrupt the divine order's control. As gusts of wind swept through the Abyssal Ghost Cave, it seemed as if the serpent deity tacitly acknowledged Chen Xuan's assertions. Yet, The wind resembled nothing more than a gentle breeze, possessing a certain effect. Chen Xuan sensed this wind, understanding that his words had caught the attention of the hidden entity. Still, the serpent deity remained reluctant to take risks or, perhaps, simply did not wish to meet with Chen Xuan at this time. The serpent deity's sentiments mirrored those of the enigmatic figure behind the black glasses. Chen Xuan's plan was undoubtedly sound. The principal dilemma lay in whether Chen Xuan possessed the capability to realize such a scheme. The serpent deity, Ji Chang, and the black dragon each harbored aspirations to shatter their confines, but were hesitant to attempt it. Success would yield immense rewards, yet failure could result in far greater losses. Only by demonstrating terrifying strength could Chen Xuan persuade others to join him in even the slightest of trials. Taking out a compass, Chen Xuan began to calculate the route depicted on the map. However, the compass failed to indicate a clear direction. Spinning erratically amidst the various paths that it was evident that each route could lead Chen Xuan to the serpent deity, yet every path twisted and turned in complexity. Although the serpent deity could not prevent Chen Xuan from advancing, each route would require time for experimentation. Chapter 92. The innate divination, wind, and small accumulation at the junction of paths marking the starting point within the abyssal ghost cave. The black dragon was unhurried. After all, the serpent deity could not escape, and they could afford to wait. As for Chen Xuan, he set the compass aside and chose the left path, reasoning that the serpent deity would await him at the end of the middle route. Conversely, if Chen Xuan took the right path, the serpent deity might veer left. This implied that, in this place, unless Chen Xuan struck true, the serpent deity could perpetually engage in a game of hide and seek. Given this, the polite gestures should conclude, and it was time for action. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Xuan decided against further delay. After all, his time was limited. Having come this far, he was determined to confront the serpent deity. Should he fail this time, he would return in 60 years alongside these allies. Do as you wish. Just call for me when the time comes to strike. The atmosphere here was chilling, making it quite uncomfortable. He would wait aside for now. The black dragon offered no further commentary, permitting Chen Xuan to proceed as he wished. Having reached the ghost cave, it seemed they could not merely play the role of guests. Chen Xuan produced 2 jade tokens, one belonging to Ji Chang and the other to the Queen Mother of the West. These tokens contained the remnants of powerful energies. Through these special tokens, one could summon the respective owners temporarily to this location. Alas, it seems I cannot escape the need for divination. Using this place as a focal point, he sought guidance, hoping for some insights that Ji Chang's ethereal voice resonated as he settled cross-legged. Grasping a tortoise shell for divination, let us give it a try, the Queen Mother of the West murmured softly, employing her clan's secret arts to initiate a red light that surged into the cave. Whether or not they could derive meaningful insights was of little consequence, by obstructing the abyssal ghost cave. The serpent deity would be left with no options. Chen Xuan now felt confident in his ability to exert considerable pressure on the serpent deity. Within the cave, layers of obstacles had been set up by the serpent deity. At worst, they could force their way inside. Utilizing the map, they would explore the future mechanisms of the abyssal ghost cave. The map provided by Zhigu Xiao was proving invaluable. Chen Xuan directly shared it with the Queen Mother of the West and Ji Chang. Let us consult this map and discern the serpent deity's fate. Buzzing sounds emanated as Ji Chang's tortoise shell trembled. Whoosh! The red light surrounding the Queen Mother of the West darted throughout the cave. Layers of fog were swiftly dispelled. The once ominously dark abyssal ghost cave transformed into an ordinary underground cavern. No wonder the serpent deity had been hiding here, laying out layers of obstacles. It appeared there was indeed something concealed. The Queen Mother of the West murmured softly. Noticing some inconsistencies, the serpent deity had been deliberately concealing certain elements, yet eventually left behind traces. Within the abyssal ghost cave, a deeply hidden location was uncovered. This was one of the innate divinations, a secret of the serpent deity. Releasing the divination to observe, Chen Xuan sought to uncover which hexagram the serpent deity had concealed. After inspecting, he realized that the serpent deity had utilized the terrain to form an innate hexagram. Excellent. Ji Chang and the Queen Mother of the West, ever eager for excitement, combined their powers and surged into the deepest recesses of the abyssal ghost cave. Crack! Crack! Something began to shatter gradually. That a surge of purple light flickered, revealing the hexagram. This hexagram represented the ninth innate hexagram, wind and small accumulation. The wind traverses the heavens, nurturing the small to foster the large. Since the serpent deity also desired to break free from constraints, why maintain such distance from others? The hexagram had been revealed. Our collaboration could herald hope. Chen Xuan gazed into the depths of the abyssal ghost cave, inviting the serpent deity forth. Having dwelled within the abyssal ghost cave for years, the serpent deity was not merely engaging in solitary cultivation. The curses affecting nearby individuals and the hexagrams present were essentially experiments conducted by the serpent deity. Though the serpent deity appeared tranquil, having remained inactive for years within the abyssal ghost cave, the serpent deity's true intention was to seek genuine longevity. The curse afflicting Zhigu Xiao's kin was part of the serpent deity's scheme. The curse bore prophecies, wielding the power to predict the future. The serpent deity's ambitions were indeed grand. Now, Chen Xuan understood that the serpent deity's aspirations aligned closely with those of the Queen Mother of the West. Both were engaged in various experiments. However, the Queen Mother of the West acted overtly, while the serpent deity operated in the shadows. Regardless of who it was, no one could resist that enticing allure. Even those uninterested in longevity would not wish for a blade to hang perpetually above their heads. Jichong sighed deeply, acknowledging the serpent deity's formidable strength, yet noting the subtle machinations at play. The serpent deity had concealed its plans well, avoiding exposure. In contrast, the Queen Mother of the West was overtly ambitious. Many were aware of her previous schemes. Thus, her failure led to the current exposure of the serpent deity. At this juncture, there was no longer a need for concealment. They all shared a common goal: that if the serpent deity, the Queen Mother of the West, Chen Xuan, and the Black Dragon were all waiting for the others to make the first move before reaping the benefits. Such a mindset would only perpetuate a strange equilibrium rather than present opportunities. The divine order sought balance, yet the Queen Mother of the West and Chen Xuan were inclined to forcibly disrupt that balance. While the Black Dragon was interested in interjecting, the serpent deity, wishing to pursue its research discreetly, entertained such thoughts, yet ultimately, the serpent deity had failed. Even the serpent deity's years of effort have proven largely futile, resulting in the near annihilation of the Zagalama tribe. Chapter 93. The Tomb of 10 Absolutes. The ancient divine crypt. The sound of mechanisms whirring echoed within the abyssal cave. What can knowing the so-called truth achieve? Except to deepen one's suffering. If I were you, I would choose to be blissfully ignorant. A muted voice emerged, revealing a figure with the upper body of a human and the lower body of a serpent, adorned with a peculiar snake mask. This was precisely the serpent deity that Chen Xuan had been seeking, one of the most ancient deities known to date. Regrettably, I have no desire for ignorance. Nor do my companions. Chen Xuan spoke with serene composure. Naturally, Shi Wangmu and Jichong fully endorsed Chen Xuan's sentiments. Very well. If you wish to know something, I can selectively disclose certain information. The serpent deity expressed a hint of resignation. What is the Tomb of 10 Absolutes, and what lies within? Seeing the serpent deity's willingness to cooperate, Chen Xuan voiced his inquiries. The Tomb of 10 Absolutes. You are inquiring about the ancient divine crypt, where countless deities and ancient gods are interred. As for how to gain entry, it is quite simple. One must possess sufficient strength to enter. Without it, access is denied. The serpent deity spoke of matters he was well aware of. The ancient divine crypt serves as a resting place for ancient gods. The fallen ancient gods were immensely powerful, and the serpent deity was not particularly formidable. In battle, did they engage in mutual combat? Or was there another adversary? Chen Xuan directly questioned, reasoning that under comparable circumstances, ancient gods would not engage in lethal conflict. Even in a skirmish, the number of fallen ancient gods would not be so great. Within that terrifying battle lay colossal secrets, and the very secret Chen Xuan sought was of this nature. Their adversary was an elusive celestial principle. You may perceive this realm as an immense breeding ground, with the celestial principle as the caretaker. The sustenance is controlled by the celestial principle, while the ever-growing strong bestow upon it certain special powers. However, the ancient gods monopolized the vast majority of this sustenance, rendering other factions incapable of contending with them. Even the celestial principle itself could not determine who might utilize the sustenance. Thus, in the end, the celestial principle incited discord among the ancient gods, culminating in a cataclysmic war for supremacy over the majority of power. The serpent deity relayed this, recognizing it bore little relevance to Chen Xuan. What Chen Xuan needed to grasp was but a singular point. The will of the celestial principle maintained equilibrium. This signified that the celestial principle needed to cultivate the strong, relying on certain powers from them to sustain its own might. Yet, this was a double-edged sword. The ancient gods inflicted losses upon the celestial principle. Forcing it into the shadows, Chen Xuan murmured, while Ji Chong and Shi Wangmu exchanged glances, astonished by the revelation of such a secret. The truth was deceptively simple, yet as the serpent deity asserted, knowing it offered little utility. After all, the celestial principle and the ancient gods were distant, and Chen Xuan, Shi Wangmu, Ji Chong, and the Black Dragon found themselves far removed from the celestial principle. Even Chen Xuan had merely heard of the Tomb of 10 Absolutes, learning of the ancient divine crypt from the serpent deity. Beyond this, access remained unattainable. Even the serpent deity found it exceedingly challenging to gain entry. The answers acquired within this abyssal cave were indeed. The Black Dragon muttered, arriving at the abyssal cave, yet failing to uncover the secrets he sought. Originally, the Black Dragon, Ji Chong, Shi Wangmu, and Chen Xuan had come to the abyssal cave hoping for the serpent deity's assistance in entering the Tomb of 10 Absolutes. However, the serpent deity, aware of the genuine secret, sought further exploration. Yet, the serpent deity's explorations bore no fruit. Chen Xuan, Shi Wangmu, and Ji Chong continued their inquiries, discovering answers that proved little different. The celestial principle governed all, with each individual's every step falling within its predictions. How could mere chess pieces ever hope to become the players? Even if a chance to become the player appeared, such opportunities were incredibly slim. Upon hearing of the ancient divine crypt, your interest must undoubtedly intensify. Yearning for the powers of the ancient gods, do not inquire how to gain entry. The realm of the Tomb of 10 Absolutes has become a forsaken land, utterly inaccessible. Even if the Tomb of 10 Absolutes were to manifest before you, entry would still be denied, as the celestial principle restricts all, preventing anyone from reaching that level of strength. The serpent deity anticipated Chen Xuan's forthcoming question, thus directly addressed it. The ancient divine crypt is an exceedingly unique place. It is impossible for you to enter. Chen Xuan aspired to enter the ancient divine crypt, where remnants of deities now lie hidden, each yearning for access. Yet, not a single individual has succeeded, and none even know the location of this place. The celestial principle has erased its existence. The serpent deity had instructed the Zagalama tribe to make prophecies, in truth seeking the precise location. However, after years of effort, the serpent deity had taken a misguided path. Ji Chong and Shi Wangmu wished to say something, but found themselves at a loss for words. They now understood why the serpent deity remarked that knowing the secret could be more burdensome than ignorance. After all, in ignorance, one can still entertain the thought of becoming stronger, of attaining greater power. Yet facing such a harsh reality, no one could bear the weight. Presently, with the celestial principle exerting strict control over all factions, it is evident, if there is one with the greatest potential for breakthrough, it is undoubtedly you. After all, your identity is the most unique of all. The serpent deity hesitated briefly, but ultimately voiced this assertion. Chapter 94. An unusual variable. In the abyssal cave. Unique? Shi Wangmu and Ji Chong seemed to glimpse a glimmer of hope, their excitement palpable as they inquired further. Yes, all beings are predetermined, whether ancient gods or even more ancient exceptional beings. They are all predetermined. The inability of the celestial principle to maintain balance is also a predetermined outcome. However, your presence here introduces a variable. You, as a predetermined entity, could not bring about change, yet you are the variable. After hearing the serpent deity's analysis, Chen Xuan felt a flicker of confusion. Predetermined, variable. Indeed, the predetermined can be controlled by the celestial principle. Solutions can be devised, and there are always means to contend with them. Yet this variable transcends the celestial principle's dominion, to the extent that it cannot sense you at all times. In terms of confronting the celestial principle, you possess an advantage greater than that of fearsome ancient gods, old gods, and founders alike. The serpent deity acknowledged Chen Xuan's exceptional nature. You have the ability to forge a formidable power under the celestial principle's oversight, while continuously pursuing the secrets of the ancient divine crypt. Others may find it easy to learn of the Tomb of 10 Absolutes, yet a thorough investigation can lead to complete eradication. Furthermore, You have transcended the most fundamental and crucial rules, utterly disregarding the boundary between life and death. Even the celestial principle cannot erase you. It can only compel you into a 60-year slumber, granting you 3 years of wakefulness. As the serpent deity articulated these truths, he regarded Chen Xuan with immense esteem. Chen Xuan may indeed be the most pivotal individual in resisting the celestial principle that so, one might describe him as eternal, indestructible. Shi Wangmu furrowed her brow, contemplating the serpent deity's reasoning, which bore substantial merit. Many were aware of Chen Xuan's uniqueness and found it astonishing, yet it was often met with mere incredulity. After all, myriad secret arts exist, seemingly infinite, each surpassing the last. Yet Chen Xuan's foundational ability is truly defiant of heaven. Slumber signifies the preservation of one's strength, allowing for cultivation upon awakening. Chen Xuan, during his slumber, continuously enhances his power. 60 years spent in slumber surpasses the 100 or even hundreds of years others would require to grow stronger. Yes, eternal, indestructible. Even if Chen Xuan were gravely injured and suddenly fell, he would resurrect 60 years hence. The serpent deity expressed a sense of wonder. Indeed, Chen Xuan's status as a variable was profoundly alarming. For the serpent deity, this naturally presented an opportunity for collaboration. The more extraordinary Chen Xuan's abilities became, the greater the serpent deity's potential rewards. Yet the serpent deity was acutely aware that the very nature of Chen Xuan as a variable represented immense peril. They lacked the strength to breach the ancient divine crypt. You possess that strength, yet it is unnecessary to take such risks. For even as a variable, while the celestial principle cannot suppress you, it can continually raise the thresholds. Simultaneously, the more unique you become, the greater the power the celestial principle extracts from you. The serpent deity implored Chen Xuan, hoping he would refrain from perilous pursuits and reconsider entering the ancient divine crypt. Chen Xuan had already become akin to an immortal, extraordinarily powerful. Given time, none could rival him. Thus, why should he court danger, inviting substantial threats upon himself? The serpent deity's caution stemmed from a fear that Chen Xuan's relentless exploration might incite even graver crises in the future. Should Chen Xuan attempt to enter the ancient divine crypt, it would undoubtedly trigger monumental upheavals. Whether it be the tomb of 10 absolutes or the ancient divine crypt, it would be prudent for Chen Xuan to refrain from further exploration. Chen, the Black Dragon, Shi Wangmu, and Ji Chong all regarded Chen Xuan, hoping he would not be swayed by the serpent deity's words. After all, they relied on Chen Xuan to rally forces against the celestial principle. The relationship between Shi Wangmu and the Black Dragon was tenuous, and Ji Chong was not particularly familiar with either. The Black Dragon had only allied with them due to Chen Xuan, making him the focal point of their hopes. Should Chen Xuan be influenced by the serpent deity's words and opt for a life of leisure instead of exploration, the hidden formidable beings across all factions would truly lose hope of becoming more than mere pawns. These individuals had glimpsed opportunities because of Chen Xuan, and they were unwilling to succumb to control. No, I must enter. Since I am a variable, I cannot adhere to convention. Moreover, the longer I delay, the greater my pressure and the slimmer my chances of success. With a smile gracing his lips, Chen Xuan gestured to the others, indicating that they need not rush. The interests of the various parties were rather disparate. The serpent god, being the strongest, had little room for further enhancement and thus preferred a semblance of stability. As for the Black Dragon, the Queen Mother of the West, and Ji Chong, they still possessed ample potential for improvement. Each of these 3 factions contemplated leveraging their collaboration with Chen Xuan to advance further. Even if they could not contend with the heavenly Tao, extracting benefits from this alliance to strengthen themselves was still a favorable outcome. Why lengthy exposition has fallen on deaf ears, has it not? The serpent god, increasingly exasperated, felt the winds whip around him. Initially, he had intended to dissuade Chen Xuan a few more times before concluding matters. He envisioned a future where Chen Xuan traversed the realms with his enchanting companion, allowing for a temporary peace among the factions. However, Chen Xuan showed little interest in the notion of stability. On the contrary, he increasingly yearned to delve into the tomb of 10 absolutes. Whatever lay within that tomb represented a clue that Chen Xuan could not afford to overlook. Chapter 95. A 2-year accord since you have made your decision. Then, upon hearing Chen Xuan's words and observing the allies around him, the serpent god hesitated even more. Grant me 2 years to prepare, and after that, You may seek me out. You are not yet ready, so let us postpone this discussion, if that is agreeable." After a moment of contemplation, the serpent god established the agreement. "Very well, but you must demonstrate sincerity. Otherwise, why should I grant you 2 years?" Chen Xuan spoke with intention. "So be it. Since you have articulated it thus, I shall present you with a significant gift." The serpent god nodded, gesturing, and a black orb, the size of an egg, materialized. With a crack, the orb shattered into dust, releasing tendrils of black gas that dispersed into the surroundings. When the orb shattered, the area was illuminated considerably. "This contains the curse mark of the Zagralama tribe. Now that the divination has been revealed, I must seek another place for my cultivation. This tribe's many skilled individuals, despite my willingness to cooperate, have become a burden." The resigned serpent god chose not to further exploit the people of the Zagralama tribe, but instead offered them to Chen Xuan. Each individual was a formidable expert. The Zagralama tribe was a trump card meticulously nurtured by the serpent god. Yet, he now deemed it unnecessary to continue utilizing their talents to TO him. These individuals had become a liability, better placed in Chen Xuan's hands. Chen Xuan, recognizing the serpent god's sincerity, agreed to assist the Zhigu Shao and the others in lifting their curse, thus fulfilling one of his promises to AT this moment. The serpent god was astute, offloading his burdens. Consequently, he would not face greater pressure. The serpent god was indeed cunning. Transferring this tribe to my control would expose my every move. The serpent god incurred little loss and could still feign allegiance to my side. Chen Xuan was well aware of the serpent god's ulterior motives, but chose not to expose him. The serpent god was no fool. Rather, he was exceedingly shrewd, naturally contemplating how to foster greater cooperation with Chen Xuan. Yet, to reap more benefits, the serpent god knew that some investment was necessary. Chen Xuan was pleased with the offerings provided, indifferent to the serpent god's subtle machinations. Moreover, the Zagralama tribe was not lacking in strength. Chen Xuan intended to assist in rallying these individuals to the Xian sect. After reaching an agreement, Chen Xuan departed, and the ethereal forms of Ji Chang and the Queen Mother of the West swiftly vanished. What a remarkable Chen Xuan, indeed. Yet, the mere addition of these individuals would not yield substantial benefits. As tranquility returned, the serpent god felt little joy. Chen Xuan's numerous plans would inevitably bring countless crises upon him. This temporary collaboration with Chen Xuan was only a means for the serpent god to maintain his position. Had other options presented themselves, he would not have so readily considered any ties with Chen Xuan. At this juncture, the alliance between Chen Xuan and the serpent god was merely a matter of Chen Xuan's overwhelming strength, compelling the serpent god to acquiesce. If alternative choices existed, the serpent god would not collaborate so readily. Whether Chen Xuan would succeed remained an uncertainty. In a distant location, Ji Chang regarded the cracked jade tablet in his hand, his expression subtly complex. He had not anticipated finding the serpent god so swiftly. Moreover, the serpent god's schemes were numerous, allowing for such a rapid collaboration that Ji Chang had not foreseen Chen Xuan's remarkable speed. Of course, Chen Xuan's time was limited, thereby instigating a degree of urgency, a sentiment Ji Chang could comprehend. After all, with only 3 years at stake, swifter progress would yield greater opportunities. Ji Chang was willing to accompany Chen Xuan on this venture, yet he hoped fervently that Chen Xuan's plans were devoid of flaws. The connection with the serpent god further revealed to Ji Chang that there were many secrets surrounding Chen Xuan. This realization intensified Ji Chang's desire to expedite their collaboration. In the palace of the Queen Mother of the West, her expression fluctuated between light and shadow. Chen Xuan had indeed amassed considerable gains, yet this was not necessarily a positive development. His rapid progress was not without merit. However, the Zagralama tribe would henceforth serve as an additional arm for Chen Xuan. The voice of the Zhang family's patriarch echoed, mirroring the Queen Mother's thoughts. Chen Xuan's plan succeeding was undoubtedly advantageous. Yet the primary concern lay in Chen Xuan's overwhelming success. The Zhang family patriarch, Ji Chang, and the Queen Mother of the West had not directly reaped the rewards. Over the years, Chen Xuan had consistently gained immensely. Although the Zhang family and the Queen Mother of the West had also been developing their influence in the shadows, it paled in comparison to the Xian sect. Alas, the serpent god had already stated that you and I are fated. Chen Xuan is the variable. This implies that the sole individual capable of breaking the stalemate was. In fact, Chen Xuan, that we have overthought our positions. The Queen Mother of the West refrained from elaboration, yet her implications were unmistakable. It was best to avoid harboring ulterior motives at this juncture, regardless of whether it was the Queen Mother of the West or the Zhang family patriarch. Both must first collaborate with Chen Xuan as for the strength of Chen Xuan's faction or the number of his subordinates. These were trivial matters. Point 1 cannot have both fish and bear's paws. If the Zhang family patriarch desired Chen Xuan's assistance, he would naturally have to pay the price. Humph. The Zhang family patriarch turned to leave, uttering not a word more. Chapter 96. The acknowledgement of the moving mountain clan outside the abyssal ghost cave. The villagers felt an unsettling shift in the atmosphere as a thunderous rumble echoed from the mountain above. Before the watchful eyes of all, the deep cave was astonishingly filled with massive stones. Curses, what is happening? Why do I feel a warmth, as if something has departed from my body? The curse seems to have been directly lifted. The long unseen sunlight pierced through the clouds, bathing everyone in its glow. Meanwhile, on the mountain, Zhigu Xiao and Hua Ling stood in awe at the scene below. Is at M.Chen. Note, is this the work of a senior? Thank you, esteemed elder, sensing the gradual dissolution of the curse. Zhigu Xiao knelt immediately. No need for such grand gestures. It was merely a trifling act. Chen Xuan coughed lightly. From now on, you are free to lead your people to seek a suitable place for rest and recuperation. No, the esteemed elder has bestowed great kindness upon the moving mountain clan. We dare not forget it. I, Zhigu Xiao, Hua Ling, pledged to serve the elder for eternity. Both Hua Ling and Zhigu Xiao spoke in unison, expressing their willingness to follow Chen Xuan. Chen Xuan did not immediately consent. Since you are so sincere, let the entire clan migrate to Changsha City. Those who wish to accompany you may distance themselves from their kin. Wu Chana spoke softly, aware of Chen Xuan's needs and what Zhigu Xiao desired. Clearly, Chen Xuan's future stronghold lay in Changsha City, while the Zagralama tribe sought to enter society and needed a place to reside. Making Changsha City an ideal choice, we beseech you to grant us permission. We are ready to prepare for the migration, Zhigu Xiao hastily declared, eager to lead his people to Changsha City. With Chen Xuan's protection, the Zagralama tribe could thrive within Changsha City, and the younger generation could be closer to Chen Xuan. If that is the case, then prepare, I shall await you in Changsha City. Chen Xuan did not refuse the kneeling Zhigu Xiao. Granting Wu Chana due respect, Wu Chana had arranged matters well, and Chen Xuan was thoroughly pleased. Moreover, Wu Chana's unwavering dedication to Chen Xuan's interests was something he could not overlook. Indeed, Hua Ling and Zhigu Xiao were elated. Gaining Chen Xuan's approval was undoubtedly fortuitous. With this opportunity presented by Chen Xuan, they would strive to seize it for their entire clan. Chen Xuan's lifting of the curse further solidified their unwavering faith in him. A month later, in Changsha City, Chen Xuan, accompanied by Wu Chana, arrived at the Northside Villa. The two wandered about Changsha City, resembling an ordinary couple. Chen Xuan taught daily, while Wu Chana shopped for groceries and prepared meals. Awaiting Chen Xuan's return, such a life was immeasurably blissful. Chen Xuan had little inclination to explore the tombs further. The various burial sites held no allure for him. However, while Chen Xuan and Wu Chana enjoyed a tranquil existence, Changsha City was rife with unrest. Within a 5-kilometer radius of the Northside Villa, numerous unfamiliar faces appeared. These individuals were clearly outsiders, taciturn, and possessing exceptional skills. Yet, their inconspicuousness was not alarming, given the multitude of experts in Changsha City. However, this group of individuals, spending lavishly, quickly purchased the surrounding properties. Zhang Qishan, February Hong, and various clan leaders convened several times, all keeping a watchful eye. Yet these enigmatic wealthy individuals merely bought houses, allowing some elders and children to move in. As for investigating these individuals, they remained shrouded in mystery, their skills formidable. Even Zhang Qishan could only speculate that these were the experts of the moving mountain clan, gathering in Changsha City. In response, Zhang Qishan remained silent, as did the others. This was due to a remark made by Qi Tizui at a recent gathering. With such significant movements near Bailey Bian, who but Elder Chen could possibly orchestrate it? Who among you would dare to obstruct the endeavors of Elder Chen and the mountain-moving clan? Qi Tizui's words resonated deeply with the others, leaving them to watch with bated breath as the experts of the mountain-moving clan congregated in Changsha City. As for Chen Xuan, he remained unperturbed, leading a life of ordinary tranquility. After so many years, this was the first time Chen Xuan felt such comfort. With Wuchana by his side, he was free from the treacheries of others and the anxieties of dynastic changes. He only needed to focus on being a man with a woman waiting for him at home, and that was sufficient. As for the spies from various factions within Changsha City, Chen Xuan paid them no mind. For it was evident to anyone with sense that the ties between the mountain-moving clan and him were exceptionally profound. Chapter 97. Atop Mount Tai, the numerous experts of the mountain-moving clan resided near Chen Xuan. Careful not to intrude upon him, the nature of Chen Xuan's connection with the mountain-moving clan and the reason for their collaboration remained a mystery to all. Chen Xuan, however, continued to live peacefully in Changsha City with Wuchana. 2 months swiftly passed, and on the eve of the Mid-Autumn Festival, Chen Xuan and Wuchana booked tickets one morning, their destination being Mount Tai. Observers in Changsha City watched Chen Xuan come and go. Their curiosity piqued, yet none dared to intervene. As Chen Xuan departed, he was accompanied not only by Wuchana, but also by Zhigu Xiao, and Hualing Elder is heading to Mount Tai. But for what purpose? At the train station, Zhigu Xiao quietly inquired of Chen Xuan to retrieve something. Without alarming too many people, Chen Xuan reflected on past events, urging Zhigu Xiao to remain discreet. Understood, my subordinate knows. Zhigu Xiao grasped Chen Xuan's intentions. His curiosity about what Chen Xuan sought only intensifying. After all, whatever warranted Chen Xuan's personal retrieval could not be an ordinary object. Hua Ling and Zhigu Xiao would remain in Changsha City, awaiting Chen Xuan's return. Meanwhile, Bai Ji continued to follow silently, posing no trouble. On the night of the Mid-Autumn Festival, the moonlight bathed the landscape, casting an eerie pallor. Chen Xuan arrived at the summit of Mount Tai. Surveying the scenery below, the object he sought was hidden within a patch of grass at the peak. For many years, he had not considered utilizing an item stored here. However, with the willingness of the snake god to cooperate and the explicit support of Ji Chong and the West Queen Mother, Chen Xuan felt the need for a reliable foundation. He aimed to convey to his friends that all plans must be built upon a foundation of strength. As Chen Xuan reached the summit, a buzzing sound began to resonate. The very mountain seemed to tremble at his arrival. Old friend, after all these years, it is time for you to fulfill your purpose. Chen Xuan extended his right hand, and suddenly, a glint of cold light flashed in the distance as a dark object hurtled toward him. Bai Ji instinctively moved to shield Chen Xuan, but he swiftly grasped the object that it was. A chopping knife? It appeared rather unremarkable. Bai Ji, surprised, murmured softly. Chen Xuan had come here merely to retrieve a chopping knife, which she had not anticipated. The knife bore numerous rust spots, having been used for many years, rendering it utterly unusable. Bai Ji pondered whether there truly were many treasures atop Mount Tai, but she hadn't expected this particular item. This knife was known as the life-cutting knife, forged from a meteorite that fell a millennium ago. Utilizing this knife could alter the lifespan of others, albeit merely in the direction of shortening it. Upon hearing Bai Ji's description, Chen Xuan grew intrigued and prepared to discuss the knife with her. This blade emerged during the Tang dynasty under Emperor Xuanzong, when a rogue discovered a specially crafted meteorite in a fishing village by the Bohai Sat. That time, Chen Xuan was in slumber. Shortly after the onset of the Lushan rebellion, the meteorite suddenly exploded, revealing an ordinary chopping knife that was taken by a rogue. The rogue conducted thorough research on the knife, seeking to understand its capabilities. Is it truly so formidable? Bai Ji swallowed hard, staring at the knife in awe. Chen Xuan possessed such a peculiar treasure, capable of severing a person's lifespan. This seemed rather redundant. A single strike could simply eliminate an opponent. However, the life-cutting knife's true purpose was not for those easily dispatched, but rather for extraordinary entities like the Snake God and the West Queen Mother. Every action bears a cost. For every year of life taken from another, the wielder must forfeit significantly more. The heavenly principles are clear, and retribution is inevitable. Chen Xuan sighed. The life-cutting knife was akin to a double-edged sword, inflicting damage upon both the enemy and the user. If there were no repercussions, he would not have kept the knife sealed away for countless years. Wielding this knife often led to a desperate struggle against formidable foes, forcing one into a position of mutual destruction. However, in this world, Chen Xuan had yet to encounter an adversary worthy of such a sacrifice. Now, recalling the knife merely served as precautionary preparation, and he would not use it lightly. The immense side effects of its use left Chen Xuan feeling apprehensive. Master, I shall wield this knife when the time comes, Baiji declared resolutely. Should they encounter an insurmountable opponent, she wished to assist Chen Xuan with this blade. For Baiji, all that she possessed belonged to Chen Xuan. She would not allow Chen Xuan to use this knife without her offering her life. For Chen Xuan's safety, Baiji was prepared to make that sacrifice. Had it not been for Chen Xuan, she would likely have met her end, perhaps even in an undisturbed state of death. The Wu family had suffered considerable losses, and should news of this return, all factions would take action, and no matter how powerful Baiji had been, she could not contend with those adversaries. Moreover, given that Chen Xuan had saved her countless times, Baiji hoped for an opportunity to repay him. Chapter 98. The unique life-cutting knife atop Mount Tai. The moonlight spread like a silken veil, shrouding the land in an ominous chill, as if all life were at stake. You. Cease this discussion. Chen Xuan was momentarily stunned. Words failing to form on his lips. Severing a century of life from another meant that the wielder would need to sacrifice 120 years, or even more, depending on the target's status. If the opponent held a particularly high rank, the price could multiply exponentially. Gazing at the luminous moonlight, Chen Xuan understood that this knife must not be wielded lightly. Ironically, Yang Yuhuan became its first target, followed closely by An Lushan. Contemplating these matters, Chen Xuan recalled how An Lushan's sudden demise was indeed linked to this knife. Many believed that Emperor Xuanzong's neglect of state affairs stemmed from Yang Yuhuan. A notion echoed even among the ranks of rogues that a prominent figure within the rogues had used this knife against Yang Yuhuan, severing her lifespan, and subsequently, An Lushan's, which could have controlled the Tang dynasty for much longer, was also cut short from afar. Just before this significant figure's death, Chen Xuan awakened that as he had maintained a good relationship with this individual, the knife was passed on to him. This figure was none other than Yuan Tiangang, who had safeguarded the Tang dynasty for countless years. Holding the knife, Chen Xuan reminisced about how he had acquired it atop Mount Tai long ago. Yuan Tiangang had implored him to do everything possible to prolong the Tang dynasty. Regrettably, due to the entanglements of this knife, Yuan Tiangang, who could have achieved immortality, ultimately. Reflecting on this, Chen Xuan felt a pang of regret. Yuan Tiangang was a true genius. Alas, his loyalty to the Tang dynasty and the Li family was inexplicable. To ensure the dynasty's longevity, Yuan Tiangang dealt with many troublesome individuals. For instance, the unexpected demise of Wu Zetian was influenced by Yuan Tiangang's intervention. Likewise, Yang Yuhuan was merely one of those whom he confronted directly. Even with the life-cutting knife in his possession and possessing extraordinary abilities, Yuan Tiangang could not secure the eternal reign of the Tang dynasty. Pondering these thoughts, Chen Xuan could not help but feel a sense of loss for Yuan Tiangang. Time had turned countless cycles. Had Yuan Tiangang lived to this day, he could have offered considerable assistance. Master, Baiji called out to Chen Xuan, noticing his abrupt silence. Yet Chen Xuan had no time for further conversation. The moment he grasped the chopping knife, an array of strange phenomena flashed before his eyes. This place is indeed the tomb of the 10 absolutes. There must be numerous treasures here. Let us take a look. Whispers echoed in Chen Xuan's ears. The figure leading the crowd was one he recognized well, none other than Huashang Yun, who had recently taken her leave from him. Surrounding Huashang Yun were several individuals, seemingly renowned figures from Changsha City and beyond. In the distance, dark clouds swirled ominously, beneath which a colossal shadow appeared to tremble slowly. How could this be? The tomb of the 10 absolutes. This scene vanished in an instant. And the next moment, Chen Xuan regained his focus. Upon obtaining the knife, he had witnessed such a vision, as if the knife was offering a warning. Let us depart. Chen Xuan said little more, turning to leave the summit of Mount Tai. Baiji asked no further questions and hurried to catch up for Wachana. After a moment's hesitation, uncertain of what had transpired, she too quickly followed Chen Xuan. Chen Xuan's demeanor was remarkably composed. Unless truly faced with grave danger, it was unlikely he would exhibit such urgency. 3 days later, in Changsha City, at Bailey Biyuan, before Chen Xuan, Zhigu Xiao reported in a hushed tone, "Elder, there has been little activity in Changsha City of late, and the Hua family remains exceedingly calm. With no personnel on the move, if they were to venture into the tomb, it would be impossible for it to go unnoticed." Zhigu Xiao, while articulating these thoughts, was oblivious to the fact that the Banshan clan had not discerned any significant movements within the city of Changsha. Currently, The inhabitants of Changsha are fixated on the Bei Li Bi Yuan, with very few expressing urgency to descend into the tombs. It is not that these individuals require excessive permission from Chen Xuan to act. Rather, they are simply intrigued by the intentions that Chen Xuan harbors for the Banshan clan's presence in Changsha. Without a clear directive from Chen Xuan, all parties must continue to bide their time. Yes, let us keep a watchful eye on the Hua family, and moreover, if any significant activity concerning the tombs arises elsewhere in the realm, we should endeavor to investigate it. Chen Xuan nodded, finding no surprise in this, as the Hua family had indeed remained inactive. As for the scene he had previously witnessed, it now seemed merely an illusion. If the Hua family were to undertake any actions, it would be impossible to conceal them for long, nor would there be a need for secrecy. The recent tranquility enveloping the Hua family suggested that no significant issues were at hand. Understood, Zhigu Xiao acknowledged, aware of Chen Xuan's curiosity regarding the Hua family. However, the lack of activity from the Hua family in Changsha did not imply a similar calm in other regions. The Hua family's influence is widespread, and the Jia Gulama clan possesses the ability to prophesy. Thus, the members of the Jia Gulama clan must make effective use of this capability. If the Hua family were indeed to act, Zhigu Xiao wished to be the first to inform Chen Xuan. Yet, numerous other bits of news had recently surfaced, just as Zhigu Xiao was about to depart. He suddenly uttered a statement. Chapter 99. Divergent Plans. The Hua family. The lingering spirit of Hua Shangyun still resides within the ancestral hall. Hua Jinsi and many others of the Hua family have gathered here. Reporting to the family head, the Banshan clan's members have swiftly infiltrated and are observing closely. Many of our affairs cannot even be mobilized within Changsha, let alone in our other branches. Indeed, many of the family's resources remain unmovable. The Hua family's managers reported one after another. Initially, exploratory endeavors would not attract undue attention, but with the Banshan clan fixated on the Hua family, many in Changsha redirected their gaze. Gather everyone and proceed directly to the locations I have indicated. Take your time. We have ample time at our disposal. Hua Shangyun remained silent for a moment, fully grasping the situation at hand. Very well. The managers exchanged glances, saying no more. Your actions for the sake of those from years past are certainly understandable. However, once the others departed, Hua Jinsi suddenly spoke. Many matters cannot be clarified to you at present, but when the time comes to encounter certain individuals, one must be prepared to give their all. Hua Shangyun gazed at Hua Jinsi, softly articulating these words. In truth, Hua Shangyun was well aware that her actions could jeopardize the entire Hua family. Yet, in service of Chen Xuan's plan, she had no other choice. Yes. Hua Jinsi fell silent for a moment. Recognizing that Hua Shangyun had made her decision, her counsel would undoubtedly bear little weight. Thus, Hua Jinsi could only contemplate that within the 10 absolute tomb, countless treasures may exist to compensate for the Hua family's losses. If the 10 absolute tomb were to yield little wealth, or if it could not offset their losses, the Hua family might very well face ruin. The recent depletion of resources could spell disaster for the Hua clan. At the Bei Li Bi Yuan, as the Banshan clan sought information regarding the Hua family, a multitude of reports soon converged that on the surface, the Hua family appeared exceedingly tranquil, exhibiting minimal activity. And like others, they spent much of their time observing Chen Xuan. Chen Xuan presently commanded the most significant power in Changsha, the Banshan clan. Should Chen Xuan refrain from making a direct declaration, it is evident that the others would remain inactive for the time being. The Hua family exhibited little movement, leading to two possibilities. Either the Hua family had entirely ceased their investigation of the 10 absolute tomb, or they were collectively concealing their actions to avoid detection. Given the scrutiny they faced from all sides, Chen Xuan was evidently more inclined to believe that the Hua family was deliberately shrouding their activities from view. However, the Banshan clan had recently received additional news. Individuals from the Xieling faction had dispatched a request for assistance, having encountered significant troubles, and sought the intervention of a senior. As Zhigu Xiao prepared to investigate, he suddenly recalled this development. Chen Xuan had requested an inquiry into the Hua family. Thus Zhigu Xiao had initially conducted a covert investigation into them, now realizing the urgency of the Xieling's plea for aid. The Xieling clan had encountered severe difficulties and sought Chen Xuan's assistance. It may indeed be prudent for Chen Xuan to meet with the Xieling representatives and establish some connection with them. For the Xieling lineage also harbors numerous skilled individuals, Cultivating a relationship with the Xiaoling clan would undoubtedly be advantageous for Chen Xuan's plans. The Xiaoling people. Have them come forth. Upon hearing of the Xiaoling's predicament, Chen Xuan's interest was piqued. Typically, the Xiaoling would not seek external aid, yet it was clear they were in dire straits. Building rapport with the Xiaoling would not hinder Chen Xuan's objectives in the slightest. Chen Xuan had previously contemplated approaching the Xiaoling clan should time permit. Moments later, Senior Chen, I am Chen Yuqing from the Xiaoling clan. A gaunt middle-aged man entered and immediately bowed before Chen Xuan. Not long ago, our leader ventured into the Insect Valley, but suffered catastrophic losses and has since vanished within. That we humbly request your assistance. Chen Yuqing's heart bore the weight of immense pressure. The Xiaoling was facing an existential crisis. A calamity that cast a shadow over the entirety of their lineage. The Insect Valley was notoriously perilous, and now the Xiaoling had committed a substantial portion of their forces within. It was inconceivable that they would emerge unscathed. Chen Yulo's ill-fated strategy had led to the potential decline of the Xiaoling clan. If only Chen Xuan would intervene, the Xiaoling lineage might still have a fighting chance. Yet if Chen Xuan remained inactive, the Xiaoling would be left with no opportunities. The Insect Valley, that is indeed a treacherous locale, to enter recklessly. Chen Xuan did not arrive at an immediate conclusion, but pondered for a moment. The Insect Valley was no ordinary place. It harbored formidable defenses. Years had passed, and one could only speculate what developments had transpired within. Chen Yulo and his party had been missing for an extended period. In such a vast expanse as the Insect Valley, locating a few individuals would not be a simple task. While Chen Xuan could venture into the Insect Valley, failing to locate or rescue the Xiaoling individuals would render the endeavor futile. Chapter 100. Past intersections at the Bei Li Bi Yuan, Chen Xuan's residence. The Xiaoling clan was facing an imminent catastrophe, a monumental crisis. Resolving this matter held implications for the entire Xiaoling lineage and even the future of the realm itself. The former King Xian shared a connection with me. Years ago, he journeyed to the Han Dynasty to pursue knowledge and fortuitously acquired substantial insights. Subsequently, I leveraged the methodologies of controlling insects from the southwest. Mastering the art of manipulating the Tianqiong. Reflecting on the past, it is evident that the King Xian was a student of Chen Xuan at that time. I paid little heed to this pupil. Maintaining minimal correspondence, by a stroke of fate, the King Xian obtained the Yaochen Pearl, an artifact intricately linked with the serpent deity. Returning the Yaochen Pearl to the serpent deity would not be an unwise decision. Considering this, Chen Xuan recognized the connection between the Yaochen Pearl and the serpent deity. The goodwill of the Xiaoling lineage was something Chen Xuan aspired to secure. However, he needed to exercise caution. For the tomb of the King Xian was no ordinary sight. Senior, regarding the Xiaoling lineage's current predicament, Chen Yuqing hesitated, acutely aware of the dangers posed by the Insect Valley, and felt it inappropriate to pressure Chen Xuan unduly. Yet, given the stakes involved for the Xiaoling lineage, he was determined to make an earnest effort. Should you agree, upon entering the Insect Valley, half of the treasures will belong to you. Initially, Chen Yuqing felt that he should extend even more to Chen Xuan. But aside from the Xiaoling lineage's involvement, there were others to consider. Thus, half of the spoils would be allocated to the Xiaoling. After a moment of deliberation, Chen Yuqing proposed this condition. Let me consult an oracle on this matter. If it is deemed favorable, I will proceed. If not, the Banshan clan will send skilled individuals to assist the Xiaoling lineage in addressing the aftermath. As for these treasures, we shall discuss them post-rescue. Chen Xuan continued to weigh his options, refraining from giving an immediate answer to Chen Yuqing. This, upon hearing Chen Xuan's words, Chen Yuqing naturally felt a tinge of disappointment. Thank you, Senior. With uncertainty weighing heavily on him, Chen Yuqing could only retreat to await Chen Xuan's final decision. Master, the Insect Valley is not a place to be trifled with. Recent currents within Changsha are turbulent. I can dispatch a few individuals there. As Zhigu Xiao observed Chen Yuqing departing, he hastily expressed his thoughts. Chen Yuqing's plea for aid did not truly pose a crisis for Chen Xuan. Zhigu Xiao had faith in Chen Xuan's prowess, believing he could effortlessly enter and exit the King Xian's tomb and rescue the Xiaoling lineage. Nevertheless, Changsha could not afford to lose Chen Xuan. If he departed, the city would likely descend into chaos. Most importantly, Chen Xuan had not established significant ties with the Xiaoling lineage. Thus, why should he personally undertake the journey? Even if the Xiaoling possessed numerous skilled individuals that Chen Xuan intended to recruit. The Banshan clan's strength was formidable as well. Do not concern yourself. You may prepare accordingly. Should I remain stationed in Changsha, it might lead to an overly tranquil atmosphere. Chen Xuan instructed Zhigu Xiao, whose suggestion sparked a new idea within him. Recently, Chen Xuan had contemplated leaving Changsha, thereby encouraging various factions to take action. Otherwise, if he remained, all parties would fixate on him and the Bei Bi Yuan. Should Chen Xuan decide to vacate Changsha, the others would naturally be emboldened to act rather than remain in silence. Out of respect for Chen Xuan, various factions would temporarily set aside their endeavors. Chen Xuan had always maintained such tranquility, a state of mind that many would not dare to adopt in inaction. Indeed, the Lord speaks with great wisdom. Zhigu Xiao nodded in agreement and hurried to prepare the items Chen Xuan required. As Chen Xuan needed to venture into the Insect Valley, the mountain-moving clan had to make necessary arrangements for the future of the Unloading Ridge lineage. Zhigu Xiao remained uncertain. Yet, since Chen Xuan had taken action, as long as Chun Yulo and many of the elite remained alive, it was only natural that they could emerge unscathed. It was truly unexpected that after all these years, he would still have to contend with individuals with whom he shared some history and various conflicts. According to the Serpent Goddess assertions, perhaps these people had already become the pets of the heavenly path. Watching Zhigu Xiao depart and reflecting on the words of the Serpent God, Chen Xuan realized he was privy to many secrets. According to the Serpent Goddess theory, Chen Xuan belonged to a unique category of immortals, a being that was eternal and indestructible. Other immortals were merely those who had been permitted by the heavenly path to ascend to a certain realm. The heavenly path regarded these immortals as pets, gradually extracting certain essences from them, soul or vital essence, treasures of utmost importance that one could never afford to lose. Prolonged loss of soul or vital essence would inevitably lead any individual to madness, even resulting in the forfeiture of their unique ability of immortality. Throughout his journey, figures such as Su Fu, Li Chunfeng, Yuan Tiangang, and Zhang Liang had all acquired special items during specific periods, which, after significantly enhancing their powers, eventually led them to madness and the loss of their immortal capabilities. Perhaps this was the same fate that awaited the King of Offerings. Thus, what the heavenly path lacked might very well be the innate talent for immortality possessed by each genius. Contemplating these thoughts, Chen Xuan drew conclusions based on the experiences of certain friends and the insights provided by the Serpent God. However, he understood that these were merely conjectures to truly comprehend the nature of the threats and the heavenly path as plans. It was essential for Chen Xuan to investigate personally. Otherwise, remaining in Changsha City would only guarantee temporary safety, and once 3 years had elapsed, he would inevitably fall into a slumber once more. Chapter 101. Considerations from all sides within the secluded courtyard. Chen Xuan was not in a hurry to consult the divination, but rather pondered over the Serpent God's words, meticulously reflecting on his experiences over the years. Gaining clarity on these matters would enable him to devise strategies for confronting the heavenly path in the future. The Serpent Goddess Dust Pearl was akin to an eye for him, and its fall into the hands of the King of Offerings might very well be a scheme of the heavenly path. Chen Xuan was unclear about how the Dust Pearl had ended up with the King of Offerings, but he recognized its immense significance to the Serpent God. The fact that the Serpent God refrained from taking drastic actions after losing the Dust Pearl indicated that offending the King of Offerings was not an option for him. On a grand vessel, an ancient voice resonated. "Your Majesty, the time of the 1,000 spirits has arrived, and they have returned. That individual has fulfilled their long-cherished wish." The delicate figure draped in purple gauze alighted upon the ship, promptly offering a bow. "Your Majesty, the 1,000 spirits have reported back. That individual has placed no hindrances upon me, nor has he left any tracking spells in my vicinity." She recounted her experiences. It became evident to her that she was merely returning a favor and saw no need to linger. Their relationship had reached a point where meeting felt less significant than not meeting at all. The silver-haired young man fell into a brief silence, murmuring softly to himself. After a while, he gestured for the 1,000 spirits to withdraw. "Master Xian, I am unaware of your grand plans at this moment, nor do I wish to interfere. I hope that once these matters are concluded, you may enjoy a few days of peace." The young man's whispers faded into the sea breeze in a pitch-black chamber. A grotesquely distorted figure gradually awakened. Food had just arrived, accompanied by the presence of a familiar person. This time, Preparations needed to be made with meticulous care. Not unfamiliar, not unfamiliar. Who is this person? Who could it be? The figure growled, a wave of familiarity washing over him from a distant place. This peculiar sensation startled the shadow, as it had not experienced anything like it for many years. Countless individuals had perished in the past. Formidable sorcerers and emperors who once dominated the world had turned to mere bones. Yet, the overwhelming sense of familiarity instilled a profound fear in this figure, a fear steeped in recognition. Countless years passed. The present figure had long forgotten the events of yesteryears. Unsure of who this individual truly was, the shadow could only recall one thing. Anyone daring to tread into this vicinity must prepare a gift, regardless of who it might be. They were destined to remain here forever, unable to escape. The following day at dawn, Chen Xuan set forth with Zhigu Xiao, Bai Ji, and 20 elite members of the mountain-moving clan on their journey to the Insect Valley. Wu Chana temporarily remained at the Northly Courtyard, assisting Chen Xuan in keeping a watchful eye on the various factions in Changsha City, ensuring that the mountain-moving clan could firmly establish its foothold. Subsequently, Hua Ling would assist Wu Chana as the two transformed the area surrounding the Northly Courtyard into Chen Xian's domain. Chen Xian, however, showed little concern for these affairs, leaving everything in Wu Chana's capable hands. As he sat on the train heading towards the Insect Valley, Chen Xian maintained a calm demeanor, while Bai Ji gazed out at the scenery in a daze. Chen Yuqing's expression, however, grew increasingly grim. At this pace, he hoped they would arrive in time. With Chen Xian's assistance, the leader and the brothers would surely face no trouble. In Chen Yuqing's heart, it felt as though a colossal boulder had been lifted. Chen Xian and his entourage traveled at a swift pace, leaving Chen Yuqing to pray fervently that the leader and his brothers could hold on a little longer, with Chen Xian's aid. It seemed plausible that the unloading ridge lineage could be salvaged. The train jolted along the way until it reached the territory of the unloading ridge, where they utilized the secret techniques of the unloading ridge to hasten their journey. 4 days later, Chen Xian and his subordinates finally beheld the Insect Valley, shrouded in miasma. Half of the remaining elite from the unloading ridge had arrived, and they selected 30 seasoned veterans who had been in service for over 15 years to accompany them. In addition to these individuals, there were 300 elite soldiers. These were the true elite of Luo Lao Wai, who had amassed their resources over the years. Luo Lao Wai, a hedonist with access to every vice imaginable, was undoubtedly a chaotic figure. Yet he understood that survival depended on something more substantial in times of turmoil. Only these armed forces could be relied upon. The latest firearms were procured from foreign lands, along with a significant supply of explosives. This group was led by a cool and composed woman in her 30s, clad in a black tactical suit. Mr. Chun, I am Chu Qing, the commander of the Supreme Guard. This is the elite guard of the commander, all at your service. Within the Insect Valley, everything was entrusted to you, sir. The cool woman introduced herself with a slight bow, revealing a hint of allure from beneath her tactical suit. Chu Qing's eyes were red-rimmed, suggesting she had wept several times over Luo Lao Wai in recent days. It was evident that her relationship with Luo Lao Wai transcended that of a mere commander and guard. They were evidently former lovers. With Luo Lao Wai in peril, her greatest concern was for him. Chapter 102. Target. Insect Valley. Insect Valley, we entrust everything to you, sir. The members of the guard promptly bowed. Chu Qing, once renowned as the Col de Jura a decade ago. Who would have thought? However, Chu Qing's past involved criminal dealings, robbing the entire fortunes of the governors of 3 provinces and the 2 Zhejiang governors before vanishing without a trace. Oh dear, this General Luo truly is that. As soon as Chu Qing introduced herself, whispers of speculation erupted among the crowd. Just follow my instructions, Chen Xian replied softly, not paying heed to Chu Qing's subtle allure. This is the detox powder from the mountain-moving clan. Each of you must carry it with you. The potency of the toxins within the Insect Valley required no further elaboration. Caution was imperative. Zhigu Xiao distributed the detox powder to everyone, which was actually a formula provided by Chen Xian for Zhigu Xiao to concoct. Good. Yes, we will rely on your expertise this time. The members of the unloading ridge accepted the detox powder, promptly bowing to Chen Xian before hastily entering, each eager to secure the detox powder on their persons. Among these individuals, a few were already familiar with Chen Xian and Bai Ji, having been part of the group Chen Yulo previously led. Their prior expedition to the Insect Valley had coincided with this elite group's rest, while Chen Yulo had taken a different set of individuals. In the Bottle Mountain, those seasoned veterans standing before Chen Xuan were well aware of his capabilities. Naturally, Chen Xuan had additional preparations. Dozens of large carts laden with countless sacks awaited outside the valley. The herbs Chen Xuan had requested had been processed into detox powder as per his specifications. Each person donned a detox powder sachet, which they would also scatter within the Insect Valley. The herbal supplies from the unloading ridge had been meticulously packaged and delivered here, with more carts continuously arriving with detox powder. Even if the stock of herbs was limited, the unloading ridge was willing to pay any price for them. After all, as long as the herbs proved effective, they could rescue the elite of the unloading ridge. This perilous Insect Valley would become a treasure trove for the unloading ridge. Of course, with Chen Xuan's involvement. The treasures within could not be solely claimed by the unloading ridge. Luo Lao Wai would also demand his share. Many members of the Mountain Moving clan were also striving to assist the unloading ridge in transporting the herbs. I have examined the map of this area. Upon entry, we shall mark the fire pits at intervals of 20 zhang. The primary concern is to ensure fire safety. Within a 50 zhang radius, one person shall patrol with fire. Reporting every half hour, while within 100 zhang, a 3-person sentry shall rotate every 12 hours. This detailed map was to be executed by the personnel from the unloading ridge, the Mountain Moving clan, and the guards, led by Captain Chu, Zhigu Xiao, and Manager Chun. Once the setup was complete, the toxic miasma from the outskirts would dissipate within a day. Chen Xuan issued commands to everyone present. Their task was to weaken the toxins surrounding the area. Chen Xuan aimed to plow through the Insect Valley, unleashing a fiery tempest. Zhigu Xiao, Chu Qing, and Chen Yuqing only needed to focus on dispelling the toxic gases of the Insect Valley. The toxic gas, once pervasive, has now dissipated from the outside, rendering the formidable creatures within the Bug Valley nearly impotent. Indeed, Chu Qing, Chen Yuqing, and Zhigu Xiao swiftly seized the map and prepared their team. A glance exchange between Chen Yuqing and Chu Qing revealed their skepticism. However, they had no choice but to trust Chen Xuan. Chu Qing was adept at thievery, while Chen Yuqing was a seasoned expert. Yet neither could infiltrate the Bug Valley. As for Zhigu Xiao, he was resolutely committed to executing orders. After all, he was acutely